Title: Shame. Author: Fiona Cole. Table of Contents. Part 1. Chapter 1. Chapter 2. Chapter 3. Chapter 4. Chapter 5. Chapter 6. Chapter 7. Chapter 8. Chapter 9. Chapter 10. Chapter 11. Chapter 12. Chapter 13. Chapter 14. Chapter 15. Chapter 16. Chapter 17. Chapter 18. Chapter 19. Chapter 20. Chapter 21. Chapter 22. Chapter 23. Chapter 24. Chapter 25. Part 2. Chapter 26. Chapter 27. Chapter 28. Chapter 29. Chapter 30. Chapter 31. Chapter 32. Chapter 33. Chapter 34. Chapter 35. Chapter 36. Chapter 37. Chapter 38. Chapter 39. Chapter 40. Chapter 41. Part 3. Chapter 42. Chapter 43. Chapter 44. Chapter 45. Chapter 46. Epilogue. 2017 by Fiona Cole. All rights reserved. Cover designer: Najla Comber, Najla Comber Designs. www.najlacomberdesigns. No part of this book may be reproduced or transmitted in any form or by any means, electronic or mechanical, including photocopying, recording, or by any information storage and retrieval system without written permission of the author, except for the use of brief quotations in a book review. This is a work of fiction. Names, characters, businesses, places, events, and incidents are either the products of the author's imagination or used in a fictitious manner. Any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, actual events, or locales is entirely coincidental. Created with vellum. To anyone who has felt shame for what others don't understand, do what makes you happy and fuck the rest. Table of Contents. Playlist. Part 1. Chapter 1. Chapter 2. Chapter 3. Chapter 4. Chapter 5. Chapter 6. Chapter 7. Chapter 8. Chapter 9. Chapter 10. Chapter 11. Chapter 12. Chapter 13. Chapter 14. Chapter 15. Chapter 16. Chapter 17. Chapter 18. Chapter 19. Chapter 20. Chapter 21. Chapter 22. Chapter 23. Chapter 24. Chapter 25. Part 25. Part 2. Chapter 26. Chapter 27. Chapter 28. Chapter 29. Chapter 30. Chapter 31. Chapter 32. Chapter 33. Chapter 34. Chapter 35. Chapter 36. Chapter 37. Chapter 38. Chapter 39. Chapter 40. Chapter 41. Part 3. Chapter 42. Chapter 43. Chapter 44. Chapter 45. Chapter 46. Epilogue. The End. Acknowledgements. Review. About Fiona Cole. Other books by Fiona Cole. Playlist. Music plays such an important role in my life. It keeps me calm and focused at times when I'm feeling out of control. It has saved me more times than I can count. So it's no surprise how much I love it and use it to inspire me when writing. Here is the playlist I leaned on when writing Shame Me Not. Adele. Sweetest Devotion. Adele. I Miss You. A Great Big World. Christina Aguilera. Say Something. A Fine Frenzy. Near to You. James Arthur. Say You Won't Let Go. Matt Nathanson. Bill Murray. One Direction. Ready to Run. Sam Smith. Like I Can. Taylor Swift. All Too Well. Imagine Dragons. Not Today. The Lumineers. Sleep on the Floor. Rose Cousins. If I Should Fall Behind. Secondhand Serenade. Fall for You. The Airborne Toxic Event. Sometime Around Midnight. High Valley. Make You Mine. Charlene Saraya. Where You Will Go. Rabel. 11 Blocks. Keha. The Herald Song. Ed Sheeran. Castle on the Hill. One Republic. Let's Hurt Tonight. Amelie Sande. Where I Sleep. Charlotte O.C. Where It Stays. Kelly Clarkson. I Forgive You. Lady Gaga. The Cure. Florence. The Machine. You've Got the Love. Florence. The Machine. Cosmic Love. Florence. The Machine. Stand By Me. Alex Day Kid featuring ex-ambassadors, El King, Wiz Khalifa. Not easy. AJR. Week. Part 1. Chapter 1. Kevin. 10 years ago. My eyes locked in on her as soon as she walked in the door. Her long blonde hair hung loose as she scanned the room. Her small breasts pressed against her sweater, and I stared as only a 16-year-old boy could. I didn't know who she was, but I wanted to. Oh, look, our new neighbors are here, my mom said from behind me. Come on, Kevin, help me and your dad welcome them. We shifted through all the people at our post-holiday party we threw, milking our way to greet our new guests. Natasha, I'm so glad you could make it. Mom addressed the older woman standing next to the girl who captured my attention. I assumed it was her mom since they both had matching blonde hair and blue eyes. This is my husband, Liam, and my son, Kevin. Hi, so nice to meet you. Dad reached his hand out to both women. Nice to meet you too. She shook his hand with a gentle hand. This is my daughter, Annabelle. Annabelle, it fit her. She gave a smile and shook my dad's hand. Our parents fell into small talk about the weather and my dad's drive back from the Capitol building, and I zoned out. How could I focus on anything other than the girl pinning me in place with her grayish-blue eyes? They held no emotion, no friendliness, no irritation or anger. When I looked harder, I thought maybe I could see a hint of sadness. I wanted to figure out if I was right, to pull it from her and have her share it with me. Instead, I offered a small smile and a hand raise that was supposed to pass as a wave. She huffed out a breath, almost a laugh, and her lips twitched. It wasn't much, only one side quirked up, but it reached her eyes, transforming her face. She wasn't beautiful in that overdone way like the Stepford daughters I was normally around, but she was naturally stunning. Her lips were full, but the bottom seemed too big for the top one, and her nose was almost too wide for her face. But on her, it blended into a Kansas I couldn't look away from, especially when she licked her bottom lip. She wasn't being seductive. Hell, she wasn't even looking at me anymore. She had turned to focus on our parents talking, but she still drew me in. I blinked a few times when I heard my mom say my name. Huh? I glanced at the girl, Annabelle, to see her smile had grown. Probably laughing at what a fool I was making of myself. You guys will be going to the same school. She's a sophomore too. My mom turned to our new neighbors. Kevin'll have to show her around and introduce her to some friends. They're such a good group of kids. We've known most of them since kindergarten. Oh, how fantastic. Annabelle's mom turned and squeezed her shoulder. See, sweetie, you'll do great here. No need to worry about a new school and not fitting in. I looked back at Annabelle just in time to see her cringe at her mom's comment. I couldn't imagine her not fitting in. She had an aura, something relaxed and cool, and the guys would be tripping over each other to get to know her. Sure, I'll show you around. It's a cool place and everyone is really nice. I tried to reassure her. She only nodded when my mom cut in. Natasha, I have to ask where you got the dress. It's gorgeous. Oh, this old thing. She waved her hand before resting it on Annabelle's shoulder. I got it a few years ago from a boutique in Nashville. Anna dug it out of the back of the closet when she was picking out my outfit for tonight. She always helps me out with my clothes. Heck, with everything. My mom laughed at the joke, but I saw the way Anna's shoulders tensed and how she forced a smile. I had to fight taking her tight shoulders in my hands to soothe her. After only 10 minutes, I wanted to take on her stress. Instead, I offered a friendly smile, hoping, I don't know, just hoping it helped. Nashville? Dad asked. Is that where you're moving from? Yes, my husband and I recently separated, and just us girls are moving here to be closer to friends. Anna's jaw flexed, and her lips pinched, leading me to assume it wasn't the smoothest of separations. Well, we're happy to have you here, my mom replied easily, never missing a beat from her years as the perfect politician's wife. Kevin, why don't you two grab a drink and then head up to the bonus room, my mom suggested before turning back to Anna's mom. Unfortunately, it's a mature neighborhood and not a lot of kids to keep each other company, although his friends don't live too far away. It will be nice to have someone his age living so close by. I nodded toward the kitchen for Anna to follow me. We grabbed some Cokes from the fridge and headed upstairs. You know how to play any PlayStation games? I asked, trying to break the awkward silence. I didn't know if she was nervous or not much of a talker one-on-one, but I was determined to set her at ease. Yeah, a few. She peeked over my shoulder at some of the games lying around. I like Twisted Metal. Good choice. I began loading the game while she checked out the room. So, she paused, hesitating over her next words. You have any liquor? You drink? I asked, a little shocked. I didn't know why I was surprised. It's not like I didn't know plenty of people at school who drink. Maybe it was the way she asked, like it tumbled off her tongue awkwardly rather than a natural question. Don't all the kids in Catholic school drink and get crazy? She looked over her shoulder, not quite meeting my eyes. I couldn't help but laugh. She wasn't far off. Some fit the stereotype of being rich and bored and acting out. Not as many as you might think. Her shoulders dropped as she exhaled. Yeah, I don't really either. When I didn't say anything to fill the stretch of silence, she continued, Sorry, I'm really horrible at small talk. She shrugged and let out a nervous laugh. I tend to panic, say stupid things, and then immediately regret them. No worries, I'm sure I say stupid things even when I have time to think them through. She finally turned all the way around to face me, and for the first time, she gave me what seemed to be a genuine smile. Her eyes squinted when the apples of her cheeks rose, and the lips that seemed too big earlier fit perfectly on her face. I shook my head so I wouldn't stare too long. Let me get the game set up, then we can just trash talk each other. We both laughed, and she turned to look at the pictures on the wall. You play soccer? She asked, indicating my many team photos. Yeah, since I was little. I'm on varsity this year. Cool, she nodded her head. I played when I was younger, for quite a few years actually. Yeah? Why not anymore? I sucked, she laughed. Like, not enough to stop playing, but enough that I only played for fun. Nothing wrong with that. I held out the controller and she claimed it before sitting on the couch, leaving a cushion between us. Do you do anything else? I dance. She paused before glancing at me from the corner of her eye. But you already knew that. My hand moved to rub the back of my neck. Yeah, sorry about that. I may or may not have glimpsed her shadowy figure dancing behind her open blinds. Her head had turned to catch me. She'd stared for a minute before slowly closing the blinds. No problem. It wasn't like I was naked. That would have placed you firmly in the creeper category. I do my best to stay out of that one, I said firmly. So, do you take classes or anything? I haven't really looked for any studios past a Google search. I danced back home when I was younger and then danced for my high school team. St. Agatha's has a dance team? You should try out next year. Yeah, maybe, she agreed noncommittally. You ready to get your ass kicked? I rolled my eyes. Police, I'm going to wipe the floor with you. After the party quieted down and Anna left, I'd gone straight to bed. I may have left my blinds open in hopes of getting a peek at her dancing again, but hers remained firmly closed. So instead, I lay back on my pillow and replayed the night in my head. We'd only just met, but there was something about her that made me feel comfortable enough to just be me with her. Even the friends I'd had since kindergarten made me feel like I always had to be on, always had to be funny and say the right thing, wear the right clothes. For some reason, I imagined that with Anna, I'd be able to make a total fool out of myself and wear some raggedy old clothes and she would still laugh and treat me no differently. My phone dinged from my nightstand. Squinting against the jarring brightness, I read the message. Gwen, how was the party? Lame? Missed you tonight. 3. Gwen. I wondered how my girlfriend would feel about the new neighbor, how she would feel about me having Anna alone upstairs all night, or how she would feel about all these thoughts and concerns I had for a girl I'd just met. As much as I tried to focus on Gwen, it was thoughts of Anna that followed me into an uneasy sleep. Chapter 2. Anna. First day of school jitters didn't even scratch the surface of the pure nausea that quaked my stomach. I pushed through the doors after I hiked my backpack higher on my shoulder. The sway of the plaid skirt around my knees gave me something to focus on while I walked in. Catholic school. I had to admit, I never thought I would be there. All my life, I'd attended the same public school system with friends that would come and go. With as many students as we had per class, friendship circles changed all the time. Hell, we were set to graduate with almost 1,000 students. St. Agatha didn't even have 1,000 students in the entire high school. it didn't make the halls any less loud. I tried to ignore the conversations of what everyone did over their Christmas break. Wondered if anyone would ask me about mine. What would I say? Oh, it was nothing. My parents, who'd been married for 20 years, finalized their divorce, and my mom decided to move closer to home, despite no longer having any family here, and uproot my life. But don't worry, my dad's a lawyer who makes a lot of money and is alleviating some of his guilt by paying for me to go to a private school. He wants me to have the best education, and all that. I scoffed, approaching my assigned locker. Best education, my ass. He just wanted to make sure he threw enough money at me to make himself feel like he was parenting enough despite being 5 hours away in Tennessee. A fire burned in my gut whenever I thought about how he didn't even fight to keep me close by. Your mother will be more available to take care of you. She'll have her friends. And don't worry, sweetie, we'll find time to see each other often. I'm not letting you go. You're looking at it wrong. I would never let you go. Things just didn't work out with your mother and me. She needs more attention than I can give her, and since I've made partner, I just don't have what it takes anymore. It doesn't change how much I love you. Your mother just needs someone who can help her through life more than I can. Me? I was that person. My dad had been that person for 20 years, and apparently he had grown tired of it. So that left me to help my mom now. Me to make most of the decisions. I was the one who had looked at and picked out houses to view. I was the one who had made the final decision. It wasn't her fault, I guess. She'd been raised to be an agreeable housewife. Apparently, agreeable also meant unable to make a decision. She took care of me, making meals and being everything a nurturing mom should be. But since Dad was no longer around to make decisions, it fell on my shoulders, and I was already exhausted from the weight. The sound of giggling pulled me from my thoughts, and I closed my locker after grabbing my books. Looking around, I saw groups of friends all talking and laughing. A few glanced at me, probably finding me lacking in my worn-out chucks and unstyled hair that hung loosely down my back. Kevin's mom had talked about how everyone had been friends since kindergarten. Then there was me, the new kid. I pushed my shoulders back and walked with my head high. If they wanted to stare at the new girl, then fine, but I wouldn't show any weakness. I grabbed an open seat with a few minutes to spare. A girl next to me, with gleaming blonde hair pulled back into a perfectly curled ponytail, turned and gave me a pinched smile and a simple, "Hi." Her other friends, all just as made up as she was, turned and gave me the same smile. "Hey, you're the new student, right?" she asked, looking me up and down. That would be me. I tried to hide the uncomfortable feeling that was swallowing me whole. I was trying not to judge these girls. I didn't want to be that judgmental girl with a chip on her shoulder as much as I didn't want them to be snobby bitches. Cool, I could kinda tell from your shoes. And lack of hair product. I don't know of any sophomores here who don't at least put some effort in their appearance. St. Agatha's is usually all about appearances. I just stared, unsure of if she was serious or a stuck-up bitch like I'd assumed. I couldn't decide which was worse. Unfortunately, I think she was serious. Yeah, I guess I just really like my sleep more than I like straightening my hair. The other two girls chuckled. The blonde just smiled again, that tight smile. "I have extra lip gloss if you want some. Never been opened." I was saved from having to respond when the teacher walked in and asked for everyone's attention. Thank God. Somehow, I made it through the rest of my morning classes. We had 7 in a day. Back in public schools, we only had 4, and they switched halfway through the year. So the constant changing classes took some getting used to. It was a relief to walk into the cafeteria until I saw everyone in groups at the round tables. In class, I could focus on my work and not worry about whether I was going to fit in. But at lunch, I wouldn't be able to ignore how alone I felt if I was forced to sit at a large round table by myself. My heart sped up at just the thought of it, and I'd only taken 2 steps into the cafeteria. Anna. My eyes scanned the crowd for whoever had shouted my name. They latched onto Kevin, half standing above a chair with his arm up to get my attention. Seeing him in his button-up and tie caused my heart to flutter for a whole new reason. I hadn't seen him since the party, but it didn't mean I hadn't thought about him. The way his warm chocolate eyes watched me, the way his dark hair flopped over his eyes while we played video games, how he constantly pushed it back. Today, it was impeccably styled to stay back out of his face. I made my way over to him and had the unusual thrill of looking up to see his face. I was tall for a girl, but he had to be over 6 feet, and it made me feel delicate. Somehow, I managed to stop myself from rolling my eyes from my ridiculous thoughts, but nothing was going to stop the smile that curved my lips. He had a face of a model, perfectly proportioned with full lips, thick eyebrows, and sharp cheekbones. I didn't dare scan his body any more than I had, not wanting to come off as a perv, but from what I remembered from his soccer pictures, he was lean and toned. He smiled before turning to the rest of the group sitting at the table. "Hey guys, this is Anna. She's my new neighbor." The group was evenly made up of boys and girls, each of them greeting me with either a nod or small wave. "Sean, grab one of those chairs behind you. Let's make some room." Everyone began scooting closer just so I would be able to sit with them. I was beginning to see the control that Kevin had among his friends. No one batted an eye. A thrill went through me at not having to sit alone and that Kevin was the one to make me feel so welcome. I just hoped no one got irritated at the fact that I was literally cramping their style. With 10 people already seated around the table, it was a tight squeeze, but no one seemed to care. Some of them went about eating their lunch and having conversations, while others took the time to introduce themselves. Looking around the table, I couldn't help but be intimidated by their confidence and good looks. Really, every single person sitting there could have had a career in modeling. "Hey, I'm Sean. I play soccer with Kevin." Sean was the complete opposite in coloring to Kevin, with blonde hair and blue eyes. He was also built like the Incredible Hulk. "Oh, cool. What position do you play?" I asked. "Definitely not forward," another one of the guys muttered under his breath. "You wouldn't be able to run that long to save your life." "Oh, fuck off, Josh. Just because I have the build to crush your scrawny ass doesn't mean you need to be a dick." Everyone laughed, so I knew the barb was good-natured. "I'm the goalie," Sean said, turning his attention back to me. "Awesome," I answered lamely. "Hi, I'm Gwen." A girl on the other side of Kevin reached a hand out. I looked over to see it was the same girl who offered me her lip gloss in English. I couldn't help but notice the way her other hand moved to rest on top of Kevin's possessively. "I'm Kevin's girlfriend." I tried to ignore the pinch in my chest. Not once had Kevin mentioned a girlfriend in the time we'd hung out, but it's not like it would have naturally come up in conversation. She was gorgeous, all perfect blonde hair and big brown eyes. I hadn't stood next to her yet, but sitting between Kevin and Sean, she looked tiny. I swallowed the knot in my throat and stretched my hand out to shake hers. "I'm Anna. Nice to officially meet you." I tried to come off as casual as possible, hiding any hints that I was attracted to her boyfriend. That was a complication I did not need at my new school. "Welcome to our little school." Her eyes widened. "Oh, I almost forgot." She reached down and began digging in her purse. She pulled something out and handed it to me across the table. "Here, that lip gloss I mentioned." I hesitated, not able to believe she was serious. At least I knew she hadn't been trying to be rude earlier in class. "Seriously, I have too many to use anyway." I took it from her and put some on. "Thanks, it smells great." She shrugged and picked up her sandwich before turning to talk to her friend. I looked over at Kevin, who was holding back a smile. "It smells great?" he asked. I laughed and nudged him with my elbow. "Shut up." After lunch, I was introduced to my first religion class. It wasn't too much of a shock to me since I was raised Catholic and had taken all the classes to get my sacraments. I had just never been to a class in school. Public schools were pretty much against anything having to do with religion for fear someone would throw a hissy fit. And it looked like I came at the perfect time. We were starting the section on sex. Yay, Danis. I couldn't help but cringe at the old male teacher who stood up front and talked about chastity and purity and waiting for marriage. There was a collective sigh of relief when the bell rang, but we all knew it was going to be a long 4-week lesson. When I walked into social studies, I saw some of the girls from lunch, including Gwen. Instead of the questioning stares and tight smiles, I was met with real smiles this time, and waves to come sit next to them. I'd met Jane at lunch. She seemed shy and reserved with a soft voice and a simple cross around her neck. Then there was the complete opposite, Chloe, who was missing at lunch. She wore the same bow as the other girls around her blonde ponytail, but she had pale streaks of pink dyed throughout. That's why I wasn't at lunch. I had to go to the office so they could talk to me about my hair. You'd think if the vice principal knew I blew his son last summer, he would let me keep the color. She laughed at my wide eyes. I sat there speechless, unsure of how to comment about such blatant sexuality. Gwen saved me. "You're kind of a slut," Gwen said. "I don't think bragging about it to the vice principal will help, especially when he finds out you broke his poor son's heart. I'm a sexual woman, not making any excuses about that, and he should have known better than to get attached. I mean, I know I'm good, but no need to be a clinger." Even as uncomfortable as I was with all the bold talk, when they broke into giggles, I joined in. They bantered the same way the guys had at lunch. "Just as long as you don't film yourself doing sexual stunts with multiple people, you should make it to graduation without too much judgment," Jane added. I did fuck Prince, and he wanted to film me, but I am not that dumb. He was such an idiot. Chloe rolled her eyes. What? It slipped past my lips, so confused by what they were talking about. AJ Prince. He went here last year, was supposed to come back, but he recorded himself doing some freaky shit with multiple girls, and it got out. I think one of the girls leaked it as revenge for him not staying with her. "I'm telling you, clingers are the worst," Chloe said, interrupting Gwen. "I'll give you that, but once it leaked, it brought his father into the limelight in the worst way. They began questioning his parenting skills and his values. He ended up resigning from his position in government, and Prince was never seen again. I think the family moved to California or something." "Damn," I said. "Yeah, but learn the lesson. Never record anything you don't want everyone to see. There is no privacy here in such a small school. And avoid clingers," Chloe added, making us all laugh. Relief lifted the weight that had been sitting on my chest all day when I felt like they let me into their group. Despite the circumstances, it looked like things were going to be okay here. Chapter 3. Kevin. The unusually warm weather had continued over the past week, and I took advantage of it by climbing onto the roof outside my window. Even at night, all I needed was a hoodie to stay warm. I liked it out there, especially on clear nights where I could stare at the stars and relax in silence. Over the past year, I'd felt myself shifting, wanting to be alone more often, distancing myself from my friends and feeling less comfortable around them. I'd known them my whole life, but over time, I was being shaped into a mold that didn't fit anymore. Being up on the roof alone let me escape the confines of that mold. The sound of a door closing caused me to lean up on my elbows. Anna was skipping down her front steps, heading for her mailbox. I sat up, wanting to get her attention, but without scaring her. I called out her name as softly as I could, but it didn't work. She let out a shriek and dropped the envelopes she'd been holding. "Shit, sorry," I said, louder this time. Her eyes scanned the yard. "Where the hell are you?" "Up here, on the roof." Her eyes zeroed in on me. "You scared the shit out of me." "Sorry," I said, laughing. "What are you doing up there?" "It's my secret hideout. Want to come hang out? I'd be happy to share it with you." She scanned the patio beneath me and looked up to where I was laying, one eyebrow raised. "And how do I get up there?" "Just climb. I'll help you." At first, the invitation to my quiet zone had popped out without much thought, but instead of regretting it, I liked the idea of sharing the space with her. She wouldn't expect me to act a certain way. She wouldn't come up here and force me back into any mold. I could be whoever I wanted with Anna. "Okay," she answered slowly, sounding hesitant about getting up there. She dropped the mail on her porch and then jogged across the grass. "Drag that chair over to the railing and then climb on it so you can stand on the rail. It should get you high enough to where I can pull you up the rest of the way." She did as I said, and I rolled to my stomach to grip her hands. I tugged her up bit by bit until she got high enough to do the rest. She was still in her school skirt, and it rode up, exposing the backs of her thighs in the process. My dick tightened at her bare skin. I swallowed hard and forced myself to look away. I wouldn't be a creeper. She rolled over, stretching her legs out in front of her and resting back on her hands. Nice view up here. She mimicked her pose and looked up at the inky sky dotted with stars. Yeah, it's not too bad. We sat there for a while, enjoying the warm night air. My eyes flicked to her every now and then, but she looked at peace with her head dipped back, her long blonde hair flowing down her back. I was happy I'd shared my roof with her. How was your first day of school? It was good. Probably better because of you. What do you mean? Once I had your stamp of approval, I was brought right into the fold. You would have been fine without me. You're a cool chick. She turned to me with a smile. Thanks. You're a cool dude. I do what I can. But seriously, you would have done fine. I may have sped up the process, but you would have been okay without my help. She didn't look convinced. Have you guys all been friends for long? Yeah, some of us since kindergarten. How long have you known Gwen? I noticed she was biting her lip. Probably since 5th grade. Oh, how long have you been dating? Her voice sounded tight, like she was uncomfortable with the question. The caveman part of me hoped she cared I was dating Gwen, that she was jealous, but I shouldn't want to make any girl who wasn't my girlfriend jealous. About 6 months. She didn't speak for a while after that. She just nodded and stared up at the sky. Do you have a boyfriend back in Tennessee? She snorted. I can't say that I do. There isn't much in Tennessee for me anymore. I hated how sad that admission sounded. I knew her parents were divorced, but maybe it didn't end well. How long ago did your parents get divorced? She didn't answer for the longest time, and I was about to move on, but then she spoke. Right before Christmas. They told me at Thanksgiving. Shit, Anna. That sucks. Yeah. Do you plan on going back to visit often? I don't know, she answered quietly. Won't your dad want to see you? Or is he coming here to visit? I looked over and saw her jaw clench, and I knew I asked the wrong thing. I might as well have stuffed my foot in my mouth and choked on it. I don't know. On both counts. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have pried. She breathed out a laugh and shook her head. Don't worry about it. I just haven't talked about it with anyone. She turned to me with a lopsided smile. Thanks for inviting me onto your roof. You can come up here anytime. Next time I'll move the table over so it's easier for you to get up. And Anna, you can always talk to me. Won't tell a soul. I mimed zipping and locking my lips. Okay, she laughed. So is this your special space? Yep, so feel super lucky that I'm sharing. Oh, I do. She nodded seriously before turning her face back to the sky. You must miss it up here when the weather's bad. Yeah, but then I just go out back and stretch out on one of the lounge chairs. The man has a plan for everything. Damn straight. And you're welcome to come hang out with me anytime. Do you have your phone? Yeah, why? I held out my hand and waited while she dug into her pockets and handed me her phone. With her eyebrow raised, I clicked the screen to life, programmed my number into her phone, and then texted myself so I had hers. There, I said, giving it back to her. Now you can message me anytime you need me to meet you out here or out back. Thanks, Kevin. Anytime, Anna. Chapter 4. Kevin. The breeze from my open window rattled the blinds. I sat up from my bed and pulled the cord to lift them up. Looking across the open space between my house and Anna's, I took in her dark window and wondered when she would get home. I needed a friend to keep me from my own thoughts, but her whole house was dark. Over the past 4 months, Anna had become that friend I leaned on the most. Since there was no point in messaging her and asking her to come over, I stretched out on my bed instead. I'd just gotten home from spending the evening at Gwen's. After dinner, she'd pulled me down to her basement to watch a movie. Instead, we ended up with my dick out of my pants and her making her way down to suck me off. It was great at first. I mean, I had my dick in my girlfriend's mouth. And now he wants me to be happy with his scraps. She finally shifted her head to meet my eyes. Her blue eyes seemed brighter, filled with unshed tears. She looked gorgeous with her blonde hair tangled under her cheek and a determined clench in her jaw. She blinked a few times and the tears disappeared as though she demanded them to not fall. Staring at her, I whispered supportive words, hoping it was the right thing to say. Fuck him. There was a pause, and then she smiled. It started in her eyes and spread to her lips where a laugh tumbled out. Yeah, fuck him. I didn't know my words would have such an effect, but she turned her smiling face back to the sky and continued to laugh. I took a deep breath for the first time since she'd stormed away from her mom earlier. I listened to her laugh until I couldn't help but join in and laughed right along with her. Chapter 5. Anna Ed. I'd made it. I'd finished the school year with no issues. I gave myself a mental pat on the back as I worked my way around the bodies filling up Josh's house. He'd been elected by the soccer team to host the end of school year party since his parents were gone for the weekend. This was the first house party I'd been to. My ex-boyfriend had tried to drag me to one, but it was close to the time when I had moved, and I was already trying to distance myself from him. We dated for a couple of months, but I was young and didn't know what the hell I was doing. He was my first boyfriend ever. All I knew was that when he kissed me, I felt nothing, except maybe boredom. It was soft and timid, and mentally, I'd found myself growling in frustration. I didn't want to be constantly questioned if it was okay. I wanted to let go. I wanted him to take what he wanted from me. But I'd never said anything, because every time I tried to form the words in my head, it always sounded like I wanted to be forced, like I might be asking him to rape me. The thought made me shudder. Shudder from what his reaction might be. Shudder from the thrill it zapped through my body, which scared me more than his reaction. Fear of my own desires kept me from pursuing another relationship since coming to St. Agatha's. I hung back and observed, making friends where I could. And in becoming this reserved, neutral person, it was easy for people to like me because they didn't really know me. Except for Kevin. Kevin knew me. He knew my extremes, or at least what I'd let him see, and still wanted to be my friend. He'd seen me cry and act a fool when I danced in my window. He knew when I was holding back a sarcastic retort to a comment from someone in our group, and he'd give me side eyes with just a hint of a smile, knowing I was hiding my real reaction behind a cool facade. Frankly, I didn't need anyone else to like or dislike anything past my laid-back persona. So I kept it up and just went with the flow, becoming superficial friends with everyone. It sure as hell made life easier. As I made my way from the living room to the kitchen, I was greeted by pretty much everyone I passed. It was still surreal to have so many people know who I was, but in a small school, that was how it worked. The fact that I was friends with Kevin, who was popular with everyone, helped. But I knew Kevin wore the same kind of mask I did. There was nothing extreme about his personality, he was easy to get along with, so no one tried to look any deeper. Somehow, we had fallen into a comfortable routine where we could just be ourselves with each other, as if we had some common bond. It felt natural to not pretend around him. For a while, I had to make believe I wasn't desperately attracted to him, but between his girlfriend and our growing friendship, those feelings faded to the background and stopped weighing on me. "Hey, you want a beer?" Chloe asked, shoving a red cup in my direction. I scrunched up my face and shook my head. Ew, definitely no. She laughed and passed it off to one of the guys who happened to walk past. I don't blame you. It tastes foul. Now, if someone had some vodka and cranberry juice, I would drink the shit out of that. Ditto, I agreed with a smile. I didn't know if I would, but I said it just to have something in common with her. I hadn't ever had much to drink beyond a sip of beer, and that was more than enough to never want it again. "Hey, have you seen Gwen?" she asked, stretching her neck from side to side, looking past people. I thought for a minute. Not for a while, but I've been in the living room most of the night. Just then, we heard a loud yell coming from outside. "Are you fucking kidding me?" I hooked my thumb over my shoulder. Sounds like Gwen. We turned and headed out onto the deck. There were a few people standing there, looking out across the yard. When I moved toward the steps, I could see Kevin running his hands through his shaggy hair with Gwen facing him. Furrowed brows, pinched lips, and flushed face were not her best look. "I can't believe you're breaking up with me. Here, in the middle of the party. What the hell, Kevin?" She threw her arms up and glanced around. Her glare settled on me, and her eyes filled with rage. My eyes widened. What the hell did I have to do with this? It's because of her, isn't it? She jabbed a finger at me, and even though she stood over 5 feet away, I stepped back. You guys hang out all the time, and you claim she's your closest friend. Or is that a lie? She demanded. Do you want her? Is that it? Is that why you don't have sex with me anymore? My feet were immobile. I was frozen to the spot as she kept throwing accusations around, shocked that she thought I was the reason Kevin was breaking up with her. Hell, I didn't even know he was thinking about it. No matter how close we were, we never talked about him and Gwen. I'd never wanted to know details about their relationship. But regardless, I'd never made a move on him. Gwen and I were friends. At least I thought we were. Yet there she was yelling to all who would listen that I was the reason this was going down. Kevin turned and looked at me over his shoulder, where I was still frozen in shock. I could only stutter in denial while my eyes flicked between them. He tried to calm her down. This has nothing to do with her. I didn't want to break up with you here, but it just came out. You're sorry? You're sorry? She yelled. Well, fuck you, Kevin Harding. Kevin threw his hands up in the air. I'm done here. We can talk more when you've calmed down. He stalked off toward the side of the house, leaving the rest of us staring at Gwen, who stood there with her mouth flopping open like a fish out of water. She finally pulled herself together enough to clench her jaw and storm back up onto the deck and into the house, making sure to clip my shoulder on her way. I fought the urge to follow Kevin and console him. He had to be hurting, but I feared adding any more fuel to the fire Gwen had started. Hunching my shoulders, I couldn't help but notice all the people staring at me. This was more attention than I wanted, and it was freaking me out. I wanted to be impartial, neutral, like Switzerland. I didn't want to give anyone a reason for feeling too strongly about me. And yet, there I was at the center of a huge argument. Even if I wasn't going to chase after Kevin, it was time to go. Head down, I pushed past the group on the deck and made my way inside to grab my purse. Walking down the blessedly empty hallway, I heard crying coming from the bathroom. Gwen. It had to be. I gently pressed my forehead against the door and closed my eyes, resigning myself to what I was about to do. I went back to the kitchen, grabbed an unopened bottle of tequila, and dropped a handful of cut-up limes into a cup. When I'd reached the bathroom, I lifted my hand to knock, but decided against it. I tried the door, which was surprisingly unlocked. The lights over the vanity in the white bathroom seemed blinding from the dim hallway. I scrunched my eyes against the glare and looked around. She shrugged. I actually ended up talking to Gwen for a while and drinking some tequila. That's what took me so long to get here. I had to mend fences and give a sister some support from the douche canoe who broke up with her in the middle of a party. I made sure she knew I was all about chicks before dicks. She turned to me with a smile in her eyes, probably holding back a laugh at the way my face had screwed up. Douche canoe? Her lips parted into a full smile, and she winked. And you had tequila? Yeah, she laughed, looking back up at the stars. That shit is disgusting. I may never drink again. All of it is gross. She shuddered. Chicks before dicks, huh? She squeezed her eyes shut and laughed. That's what I told her. Her laughter faded. I wanted to help a friend, even though she lashed out at me. And I didn't exactly want boyfriend stealer hanging over my head for the next 2 years. You're not a boyfriend stealer. I know, and now Gwen knows too. Talking to her smoothed things out. She kept her eyes glued to the inky sky as I continued to watch her. Otherwise, I would have been here sooner. I knew you were hurting too, and you're my best friend. I'm sorry I took so long. I was glad she wasn't looking at me because she would have seen a big, goofy smile on my face. Hearing her call me her best friend warmed my blood. Part of me felt like a little kid because I was so happy to hear someone consider me that close. She never talked about friends from Tennessee, and when I brought it up, she just shrugged it off. I liked the idea of being the person she leaned on. It made me feel important. I never felt any pressure around Anna. We fit together so naturally, in a way we hadn't yet discovered with anyone else. A cool breeze blew her hair across her face, and she shivered. Hang on, I scooted back into my room through the window. Looking around for something to help keep her warm, I spotted the blanket on my bed and grabbed it before heading back out. I had to sit a little closer to her so we could both fit under the blanket. I flung it out over us and jokingly tucked it up to her chin like you would a child. Lying back, I thought about how she called me her best friend. I wanted to hear her say it again. "So, I'm your best friend?" I gushed dramatically. Maybe she'd think I was kidding, but I was completely serious. "Who else?" she laughed. "I don't talk to anyone back home, and you've made me feel so comfortable. You're always there to talk to and help me feel good about being me. I'm pretty sure that's the definition of best friend." I let her words wash over me, making me warmer than the blanket could have ever done. Staring up, I decided to return the favor and release the words into the atmosphere, hoping they warmed her too. "Well, you've become my best friend too. I don't have to be anything other than myself around you." Our confessions were simple and innocent, but they felt heavier, deeper, like they were much more. I moved my hand an inch to the left and brushed up against her soft skin, just enough to link my pinky with hers. It was nothing, but my heart pounded when her pinky tightened around mine. The point of connection between us stretched up my arm and into my chest, setting it on fire. I couldn't help but hope she felt it too and cherished our friendship like I did. "Thanks for coming for me," I whispered. "Anytime, Kevin." Chapter 7. "Anna Isaac went down on me last night," Gwen announced during a lull in the conversation. Thank God I'd worn my sunglasses, especially to cover up the way my eyes must have bugged out. A group of us were sitting on the loungers surrounding Kevin's pool. School would be starting soon, and we'd spent about half our summer soaking up the sun at Kevin's. While others also had pools, no one had one like Kev's. His had a 6-inch deep lounge area in the pool and a diving board. The real clincher was the kitchen bar area. His mom said it was worth every penny if it meant keeping dirty, dripping boys from running in and out of the house for drinks and snacks. Next to the pool area was a large backyard with plenty of room to play soccer if the mood struck. I had to admit, it made the summer pretty awesome. For the past 30 minutes, we'd been swapping stories about guys and the part they'd played in our summer break. Well, I didn't have anything to say. I'd worked at the local library part-time, and when I wasn't doing that, I was hanging out with Kevin or our larger group of friends. You'd think that after all this time, I'd have been used to the overshare, but it still managed to catch me off guard. And they didn't spare any detail about their lives. Who they were dating, how heavy or light their periods were, what sexual conquests they'd had. Nothing was sacred. I, however, still felt too new to spew my secrets to a group that had been friends for over 10 years. I usually sat back and soaked it all in. Their bold confessions were something I took as signs of their trust. "He worships the ground I walk on," Gwen continued. It hadn't taken her long to move on to another guy in our group. It was like she'd pointed her finger at him, deeming him acceptable, and he fell at her feet in gratitude. It was quite impressive. The other two girls sighed as they looked over at Isaac standing with the other guys around the outdoor kitchen. My eyes were drawn, as always, to Kevin. He wore blue swim trunks and leaned over the counter, supporting himself on both elbows, listening to Sean, who was telling a story. Kevin had changed over the summer. Hell, all the guys had. It was like they hit a magical point and started filling out the long bodies they'd acquired at puberty. But I couldn't help but stare at Kevin's abs when they contracted on a laugh. He'd always been tall, standing over 6 feet, but kind of lanky, even though he ate like a horse. Then his biceps started getting bigger to match his chest. And God, don't even get me started on the deep ridge on each side of his abdomen. It was no wonder the girls all sat there holding back drool. I began to wonder what the hell they put in the water they gave to the soccer players. My shameless ogling of Kevin's muscles screeched to a halt when Chloe said my name. "Have you guys seen the way Sean has been staring at Anna?" she whispered. "Right? He's been eye-fucking her hard these past 2 weeks," Jane added. "Me?" When I looked over at him, he was smiling at me. In my shock, I felt my eyes grow wide, and it was hard to imagine what my face looked like. It must have been enough for Sean, because he added a wink before turning back to the conversation. "No, I shook my head, not knowing what else to say. It's those amazing boobs you've got going on. Gwen's words made me look down at my chest. Kevin wasn't the only one who grew this summer. Somehow, I jumped from an A cup to a C cup. They're okay, I guess. Shrugging, I tried to hide the blush that was creeping into my cheeks. I didn't want them to know how uncomfortable I was with all of them staring at my chest. Better than mine, Gwen muttered. She was tiny all over. I towered over her. Whatever, I scoffed. You're hot and you know it. You're right, I am pretty hot. Gwen's confidence more than made up for her small stature, and it made her more gorgeous and desirable than a pair of big breasts ever would. The girls moved on to another conversation, and I zoned out, this time staring at Sean rather than Kevin. It was impossible not to compare the two. Sean was much lighter in coloring, with blonde hair and blue eyes. He was shorter than Kevin, but had a thicker build. Staring longer than was necessary, I admitted to myself that I liked the idea of him checking me out. He was hot and nice, and not permanently locked in friend category. That was enough to let my imagination run away with the idea that Sean liked me. We'd hung out in the group together, but never alone. He made me smile with his stories. I didn't know if he made them up or they'd actually happened, but I didn't care because they were hilarious. Yeah, I could picture myself hanging out with Sean alone. I call Anna, Kevin shouted, after the guys decided to play a game of chicken. Not fair, Josh complained. You guys are the tallest combo. Anna has the longest reach. The taller they are, the easier they fall, Sean added. He scrunched his face and brought 2 fingers up, pointing at his eyes first and then mine, letting me know he was watching me. I shrugged carelessly, but when I turned, I bit back a smile, enjoying his attention on me. A yelp escaped me when I was suddenly swept up in someone's arms. Kevin was smiling down at me, a mischievous smile. "Kevin!" I yelled. "Don't you do—" My words were cut off by my deep inhale before we were submerged underwater. I managed to squirm free of his hold and push to the surface. "You dick!" Gasping for air, I pushed wet hair out of my face. I wiped my eyes and glared at him as he laughed. When he laughed some more, I splashed a huge wave of water at him, causing him to sputter. He was still laughing when he caught up to me in the shallow end, where everyone else had eased themselves in the water of their own free will. I slapped his shoulder for good measure. "Oh, come on, Anna. You don't want to injure your partner before we start. How else will we kick everyone's ass?" "It might be worth it," I muttered. He moved toward me and wrapped his arms around my shoulders before pulling me close for an aggressive hug, twisting us side to side to make waves. "You know you love me." "Maybe," I admitted, goosebumps rippling along my skin. I wanted to sink into him and stay there. "Are you guys done with your foreplay? Can we play now?" Isaac said, joking. Kevin and I were around each other all the time and were comfortable with each other's touch. I'd never thought anything of it when he wrapped an arm around me because he was always offering comfort. At least I'd tried not to, but deep down there was no denying the thrill that made my heart skip a beat when we touched. "You seem awfully eager to get beat, Lowell," Kevin taunted. "Yeah, well, see," Isaac said. "You can go against Gwen and me first." Kevin ducked underwater and pushed his head between my legs before he stood up. I swallowed hard at feeling his long fingers grabbing tight onto my thighs. My heart pounded in my chest a mile a minute. No matter how often we played chicken, I never got used to having his head between my legs. And didn't that conjure up one hell of a picture? I hoped everyone blamed the hot sun for the reason that my cheeks were turning red. This was my friend, my best friend, not someone I let my thoughts wander with, usually. "You ready, eh?" Kevin asked. Taking a deep breath, I cleared my head. "Let's get him." Kevin lunged forward, and one of my hands gripped his scalp as the other reached out to shove Gwen. When I was finally stable enough to let go of Kevin's head, I used both arms to latch onto Gwen. She got a good shove in that almost knocked me down, but Kevin gripped my thighs tighter, digging in deep. The pain was sharp and rippled up my legs, pulling an ow from me. Sorry, eh? But the sharp pain he delivered made my skin burn for a whole other reason. I couldn't help but look at his fingers gripping the soft flesh of my thighs and wonder if there would be a bruise tomorrow. Another shove brought me back to the game, and I needed to end it and get off Kevin's shoulders before I made a fool out of myself. A few more minutes of laughter, and I finally succeeded in dismounting Gwen. We went up against everyone, but Kevin and I came out victorious every time. We were high-fiving when Sean came over. All right, let's see if it's you or her that has the most skill. Anna, I'm claiming you as my partner. His eyes scanned my face, only dropping to my chest for a few seconds before he looked up and smiled. He knew I caught him staring at my breasts and shrugged instead of apologizing. I rolled my eyes, a little impressed by his lack of apology. Jane hopped into the pool from her spot on the ledge. I'll be Kevin's partner, she said, moving toward him. Sean dove underwater and slipped between my legs. His hands softly gripped my thighs, unlike the firm clasp Kevin had used. It still sent a thrill of excitement to be in a position like this with him for the first time. Just not the same kind of thrill I'd felt when I imagined Kevin bruising me with his grip. It's definitely me that brings all the magic to the team, Kevin said. Whatever, he's just a pretty boy to hold up all my awesomeness, I tossed back. Sean joined in. Don't worry, babe. I can hold up all this awesomeness, and we'll take him down. We went at each other and put up a good fight. I was impressed with how long Kevin lasted because Jane sucked. She would have been a goner on her own, but Kevin somehow managed to keep her up there. But eventually, they fell, and Sean began running around in the pool singing "We Are the Champions." I held on for the ride and laughed the whole time. It felt good to feel the butterflies take flight in my stomach with someone other than Kevin. As many times as I'd told myself we were just friends, there was always that small flicker of excitement that went beyond friendship when I thought of him. Maybe Sean was the guy to divert my attention and really make me let go of any attraction I had to Kevin. It was worth a shot, and I'd be an idiot to not try with the gorgeous blonde currently toting me around like a queen. Chapter 8. Kevin, man, Anna is hot, Sean murmured to me as we grabbed drinks and popcorn for the movie. Everyone else was settled in the bonus room. Hearing Sean confide in me about Anna irritated me. Not that it should, since it was what we always did, talking about girls and what we thought about them. It should have been no different with Anna. But it was, because I felt protective of her. I didn't like the way he'd leered at her the past few weeks. Anna's bathing suit this summer accentuated her new chest. Friend or not, it became increasingly difficult to divert my attention from the perfect boobs that seemed to have grown overnight. But still, I had to stretch my neck to ease some of the tension I felt from listening to Sean, especially after watching them flirt all afternoon. It seemed Sean had decided to go in for the kill tonight, and Anna wasn't turning him down. Meanwhile, Jane was talking to me, and I barely heard a thing she said because I was keeping an eye out for Anna. Because she was my friend, and I wanted to make sure she was safe. I mean, she grew those tits overnight, and they look like a perfect handful. Sean held up his open palms as though he was trying to imagine how they would fit around Anna's chest. I wonder what kind of nipples she has. You know I'm a tit man. Love everything about him, he rambled. I threw the popcorn bag harder than I needed to him at him and aimed for his head rather than his hands. Damn, dude, that's my friend you're talking about. I'll show her all kinds of respect, he added, thrusting his hips to piss me off further. Next, I threw a water bottle. He caught it, laughing. Okay, I'm just kidding. Calm your tits. I glared and turned to head up the stairs. Sean followed and sat down next to Anna, even throwing an arm over the back of the couch behind her head. The couch dipped next to me, pulling my attention away. Jane smiled and sat closer than necessary. I thought about scooting over, but changed my mind. What the hell, I could use the distraction. Jane was a nice girl, but she wasn't anyone I wanted to get involved with. One, she was Gwen's friend, and while Gwen and I had moved past any of our issues, I didn't want to be that close to having her involved in any of my relationships. It felt a little incestuous. Two, Jane was nice, sweet, and soft. That combination scared me because my desires for rough, hard, and controlling still ruled me, and I didn't want to be with anyone who would find any hint of that revolting. You seem awfully eager to get beat, Lowell, Kevin taunted. Yeah, well, see, Isaac said, you can go against Gwen and me first. Kevin ducked underwater and pushed his head between my legs before he stood up. I swallowed hard at feeling his long fingers grabbing tight onto my thighs. My heart pounded in my chest a mile a minute. No matter how often we played chicken, I never got used to having his head between my legs. And didn't that conjure up one hell of a picture? I hoped everyone blamed the hot sun for the reason that my cheeks were turning red. This was my friend, my best friend, not someone I let my thoughts wander with. Usually. You ready, A? Kevin asked. Taking a deep breath, I cleared my head. Let's get him. Kevin lunged forward, and one of my hands gripped his scalp as the other reached out to shove Gwen. When I was finally stable enough to let go of Kevin's head, I used both arms to latch onto Gwen. She got a good shove in that almost knocked me down, but Kevin gripped my thighs tighter, digging in deep. The pain was sharp and rippled up my legs, pulling an ow from me. Sorry, A. But the sharp pain he delivered made my skin burn for a whole other reason. I couldn't help but look at his fingers gripping the soft flesh of my thighs and wonder if there would be a bruise tomorrow. Another shove brought me back to the game, and I needed to end it and get off Kevin's shoulders before I made a fool out of myself. A few more minutes of laughter, and I finally succeeded in dismounting Gwen. We went up against everyone, but Kevin and I came out victorious every time. We were high-fiving when Sean came over. All right, let's see if it's you or her that has the most skill. Anna, I'm claiming you as my partner. His eyes scanned my face, only dropping to my chest for a few seconds before he looked up and smiled. He knew I caught him staring at my breasts and shrugged instead of apologizing. I rolled my eyes, a little impressed by his lack of apology. Jane hopped into the pool from her spot on the ledge. I'll be Kevin's partner, she said, moving toward him. Sean dove underwater and slipped between my legs. His hands softly gripped my thighs, unlike the firm clasp Kevin had used. It still sent a thrill of excitement to be in a position like this with him for the first time. Just not the same kind of thrill I'd felt when I imagined Kevin bruising me with his grip. It's definitely me that brings all the magic to the team, Kevin said. Whatever, he's just a pretty boy to hold up all my awesomeness, I tossed back. Sean joined in. Don't worry, babe. I can hold up all this awesomeness, and we'll take him down. We went at each other and put up a good fight. I was impressed with how long Kevin lasted because Jane sucked. She would have been a goner on her own, but Kevin somehow managed to keep her up there. But eventually, they fell, and Sean began running around in the pool singing, "We Are the Champions." I held on. Jane seemed like the type of girl who needed to be treated with kid gloves and would balk at me even when I was under control. Yeah, staying away from Jane was the wisest decision. Honestly, I didn't have any desire to have a girlfriend. I'd spent most of my summer hanging with my friends, and when I wasn't with them, I was with Anna. While we didn't have any sexual interaction, it didn't make our relationship any less fulfilling. We laughed and talked, and I always felt good about myself after I was with her. Throughout the movie, my eyes kept drifting over to Anna, watching the progression of Sean's arm from the couch to around her shoulders before tugging her close. I couldn't ignore the tightness in my chest when I tried to imagine Anna having a boyfriend. Maybe she didn't feel the same fulfillment from our friendship, which was fine. I was sure that, unlike me, she had normal desires, ones that didn't come with a side of scary. In the end, I knew I was being irrational and selfish to want all of Anna's time to myself. She cherished our friendship as much as I did, but I still worried that her getting closer to Sean would mean less time for us. When the movie ended, everyone got up to leave. A part of me expected Anna to stay, maybe watch another movie like we'd done other nights. Instead, Sean wrapped his arm around her. "Let me walk you home." Her eyes widened, but then she smiled. Sure. Looking at me, she bobbed her eyebrows, sharing her excitement. Because she was my friend, and that's what friends did. Friends were happy for each other when the other was happy. "See you later, Kev," she said over her shoulder before walking out with Sean. A part of me wanted to stand on my stoop and make sure she made it home okay, but I held back my irrational need to keep an eye on her. Jane grabbed hold of my hand, which helped to distract me from thoughts of Anna. "Thanks for a great time, Kevin. Maybe we can do it again sometime, but alone." She shocked me by pressing a kiss to my cheek. "Bye." With a small wave, she left with everyone else. I shut the door and walked to the living room, plopping myself down on a chair across from my parents. My dad had his glasses perched on the edge of his nose and looked up from reading the paper. Fun night? Yeah, I'm tired though. All that sun and swimming will do that to you, my mom chimed in, setting her crossword puzzle down. Jane seems like a nice girl. It took a lot to keep from rolling my eyes. I hated when my mom tried to talk about girls. We actually see her parents at church every now and then. She seems like she wouldn't be as wild as Gwen was. She picked over her words. My mother would never say anything mean about anyone, but she always saw how openly affectionate Gwen was, and I knew it bothered her. She was a cool mom, but definitely more conservative. I couldn't imagine what she would say if she found out her son wanted to force a girl down when he was having sex with her. She seems like a lady. Give the boy a break, Allison, my dad grumbled. Maybe he wants a little wild. Nothing could hold back the cringe on my face at my parents openly discussing the type of girl I would like and why. Liam, she gasped, our son is a gentleman. My dad laughed, and I couldn't help but join in. What? What is so funny? Do you need me to get you a pearl necklace to clutch for when you act so shocked? Oh, stop it, she said, waving her hand. But she started laughing too at how ridiculous she sounded. It's not nice to laugh at an old lady. Hardly old, honey. My dad looked over and winked at her. Still enough wild for me. And that was my cue to leave. Night, guys. Opening my bedroom door, my eyes shot to my window. Seeing Anna's light was on, I headed to the window and saw her sitting on her bed looking at her phone. I tugged mine out of my back pocket and called her. It rang once, and she looked over at me and answered. Hey, did he kiss you? It spilled out. I didn't even know where it came from. Sure, it was floating around in my head, wondering if he would walk her to her door and kiss her goodnight, but I sure as hell hadn't planned on asking. I stood at the window and could see from across the space between our houses that her face was screwed up in confusion. I didn't blame her. I was confused too. What? Why do you want to know? My brain flew through 1,000 responses, trying to cover my gaffe. Because I bet it was gross. She laughed and asked, You think you'd be better? Hell yeah, I said, intending to continue with the banter. But something about the day and the way I watched her give so much attention to Sean made me want to pull it back on me. We stood at our windows, facing each other, the darkness of the night stretching between us and our bedroom lights illuminating our bodies. These were my nights, and maybe that's why I pushed the limits. Maybe it was because I was comfortable with Anna and she accepted me for me. Maybe because I thought she'd shift away from me for Sean, I wanted to share a secret with her that would bring us closer. Maybe I wanted to be a little honest with her just to see her reaction. I would kiss you so hard. I would press my lips to yours and shove you against a wall so you had nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. I did my best to keep my tone light, to hopefully play it off as joking if things went wrong. But I visualized my words, and my voice deepened as want coursed through me. I'd grip your wrists and pin them above your head so you couldn't shove me away. And I would own your lips. Own you. The silence stretched, and I began to panic. My mind scrambled to turn the conversation back to jokes, but another part of my mind urged me to let it be. Let my honesty settle where it may. I couldn't see the details of her face, but I could tell that it wasn't scrunched in revulsion and she hadn't hung up on me. I wished she was standing in front of me without all the space between us, so I could watch her eyes and be able to read her honest reaction. The silence stretched too long. I needed to say something, but I just stood there, waiting for her to make the next move. However, it seemed she was going to ignore what I'd said. She spoke with soft hesitancy as she changed the subject. You ready for school next week? Swallowing the fear that she might have called me disgusting, I let it go. I guess. I mean, I've gone school shopping and have all my supplies. I'm just going to miss summer and hanging out with everyone by the pool. I couldn't even hear her breathing, and I imagined she was holding her breath, wondering if I would drop any more bold statements. Me too, especially when I'm dying in chemistry. I'm not sure if I'm ready for that class. Yeah, that's going to kick my ass. Promise me we'll suffer together. I cradled the phone against my shoulder and held up my hands like I was praying. She laughed. I promise to drag you through hell with me. Hey, now that Sean is all into you, does that mean he's going to carry your books for you? I said, joking. He damn well better. I slouched my body in relief. Thank God, I was getting so tired of doing it last year. Whatever, she scoffed. You never carried my books. We both laughed until a heavy silence filled the line. Looking across at her, I had to ask about what worried me the most. We still going to have time to hang out, no matter what? Always. Her soft smile and easy answer soothed me. I lifted my hand and pressed it to the window pane. She did the same on hers. Night, Kev. Night, Anna. Chapter 9. Anna. His lips pressed to mine gently, barely brushing against each other, full of hesitancy, which was insane since we'd been kissing for a couple of months now. I wanted to lean in and press my lips firmly to his, grip his shirt in my hands, and have him shove me back against the car door, feel the curves of the plastic digging into my back as he took me, maybe even bite my lips. The thought of asking or pushing for more made my cheeks flush, especially when I imagined his eyes might widen and his lip would curl in disgust. Instead, I settled in and resigned myself. It was like kissing a cloud. Not like it was taking me to heaven, but rather like I was kissing nothing. It was soft, airy, and barely there. "Is this okay?" Sean asked when his hand rested on my neck, pulling me in a tiny bit closer. It was the third time he'd asked. Every move he made needed to be approved by me. More decisions I needed to make, and I was tired of it. But I liked Sean, and I enjoyed my time with him. I loved the way he made me laugh and always gave me his attention. Even though months later, I still couldn't forget the words Kev had said to me that night over the phone about how he would have kissed me. His voice deep, the vibrations somehow carrying across the space between us and shaking me to my core. He'd been joking, of course, but I couldn't help but imagine the rough description every time Sean lightly brushed his lips to mine, asking for approval. Sean's hand gliding up my thigh, bunching the skirt of my dress a little, brought me back to the moment. His thumb brushed an exposed patch of skin, and he groaned. Actually groaned. A small flicker of hope sparked in my chest when he pressed his lips harder into mine. His tongue pushed into my mouth, and I opened, letting him take what he wanted from me. When his large hand gripped my thigh tightly, I moaned, wanting more. But he pulled back, breathing heavily. "I'm so sorry, I went too far." No, I spoke with barely masked desperation. 2 months was a long time to go with soft, gentle kisses and nothing more. I reached across the console and tried to pull him back to me. "It's okay." I tried to reassure him. No, no. He pressed his back into the driver's seat and took a deep breath, regaining the composure I wish he would let loose. I knew I lost the battle when he blew out a heavy breath and turned to me with a smile, reaching for my hand. "We should head in. We have reservations." "Yeah," I agreed, wondering if he could hear the disappointment in my voice. We walked into the fancy Italian restaurant. Sean always took me somewhere nice on dates. He took me to one of the highest-rated restaurants in Cincinnati for my 17th birthday earlier this month, said I deserved the best. He was one of those guys at St. Agatha's who wasn't there on a scholarship or grant. Both his parents were doctors, and Sean never worked for anything. Not that it showed in who he was as a person. He was nice and humble and always grateful for his experiences. He really was a good guy who treated me great. He just wasn't what I'd expected. I'd assumed he'd be the kind of guy who pushed for a more sexual relationship to notch onto his bedpost, and I'd held back a little in the beginning. But he'd shown me nothing but respect, maybe too much, and patience. Around everyone else, he put on a tough exterior, and I'd figured he would have been more forward with me. The shy hesitance had been a surprise, but it was easy to date him because he was in our group of friends. Not much changed in how we all hung out, except that Sean held my hand and I sat next to him at lunch rather than Kevin, at least when I couldn't help it. I always tried, selfishly, to have both boys on either side of me at lunch. Kevin was still my best friend, despite spending less time together than before. I'd devoted more time to seeing Sean, but I still looked out my window every night, hoping to at least get a goodnight smile from my friend. Even though we weren't around each other all the time, we were still there for each other when needed. When we did hang out, Kevin didn't talk about Sean at all, so I'd decided to follow his lead and not say anything either. On the flip side, he never talked about any girls he was seeing. It was as though the time we spent together was our own, and no one else could enter our bubble. "I can't wait for Thanksgiving," Sean interrupted my thoughts. "Me neither, even if it is a month away. It's something to look forward to. It will be nice to have a full week break from soccer practices." "I saw you running the other day. You looked good," I said. He had too, running in only shorts. I'd been standing in the parking lot, ready to head home, when Gwen and I had stopped to drool a little. We'd watched the whole team sprint around the track with sweat dripping down their bodies. Sean always drew my eye with his killer body. A lot of the guys had lean muscles, but Sean was bulky and ripped. "Thanks, babe. The coach has been making me run more. It sucks, but it's getting easier. All the other assholes give me shit for how slow I am, but I remind them I can pin them when they least expect it." The way the guys ribbed on each other always entertained me. It was attractive to me to see Sean take everything in stride. Besides, me being bigger means I can intimidate the other team when they try and score, and block more of the goal. "There you go. Way to look at the bright side," I said with an exaggerated nod. "You should come to practice sometime." I wouldn't want to interfere. "Nonsense. I'd love to have you there. It would give me a reason to show off and try harder." "All right, but only if you promise there's a possibility of you pinning me." It was a forward comment that I hid within a joke, but I just wanted to try and see if I could get him to react. "I'll see what I can make happen," he said, running a hand through his hair. Honestly, I avoided practices because I didn't want to take a chance getting caught staring at Kevin. I was giving it my all to make it work with Sean because Kevin and I were friends, and it would never go beyond that. It was fine and what I wanted, but it didn't stop the attraction I felt toward him. So instead, I tried to focus on Sean. But with both of them flaunting their bodies together, I didn't want to find out, with everyone watching, which one drew my eye more. Also, Sean and Kevin were close friends, but I could tell Sean was a little bothered with how close I was to Kevin. He would casually ask how much I talked to him, or if we ever hung out since we lived next door to each other. I'd decided to be vague, not going into detail about how often we met out on the loungers by his pool or up on the roof to talk about our days. It was less than before, so it could be considered not much. I ignored the little voice in my head that was calling me a liar. Sean started telling me a story about how the guys pranked Isaac and hid his clothes from him while he was in the shower. And I reminded myself how good it was to sit there and laugh with someone who was so good to me. So what if he didn't light my world on fire? So what if it was 2 months and we were still softly kissing like it was our first time? I liked Sean, and there was more to a relationship than my odd desires. Sean walked me to my door and said goodnight with a chaste kiss on my cheek. I stood on the stoop and waved as he drove away. Once he turned the corner, I ran over to Kevin's. We'd talked earlier and said we needed to make time to catch up this week. We'd had midterms on top of everything else and decided to watch a movie and veg in his bonus room. He said his parents wouldn't be home and he would leave the door unlocked for me. Turning the knob, I was surprised to find it locked, but shrugged it off and grabbed the key from under the planter on the side patio. I put the key back and locked the door behind me. Standing in the foyer, I listened for where he was. I made my way up the stairs when I heard music coming from his room. When I reached the landing, I froze. My heart pounded in my chest and I stopped breathing. Or maybe I was breathing too hard and too fast because my vision swam. But no amount of dizziness could hide what I saw beyond the half-open door to Kevin's room. Kevin had his pants halfway up his thighs. That was all. No shirt, no underwear, just his soft, thick penis resting over the waist of his jeans. It seemed as the whole moment was frozen, neither of us moving once he spotted me, and I just stood there staring. Chapter 10. Kevin. It wasn't until Anna's wide eyes lifted to mine that I was zapped into action and finally able to move. "Shit," I muttered, yanking up my pants and tucking my dick in. It took a minute to adjust after zipping up since I was starting to get hard from having her stare at me so intently. Anna finally dropped her eyes to the ground and began looking anywhere but through my door. I knew she was coming over, but I didn't realize she would be so early. She shifted from foot to foot, probably trying to figure out how to proceed. It wasn't every day you saw your friend's privates. A part of me wanted to joke and say that since she saw mine, that she needed to show me hers, but I didn't want to freak her out any more than she looked right then. "I'm sorry, Anna. I figured your date would take longer." She looked up and took a cautious step forward, followed by another until she was standing in my room and avoiding my stare. "Are you freaked out?" I asked, but answered before she could. "You're freaked out." She finally looked at me, and I could see the wheels turning as she tried to decide how to react. I didn't know which way she'd go. Her eyes changed first, going from cautious to smiling, and I tipped my head, wondering what was going to come out of her mouth. "I'm not freaked out," she said with a shrug. "I was just thinking that I've seen better." "Oh yeah?" I taunted, relieved she hadn't bolted. "Well, it sure as hell wasn't Sans, because I've seen him in the showers." "You checking out all the guys' junk in the shower, Kev? Is that what you're into?" "Oh, hell no. I'll show you what I'm into." I snagged her by the waist before she could take a running step away. "No, stop," she yelled, even though I hadn't even started my assault. I hauled her close and wrapped my arms around her in a bear hug, digging my fingers into her ribs. She squirmed and started laughing, pleading with me to stop. I focused on the task of tickling her and doing my best to ignore the way her soft breasts pushed against my chest. "Say I have the best dick you've ever seen," I demanded. "Say it." "No," she gasped between giggles. "Never. It's so small, I was surprised I could see it from so far." "Oomph," I grunted when a small fist landed on my ribs. She managed to squirm free, but my long legs ate up the space, and I hauled her back and tossed her onto the bed, falling on top of her to try and pin her. "Say it. Say Kevin has the most magnificent cock in the whole wide world." She was putting up a hell of a fight and would manage to squirm free because she knew where my ticklish spots were too. And her legs were so strong from dance that she kept pushing me away with them. My height was the only advantage that helped me keep her in my reach. "Fine," she sighed. I stopped to watch her and relish my win. "Kevin has the minuscule cock." She shoved me back with her legs, almost knocking me off the bed. "That's it." When she went to roll away, I grabbed her and pinned both hands under my wrists and fell with my full weight on her, pinning her legs and rendering them useless. I opened my mouth to make more demands, but when I looked down, she'd just finished shaking her hair out of her face and smiled up at me, taking my breath away. Suddenly, there was no more air in my lungs. We'd wrestled before, but it was usually in the pool and never with so much contact, or alone on a bed. All of it hit me, and I felt like my lungs would collapse from the pressure of the moment. Her smile faded, picking up on my tension, and she swallowed. I saw the way her delicate throat moved up and down with the effort. When her pink tongue sneaked out to lick at her bottom lip, I lost my battle. Not even trying to control my actions, I pressed my mouth to hers roughly, taking what I wanted. A voice in my head was screaming at me to stop, but it was drowned out by the roar of desire consuming all my senses. I pushed my tongue between her teeth, and she opened without a fight. Our tongues brushed against each other, mine with dominance and hers with a timid touch. The moan that came from her throat seeped into me, and I swallowed it whole, feeding off it. She liked it. That thought repeated like a drum in my head. She liked the way I was kissing her. She liked my loss of control. So many emotions were raging through me, but when I pulled back and bit at her lush bottom lip and she whimpered, the feeling of coming home settled in my chest, making it feel like my heart was going to burst. Of course it did. It was Anna, who accepted every part of me. From the moment my lips touched hers, it didn't cross my mind to hide who I was. My body urged me to push more, and I did. Again, the voice tried to break through the fog and get me to stop. Instead, I moved both wrists to one hand, relishing the feel of her soft skin within my grip. I squeezed around her fragile bones and swallowed her gasp from the pressure. Using my free hand, I glided it down her body and gripped her full ass, shifting her so I could wedge myself more firmly between her thighs, bared by her dress riding up. Testing my limits, I pushed myself into her, grinding on her. I pulled back and watched the desire flare in her eyes. Needing more, I dropped my head and bit my way down her neck, completely opposite of the soft kisses I would have bestowed on any other girl. I gave her me. Each bite elicited a cry from her parted lips, and my muscles tightened. I squeezed her wrists again, wanting to remind her that she was pinned beneath me, under my control. The idea that my hands might have left a mark for tomorrow made me push my dick harder into her core. Her damp panties began to soak through the denim of my jeans, and my control unraveled a little more. Soon, my mouth was at her collarbone and moving lower to her plump breasts. Her hard nipple brushed my chin through the thin material of her bra and dress, and I pulled back to admire it. I couldn't wait to see them, to taste them. They'd been taunting me for months. She said nothing when I looked up at her. Her blue eyes shined with trust and desire as I lowered my mouth to her peak and nipped at it. Her hips thrust up hard into mine as a cry fell from her. A growl rumbled deep in my chest and fire blazed through my limbs. I moved my mouth to the other nipple when the front door slammed. Immediately, her body stiffened beneath me. I moved back on my haunches and watched her scramble up and adjust her dress. "Shit," she muttered. "Shit, shit, shit," she repeated with her shaking hands running through her hair. I inhaled deeply, trying to regain my composure. The voice that had been trying to break through finally did, its scream echoing in my head. "You really fucked up this time. I'm sorry, Anna. Completely my fault." She looked up at my confession, her blues eyes filled with confusion and the last remnants of desire. But she clamped her lips shut and shifted her shoulders back, fortifying herself. "Don't be sorry. You're my best friend, Kevin," she said, as though it explained away what had taken place on my bed. "Don't be sorry." I blinked a few times, taking in her words. "Okay," I agreed, with a slight nod. Not sure I believed it. She leaned in and placed a lingering kiss on my forehead. "I'm going to head out the window to avoid your parents. Let's do the movie another night." Her voice was solid and strong, as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened. But I knew her, and I could still hear the slight quavering below the steel. "Yeah, okay." I was reduced to simple one-word responses until the blood redistributed out of my cock. One more nod, and then she slipped out into the night, heading back to her house. When my mom yelled that they were home, I let her know I was in my room for the night. I turned off my light, stripped from my jeans, and fell back into bed. Closing my eyes, I tried to will myself to sleep, even though it was only a little after 9. But images began rushing through my mind. I imagined if she'd stayed and what would have happened. I tried to control them, push them away, but blood was throbbing through my body to my dick, and it became impossible to ignore. Just that night. Just that night, I would give in. My hand moved under the covers and gripped the shaft of my dick, squeezing tightly before roughly pulling up and moving back down. My speed increased as the images came faster. I imagined flipping her over as she fought me and ripping her panties from her. I wanted to control her body and grip her hips as I shoved inside her. Her cries echoed in my mind as I thought about slamming into her over and over again, taking her. Just in time, I flipped the sheet back and flexed my ass as the orgasm came pouring out of me, splashing against my chest. It seemed to go on forever as I loosened the death grip I had on my cock and rode out the waves of ecstasy rolling through my body. But once the fire faded, my skin broke out in chills and my stomach cramped as I rethought what I'd just done. Not only had I jerked off to thoughts of my friend, I'd gotten off on thoughts of assaulting her. Not once did I envision gently making love to someone I cared about more than anything. Instead, I imagined fucking her, roughly, and drowning in her cries as I forced her. The thought of her struggling under me made the urge more intense. My stomach cramped again, and after wiping my cum off my chest, I curled into a ball, hoping it would ease the ache. Curling my hands together, I prayed to God to help me push the thoughts away, to help me be normal. Chapter 11. Anna. Fuck, fuck, fuck. The words were a chant in my head as I dashed across the lawn and in through my front door, falling against it once it was closed. "Hey, sweetie, how was your date?" my mom asked from her perch on the couch. She leaned back, cradling a glass of wine and watching television. "How's Sean?" "Good." I took a minute to catch my breath. "Good. He's good. I'm good. Date was good." She squinted, probably wondering why I kept stuttering out good. "Everything okay?" she asked slowly. "Yeah, sure. Why? Other than the fact that you came barreling in the house like you were being chased." She paused, giving me time to explain. I couldn't come up with a valid excuse, so I just smiled. "Everything with Sean okay?" "With Sean? Yeah. Everything was great with Sean, other than the fact that he had the worst girlfriend in the entire world. However, things with Kevin were in wild chaos, and I was still caught in a spiraling motion, unable to process anything. I took a deep breath and tried to calm down enough. "Yeah, Mom, things are great. Sean took me to dinner, and it was, as usual, very nice." That seemed to appease her. "Good. I'm glad you had a good time. He's such a nice boy. You two are lucky to have found each other." She lifted her glass to her lips, and I took the opportunity to head to my room. I opened the door without turning the light on and looked out my window to Kevin's. The lights were out. Sadness hit me that I wouldn't be able to wave goodnight like we did most nights. But then relief followed because I didn't know what I felt, and I wasn't even sure I was able to lift my hand and wave at him after what had just happened. Leaving the lights out, I stripped out of my dress and put on a nightshirt. My heart raced as I fell into bed, not slowing even after 15 minutes. Staring at the ceiling, I brought my hands to my puffy lips. They tingled from the force he'd kiss me with. My hands began taking stock of how my body felt in the places he'd touched me. Once they were done with my lips, they moved to my wrists. I wondered if I turned on the light, if I would be able to see red marks from where he'd gripped me so hard. They skimmed down my neck to where he bit me. Bit me. I still couldn't believe it. My sweet friend, Kevin, my best friend, had bit his way down my neck and kissed me in a way that I'd only dreamed of when I touched myself. Hurt me in a way that I'd only thought of in the dark of night, where it was easier to fall asleep, rather than dwell on how dirty I felt imagining things a lady didn't normally imagine. But he had. Kevin had pinned me down and taken what he'd wanted. As my fingers reached my chest, the thud of my heart greeted them. It beat in fear of what the night meant for us, but mainly it beat with excitement. My nipples peeked under my shirt, remembering his mouth on them, nibbling, sucking, biting, his eyes never leaving mine, almost as if he was daring me to even try and stop him. I wondered how far it would have gone had his parents not come home. I'd felt his hardness grinding against me, making me wet. My fingers reached my panties, and I stroked the soft cotton, imagining that he felt the wetness seeping into his jeans. I didn't need to use my imagination about what he looked like. The images of his thick penis resting above his jeans was forever burned in my mind. My fingers moved under my panties and rubbed through my slick pussy, rising to rub at my clit. What would he have done to me? Would he have ripped my panties from me? Would he have taken me? What if I'd tried to fight him off? Would he have still pinned me, leaving marks on my body as he held my hips in place and fucked me? Would he have gone slow? Or would he have pushed in all at once, swallowing my cries as he fucked me the way he seemed to want, not concerned with my pleasure? I rubbed faster, circling in closer to my bud, biting my lip to hold back my cries. My other hand traveled back up my body, pinching my nipples and pulling to the point of pain, extending them as far as they could go. I imagined him flipping me over and pushing my face in the pillow to hide my cries of pain mixed with ecstasy as he fucked me. I could almost hear the crack of his hand against my ass. The fantasy was so real behind my eyes. And I came, my toes digging into the mattress, pinching the sheets between them, flexing my ass, riding the orgasm roaring through me. The grip I had on my nipple loosened, and my circling fingers slowed, coming down from my high. But nothing could slow down the fall. As the throb in my core ebbed, I slammed back to reality and felt engulfed in an ocean of shame. Kevin was my friend. Who did that? Who got off to their friend? Who imagined the disgusting things I imagined? Who wanted that? Whores, that's who. Porn stars and sluts. I swallowed the large lump clogging my throat as I imagined anyone knowing what dirty things rolled through my mind. But Kevin liked it. Shaking my head and squeezing my eyes shut against the burn, I brushed the thought away. Kevin was probably caught up in the moment, and just because he'd bit me a little didn't mean he would take me like that. He was sweet and caring, and he would never treat me like that. God, he must have thought how easy I was. I didn't need a mirror to realize how red my face must have been, creeping up from my neck and burning my cheeks. Sean. All the reasons the night was a huge mistake just kept hitting me, one after another. I didn't know what to do about Sean. I didn't know what to do about Kevin. I didn't know what to do about myself. The first tear slipped down my cheek, and I curled onto my side, praying for sleep so I could escape my perverted mind and all that was wrong with it. School was a mess the whole damn day. I'd avoided Kevin while simultaneously being around him. When I would look up at him, he was staring at me with furrowed brows, and I would immediately look away again. When we sat at lunch, I made sure to have at least 2 people between us. I did my best not to talk to him because I was so unsure of what to say. And when it was unavoidable, it was awkward and stilted. With Sean by my side, my body was stiff and tense. He deserved so much more than what I'd done, but I didn't know how to handle it. Sitting at the round table, I almost choked on my sandwich when Gwen spoke up.
"What the hell is going on with you guys?" she asked, pointing a finger between me and Kevin. "You haven't talked to each other all day. Did you have a fight?" I dropped my chin to my chest, hoping my face didn't betray me, and scoffed. "No. Kevin." My throat closed on his name, and I tried again. "Kevin and I don't have to talk all the time." "We know," Chloe chimed in. "You just don't ever not talk. Anna and I never fight." Kevin's deep voice reached across the table and urged me to acknowledge him. Hesitantly, I did, and met his pleading gaze. I knew it must have hurt him that I had avoided him, but I didn't know how to act normal. "Well, if you ever do, you know I have your back, babe. I can kick Kevin's ass." Sean placed his hand on mine and leaned in to kiss the side of my head. With his lips pressed to the skin at my temple, I held Kevin's stare, trying to decipher the emotions rolling across his dark eyes. His chest rose with a deep breath before he released me from his gaze, his easy mask slipping in place. "You can try, asshole." Sean took the bait, and the table full of our friends fell into their usual banter. I managed to avoid Kevin for the rest of the day. I didn't look over at the soccer fields when the other girls talked about the boys running shirtless again as we walked to our cars. I put my blinders on and got the hell home. Sitting at the desk in my room, I stared over at Kevin's window rather than focusing on my homework. Thinking of the previous night sent chills of adrenaline through my body, and rather than pushing them away, I welcomed them, hoping they would somehow make me immune when I thought of the way he'd kissed me. I stared at his dark room and imagined our friendship ending over one stupid incident. I thought about how I wouldn't have any more late-night talks with him, how every look would be filled with pain at everything we lost because of a stupid kiss that got out of control because of a stupid tickle fight. It only took about 15 minutes to decide I needed to do whatever it took to fix this. Kevin was my best friend, and nothing was more important than that.
not even being kissed in a way that felt like coming home. I grabbed my hoodie and ran out of my house, heading over to his backyard to wait for him by the pool, like we did most nights after practice. I'd sat there for about an hour before I heard a car door. 5 minutes later, and I heard the sliding glass door and the shuffle of shoes on the pavement. I didn't look at him as he got closer. My eyes remained on the sky when he scooted the lounger closer to mine and lay down. His sigh spoke more words than I was willing to say, so I stayed silent, just enjoying his presence beside me. "Hey," he whispered. His one word was all it took to break the dam on my thoughts. I didn't want to waste time on pointless conversation. Let's not let this change anything. You're my best friend, and nothing is more important than that. It was too dark to read his eyes well enough, but he blinked, and I thought I saw him flinch. But he didn't refute it or try to talk me out of it. He just reached across the space between us and linked his pinky with mine, giving me one word that released me from the panic of losing him. Okay. Chapter 12. Kevin. Despite our agreement to not let that night affect our friendship, I couldn't help it. It seemed to be my own inner turmoil because she moved on like nothing had happened. Or maybe she was just as good as me at hiding it. But no matter how much I tried to convince myself that it wasn't different, it was. I'd always noticed how beautiful and amazing Anna was, but that night had added a new layer to our relationship. Or maybe it had stripped away the blinders I'd worn around her. Either way, the new revelation into how her lips felt and how her gasps of pleasure tasted seemed to affect every decision I made. I began hooking up with more girls, telling myself that I wasn't thinking about Anna. It was like I had something to prove, that if I could be with someone else, then I was fine. I began assessing every look Sean gave me, wondering if maybe she'd told him, or he'd been able to pick up on the tension radiating off me when I was around Anna. I ignored the way my heart raced a little bit faster than before as I rushed home from practice, hoping to end the night talking to her, whether it be on the phone or lying next to her on the patio with our pinkies linked. I was in hell trying to keep up with the chaos raging inside me, trying to portray a normal front. After a month, I decided it was enough and made myself take the long way home rather than rush to see her. I planned to go straight to the bonus room and maybe even sleep there so I wasn't tempted to look out the window and see if she was home. I needed space if I was going to survive. But when I got home, I'd gone to my room because I was sure I needed something, and I just happened to look out the window across the yard. My heart froze. Then it pounded harder and harder, my chest barely containing it in its attempt to reach Anna. She was sitting on her bed, slouched and staring down at her phone. Her shoulders were shaking, and when she lifted her hand to wipe her cheek, I tossed my plan to avoid her out the window and grabbed my phone. Me. Her head jerked up to me standing at my window, and even across the distance, I could see her red eyes and downturned lips. My chest pinched at seeing her in pain. I didn't know what had happened, but I hurt for her and wanted to do everything in my power to make it better. At her nod, I ran down to the front door and waited. It was raining, so I knew she wouldn't climb the patio. I opened the door and rushed her upstairs to avoid my parents. When we entered the bonus room, I sat her down on the couch and faced her, putting my hands on her wet cheeks and lifted her face for me to see. "Anna." It escaped on a whisper, full of pain. My friend was hurting, and I hated it. "What happened?" She sniffled and took a deep breath, trying to stop the flow of tears. "Apparently, my dad has a new girlfriend and talked to my mom." I winced, knowing how much anything related to her dad was hard on her. I couldn't imagine how much it hurt to hear he had a girlfriend. "I'm spending Christmas with them this year, so I can meet her. I have no choice in the matter. My mom said I needed to spend time with my father since I'd only seen him a couple times in the past year. What she didn't say was that she was going to be able to go on a cruise with some old friends since I'd be gone." Her voice wobbled the whole way through, but my strong Anna held it together. "How long?" I asked. "The whole 2 weeks." Fuck, I was going to miss her. It sucked, and there wasn't much to say to make it better. I didn't bother offering her a hollow "I'm sorry." So instead of trying to find the right words in a shitty situation, I moved next to her on the couch and pulled her into my arms. Fuck staying away. She was my friend and needed me. That trumped everything else I could possibly feel. Nice try, fucker, Sean joked when I missed a shot on goal. Whatever, it was a half-assed attempt at best. A 2-year-old could have stopped that goal. We stood around catching our breath when someone asked Sean about Anna. "You tapped that yet, Hurst?" He laughed and shrugged. "Not yet, man." "You pussy," someone else taunted. My muscles tensed at how they were discussing Anna. "No pussy here," Sean argued. "Just because we aren't fucking doesn't mean we aren't doing other things." He winked. "You gonna set the moves over Christmas break?" Fuck, did they not realize I was right fucking there, listening to them discuss tapping my friend? And fuck Sean for allowing them to talk about her like that. I don't think so. She's been quiet this past week. When I try to make plans over break, she just turns me down or changes the subject. He ran a frustrated hand through his hair. I don't know if she's avoiding me or what, but it sucks. I want to see my girl over Christmas.
If you know what I mean? The guys laughed at his meaning, and I'd had enough. It's because she's spending it with her dad in Tennessee. She doesn't want to talk about it because she's pissed, I said, not even looking up from zipping up my back. When I stood, it was to silence, and I looked around, my eyes landing on Sean's confused face. Why would she tell you that, and not me? His question was low and filled with frustration. I don't know. Did you ask her? I felt a little protective of Anna after hearing them, and maybe I felt some pride in the fact that she told me and not him. Maybe she just feels more comfortable with me. I went too far. I knew it when Sean clenched his jaw. He was one of my closest friends, but a part of me was filled with jealousy. This was the guy that was stealing my time with my best friend. But Sean was my friend too, and I shouldn't have taunted him. He was her boyfriend, even if he was being an asshole. Oh, trust me, Harding, I meet all of her needs, and she sure as hell feels comfortable enough to let me. He stepped into my space, and I held my ground, holding his stare. He stepped a little closer, bumping my chest with his. "Jealous?" he whispered. "Of what you do with your tiny dick?" "Nah," I shrugged. I wasn't prepared for the shove and almost fell back on my ass. Just because you've had a hard-on for Anna and never acted on it doesn't mean you get to come in and get her now, he growled, coming at me again. My resentment over all the nights I hadn't gotten together with Anna, the past couple of months where I'd been haunted by the feel of her skin and the sound of her pleasure, came roaring to the surface. Feelings I'd suppressed to keep my friendship with her like it always was rose to the surface, seeking an outlet. Scared, Hurst? Scared you don't have what it takes to keep her? Fuck you. You had your chance. He shoved me again, but I was ready and didn't stumble that time and shoved him right back. The next thing I knew, we were locked onto each other. I know how you look at her, asshole, but she's mine. He choked out, despite my arm around his neck. He kicked my shin and knocked me down. I slammed my shoulder into his stomach and shoved him back as he wrapped his arms at my waist from above me. I was waiting for the moment we took it to the ground when more hands reached in and began pulling us apart. We were both sweating and breathing heavily, scowling at each other as our teammates held us apart. What a fucking mess. Sean jerked out of their hold and snatched up his bag. He began walking backward off the field, his finger pointed at me. Stay the fuck away from my girl. Chapter 13. Anna. Hey babe, just calling to let you know I landed. I hate that I don't get to see you, Sean said. Again. I know, me too. Trust me, this is the last place I want to be. And I'm sorry again that I didn't tell you sooner. It's okay, I know it's hard for you to talk about your dad. But he didn't know. The only reason he knew was because apparently Kevin had told him, which was my fault. I just didn't want to burden Sean with my issues and didn't know how to mention it and still avoid any questions he would have had. And I'd had Kev to talk to.
I could get it off my chest with him and let it all go. In the moment, telling only Kev hadn't felt like a big deal. Until Sean had called, raging about how he didn't want me to talk to Kevin anymore. I'd laughed at such an absurd request, but the silence on the other end of the line had told me I was the only one who found it funny. I'd swallowed in fear at his dead silence. Had he somehow found out about me kissing Kevin? Had Kevin told him? I'd managed to stutter a why past my numb lips, and he'd asked me why I hadn't told him about my dad. His answer had thrown me for such a loop because that wasn't the response I expected. By the end of the conversation, I'd been so relieved that he hadn't found out about our kiss, I never asked again why he didn't want me talking to Kevin. And how funny that I'd been prepared to explain that night away as a simple kiss. What a liar I was. When I saw Kevin later that night, I'd asked him what had happened, but he just shrugged it off, saying it was a bunch of testosterone out of control. Either way, I'd had to take a few days to soothe Sean and let him know that nothing was going on between me and Kevin and that I wasn't pulling away from him. I also stood very firm on the fact that I wasn't going to stop talking to Kevin and promised to be more open with him. I also promised to call him every day I was gone. "I miss you," he crooned through the line. "Me too. Listen, I should get my bag and find my ride. I'll call you later." "Okay, babe, have fun." Chuckling, I pocketed my phone. Fun? Yeah, right. Pulling up to my old home felt strange. I hadn't been back since we'd moved. The only time I'd seen my dad was when he was traveling to Cincinnati or somewhere nearby that I could go and meet him. Looking up at the large stucco facade, it no longer felt like home. It looked like a prison, and the thought squeezed my chest. The taxi driver unloaded my suitcases and left, having already been paid by my dad. A tall blonde opened the door as I was rolling my bags up the sidewalk. I looked her up and down, taking in her black slacks and eggshell cashmere sweater, topped off with a strand of pearls and an excited smile. I couldn't help but feel even more detached from the house as she perched herself in the doorway as if she were queen of the manor. This was no longer my home. This was now her home, and I was only a guest. "Welcome, Annabelle. It's so nice to finally meet you. I've heard so much about you. Your pictures don't do you justice. You've been blessed with such beauty." Frozen. I was frozen to the spot with a dumbfounded look frozen on my face. Nothing came out of my mouth as I stood 3 steps below her, blinking like a deaf mute. "Annabelle." My father's voice boomed through the open doors before he appeared. "Hey, sweetheart, I'm glad you made it okay. Was your flight smooth?" My gaze flicked to his, and I was still only able to nod. "Good, good. Let's get you settled." He grabbed my bags and moved them into the foyer, where a housekeeper took it upstairs. "Anna, I want you to meet Shayla," he said, gesturing to the bubbly blonde. Hesitantly, I stuck my hand out and muttered a simple, "Hey." Nonsense. She knocked my hand away and pulled me into a hug. And we were touching. I think my hands tapped her back. Maybe. It must have appeased her, because she pulled me back and looked me over. "Why don't you run upstairs and get settled? We'll have dinner in a couple of hours. I can't wait to talk to you more." My dad patted me on the shoulder as I walked past, heading for the stairs. "I'll see you at dinner. Welcome home." "Do you need me to show you the way?" Shayla offered excitedly. Pausing on the second step, I turned slowly and spoke with a dry voice. "No, Shayla, I think I can find my way." I turned and headed for my room. Home? Yeah, right. This was no longer my home. Walking in the door to my old room, I looked around. It was now a guest room, stripped of everything that once held anything about me. Most of it I had taken to Ohio, and I guessed the rest was packed away. Hell, maybe Shayla tossed it when she decorated her home. I pulled my phone from my pocket and flopped down on the bed. Me. "Kidnap me, please." Kevin. "That bad?" Me. "Worse." Kevin. "I'm on my way." Even though his response made me laugh, it made my chest ache more. I missed home. I missed Kevin. Me. "I wish." Kevin. "Anytime you need me, I'm a phone call away." Just get through this and then you can come home and I can kick your ass in twisted metal all night long. Me, now you wish. Kevin. Dinner was a bigger mess than I could have imagined. Shayla was decked out in heels and a silk dress. My mom had always expressed one should look one's best, but she also knew how to relax and enjoy a family dinner.
I wanted to remind Shayla it was just dinner and to let her hair down, but I wasn't sure she'd get it. She seemed a little spacey. She was also sporting the entire jewelry section of a Lifeway Christian store. A gold cross necklace, gold cross earrings, and when she lifted her wine glass, I saw a gold cross ring. It should have been all the warning I needed for her next question, but it still baffled me somehow. So, do you like church? She asked as a woman made her way around the table serving our food. What was this place? Who were all these people helping to run the house? When we lived here, my mom took care of everything. What the hell was going on? Because we go to church a couple of times a week. I couldn't stop the raised eyebrows I directed at my dad. He'd never gone to church with us. Seeing my reaction, she continued, "Well, I do. Richard comes when he can. He's a very busy man. He's a very non-religious man. He'd hated church when Mom had made him go. I mainly go for the big holidays, like Christmas and Easter, since I'm a good Catholic like that," I said, joking. Her eyes bugged out a little. Oh, she clutched her cross, worrying it between her fingers, probably saying some Hail Marys for me. Well, we're Baptist, and we take our religion very seriously. Once again, my eyes moved to my father as I drank from my glass. He'd been quiet since we sat down and left me to deal with Shayla as he focused on cutting his steak. Interesting. It was the only response I could come back with. What the hell was I supposed to say? Dinner regressed from there. The food was great, probably made by some five-star chef Shayla had hired, but the conversation was stilted when it came from me or my dad. Shayla did her best to carry on throughout dinner, telling me about her Bible study and how she spent her time redecorating the house, but I didn't care. I just wanted it to be done and go to my room, or better yet, to go home, my real home. Kevin, maybe the next time she drags you to church, you can pray for some kind of divine intervention and you won't have to go. Me, I would have taken an apocalyptic ending over today. Kevin, that bad? She talked about her sex life, with my father. I'm not laughing, I swear. Ugh, fuck you. I'm going to search for a new friend when I get home. Ha, yeah, right. Okay, I may regret it, but curiosity is killing me. What torturous old lady tales did she tell you? Does she have a swing? Tell me she has a sex swing. I hate you. Spoil sport. Okay, fine. I'll send you pictures of her in her lingerie. I'm sure you'll see some old lady boob. I'd go blind. Fine, you win. I always do. When do you get in? I changed my flight and I'm now leaving right after Christmas rather than staying the whole break. I said I wanted to spend New Year's with friends. That's awesome. So I leave in 2 days and got the earliest flight out of here. I should be home before dinner. I can't wait to see you. Miss you, eh? Miss you too. Merry Christmas Eve. Merry Christmas Eve. You come home today. Praise Jesus, hallelujah. Did Shayla brainwash you with all that church? Ha, ha, she wishes. Save my poor Catholic soul. Heathen, I bet she prayed for you every night. May the devil depart her body. Me, don't ever repeat it, but she wasn't that bad. I still hate her for taking my mom's place in my dad's life. But I guess this time she wasn't bad. Mum's the word. You okay? Yeah, just ready to get home. Anyone in particular picking you up from the airport? My mom. How about I come get you? Save her the trip. You don't have to. I want to. Okay, thanks. I'll let her know. I'm going to tackle hug the shit out of you. I'll be sure to brace myself. Change of plans, I'm coming home today. Hey babe, that's great. What time will you get in? I should be home before dinner. Cool. Maybe we can get together before school starts back up. You know how it goes. Super busy with family over the holidays, but I'll make time for my girl. Thank you. And I would love to see you. Miss you. Miss you too. Chapter 14. Kevin.
The beginning of the year seemed to fly by. Anna and I had hung out the night she got back from Tennessee, but since then it had been sporadic. On New Year's Eve, my family had traveled to Columbus to spend it with my aunt and her family. It was fun, but the whole night I'd missed Anna. The tension that had spiked before Christmas break had simmered down. He came over before school started to talk it over and hang out. We'd handled our problems like men and duked it out on the PlayStation. By the end of the night, we'd snuck a couple of beers from the fridge and downed them while we ate pizza. Since then, everything had gone back to normal. Thank God, since the soccer season had started back up, and we needed to focus on being a team. Nice shot, Harding, Sean shouted from the goal. I felt bad for the other 3 you missed, so I let that one go in. You couldn't have stopped that if I told you what I was doing before I did it. And those other 3 were just warm-up for that ass whooping I just gave you. Too bad you need a warm-up. I'm hot right off the press. Just ask Anna. I let the comment roll off my back because in our conversation earlier, he'd let me know that things were moving slow with Anna. There wasn't much hot going on when they were together. I ran backward towards center field and flipped him off. Fuck you, Hurst. You wish. When's the last time you got laid anyways, Harding? You desperate enough to let a man do that job for you? If I was, I wouldn't be coming to your little sissy ass. That's enough, boys, our coach interrupted from the sidelines. We gonna play soccer or bitch at each other? Sean wasn't wrong, however. It had been a while since I'd gotten laid, or gotten any action at all. It was April, and the last time I'd hooked up had been in March. It had been the first game of the season, and she was from the opposing team school. I'd figured I wouldn't have had to see her again. It hadn't gone well. It hadn't even started well. I let it happen because she came on strong, and I was depressed watching my teammates couple up. I hadn't seen Anna all week, and there she was at the game giving all her attention to Sean, which was what she was supposed to do since he was her boyfriend. It hadn't stopped me from being jealous. So when this hot chick came up to me, tugging down her already low-cut shirt and whispered in my ear that she loved the way I played, I'd asked her to come to the local diner with some friends afterward. Her hand had been glued to my upper thigh through the whole meal, and her pinky ventured higher on each sweep. I almost jumped out of my seat when she got brave enough and cupped my junk through my jeans. She'd left and leaned in. Take me out to your car and let me see what feels so great under my hand. I'd made hasty excuses to the guys and drove to a park nearby. She was bold, and maybe I'd let myself go a little too far and enjoy the feel of so much attention, but halfway through, I'd squeezed her hips tight, loving the way her soft flesh gave way under my fingers, until she shouted out in pain and leveled me with an accusatory glance that punched me right in the chest. She must have thought I was a monster, an abuser. The wave of disgust in myself washed over me, making me go soft. I'd needed out of that car and away from the girl. I'd ended up faking an orgasm and getting her off with my hand and taking her home. She gave me her number, but I had no intention of calling her. She'd left a lasting mark on my self-confidence. I didn't need another go. Plus, I'd only given in to her because she went to another school.
If anything had gotten out about me and how I'd acted with her, I had a chance of it not spreading like wildfire that the senator's son was a freaky, abusive asshole. We'd had enough scandal at our school. I hadn't wanted to add to it. "Hey, the girls are here." Isaac's voice distracted me from my thoughts. I looked up into the stands and saw Jane, Gwen, Chloe, and Anna watching the scrimmage. I waved at Anna and tried not to be disappointed when she quickly turned her attention to Sean. He was her boyfriend, and she seemed happy. If I was a good friend, I'd swallow my jealousy and be supportive of my 2 closest friends. Instead, I clenched my fists and forced myself to turn back to the game. I was a fucking mess. We scrimmaged 3 more rounds before practice ended. As I approached the bench to collect my bag, I heard one of the guys on the team talking to Sean. "You gonna ask her?" "Hell yeah, I am." Sean cleared the metal bench, shoving equipment and backpacks to the ground, then climbed up on it. "Anna," he shouted, "my teddy bear, apple of my eye, sun in my sky, the beat to my heart, the syrup to my pancakes." "That doesn't even make sense," Isaac murmured below him.
Sean gave him a shove with his foot before continuing. Will you do me the greatest honor of going to prom with me? Anna laughed along with the other girls. You're a mess, Sean. Is that a yes? I think it's a yes. He looked around at us. Guys, did you hear? He threw his hand over his chest and bellowed, She said yes. Anna shook her head. Yes, Sean, it's a yes. He hopped down from the bench and did a victory lap around the field, pumping his arms like a lunatic. Even I had to laugh. I couldn't be mad at him for taking up her time because he was a good guy, and he always managed to make us all laugh. Anna deserved to have a nice guy like that, not someone like me. Jane, you going to our prom with your boyfriend or his prom? I asked, after the girls left the stands to join us on the field. Everyone paired off, except Jane and me, since we were the only ones without partners in the group. We broke up last month. Oh, sorry to hear that. Although, to be honest, she didn't seem very broken up about it. Shit happens. I'm 17. It's not like I was going to marry him. Her answer made me wonder if asking her to prom casually could work. She didn't seem too attached, like if I asked her, she'd assume we were dating or anything. What the hell? At least if I went with her, I wouldn't have to be alone. You want to go to prom together? I mean, it's not a fancy, crazy proposition like Sean's, but I figured we could go as friends. I'd barely got the words out before she agreed. Hell yeah! I'd not pursued Jane because she was in our group of friends, and the more this sick desire plagued me, the more afraid I was of someone finding out. God forbid I go out with Jane and we mess around and I slip up, freak her out, and she tells everyone what a psycho I am. Then what? They'd probably all accuse me of being an abusive dick. It was bad enough that I'd already lost control with Anna. I watched her and Sean walking toward the parking lot, his arm around her shoulder. Anna was my best friend, and mistake or not, she'd never tell anyone. Chapter 15. Anna, Mom, enough with the pictures. She snapped at least 13 more before I could get away. I can't help it. My baby girl looks gorgeous, so grown up. She covered her mouth as tears filled her eyes. Mom, I laughed at how emotional she was getting. Stop. Okay. I'm going to get ready for dinner with my friends, but I'll be over to take pictures of you and Sean before you leave. Now go on. She shooed me out the door. Okay, love you, Mom. Love you too. I made my way over to Kevin's house where we were all meeting up for the limo to pick us up. Isaac's SUV sat in the driveway, which meant the guys were already there. I stepped inside and was greeted by Kevin coming down the stairs. Seeing him in a tuxedo with his hair swooped back had me pausing with my hand frozen on the open door. Hey, he whispered, looking me up and down. His eyes felt like a caress as they scraped over my nearly exposed chest. My dress was a pale, barely there pink, with a floor-length chiffon skirt and a lacy fitted top that had the perfect amount of sparkle. The V neckline showed just the right amount of cleavage, but in the back, it dipped so low, you could see almost my whole spine. It hadn't felt too risque until I stood wrapped in Kevin's stare. The silence stretched between us as we took each other in. Unable to handle it anymore, I closed the door and tossed out a joke. I guess you'll do. He came the rest of the way down the stairs and stood in front of me. Even in heels, I had to look up to him. We were only a foot apart, yet I felt a pull, like I was fighting to not step any closer or I would fall into his chest. Ill? He asked, quirking an eyebrow, his voice low and deep. I guess. Maybe if I took a step closer, took a deep breath, and let my chest brush against his, I could have pretended it was an accident. Just a small brush to ease the tug between us. His long fingers grazed my cheek as he tucked a strand of fallen hair behind my ear. Chills spread from the point of contact down my spine. Biting my lip, I breathed him in. His scent, all classic boy with a dash of cologne, called out for me to reach for him, to support myself against him. Just a step closer. There's my girl. Sean came barreling out of the kitchen and down the hallway. Out of my way, Harding. He pushed Kevin aside and swooped me up in a hug, kissing my temple before setting me down. And taking me in. Hot. Damn. I'm going to have the hottest girl at prom. I'm one lucky bastard. Sean did wonders for my self-confidence, even though we'd been dating almost a year and had done little more than some heavy petting. But that wasn't important. Nope. Sean pulled me into his arms just as the door opened and the rest of the girls entered in a whirlwind of sparkle and perfume. It wasn't long before we were outside taking more pictures. Gwen and Isaac looked like they could be in a magazine with their picture-perfect looks. Sean picked me up and we laughed through our pictures despite how many times my mom asked for a serious pose. Chloe looked almost bored with her date, poor guy, and Jane clung to Kevin like a leech. I ignored the way she kept reaching for his hand and pressing it lower on her back. She'd been trying to get with him for the past year, and it made me feel, I don't know. I brushed it away because it shouldn't have made me feel anything. I was saved from sinking too far into my thoughts when the limo pulled up. "Okay, kids, enjoy the after party," Kevin's dad said. This year, there was a Vegas-themed all-nighter that started immediately after the prom to entice us not to go out drinking and partying. It worked because we got fake money to gamble with and plenty of options to keep us busy, from watching movies to playing on inflatables. And please don't do anything that could get me in trouble in the office on Monday. "No videos," he pointed at all the guys. "Dad," Kevin said, clearly embarrassed. "Hey, one sex tape scandal is enough for the Ohio government. We promise, Mr. Harding, none of us upstanding gentlemen are into the freaky stuff like Prince was," Isaac said, holding up 3 fingers. "Scout's honor." Sean smacked Isaac's hand down. "That's the sign for the Girl Scouts, dude." Kevin's dad rolled his eyes at the guy's antics. He knew he didn't have to warn us, but he did anyway. "Kevin," his mother called after us as we piled into the limo, "call us if anything comes up. We'll be back in the morning." We took about 500 more pictures in the limo and during dinner, which was amazing. The only thing not so amazing was how Sean had been distracted by his phone. I tried to get his attention throughout dinner, but I kept losing it. At one point, I'd put my hand on his knee and slowly moved it up before he jerked and halted my progress with his hand.
Moving it to the top of the table. "What?" I asked innocently. "It's the tux, isn't it?" He pulled at his jacket and gave me a wink. Irresistible. "It's all you, baby." He leaned in and placed a soft kiss on my cheek. Always soft. Part of me wanted to reach up, pull him down, and kiss the living hell out of him, but I refrained, remembering the one time I'd tried to encourage him. He'd kissed me goodnight, and I jokingly kind of told him to pull my hair and take what he wanted. Instead, he'd pulled back, looked at me like I'd lost my mind, and then laughed it off. It hurt, and it had left its mark. When we reached the convention center where prom was taking place, we snagged a table and put our purses down. Immediately, the girls all headed out to the dance floor. Too often, I'd turn to find Sean staring at his phone or looking around the room. When we were hot and tired, we went back to the table to munch on some of the party snacks and drinks. We repeated the same process for another hour. Some of the girls even got the guys up to dance with them. Jane looked like she was performing a private dance for Kevin in the middle of the floor. My insides cringed watching how forward she was, but the other girls cheered her on. She'd always seemed so quiet and shy, but she was pulling out all the stops for Kevin's attention. I even got Sean to get up and dance one dance with me. He was a horrible dancer, but he made up for it with exuberance, jumping up and down and giving it his all. Maybe I was being hard on him, and he wasn't really that distracted. But the next song, he returned to the table. I danced with Gwen and Chloe, and then, needing another break, I went back to join my date. He pulled me down on his lap. "Having fun?" he asked. "It's always fun to get all dolled up and dance with friends." I moved his hand to my hip. "And to have a handsome man at my side?" I whispered in his ear. Maybe I was getting desperate for his attention. When a slow song came on, I leaned down and pecked his lips before asking, "Dance with me?" He opened his mouth to answer, but his phone went off again, and he turned to check the screen. "Maybe next song, babe. Let me go get drinks," he said without even looking up. He patted my hip and then moved me to the next seat before taking off. A burn began in the back of my eyes at the brush-off.
Swallowing the lump in my throat, I leaned back in the chair and watched the other couples dance. One song bled into two, then three, and four. Still, Sean hadn't returned. A few times Kevin would catch my eye and gesture for me to come dance with him, but I waved his offer away. When he attempted to shimmy in my direction to lure me over, I laughed, but it hurt, squeezing past the pain of having my date leave me there alone. I rose and went to the bathroom, killing time while I waited for my missing date. From the lobby outside the ballroom, I could see Sean still hadn't returned to our table, so I decided to call him. I leaned against the wall and waited for him to answer. I listened to the ringing in my ear, straightening up when I heard the ringing also coming from behind the door to the stairwell next to me. When the ringing stopped, I called again, thinking the first time was just a coincidence. Again, the ringing echoed behind the door. I pushed the door open slowly, despite the feeling in my gut that nothing good was going to be on the other side. My heart sank. Actually, it didn't sink. It plummeted and crashed at my feet, taking my lungs with it, which would explain why I couldn't breathe. Yeah, just like that, Sean growled, encouraging the person kneeling in front of him, head bobbing over Sean's unzipped pants. The door clicked shut behind me, and Sean's eyes shot open to see me standing there, frozen in place. Anna? Fuck. He shoved the guy away and began zipping his pants. Run, leave, go. My mind shouted at me to get the hell out of there, but my feet were rooted in place. The past month scrolled through my mind as I searched for hints that Sean had been cheating, that he was gay. The guy leaned back and dragged the back of his hand across his lips, not looking at all upset at being caught. Bitch. Anna. Sean's sharp voice cut through the fog. Say something. I couldn't. He ran his hands through his hair. Fuck, Anna. It's not what it looks like. My eyebrows shot higher at that because it was pretty damn clear what it looked like. Okay, it is what it looks like. I didn't mean for this to happen. I tried with you. I really did, but I just couldn't. And I didn't want you to find out. I didn't want anyone to find out, he rambled. Please don't tell anyone, please. He moved toward me, and that kicked me into gear. I turned and shoved at the door, only to find it locked. The fact that my escape was blocked was the final straw, and the tears began to burn the backs of my eyes. I needed to get out before I crumbled. He stood a foot away when I turned, his hands extended in a pleading gesture. Fuck you, Sean. I slapped him and took the moment of his shock to run down the stairs, praying to find an unlocked door. The bottom door gave way when I pushed, and the cool night air washed over me, chilling against my wet cheeks, and I took my first deep breath since having my insides ripped out. Thankfully, I'd brought my purse to the bathroom and had everything with me. I called a cab and was blessed with a silent driver, not the least bit interested in my quiet sobs. My mom's car was in the driveway, but it was late and she would most likely be in bed. I couldn't handle an interrogation, so I snuck up to my room and curled into a ball on my bed, finally letting the reality of it all sink in and carry me away in a sea of misery. Sean was gay, and he'd used me as a cover-up. He'd cheated on me. It was too much. The fact that he was gay was irrelevant. He'd cheated, and that hurt more than anything. He'd used me. I'd cared for him, and he'd used me. Like it was on repeat, the thought battered my already beaten heart and rang around my head until I cried myself to sleep. Hands brushed my forehead, and I rolled my face into the calloused tips. As the fog cleared, the night came rushing back, and I jerked up, hoping it wasn't Sean or some burglar. Shh, it's me, Kevin whispered. I stared up at him wide-eyed, trying to process what the hell was happening. How had he gotten there? What time was it? Looking over at the clock, I saw 11:55 glowing back at me. I came as soon as I found out you left. He sat on the edge of my bed, and my tense shoulders sagged, letting the sorrow seep in again. Anna. His soft tone broke any resistance I'd had against falling apart. My shoulders shook from the sobs, and he pulled me into his chest, doing his best to hold me together as I crumbled. I'm so sorry, A. So sorry. I didn't know how long we sat there, but when I pulled back, his shirt had a sizable wet patch. I wiped my eyes and left my head resting on his broad shoulder as he rocked us back and forth. I didn't even get to have a slow dance. I didn't know why that was the first thing I thought of, but it was. Maybe because it was the safest thing to say, and the absurdity of how stupid it was made me laugh. Kevin laughed hesitantly, probably expecting me to burst into tears again. He dropped a kiss to the crown of my head. Hold on. Standing, he looked around my room. The lights were still out, but my desk and floor were illuminated by the full moon shining in the open curtains. He grabbed my iPod and headphones from the desk and turned to me. Your mom in her bedroom? Yeah, probably. He scrolled through my iPod, pressed a few buttons, and then held out his hand. May I have this dance? Confusion contorted my face. What? Snagging my hand, he pulled me from the bed and held the headphones up before placing one in his ear and the other in mine. He clicked another button, and second-hand serenades Fall For You came through. Kevin lifted my hands around his neck and stepped closer, resting his on my lower back.
He was giving me my slow dance. More tears burned my eyes, but they were because I was so unbelievably grateful that I had been blessed with such an amazing human being. It was hard to hold on to all the anger I'd been feeling earlier when Kevin held me close and swayed me back and forth. I rested my cheek on his chest and let his heartbeat fill my other ear. My fingertips trailed up his neck and played with the longer strands brushing his collar as I let his kindness put back the pieces of me that had been broken in that stairwell. You look beautiful tonight. The words vibrated against my ear from his chest. Sean's a dick for missing out on this, for not appreciating you. I don't know what the hell he was thinking picking another girl over you. I pulled back with a furrowed brow. It took me a minute to process that Kevin didn't know that Sean was gay, that he had cheated on me with a guy. A part of me wanted to divulge Sean's secret, shout it from the rooftops, and hurt him as much as he hurt me. I wanted to, but I wouldn't. It was Sean's secret to tell, and no matter how much I hated him at that moment, I wouldn't stoop to his level, causing another person, even him, so much pain. Kevin mistook my silence for doubt and dipped his head to make sure I looked in his eyes. You are perfect, and he doesn't deserve you. He spoke with so much conviction I wanted to believe him. You're just saying that because you have to as my friend. I'm your best friend. I'll always be honest with you and tell you when you look like a mess. Somehow, he managed to make me laugh. But tonight, you were the most beautiful girl there. Staring up at him, I looked for the joke behind his eyes, but he only stared back with sincerity before leaning in and placing a gentle kiss on my lips, just a peck. Then he pulled back and let the next song play, holding me close as we danced. Chapter 16. Anna. The end of the school year passed in a blur, despite the shifts in relationships. Kevin and Sean stopped talking except for soccer for about a month. Even after the season was over, it was only minimal conversation. I think Sean regretted his actions more because it hurt his friendship with Kevin, rather than because he'd hurt me. My friendship with the girls took a hit when I found out that Chloe had known Sean was cheating on me. It took all I had to bite my tongue and not unleash a torrent of insults on her stupid, fucking, idiotic twat face. She was so damned self-centered and dumb that she didn't even see anything wrong in what she'd done, or didn't do, when she'd casually announced that she'd known but hadn't felt it was her place to tell me. Losing that closeness with my girlfriends was depressing, and I found myself missing Tennessee for the first time since I'd moved. I thought I was fitting in and was one of the girls, but when push came to shove, their loyalties lay elsewhere. It was a hard reality to accept. Then, of course, there was Jane, who was doing very little to hide her bitterness over the fact that Kevin had ditched her to chase after me. We were all a mess. It had made lunch super awkward since we all sat at the same table, still pretending nothing was wrong.
We acted like the silence between us was normal. At least we were civil to one another. We'd even managed to have another end-of-the-year party, this time with no one crying in a bathroom, even though I wouldn't mind Sean crying, maybe from a swift kick in the nuts, but I kept those ragey urges to myself. But as the summer moved on, the pain eased and my anger lessened. As I got further away from the incident, I realized I wasn't that invested in Sean. He'd made me happy and he made me laugh, but I'd had to overlook a lot of things I would have preferred in a relationship. With acceptance came relief, and I welcomed it with open arms. Once summer began, I had plenty of time to focus on my friendship with Kevin. We spent almost every day in his backyard, soaking up the sun and each other's company. Occasionally, I'd get together with Gwen, but not as often since I still had a hard time feeling comfortable around Chloe and Jane. But for the most part, Kevin and I were glued at the hip, like we would be again tonight. My mom had left early for a meeting at a charity she was involved in, and I decided to head over to Kevin's early as well. I snagged my bag with my bathing suit and a change of clothes and dashed across the lawn. I went to open the door and found it locked. When I went to grab the spare key, I was hit with a wave of déjà vu, remembering the last time I'd arrived early to greet Kevin. I opened the door and made my way upstairs. At the top, I was greeted with muted moans and grunts. For a moment, my mind raced with images of Kevin having a girl over. My stomach rolled and my face heated. I considered backing out, ignoring the whole experience so I didn't have to face whatever girl he had in his room. But I didn't. My palm reached the cool wood of the door and slowly pushed it open a crack. The thud of my heart almost drowned out the noises coming from his room. With the door opened enough, I could see Kevin leaned back in his desk chair. The sleeve of his shirt pulled tight around his straining bicep as it jerked with the force of his hand moving over his lap. Fuck. Kevin was jacking off. I should have closed the door and backed out. I was going to, but when I moved to step back, I could see the screen of his laptop. A girl was on her knees, naked, with her face pressed to the floor, cringing in pain as a man stood behind her, fucking her ruthlessly. Fucking slut, I'm gonna use this pussy until I'm done. More grunts and cries of pleasure. You fucking like that, whore? Kevin's moan drew my attention. I was mesmerized by the quick movement of his arm and the straining tension in the cords of his neck. Heat spread over my chest, down through my stomach, and settled between my legs. I squeezed my core, trying to ease the ache forming there. Beneath the throb and the ache growing by the second, another feeling settled. Relief. Sweet relief that Kevin was watching and getting off to something so crude and violent, something so dirty. Maybe that was what he needed from a relationship too. Maybe that's why I never saw him with girls. Maybe no one wanted the same things as him. Maybe he was just as scared as I was to try something most would call wrong. Maybe I wasn't so alone. The one time we'd kissed, I thought that maybe I wasn't so wrong in what I wanted to have done to me. But in the end, I'd talked myself out of it, brushing it off as the heat of the moment. I shouldn't have been standing there, watching him. I should have walked away and allowed him his privacy. But excitement coursed through me. The sexual throb urged me to push the door open wider. Nerves rolled across my stomach and electrified the beat of my heart, making it erratic. It didn't hit me how wrong it could have gone until he looked over his shoulder and his eyes widened in panic. He jerked and tried to close the computer while simultaneously putting his dick back into his pants. But he stumbled, and the computer fell, screen still open. The woman's urgent moans and the man's cruel words surrounded us, filling the shocked silence. My eyes stayed glued to the screen as Kevin stuttered out an apology. Fuck, Anna, I'm sorry. Is that what you're into? The question tumbled out. I fought a cringe that I'd asked something so personal, but I'd needed to know. It beat inside me, unrelenting in the desperation to know I wasn't alone. Is that what gets you off? I asked quietly. Forcing my eyes away from his laptop, I saw his head dropped in shame. I didn't say anything, just waited for an answer. His tense shoulders rose and fell with a deep breath. No, he grunted, before stuttering more answers. Yes, shit, fuck, it just popped up. I was clicking and not really paying attention. It was. His answer faded when he looked up at me, his face scrunched in pain. I thought I was the only one, I whispered, confessing my secret, hoping he would do the same. What? The video must have ended because the room was void of all sounds other than our breathing. I thought I was the only one who thought about that. I gestured to the computer lying on the ground. Kevin ran a hand through his hair and turned, pacing a few steps at a time. Fuck, Anna. What that was. Kevin started at least 5 more sentences, trying to process my confession and make excuses all at the same time. In the end, he stopped and let his arms fall limp at his sides. His Adam's apple moved up and down before dropping his own confession. I thought I was the only one too. I thought something was wrong with me. He moved swiftly across the room and wrapped his arms around me. No, never. Nothing could ever be wrong with you. Pulling back, he put his hands on my cheeks and lifted my face. Nothing, he whispered again. His chocolate eyes flicked across my face, and the space between us crackled with tension and unsaid words. But when my tongue slicked across my lips, he groaned, and leaning in, his mouth crashed into mine. It had been almost a year since I'd felt Kevin's lips on mine, but it could have been yesterday for how familiar it was. My scalp tingled where his long fingers pushed into my hair as he held me close, assaulting my mouth, demanding entrance with his tongue. My body lost itself in his arms, begging for him to do with me what he wanted. I didn't want to be alone in this desire anymore. I dug my fingers into the muscles of his back, breaking free of his mouth. Share this with me, I pleaded. I don't want to be alone in this anymore, Kevin. Anna, he gasped, trying to catch his breath. We can't. I can't. You're my friend. Not that he didn't want to, but that I was his friend. The very reason I wanted to do this with him. I trust you, I said, trying to coax him into giving in. Take me, Kevin. I'd barely got his name out before his lips were on mine, ravaging them in a way I'd only dreamed of in the darkest parts of the night where no one would have judged me. My heart dropped when he stepped back, sure he was going to stop and leave me with desire and desperation raging through me. Get on your knees, he commanded. What? I struggled to understand what he was saying in the haze of excitement and disappointment that he'd stopped kissing me. I said, kneel, he repeated. My heart kicked up at the deep, commanding tone, a sound I'd dreamed of being used on me. Trying to control the breaths sawing through my parted lips, I knelt. Chapter 17. Kevin. Fuck, fuck, fuck. The mix of emotions raging through me were frying my nerves. I felt too much, and my body was shaking from the inside out. Anna knelt before me, looking at me with the same lust and nerves that consumed me. But there was something else that sparked behind her blue eyes, something I recognized. Relief. Relief that we had found someone who understood the unnatural parts inside us. Relief that we weren't alone in our desires. If she had been suffering anything like I'd been, I wanted to give this to her as much as I wanted it for myself. Fuck, fuck, fuck. But I needed to clear my head. If we were going to do this, I needed to focus. I only partly knew what the fuck I was doing, guided by porn videos and instinct. I couldn't fuck this up. I swallowed the lump in my throat, trying to choke me. Anna held her head high, giving off a brave front, but I knew she had to be just as nervous as I was. When my hand lifted toward her face, we both noticed the tremble. I hesitated, making a fist to control the shake. Kevin, just do it. She paused, trying to control the tremble in her voice. her tone soft, pleading, or whatever was on the computer. I don't want to think or make decisions beyond wanting this. Please. Staring down at her desperate blue eyes, I voiced my biggest fear. What if I go too far, Anna? I had to clear my throat to keep going. What's inside of me? What I fantasize about? It isn't normal. Then whatever isn't normal in you isn't normal in me either. Her words sank in deep and soothed me. She was always able to soothe me. And I can always say no. She was wrong. I felt like a monster barely being held back by an already fraying rope, like I was holding on to the edge of my control. But it was Anna. I would never hurt her. I had to believe that. Closing my eyes, I took a couple deep breaths and searched for the right move to make. I didn't know if it was the correct one, but it felt right at that moment, especially when I opened my eyes to see hers filling with tears. She thought I was going to pull back, and looking at her, seeing the crushing disappointment fill her eyes, I knew I couldn't. Consequences be damned. Testing the waters, I thrust my hand into her long blonde hair and jerked her head back. The gasp slipping through her parted lips was all the confirmation I needed. Stepping closer, I jerked her head back again and issued my first order, somehow making my voice come out clear and hard. Unbuckle my pants. Her chest heaved beneath her long-sleeved button-down flannel, drawing my eye to her rounded breasts, but my view was blocked when her hands began fumbling with the snap on my jeans. My pants immediately sagged around my ass since I'd never had a chance to pull the zipper back up in my panic over being caught. Anna looked to me for the next order, her hands resting on my tense thighs. Take my dick out. Her thin fingers gripped the denim and tugged, all with her eyes fixed on mine. My dick smacked her in the chin when it bobbed up from the confines of my pants. She pulled back to look at me, and I barely restrained myself as her heaving breaths panted against the head of my dick. Fuck, I was going to explode in 2 seconds. Suck me, I choked out, my nerves rattling my vocal cords. She didn't hesitate, and a groan ripped from my chest when I was finally engulfed in her hot, wet mouth. No teasing kisses, no tender licks, just long, firm sucks. Exactly like I ordered. Anna wasn't lying when she said she didn't want to make any decisions. She was at the mercy of my every order, and that idea sent a shock of desire down my spine and straight to my balls. I relished the view of her eyelashes brushing the apples of her cheeks, the way her cheeks hollowed out every time she pulled back to my sensitive head. My orgasm started to build. I wanted to mark her, stamp my ownership over her. Shoving the fear aside that I was going too far, I gave in to my desires and hoped I wasn't making a mistake. Unbutton your top. Show me your tits. Anna's eyes flicked up to mine and nerves flashed across them, but it was mostly hidden by desire. She moved her trembling fingers to her buttons and began undoing them one at a time, never stopping her bobbing head. Once she'd parted the material, all that was left was her white, lacy bra. All of it, Anna. She reached between her soft, creamy globes and flicked the front clasp, releasing the cups and pulling them apart to show me her pale pink nipples pebbled hard. I grunted. My hand tightened in her hair and my hips thrust forward, pushing against the back of her throat. She gagged, fighting off the intrusion. The sound both excited and scared me that I'd gone too far. I'd had girls pull back at that moment and glare at me with irritation. The fearful part of me expected her to pull back, despite the grip I had on her hair. I wasn't prepared for the moan that vibrated down my dick. It fueled me to be bolder, and I was lost in the sensations. I ignored the fear clawing at me and instead gave in to what I wanted, lost in the heat firing through my veins. I became the controlling man I dreamed of being. Don't stop sucking. I'm going to use your mouth to get off. She rocked her hips side to side and squeezed her thighs together.
Fuck, she was just as turned on as I was. Put your hands behind your back. She did, and I tightened my grip on her hair and began pushing my hips faster, watching my glistening cock pull out of her lips just to shove back in. Every couple thrusts, I would tap the back of her throat and groan at the water filling her eyes. But I never pushed too far. I didn't want to hurt her. I was doing my best to read the signs she was giving me, but I feared going too far. When she moaned again, I was done. Electricity zinged through my balls, and I jerked out of her mouth just as I began shooting white, ropey cum all over her perfect round tits. I held her head down so she could watch me mark her, watch the way my seed spilled down her chest. Once the roaring sound receded from my brain, I made sure to wipe the residual cum clinging to the tip off on her chest, using her like a rag. Using her, and she let me. She sat back on her heels, her chest heaving, staring at me with awe and a fire burning in her eyes. They glowed a dark blue, and I knew I needed to give her more. A drop of cum dripped down to the tip of her nipple. I dropped my finger to flick the hardened tip, collecting the cum and bringing it to her lips. She leaned in and sucked my whole finger in her mouth without hesitation. I pulled my finger out of her mouth with a pop. "Get on the bed." Anna laid back on my navy sheets, and I walked over, removing my clothes before setting to work on taking off her pants. Thank God she wore leggings because I didn't have the patience to pry tight jeans from her curves. Her breasts taunted me, bouncing with each forceful tug of her pants. Once they cleared her feet, I flung them to the floor and gripped the back of her thighs, pushing them out and to her chest, fully exposing her pussy, her bare pussy. "Kevin," she whimpered, drawing my eyes to her face, scrunched with worry, her teeth digging into her bottom lip. I could feel the tension in her leg muscles as though she was fighting the way I'd spread her open. "Does this make you uncomfortable, Anna? Nervous?" She barely nodded. Part of me wanted to stop, to not make such an amazing woman uncomfortable. Another part remembered that she wanted me to take control, and that she hadn't told me no. I felt like a monster for enjoying it, but I was so turned on that I didn't care. Holding her gaze, I dipped my head down and swiped my tongue around the lips of her pussy before placing a soft, barely there kiss on her clit. She whimpered, but didn't look away. Good. Your discomfort turns me on. It was hard to hold her eyes after that because I didn't know how she would take it, but it did turn me on because it meant she was pleasing me despite moving out of her comfort zone. It meant she trusted me enough to take the lead. It was all the confirmation I needed before I plunged down and dragged my tongue from the bottom of her opening to the top and sucking hard on her clit. Her whimpers shifted to heavy moans, escaping her pressed-together lips. I wanted to hear her lose control. I wanted her lips parted and saying my name, screaming it. A few more laps with my tongue, and I had my wish. "Kevin, Kevin," she chanted. Hearing my name slip past her lips on a groan tightened my muscles, and I gripped her soft thighs tightly, digging deep into the tendons and muscles, wanting to leave my mark there too. I wanted my mark all over her. Her legs twitched when I hit a certain soft spot, but her grunt and tightening pussy confirmed how much she liked it. Wanting to feel inside her, I let go of a thigh and let my middle finger rim her opening before easing in. She tightened, fighting off the intrusion, but I moved my thumb to press directly on her clit, and she exploded. Heavy cries escaped from her mouth as her pussy clamped down on my single digit. I kept circling her clit, letting her ride the orgasm as I drank up all her sweet, tangy cum. Her cries tapered off, and I pulled my finger out of her before climbing between her legs. Resting my dick against her warm, wet pussy, I thrust a few times and leaned in, kissing her, letting her taste herself. Shifting my weight, I nipped at her lips and pulled back to stare into her glassy eyes. "I'm going to fuck you now." Her blue eyes widened, and I tried to reassure her. "You can still say no. We can stop here." Her legs tightened around my hips. "We need a condom," she whispered. My Anna was so brave. My best friend lay below me, giving me everything I dreamed of, and she did it with such beauty and grace.
And I couldn't have imagined sharing this moment with anyone else. I just hoped I was giving her the same perfect release she was giving me. After I'd slipped the condom on, I lined the head of my cock up with her wet opening. "I'm a virgin," she blurted out. A pinch of excitement bubbled in my chest. How Anna was almost 18, so gorgeous and still a virgin, dumbfounded me. But I didn't question it. Pride swelled through me that I'd be her first. Just another way to claim her. My inner caveman beat against his chest with a grunt, but all I said was, "I'll go slow." "Don't," she demanded. Clenching my jaw, I tried to control the beast screaming to be let free to ravage her. Just because she didn't want me to go slow didn't mean I could pound into her like an animal. Instead, I eased into her opening, letting her pussy wrap around my head, and pushed until I felt a resistance. I paused, letting the moment of anticipation build, letting her wonder if I would be gentle or roughly take her virginity. I pulled back just enough and thrust my hips forward, tearing through her hymen, leaning down to claim her cries as my own. I pulled back and pushed in again, and she cried out again. A voice in my head screamed for me to stop, to slow down, but I couldn't, not until I saw the tears leaking from her eyes. My heart stuttered to a stop. This was it. My worst nightmare played out before me, as the moment I went too far. I'd hurt her, and she would hate me. My arms shook, unable to support myself with the panic coursing through me. I began pulling back. Her arms locked around my neck, halting my retreat. "No, no, please, Kevin." I barely understood the words that tumbled from her swollen lips. Fueled by regret, the blood pounded through my head until it was almost deafening. "Please, Kevin, more, more, more." Yes, I'd heard that. Make it hurt. I took a breath to regain my composure and began giving her the more she was begging for. I started slow but hard, dragging out before thrusting back in as hard as I could. Her cries mixed with the slap of our flesh. Because I'd just come, I was able to drag it out. Sweat dripped down my temples. I got lost in the rhythm, lost in the feel of her tight pussy gripping me. I was so lost in the pleasure and the moment of finally realizing all of my desires with her that words tumbled out without thought. "Slut," I grunted. "Are you a slut, Anna? Or would you rather I called you a whore? Letting me fuck you? Taking your virginity?" "Yes, yes," she cried. Her response dissolved the bit of panic I'd felt at hearing myself utter those dirty words aloud. It felt like winning the lottery, having her relish in the filthy words I was saying, having her willingly accept me. Want what we were doing. "Fuck me, take me, Kevin. Say it, say that you're a slut. My slut. Yes, I'm your slut. All mine." I lost it. I started pounding into her with no rhythm, just trying to keep up with the beat of my heart, muttering words that didn't even make sense half the time. "Look at those tits, Anna. I've dreamed of those tits, and now I get to have them bounce beneath me as I fuck my slut." Incoherent whimpers fell from her lips, and I closed my eyes, letting them surround me in a cocoon. When I opened them, I looked down to find Anna tugging and twisting at her nipples, turning the pale pink to a rosy red. Mine. I knocked her hand away. Those are my tits to play with. Dropping my head, I took a nipple between my teeth and bit. Anna arched up beneath me as her tight cunt clamped around me. She was silent as she strained her whole body, arched up with her head thrown back until a loud cry escaped her. It came over and over again, matching the feel of her tightening pussy. Watching her get lost in the pleasure pulled me under with her, and for the second time of the night I came, leaning down to groan into her neck, holding myself deep inside her. Goosebumps broke out over my skin as the air around us cooled my body. Panting into her neck, my lone thought was that I'd never felt so happy before, so free. Chapter 18. Anna. Barely a moment passed with Kevin's slack body lying on my chest before his shoulders tensed. "Fuck," he muttered as he pulled out of me, leaving me sore and empty. "Anna, I'm sorry." I looked down and saw the condom stretched over his thick cock, coated in blood mixed with my cum. I bit my lip to hold in the giggle that threatened to break free, but it was no use. Kevin's head jerked up, his eyebrows raised. He probably thought I'd lost my mind. Anna, you okay? Confusion and worry creased his face. I stretched my deliciously achy body. I'm great. I feel great. Okay. He eased himself off the bed. I'm going to toss this. I'll be right back. I lay there, waiting, relishing the sore muscles, already anticipating how much I'd feel it the next day. Before he came back, I dug under his covers and waited. Kevin walked in, his face serious, and dropped down onto the edge of the bed with slouched shoulders. Anna, Don't, I said, cutting him off. He jerked his head up to look at me. Don't say you're sorry. It was more than I ever dreamed of, and if you apologize, it will take all that away. His face softened. He pulled the covers back and slipped in beside me. His finger came up to stroke my flushed cheek. Then, I'm not sorry. Good. I pressed a gentle kiss to his chin. We lay there, not saying anything, probably because neither of us knew what to say. We were friends, and yet there we were, lying naked in each other's arms in the middle of the day, listening to cars drive by outside. What were we supposed to say? I sure as hell didn't know the rules. I could tell Kevin wanted to say something. Every so often, his hand would pause in the middle of stroking my back, and his breath would halt, as though he wanted to speak. He would find the words eventually. Until then, I was going to enjoy the comfort of my friend's arms. Anna, he said finally, only to stop once again. I adjusted my head to look at him. His teeth were worrying his bottom lip, his brow scrunched. Kevin, it's just me. We can talk about anything. This doesn't change that. He licked his lips and looked at a spot beyond my head. You know when I called you, those names, I didn't mean them. You know I don't think that of you. I was just caught up in the moment, not analyzing my actions. I'm so sorry. I wondered how much Kevin had been struggling with this side of himself. It pained me to see him looking so nervous and full of self-doubt as he stuttered out an unnecessary apology. Laying my hand on his chest, I felt his heart pounding too quickly. His cheeks were colored with a ruddy flush, and I ached to soothe him. I knew from my own self-doubt about the shame that plagued him. But in his arms, I had no shame. I wanted the same for him. What did I say about unnecessary apologies? He didn't say anything, but a tight smile pursed his lips. Should I apologize for the things I said or asked for? That drew his attention, and I knew he was going to deny it, but I wasn't done. I may have asked you to take control tonight, but at any time, I knew I could have said no, and you would have stopped. There's nothing wrong with you, Kevin. I'm not normal, Anna, he whispered. Then neither am I. He stared at me, still unconvinced. Look at you, right now, holding me, soothing me. This is you, Kevin, this sweet, caring man beside me who I know would do anything for me. This is you. Just because you get off to something doesn't make you a monster. But it's the fact that it turns me on. What if I unleash this side of me and I start hurting women against their will and abusing them to get off? Then hit me, just slap my face and shove me around. I called him on his insane thought. What? He pulled back in shock and disgust. Come on, slap me around and then fuck me, since you'll get so horny from it. Anna, stop. You know I would never hit you. Then how is your complete disgust at the thought of hurting me actually hurting me the same as what we just did? I don't know. Exactly. I poked him in the sternum. You, Kevin Harding, are not abusive. You have specific things that get you off. It's no different than other guys liking big boobs or blondes, so shut up about it. His chest lifted with a heavy sigh that blew across my face. Maybe it's just a phase, he muttered, hope tinging his tone. Do you ever get off without it? I asked, not to refute his idea of it being a phase, but because I was genuinely curious. He was the first person I'd met who I felt I could talk to about my similar desires, which had, until then, felt wrong. Not really, he admitted begrudgingly. I've never acted on it, but I usually think about it to get off. What about you? Well, I've never been with anyone, but I hesitated, uncomfortable admitting I masturbated, but wanting to be honest. But when I'm alone, it takes me a while. But I'm the same. I think about being ordered around, about letting someone control me, and it helps. Despite my effort to help calm him, my heart raced in my chest. I put on my bravest face as I opened up about my darkest secrets, even though I was still scared of being judged. I was afraid I'd slip and say something that would be too much. But looking at Kevin's face and seeing his soft eyes taking me in as I confessed my most private thoughts, I knew there was nothing I could have said to push him away. We lay in each other's arms in silence, each lost in their thoughts for a while longer. We didn't have sex again, both of us too exhausted from both the physical and mental release to even try. It was an odd feeling. For me, it was almost like being in a state of shock as I lay there, trying to process what had happened between us. Eventually, as the numbers on the clock ticked by, we got up and got dressed before his parents returned home. Kevin asked me to stay, but I thought we both needed time alone to think. I knew I did. So he walked me to the front door and dropped a quick kiss on my cheek. Anna, he took a deep breath. Are we okay? His question made my chest feel tight. What do you mean? I hadn't considered that we wouldn't be okay. Everything had felt so wonderful and easy, but I guess stepping through his door would leave that behind, and we'd have to figure out where it left us on the other side. I just wanted to make sure we're okay, that you're okay. The tightness increased. I wanted to stop the potential downfall from what we'd just done and relieve the pressure on my chest. So I forced a smile and told him what I wanted to be true, whether it would be or not. Of course we're okay. I'm more than okay. Good. His tense shoulders relaxed and he smiled. Good. Call me tonight, okay? Okay. Seeing his relief spurred mine, and I was able to take a deep breath. My smile came easier, felt more natural as I walked out the door. Glancing back as I crossed the lawn, he stood at the door and waved the same way he'd always done. Things were going to be fine. But they weren't fine. Somehow, Kevin and I had missed each other the whole weekend and had only exchanged simple messages filled with reasons to keep us apart. I saw him the first time as I walked past him in the hall at school. The bell was about to ring, and all we got out was, "Hey," as we walked in opposite directions. But in the fleeting moment our eyes met, I saw the same questions and confusion that lay in mine.
Were we really just busy this weekend? Were we avoiding each other? Were things going to be weird? Should we act differently? Did we mess up? Was it all a mistake? Were we not okay like I said we would be? Each thought was scarier than the last, and the fact that I probably wasn't alone in them hadn't made me feel any better. I barely heard anything in my morning classes, listening to the questions rolling around in my head, raising my anxiety with each passing minute I went without speaking to Kevin. Why hadn't we talked about it more? Did we really walk away from each other with a kiss and nothing else? Hindsight was 20/20 and all that. When we sat down at lunch, it was awkward, but well hidden beneath everyone's excited conversations about what they'd done over the summer. Chloe spouted on about how she'd vacationed in Jamaica with her family, while Gwen shared stories about her week in London. Sean took the chance to say hey to me, and I decided for my senior year I wanted to just let it go, and said hey back. I barely remembered the pain I'd felt at what Sean had done. It seemed minor when my best friend sat beside me like a stranger I didn't know how to talk to. We got a few looks from the group, but of course, Sean, being the loud, no-holds-barred guy he was the first to bring it up. "What's up with you two? You guys fuck over the summer and now you're no longer friends?" He laughed at his own joke even before it was over. I choked on my Gatorade and began laughing right along with him.
Of course, mine was more out of hysteria than finding it funny, but it masked my panic well. I know. Sleeping with Harding is pretty damn funny. Am I right, Gwen? Gwen just rolled her eyes. You're an idiot, Sean. But she was laughing too. It kind of creeped me out how incestuous the table felt. As my manic laughter died down, I became aware of how stiff Kevin was beside me. He hadn't said anything or even moved, sitting there like the guiltiest person I'd ever seen. It wasn't that I didn't want people to know Kevin and I'd had sex, it was that we hadn't even had a chance to talk about it, and I didn't want it dissected and joked about by the masses. Also, I didn't want anyone to know about my sex life. I knocked my knee into Kevin's to get him to react. His head jerked toward me, and he stared me down with wide eyes. I knocked his knee again and raised my eyebrows, trying to convey to him to say something. He cleared his throat and smirked at Sean. You're just jealous you lost the chance, Hurst. Oohs and burns were muttered at Kevin's comeback. Sean laughed and played along. All right, Harding, you finally convinced me to give you a go, but I get to be Big Spoon. God, can I watch? Chloe begged, her eyes glued to the guys. All that hot man-on-man? Yes, please. I'd give Kevin a go, Jane said, jumping in. I'm sure there's nothing funny about what he's got going on. Apparently, she'd grown a hell of a lot bolder over the summer. Or desperate. All serious business over here, Kevin agreed. My chest seized up at his flirtatious response. Did I have the right to be jealous? Fuck, I didn't know, and I didn't care. Seeing Jane drool over him and practically lay herself on a platter was starting a burn in my chest. Just watching her lick her lips at him and continue the banter made the heat rise up my neck. And then to see Kevin flirt back when I was right next to him, we'd had sex just 3 days ago. What the hell was happening? My mind was spiraling downward along with my self-esteem. I had to take subtle deep breaths to get myself under control. When I felt the heat cool, I looked around to see everyone had moved on. I glanced at Kevin out of the corner of my eye, and he was talking soccer with Isaac, not at all focused on Jane. I felt like a fool. I knew Kevin, and I knew he would never flirt with a girl with me right next to him after what had happened. Hell, he never flirted with girls around me, period. I also knew I needed to make time to talk to him. We had to figure out what the hell was going on. I tried to keep an eye out for him as I walked to the parking lot, but when I got there, his car was already gone. It wasn't in his driveway when I got home either. Trying to ignore where he could have gone and all the thoughts that maybe he really was avoiding me, I walked in my house. My mom was in the kitchen with about 10 paint chips, all only slightly different than the other. Hey, sweetie, how was your first day of school? It was good, same as always. Good. I'm thinking of painting the kitchen, but can't decide on a color. What do you think? I really didn't care. I just wanted to go to my room and wait for Kevin to get home, but figured this was a good distraction. Brushing aside the darker colors, I left a light tan and a soft sage. I like these two. Oh, don't do this to me. You know I hate making decisions. Just pick one. I barely held back my sigh. I hated making decisions too, yet somehow I was the one always doing it. My mom was a perfect Susie homemaker, as long as you told her how to do it. She made dinners and decorated rooms, but you had to suggest the menu you wanted and what style of room you thought would work best. My dad used to lay out clothes for her when they went on a date. It was archaic, but she loved it. Said she always knew she was wearing what he found attractive, and that made her confident that he always wanted her. Apparently, it hadn't been what he'd wanted since he'd decided on divorce. Since then, I'd become the one who made the decisions. It was exhausting. I loved my mom. She was great and loving and stern and overall just what I needed. But I hated making decisions. I just wanted to relax and have someone make decisions for me because they knew me so well that they could. Like how Kevin had given me pleasure and exactly what I needed without asking. A shiver worked its way down my spine at the memory. Shaking it off, I looked at the paint chips again. The sage looked good. Good choice. I knew you'd help. She scooped up the other paint chips and tossed them into her purse. Her back was still to me when she dropped her bomb. Your dad called. He said he wants you to apply to Vanderbilt. What? I screwed up my face in confusion. Why? She continued to avoid eye contact, busying herself with something in her purse. Because he wants to be closer to you and see you. If you go to college there, it would give you that opportunity. And Vandy is a great school. Like, he wanted to see me at Christmas last year and was barely around when I was there? There was no way she could have missed the bitterness of my tone. I didn't want to leave Cincinnati, especially to go back to Nashville. I wanted to stay close to home, to her, and to Kevin. Sweetie, he tries his best, she said, trying to defend him. Well, his best sucks. I knew I sounded like a petulant child, but I was pissed that he went through her to corner me into this. Mom turned to me with a sad smile and brushed my hair behind my ears. Just apply. You don't have to make any promises. Please. Just so there was no doubt about how upset I was, I made my sigh extra dramatic. Fine, I grumbled. She walked away and left me with the frustration of my dad wanting to pop in and out of my life when it pleased him. He left us. He never called. He didn't spend the time with me when I was there. Just the thought of 4 years of that weighed heavy on my chest. Leaving Kevin and being alone with my dad, who hadn't given 2 shits over the past few years? No, thank you. The more I thought about it, the angrier I got. I was swirling in a pit of anger, thinking about all the times he didn't take the chance to see me. And the only times he had seen me was when I bent to meet his schedule. The burn behind my eyes matched the ache in my chest, and I blinked to hold back tears. The slam of a car door pulled me out of my pit of despair, and I rushed to the window to see Kevin walking toward his house.
Fueled by the adrenaline from my anger, I raced out the front door. Any awkwardness from the past couple of days was erased as I ran toward my friend. He turned to see me just in time as I barreled into his chest, wrapping my arms around his waist. When his arms returned the hug, I broke. I broke because all day I thought I'd lost this kind of comfort. I broke from the stress of my dad's request. I broke because I was back in the haven of Kevin's arms. Hey, hey. He held my shuddering shoulders tightly, doing his best to hold me together. Anna, talk to me. What happened? I just need you, I muttered into his chest. Kevin didn't hesitate. Okay, I'm here. Come on, let's head upstairs. He held my hand as we made our way to the bonus room and sat on the couch. Talk to me, he said, pushing my hair back and wiping my wet cheeks. I stared at him, taking a deep breath. My dad wants me to go to college at Vanderbilt, or at least apply. His jaw clenched because he understood how much that request would set me off. I don't want to go, Kevin. He was quiet as he processed and formulated a response. Finally, he came back with the most simple and perfect response, one I'd missed in my anger. Too simple to even think about under pressure. Then don't go. Apply to make him happy, but don't go. You don't owe him anything. I know, I just hate that he even asked. Is that all? You fell apart here, and it takes a lot for you to do that. What's going on? That was my opportunity to talk about what had happened, and now that I had the chance, I froze. What does one say to their friend who they'd slept with and shared dark desires with and didn't know where they would go from there? I tried to keep it simple. Are we okay? I whispered, not looking at him. He stiffened. What do you mean? Today felt off. After that, the dam broke, and words came pouring out. We hadn't talked all weekend, and then in school it was weird, and I was jealous of the way Jane flirted with you, and then I thought you were avoiding me, and then I started panicking that I'd lost you as my friend. Whoa, Anna, slow down. His hands moved up and down my arms, soothing me. You'll never lose me as a friend. I'm sorry things were weird today. I just kind of shut down. I know we haven't talked about it, but I freaked and I started getting scared that you would tell me I was crazy, and I hesitated to call you because I didn't want to hear it. I didn't want you to tell me we weren't friends anymore, that after having time to think about it, you'd tell me I'd scared you. We both laughed at our similar confessions. At least we both know we don't want to lose each other's friendship, I said. Yeah, I guess sex really complicates things. Yeah, I answered lamely. We sat there, letting that sink in.
He held my hands between us, and I watched the way his thumbs moved along the backs of my knuckles. Thinking the day through, I came to a conclusion that scared me to say aloud. Kevin, Anna, we laughed again, and I encouraged him to go first. His palms squeezed mine. Maybe we make our friendship the most important thing, and we put everything else to the side. His words were slow and hesitant, and exactly what I was going to say. Even so, it didn't lessen the gut reaction to hold on to what we'd found in each other. Even when I knew it was for the best for our friendship, I still hated the idea of never having it again. Even when I didn't want to repeat the doubt of today, it hurt. But I set it aside and nodded, agreeing with him. I loved everything about Friday. Everything. Especially because it was with you, he said. Me too. But maybe we don't do it again, because I'm too damn scared it will fuck up our friendship. He swallowed. And Anna, I can't lose you. I can't lose you either. I felt like I was losing a part of something special now, but losing that was better than possibly losing all of him. I wouldn't survive. His heavy exhale blew my hair back from my cheeks. Are you mad? No. I squeezed his hands to reassure him, reassure myself. No, I agree 100%. But, I added, wanting to keep our newfound connection open and have a safe place to talk to each other about our secret. Let's be there for each other. I don't want to feel alone, and I don't want you to feel alone in what we did. So if we need to talk about something, we can talk to each other. We don't have to pretend nothing ever happened. His eyes swept the room, avoiding mine. Doubt crept in that maybe he struggled with this decision as much as I did. I tracked the way his Adam's apple bobbed on a heavy swallow before he finally looked at me. Deal. Despite my doubt and reservations, my cheeks stretched into the first smile I'd had since Friday, and it felt perfect. As soon as it was sorted, without missing a beat, we fell back into who we always were. You want to play a PlayStation game? He asked. I don't know. You want to get your ass kicked? Chapter 19. Kevin. Have you started filling out college applications yet? Anna asked. Yeah, and it's a pain. Where to? She set her pen down, and I did the same before leaning back in my chair. We'd been at the library for an hour studying for a math test, and I was ready for a break. You see, of course, pretty much everyone local applied to the University of Cincinnati. That's my top choice. It's home, and I like it here. What about you? Same. I want to stay close to my mom, and I can't imagine her being without me, which is dumb because she's an adult, one who struggles to make decisions, but still an adult. She rolled her eyes and sighed. And then, of course, Vanderbilt, since I'm trying to appease my parents. It would be awesome to go to school together, both of us at UC. Just the idea of remaining close to Anna sent a thrill through me. Yes, please, please don't leave me to college all alone. She flopped her head on the table, her blonde hair spilling out across our books, her words muffled by the wood. I would never survive. I left. Dramatic much. Anna lifted her head just enough to let her hair fall aside and raised her blue eyes to mine. Excuse me, Mr. Popular. Not everyone is skilled at making friends like you are. You're like an all-American, everyone wants to be around your awesome aura friend-making machine. 1, that's pretty descriptive. 2, you make friends easily. Anna rolled her eyes. Because of you. You totally swooped in and introduced me to your friends. I'm pretty sure I would have been a floundering fish without you. Oh, shut up, I argued. I made the mistake of laying my hand on hers, and immediately a fire zipped up my arm and into my chest. I did my damnedest to not touch Anna any more than necessary after we'd had sex, because no matter how hard I tried, I still fantasized about her. She was everything I'd ever imagined and more. While I don't regret focusing on our friendship, it doesn't mean my body didn't remember the most amazing moments of my life, the most freeing moment I'd had in so long. But watching my hand against her small, paler one lit me on fire, and I forgot my train of thought. So I pulled back and changed the topic. Either way, college together will be amazing, and I'm pumped to not go without you. If I can make it into UC, I added. What do you mean? My parents want me to apply to Stanford in North Carolina because they're the top schools for soccer. Don't sound too excited, she said, but her face scrunched up like she was just as unhappy as I was about the idea of being apart. I don't. I hesitated, not having said it aloud to anyone yet. I don't think I want to play soccer in college. It's defined me so much in high school, and I kind of want to breathe and explore me. I wanted to go into college undecided and figure it out as I go. I ran a frustrated hand through my hair and stared at the wood grain before continuing. I get that my parents have sacrificed a lot of time and money, but I just don't feel excited about it. I feel excited about doing something different and unknown.
Anna's eyes were soft and sympathetic when I finally looked up. Kev, I'm sure it would be hard to walk away from something so familiar, and I know it would be hard for your parents to accept. But it's your life, not theirs, and you have to do what you need. It's your future you're making decisions about. If you don't see soccer in it, then maybe it's not supposed to be there. I didn't know why it took me so long to tell Anna. I'd been sitting on the idea of not playing soccer since the summer and hadn't known how to deal with it. Of course, Anna calmed whatever uncertainty was inside of me. She always did. As long as you see me in your future, then we won't need to change any plans, because I will hunt you down, Harding. Her glare made me laugh. Let's make a pact. I held out my hand for her to shake. She slipped her thin fingers around my palm, and I held on tight. Let's put out applications to wherever our parents want us to apply, but we'll go to UC together. We'll be sure to live it up in the dorms freshman year, and then we'll get an apartment together sophomore year. Her smile lit up her face, and my heart beat 1,000,000 miles a minute at the excitement zipping between us. Let's go on this adventure together. Hell's yes, she agreed, pumping my hand hard. Even after the shake was done, we held on a little longer. We didn't talk about why either of us didn't let go, but it didn't matter. If we didn't talk about it, it didn't exist, right? But our hands jerked apart when Gwen and Jane walked up to our table. This looks intimate, Gwen joked. I sat back and gave her my usual relaxed smile. Nah, just kicking Anna's ass in arm wrestling. Even though we all knew it was a lie, Anna couldn't resist the challenge. Whatever, I would kick your ass. Gwen laughed and made herself comfortable at our table. Jane swooped in to settle next to me. Every passing year since she'd shared her interest in me, she'd gotten a little more forward. Maybe she felt the pressure of senior year running out. Even if I wasn't sure why Jane was doing it, normally I did my best to brush her off. But that day, I played along because I enjoyed the way Anna's scowl grew when she watched Jane touching my shoulder and giggling at something dumb I'd said. But like I'd said, we didn't talk about the reason Anna would be jealous, because it didn't exist, right? Wrong. Chapter 20. Anna, do you think you'll ever find anyone who wants the same things we do? Kev asked from the lounger next to mine. It was the last day of classes before Christmas break, but the sky was clear, and we were determined to sit out back and enjoy the stars. We'd grabbed blankets and sat on our loungers for all of 10 minutes before we started shivering and came up with the plan to scoot closer and share blankets. Memories of the last time we were under the blankets together heated me up faster than the fabric did. Kevin's question shocked me. We'd agreed that we could freely talk to each other about our mutual desires so we didn't have to feel alone, but he'd never brought it up before. We'd both jumped on the bandwagon and avoided discussing anything sexual, despite how heavy it sat around us. Kevin must have been wondering if we'd find anyone, for a while, to have brought it up. I knew he had to be nervous to ask me. Well, I found you, I teased. My joke fell like a lead weight, and Kevin stiffened beside me. Shit, I'm kidding, Kev. Was I, though? No matter how much we ignored what had happened and how much we didn't talk about it, I thought about that night all the time. It was impossible to not look at him and remember every moment of that day. His body, his words, the way he made me feel.
Friend, my mind screamed. We were friends. That was all I needed. I don't know, though, if we will find anyone without actively searching. Do you? I watched his face glowing under the moonlight and his teeth sinking into his bottom lip before he answered. I don't know if I want to. The words landed like a heavy blow to my chest. I couldn't help but take it personally. The pain didn't make sense because we'd decided to never be that person for each other, but it felt like an admission that he wouldn't want me even if we tried, and that hurt. It feels like a burden. I would be constantly worried about anyone finding out, and then I'd be the senator's son who caused a sex scandal, just like the guy at school who made a sex tape they found. I couldn't do that to my father. It feels like a disease that I'll have to announce to a girl I want to have sex with. He used a deep, fake voice. No, I don't have any STDs, but I do like to spank you and call you a slut. Maybe watch you gag a little. Just an FYI. I hated hearing him be so negative. Kevin, no one would find out. It's not like you want to document it. And if you find someone like us, you won't have to explain anything. But how many will walk away in disgust before that maybe happens? He growled out the question in frustration. I shifted my hand, linking my pinky with his, and repeated what I'd told him before. There is nothing wrong with you, Kev. He gave a non-committal grunt, but he left his pinky linked with mine. Have you... I stuttered, unsure if I even wanted the answer to the question. But I pushed on because it wasn't about me. I was being there for my friend. Have you ever tried with anyone else? Not since you. His admission released a band that had been squeezing my chest. But before? Not really. Not intentionally. I'm too scared. I feel like behind the fantasy is the fear of seeing their face when they find out. And I let a dirty word slip, push too hard, or grip too tight. I didn't mean to let his words affect me, but they did. Just hearing him describe what he wanted heated me from the inside out. Not knowing what to say, too consumed by my racing heart, I let the silence stretch and fill with my heavy breathing, unable to control it. When Kevin turned his head to face me, we were so close, I imagined he'd be able to hear the wild thump as my heart. Staring at his lips, I whispered a truth he should have already known. Well then, they're insane. If they love you, they will understand how sweet you are and that you would never hurt them. They would trust you. I wondered if he remembered how I knelt before him, looking up at him and admitting how much I trusted him. Was that what he would compare other women to? Or did it not even cross his mind anymore? I swallowed hard and licked my lips. Kevin's eyes tracked the movement of my tongue, and I felt his pinky tighten around mine before he inched a little closer. My panting was so heavy, I was sure he felt it brushing against his full lips. I wanted him to move in closer and kiss me again, remind me of what it felt like to be taken control of. I wanted him to take it. My eyelids drooped as I leaned closer, and the light from the back patio flicked on. We pulled our heads back and looked toward the patio door. I wondered if Kevin was struggling as much as I was to control his face into a look of innocence, rather than one filled with desire. A second later, his mom walked out. "What are you two doing out here? It's freezing," she announced incredulously. Really? Because I was going down in flames. "Don't worry, Mom," Kevin shouted in a relaxed tone. "We doubled up on blankets. I'm smart like that." "A smart kid would be inside," she tossed back. I loved Kevin's parents. They were easygoing and always full of jokes. "How about you two come in and I'll make some hot chocolate?" "Heck yeah," I shouted before Kevin could answer. "If he doesn't want to come in, I'll drink his too." "Way to abandon me out in the cold," Kevin complained on a laugh. His mom turned toward the door, shaking her head at our bickering. Before she walked through, she asked over her shoulder, "Kevin, when are you going to be real smart and snatch up Annabelle?" She was teasing, but it held some truth. I'd become part of their family the past few years, and his mom and I got along great. She never worried about Kevin and I being more than friends after the first night at his house. She'd come upstairs to find us trash-talking each other and said she'd hadn't heard words so cruel even with his guy friends, and I became one of the guys in her eyes. How wrong she was, for the most part. I ask morning, noon, and night, Mom. She keeps shooting your baby boy down. Kevin clutched his chest in heartbreak. His mom snorted. Yeah, right. Maybe because she's a smart girl. We laughed and began gathering up the blankets to head inside. The moment was broken, but with every brush of our hands as we folded the blankets together added back to the tension from before. It felt like we were pulling a rubber band between us, trying to keep our distance at the appropriate space. But I couldn't help but think that the more we tugged, the more likely we would snap back together. Chapter 21. Kevin? Kevin? What movie is this? Anna asked incredulously. I don't know. I was just clicking through and saw Diane Lane. She's hot, I answered, looking over at Anna to bob my eyebrows. She rewarded me with a pillow to the face, especially when she's in the middle of a sex scene, Anna deadpanned. I hadn't meant to choose that movie, but right then I was torn between regret and sitting back to watch Diane Lane getting fucked with an uncomfortable Anna next to me. It sure doesn't hurt. We'd been home all morning with plans to watch movies the rest of the day since Anna didn't have to work at the library and our parents were at work. It was pretty much the normal routine since Christmas break had started. Anna had refused to go to her dad's this year, and I couldn't say I was sad about that, especially when she started squirming in her spot as Diane Lane's character fought off her lover, just to have him take control and give it to her. Seeing him bite his way down her body, I was formulating a way to bring a pillow to my lap without drawing too much attention to my growing dick. By the second sex scene where the couple fucks roughly in a bathroom stall, I'd managed to successfully cover myself. Thank God, because listening to the moans coming from the television reminded me of Anna's moans. I'd done my best to not think about what had happened between us and focus on our friendship, but she was the only girl I'd experienced my true self with. I only kind of hated to admit that I jacked off to memories of her. They were a million times better than any fantasies I could have concocted around some faceless woman. The third sex scene came too close to the second, and I was reaching my breaking point. Anna's heavy breathing was hard to ignore. It taunted me, mixing with the grunts coming through the speakers. Say you want me to fuck you, the man said as he ripped down the woman's pants. Say it. The woman fought him off half-heartedly, but gave in. Glancing over at Anna, I caught her licking her lips and rolling her hips. It took all I had to fight back the rumbling moan, trying to escape my chest, just imagining what she felt and how I wanted to feel it too. Her heaving chest drew my eyes, and watching her pant as she took the scene in, I was fucking done. Done pretending I wasn't hard as a rock under the pillow. Done pretending she wasn't turned on by the same thing I was. Done pretending we didn't want to do it again. My heart pounded in my chest as I decided to take a huge risk. If it failed, I could blame it on all the blood collecting in my dick. But if it worked, then that was all that mattered. Swallowing my nerves, I scooted closer and leaned into Anna. Her whole body stiffened at my nearness, and she seemed to stop breathing. Using my right hand, I brushed her hair from her neck, enjoying the rippling shiver that shook her body, and whispered in her ear, "Fight me." Her head jerked so fast to look at me, her hair whipped across my cheek. Her wide eyes, filled with desire, flicked to mine, then dropped to my lips. What? I waited for her to look back up into my eyes to help convey what I wanted, and repeated my command. Fight. Me. I let the words sink in, drowning in her wide eyes. A small nod was all I needed from her. It was all I needed. I pressed my lips to hers hard, taking what I denied I'd wanted for too long. It took less than 10 seconds before she caught on and started shoving. Her fists slammed into my chest, trying to push me back, but I easily captured them and, shoving her back on the couch, I pinned them down. Just like in the movie, she fought me, even though she wanted me. And just like in the movie, I dominated her and took what I wanted. Wedging my way between her thighs, I spread her legs and pressed myself roughly against her core, moaning my desire into her parted lips. Her legs were wild at my sides, trying to gain purchase to fight me off, but it was useless. I was bigger and stronger, and the power roared through my body, setting me on fire. Gripping her small wrists in one hand, I used my other to yank off her leggings. When I got to her panties, I wasted no time and ripped them off her body. Her whimper reached into my chest and squeezed my lungs, making it hard to breathe. Working my own pants off became almost impossible when every movement of my hand brought it up against the wet heat pouring from between her legs. She jerked every time I brushed against her pussy and at one point dislodged my mouth from hers. When I went back in, she bit at my lips and nipped at my tongue. Each sharp bite pushed me closer and closer to the edge. When I was able to shove my jeans below my hips and free my dick, I nipped hard at her lips and leaned down to deliver a harsh bite to the nipple peaked against her t-shirt and thin bra. "Ow," she gasped out. I looked up to check on her, but stopped when she lifted her hips and connected her core to my bare dick, using her slick juices to slide up and down my cock. Stars burst before my eyes, and I needed to regain control of the situation. I was going to fuck her into a whimpering mess. Letting go of her wrists, I sat back on my haunches and gripped her hips, flipping her over unceremoniously. When Anna's round apple ass presented itself before me, I reached my hands over each cheek and squeezed. My dark hands against her pale, untouched skin gave me an idea. I pulled one hand back and brought it down on a heavy blow. I'd never spanked anyone before, but I sure as hell wanted to. I didn't question every move like I did the first time I'd let loose on Anna. I gave in to the monster inside me and didn't hesitate. Anna's cry in shock was like an erotic song to my ears. Giving her a moment to tell me no, I pulled my hand back again and just stared at the perfectly red handprint that covered her luscious cheek. Fuck. I landed another blow and was met with another cry. I repeated the process with her other cheek until they each glowed a deep red and she desperately whimpered into the couch cushion, rolling her hips back to accept more. "I'm going to fuck you now. You want that?" I asked as I reached into my wallet to extract a condom. Her muffled response wasn't enough, and I asked again, "You want me to fuck you, Anna?" She turned her face and glared at me from the side of her eye. "You can try," she muttered, and bucked back, giving one last effort to fight me off. I laughed because that was my Anna, always challenging me and never giving in. Laughed at how easy it was to shove her chest to the cushions and wrap an arm around her waist, lifting her sweet pussy to the perfect spot where I could shove my dick inside her on the first go. Her ass wiggled, trying to dislodge me when I pulled back, almost succeeding, but I gripped her hip hard and rammed myself back into her. I repeated the process slowly and then fast, but always hard and always as deep as I could get her to take me. Her warmth was like coming home. Her cries, barely audible from where her face was buried in the couch, were like my anthem.
It filled my soul and made me feel like a man. The clench of her pussy dragging against my shaft was my anchor to remind me of who I was, even outside of the savage I only let free with her. Electricity sparked its way down my spine, straight to my balls, begging to be let loose. But I wanted to make her come, and I knew she was close, her cries coming closer together. "Come, Anna. I know you fucking want it," I growled. Her head shook in denial, but I kept pushing. "Don't deny me. I can feel your wetness dripping out of you, coating my balls. Such a slut." I risked coming and picked up the pace with quick, hard thrusts. I could feel the vibrations of her moans coming through her back. I kept pounding into her until her ass arched up so high I thought I would slip out. Her hands gripped the arm of the couch so tightly her knuckles turned white. "Give it to me, Anna. It's my orgasm and I want it." Her thighs trembled on each side of me, and I glued my eyes to the way my dick looked pulling out of her, covered in her wetness. "So wet," I muttered. Leaning down, I covered her back with my chest and growled into her ear. Only a whore would get so wet from being pinned down against her mercy and fucked. Tight spasms squeezed my dick, almost shoving me out. Wanting to hear her orgasm, I loosened my grip on her back so she could lift her face as she came. She didn't disappoint. Her orgasm ripped through her as she screamed out her release. It was more than I could handle.
I let go in an endless stream of shocks pouring from my dick into the condom. My vision blurred, and all my senses were zeroed in to the way my cock felt being squeezed by Anna's tight pussy. Once my senses returned, I collapsed and rolled to the side, pinching the condom as I pulled out of her. Her body jerked, and I sat up, trying to see her face, worried I'd hurt her. As soon as the fire fled from my body post-orgasm, doubt crept in about what I'd done. "Anna, are you okay?" Her shoulders shook, and I started to panic. Fuck, fuck, fuck. I had been too lost in the moment, and I'd been hurting her and didn't know. My eyes began to burn as I stuttered out an apology. "Fuck, Anna. I'm sorry. So sorry." "Why the hell are you sorry?" she asked, turning her smiling face toward me. "Wait, you're smiling?" I blinked rapidly, trying to comprehend what I thought was happening and what was actually happening. Anna was laughing. After that, why the hell wouldn't I be? "Shit, I thought you were crying," I admitted, falling back in relief against the couch and pulling her into my arms. Her damp skin glued to mine, and it was wonderful. My arms slipped between her breasts, still covered by her shirt and bra, and I relished the feel of her racing heart. The beat soothed me, and the shame that had begun to grow dissolved just as quickly. With Anna, there should be no shame about who we were, just acceptance. As the adrenaline receded, I could feel the cool air against my skin. I reached behind us for a blanket. Anna's heavy, contented sigh was just as good as her cries of passion and pain. Hearing it was like a light bulb turning on. We'd been denying ourselves the pleasure we could only find in each other's arms. Why did we fight it? We could make it work. Leaning in, I pressed a trail of soft kisses up her shoulder and decided to throw it all out there, hoping she would have me. "Let's not stop. Let's be friends, and whatever this is. You're my best friend, and I can't imagine sharing these experiences with anyone else." "Kevin." She tried to turn in my arms, but I was too scared to see the denial in her eyes. "Okay," she said finally. One word, 2 syllables, but it was one of the best words I'd ever heard. "Our friendship still comes first, no matter what. I promise that won't ever change," I said, rushing to assure her. "Okay," she repeated. Then she tugged my hand up and kissed my palm before settling back against me. We must have dozed for a while. When a loud crash on the television from the next movie woke me up, I jerked, searching for the time. I was worried my parents would be standing over us, wondering what the hell was going on. But when I saw we still had a couple of hours, I decided to take advantage of our new circumstances. "Anna." She arched, pushing her ass against my growing dick. "Anna," I said again, deepening my voice. There was something about using an authoritative tone with her that made my blood pump a little harder. She seemed to like it too. When she rolled over to face me, I still felt the need to double-check with her before giving in to the monster begging to be set free. Her wide eyes still held traces of sleep, and she stared at me with trust and acceptance. Brushing her hair back, I gave her my warning. "I want you to suck my dick again. I haven't been able to stop thinking about it since you last wrapped those full lips around me." Her eyes darkened, and she didn't say a word, only nodded. "Get on your knees on the floor, your back to the couch." She complied without hesitation. "Take your shirt off. I want to stare at your pink nipples when I come." Her hand shook as she pulled her shirt over her head. Once it was tossed aside, she sat there waiting for my next command. "Keep your hands on your thighs. I want complete control of your mouth." "Yes," she breathed out. Her eyes remained glued to my dick as I wrapped it in my hand and began stroking it. "You want this? Want to suck me and swallow my cum?" I watched her throat move as though she was practicing for the swallow before she breathed out, "Yes." It was all I needed. As I stepped closer, her mouth opened, welcoming the head of my dick. I teased, only thrusting in past the ridge. But when I pushed further and saw the way her cheeks hollowed on the suck, I lost the grip on my control. I buried my hand in her hair and began thrusting harder and deeper. Lightning shot through my balls when I tapped the back of her throat, causing her to gag. Part of me warned myself to be careful and edged back, but when I got close again, she inched forward and gagged again, and any warning of my own vanished. Keeping my eyes glued to her lips wrapped around my dick, I fucked her face, pushing past her throat and dying every time it tightened up against the intrusion. Again and again, I pushed in, triggering her gag reflex until I couldn't take it anymore. I'm gonna come. Swallow me. Swallow it all. Even as cum started shooting out of my dick down her throat, I kept fucking her face, enjoying the way the cum pooled out of her lips and dripped down her chin. Roaring at the way I marked her, I tightened my ass as I pushed in further, dragging out every last vestige of my pleasure. My knees felt like they were going to give out, and I stepped back, releasing her hair. Anna used one hand to wipe her chin and the other to wipe the tears leaking from her eyes. Fuck, stop fucking apologizing. Her sharp tone brought me back to earth from my orgasm faster than anything else. I have 2 hands, and I always know I can make you stop. You would never push me more than I wanted to be pushed. I know you, Kevin. I know you would never hurt me. If we're going to make this work, then you have to stop apologizing. Otherwise, I'm going to have to apologize for being a slutty doormat. Annabelle, I reprimanded. I wasn't going to listen to her call herself that. It was completely different from when I talked dirty to her. Don't ever. See, it's not easy to hear the other person think or say bad things about themselves. So stop apologizing for who you are when I like it so much. Anna, my Anna. I should never have doubted her strength or ability to tell me no. And I never would again after listening to her read me the riot act, sitting there naked on her knees with cum at the corner of her mouth. Hot damn, you are the perfect woman, I muttered before I attacked her, kissing her, tasting myself on her lips. I know, she said, giggling. Shut up and lay back.
I'm about to fuck you so hard with my fingers, you're going to wonder if my whole hand is inside you. And when you realize it's not, you're going to beg for it to be. Her eyes widened, but also filled with heat. How much porn do you watch? She asked, nailing it on the head how I got most of my ideas. Enough to make it good. Chapter 22. Anna, Gwen called from across the lunch table. We're doing a girls' night Friday and wanted to know if you wanted to come. Yeah, definitely, I agreed without hesitation. Ever since summer, things had been strained between the group of girls I'd become friends with. I had Kevin, but it'd been lonely without having them too. Sometimes there were things that a girl just needed to talk about with another girl, and as much as I could talk to Kevin about everything, it didn't mean I wanted to. Summer had been the hardest. Gwen had still hung out with me, but I'd been hesitant to be around Chloe and Jane since they hadn't wanted to be around me. I tended to not get invitations to group outings. God, I need a girls' night, Chloe sighed from next to me. Between college tours and the guy I slept with over break taking up all my time and patience, I need to relax. You're talking to a guy you slept with 2 months ago? Isaac asked incredulously. That's impressive for you. He's like a stage 5 clinger, and good in bed. It's a difficult combo to deal with. Chloe shrugged, not seeming too concerned. Besides, I slept with Josh, and I still talk to him. Josh ducked his head, looking real interested in his sandwich. Everyone's wide eyes turned toward him. Apparently, this was new information. Does that mean if I sleep with you, you'll stop talking to me? Sean piped in. The guys laughed, and Chloe flipped him off. Everyone was so focused on Sean and Chloe going back and forth that no one noticed me jump when Kevin's hand settled on my bare knee under the table. They didn't notice me almost choke on my yogurt as his hand trailed up the inside of my thigh and pushed my plaid skirt up with it. The cafeteria had gone fuzzy and the chatter turned to white noise as I anticipated how far he would go. His pinky reached my panties and doved under the elastic. I thought I was going to crush my water bottle as his digit dragged along the seam of my pussy. What are your plans this weekend, Kevin? Jane asked from next to him. His hand stopped its progress and moved above the table. Damn, Jane. But he made it a point to suck on his finger before responding to her. Tease. Just kind of hanging out. We have a game Saturday and then nothing. Maybe we can go to the movies sometime, she suggested, and I had to fight back the no that was clawing its way out of my throat. Yeah, maybe, sometime, Kevin answered with a lack of commitment.
Jane never seemed to get the hint, but you had to admire the girl's determination. She saw a deadline, and as it approached, she became fiercer in her moves to get what she wanted. If only she knew Kevin's hand had been on my thighs a moment ago. If only she'd known that he'd fucked me in the back seat of his car last night, or the way he'd made me suck him off on the roof last week. But no one knew. It wasn't that we'd meant to keep it a secret, but Kevin and I, as forward as we were when fucking, didn't do PDA. And since our friendship was so close all these years, there wasn't anything different to see. We acted the same as before. Just now we knew what each other looked like naked, what we tasted like, felt like. It worked for us, not having prying eyes on our relationship. Then no one looked too closely as to why I had bruises on my wrists or scabs on my knees. It was our secret, and it felt all the dirtier because of it. Shivers racked my body every time Kevin took his pinky and brushed it across the dark mark left on my forearm, just to remind me of how it got there. If someone asked if I was cold, I had to hold back a laugh because I was actually burning with desire. When the bell rang at the end of lunch, we packed up our stuff and headed to class. Kevin and I both had study period, but in different areas of the school. He walked me to the library, and before I stepped away, he gripped my bicep and tugged me closer so he could whisper in my ear. "Meet me in the theater, behind the stage." Backing into my room, I nodded, taking in his smirk and heated eyes scanning my bare legs. I'd taken to wearing skirts despite it being winter because I loved the way it tortured Kevin or gave him a way to touch me in subtle brushes that appeared accidental. But we both knew. Sitting down for just enough time to get settled, I got up to leave. "Can I help you, Miss Montgomery?" the librarian asked. "Just a restroom break." "Don't take too long. No roaming the hallways," she warned. I nodded and made a note to enter in the back door of the library on my way back in so she wouldn't notice how long I was gone. Walking into the theater, I took in the empty seats and made my way to the stage. Behind the curtain, equipment from the recent play littered the area. The darkness made it difficult to see, and I was careful not to trip over a prop or cord. Moving to the wings, I almost screamed when an arm wrapped around my waist and the other around my mouth, pulling me back into a hard body. "Don't scream, don't move," Kevin growled into my ear. "Fuck, Kevin," I sputtered once his hand dropped from my mouth. "You scared the hell out of me." "Good." He ran his hand along the outside of my thigh and then under my skirt, reaching for my panties. He fisted the waistband and tugged them down. "What the hell are you doing?" My breath sawed in and out of my chest, feeling exposed with the black lace tangled around my knees. He didn't answer, but I felt his hand unbuckling his pants and brushing against my bottom. "Kevin," I said again, but he flipped my skirt up and used his arm around my waist to yank me higher into contact with his hard cock before tearing open a condom wrapper. "Going to fuck you, Anna." I was throbbing, aching. God, the way he'd snuck up on me and just begun tugging my clothes out of the way. The way he hadn't asked, just moved me where he wanted me. The fact that we were in school where anyone could catch us. All of it was setting my body on fire. Be a good girl and don't make a sound. He shifted his hips and without warning, he pushed inside me in one shove. I groaned, unable to hold back every sound. I was wet, but Kevin was big, and he hadn't prepared me in any way. So it burned, and I loved it. He barely pulled back before he pushed in again. His thrusts were quick and deep. The frantic pace he set added to the intensity of being caught. "Touch yourself," he whispered. "Come for me. We don't have much time." One hand splayed on his thigh, holding on, and the other moved between my legs to rub at my clit. The theater was so silent that our heavy breathing and quiet moans sounded like shouts. I felt like we were daring someone to come in and watch us. I thought I was going to draw blood from biting my lips when Kevin's hand roughly pinched my nipple beneath my shirt, causing me to hold back my scream. There was no relief. He held onto my tip and squeezed, the burn shooting straight down to my throbbing core. I wondered what we would look like to someone who stumbled upon us. Locked together, his body pressed to my hunched back as he rutted against me like an animal in heat. His fingers latched onto my breast and my hand moving furiously between my legs. Just the thought, creating the image in my head, set me off. Kevin, I cried out on a breath, desperate to stay quiet as I arched up onto my toes and let the waves of pleasure pour over me. He clamped his hand over my parted lips to hold in the cries and buried his head into my back, letting his moans vibrate through my chest. My whole body shook when I came down from my high. Our bodies both leaned forward as our chests heaved in sync from the effort it took to fuck so quickly.
Kevin placed a soft kiss between my shoulder blades and slipped out of me, holding me up so I didn't collapse in a heap on the floor. Turning around, I pulled my panties up my legs and watched him pull the condom off. My pussy squeezed. Such an intimate moment that turned me on just to see him tugging the thin piece of latex off his softening dick. Without thinking, I squatted down and sucked the tip of his cock between my lips, wanting to taste him. His hand fisted in my hair and thrust in deep with a moan before pulling out and lifting me for a kiss. It turned me on that he didn't mind the taste of himself. Hell, everything Kevin did turned me on. Things I didn't even think about or consider turned me on with him. Almost every day we discovered more and more, and it felt safe and exciting to do it with him, my best friend. Kevin looked down at me and smiled as he buckled up his pants. That was pretty risky. We could have gotten caught. And that is the thrill of it, he answered. Shaking my head, I heaved a sigh, trying to understand him. Relax. I set a stool up by the door. That way, if anyone entered, we'd hear them. He came over and laid a gentle kiss on my lips. I never tired of the way the fullness felt pressed to mine. I just know how you are. That he took such a huge risk with me sent a rush of adoration through my body. He ran a hand through his hair, blowing out a breath. Kevin's biggest fear was getting caught. Or not necessarily getting caught, but the thought of people finding out his interests. He always told me he thought people would call him abusive and disgusting. Then, because of his father's position in the community, word would spread and ruin his dad's reputation. I understood his fear about people finding out and how it could hurt his father, but I hated the idea that he still thought something was wrong with him. We'd already taken enough time, and I didn't want to press our luck or be out too long. I grabbed his hand and pulled him toward the exit. Come on, Creeper, we need to get back to class. Creeper? He asked, laughing as we walked out the door. Yeah, you snuck up on me like a creeper. Just as long as you don't think I'm a creep. Well, I said, dragging out the word, trying to get a rise out of him. He lunged for me and dug his fingers into my ribs, and I shrieked. We stumbled into the hall, laughing, as I fought him off. I was about to reach for his crotch when someone called out our names, and we froze. Kevin, you asshole, leave the girl alone, Isaac said, laughing at our antics. But I wasn't laughing anymore. I was sure my face was turning beet red with guilt. I glanced at Kevin to see he was swallowing hard before forcing a fake laugh. Hey man, she had it coming. Isaac laughed and turned to me. Anytime you want to get back at this jackass, just let me know. Yeah, sure. My answers were short as I tried to calm my heart rate and the amount of blood flushing into my cheeks. Well, boys, it's time for me to head back. See ya. Throwing a wave over my shoulder, I got the hell out of there. Before I turned the corner, I glanced back at Kevin and saw him give me a nervous nod. That was too close for comfort. Girls' night started with us annihilating 3 pizzas. Once we were done with that, we painted our nails and watched Gilmore Girls and had to the death arguments about who Rory should choose. I was Team Jess through and through. He made me think of Kevin. No surprise, Jane was also Team Jess. Somewhere between our 2nd and 3rd episode of the night, Gwen broke open the liquor cabinet. She said her parents had so much alcohol they never knew what went missing as long as it wasn't the good stuff. By the time the 4th episode was over, we'd each had at least 4 drinks. I would have worried for Gwen's tiny body handling so much alcohol if I didn't know the girl could drink most guys under the table. But it was enough for all of us to be brave and leap across the line of tipsy to drunk. Let's play truth or dare, Jane shouted from her spot on the floor. We'd all piled into Gwen's closed-off bonus room on the other side of the house.
And house was putting it lightly. It was more like a mansion with its 8 bedrooms. Thank goodness for the distance between us and her parents' bedroom, because Gwen and Chloe each let out a loud yes and then began clapping in excitement. I took another hefty swig from my cranberry and vodka, then sat back, determined to go with the flow. "I'll go first," Chloe announced, before tapping her fingers against her lips and looking over each girl as though searching for a secret to uncover. She zeroed in on Gwen. Truth or dare? Let's start this game off right. Dare. Chloe let out a loud whoop woo. Okay, I dare you to take 2 shots without using your hands. When Gwen cocked an eyebrow up at her simple challenge, Chloe shrugged. Don't want to get too wild too quick. Gwen completed her task and turned to Jane. Truth or dare? Truth. If Kevin walked in right now, would you fuck him no matter what, even with us in the room? My stomach churned at the image, but I hid it behind my cup as I took another long drink. I chanced a look over at Jane, and she was watching me from the corner of her eye. "Oh, Anna doesn't care," Gwen said, waving her hand at me like it didn't matter. "She's just his friend. But what happens at girls' night stays at girls' night," she added, pointing at each girl. "Preach," Chloe agreed before draining her cup. "Sure," I said. "It's not like I would have told Kevin anyway. These were my friends, whether we were in a rough patch or not." "Then, hell yes, I would," Jane admitted, even adding in a little shiver with her heated smile. I took another drink until my alcohol was gone. I stood up to mix another one, and the room spun under my feet, but I managed to make it back to the couch with no spills. "Anna," Jane called me out, "truth or dare?" I weighed the pros and cons of each and took another drink. I settled on being brave. Dare. "I dare you to flash your boobs to all of us." My body shuddered, and I scrunched my face in discomfort. But Jane's dare was met with hollers and cheers. What the hell? They were just boobs and we all had them. I gripped the bottom of my shirt and even did a slow belly roll to the music in the background, pretending to perform a striptease for them. Then, quick as could be, I flipped my top up and pulled it back down. "Woohoo! Yeah, baby!" Gwen's yell mixed with Chloe's catcall. "I always wondered what small tits look like," Jane said with a shrug before sipping from her cup. I swallowed back the bitter retort. She wanted it to come off as a joke, but I knew she didn't like me and that she was jealous of how close I was to Kevin. "Hey," Gwen cried, "her boobs are much bigger than mine. Don't be knocking the itty-bitty titty club. Not that you're in it with your boobs. I mean, what are they, a C? Jane has to have at least a double D. And Chloe, are you an A? A B cup, bitch. Don't downsize these bad boys," she laughed while grabbing her breasts. Somehow, we'd fallen into a lecture about breast size, so I decided to go ahead with my turn. "Chloe, truth or dare?" Truth. I thought about it for a minute, wanting to give Chloe something to talk about. I was all about winning the girls over tonight, and I knew Chloe loved talking about herself. "What's the craziest thing you've done with the most recent guy you've been sleeping with?" She was silent for a moment, pinching her lips in thought. "Playground," she said. "What?" all 3 of us asked. Play-ground, as though breaking it up into 2 words would help us understand. When we still just stared at her, she rolled her eyes. "We fucked in a playground tunnel." Gwen fell to her side and laughed, holding on to her shaking stomach. Jane and I just stared at her with looks of confusion. "There is something morally wrong with that," Jane muttered. "Kids play there. How does one get to a playground to have sex?" I asked.
We were driving around and I began giving him a hand job, but it was so good, of course, he had to pull over, and we happened to be by a playground. We couldn't fuck in the car because it was a 2-seater, and we couldn't fuck on the car because we didn't want people to drive by and see us. So I had a brilliant idea to go to the playground. We ended up in the tunnel fucking. She just stated it all so casually, like she was giving me directions to her house. I couldn't tell if I was shocked or impressed. Mostly impressed. You had to admire someone who had as much confidence like Chloe did. Once Gwen got over her fit of giggles, we made more rounds of truth or dare. My stomach began to hurt from all the laughing.
It might have also been from the alcohol, because an hour later, the room was spinning while I was sitting down, and our truths were getting a whole hell of a lot more truthful. The dares were also getting more intense. The last one ended with Chloe doing a body shot off Jane. She'd gone for a full show and straddled Jane, and even locking lips when she sucked on the lemon wedged between her teeth at the end. "You're welcome, Janie baby. You just got what all the boys want." Jane lay on the floor where Chloe had left her, shaking from laughing so hard. "Ooh, I have an idea. Let's share our dirtiest desires," Gwen slurred out. Her suggestion was met with cheers, and she turned to me. "Anna, you go first. What's your deepest, darkest fantasy?" I closed my eyes and didn't have to think too hard to remember earlier in the week. To have a stranger sneak up behind me and pin me down and fuck me, control me, to tie me up and spank me hard. I took another sip and giggled into my cup before continuing my confession. I would love to fight him and feel the sting of his hand on me, have him call me dirty names and take what he wants. A shiver broke out across my body, remembering the way it felt to have Kevin force himself inside me in one hard thrust. I bit my lip and looked up at the girls, taking a moment to bring their shocked faces into focus. Just seeing them all stare at me after the way Chloe admitted to fucking in a playground and then straddled Jane made me laugh. Once it started, I couldn't stop. The others joined in slowly, but eventually we all laughed. "That's intense as fuck, Anna," Gwen stated. "And detailed," added Chloe. "Yeah? Are you talking from experience or a fantasy?" Gwen asked. "A girl never kisses and tells," I mimed, zipping my lips. "All fuck you. A lady always shares the dirty deeds," Jane challenged. "God, what porn site are you on? Because I need to check it out," Chloe muttered, which brought us all back to laughing. God, we were a bunch of cackling hens. When it was the other girls' turns, they were a lot more timid than I expected and met with rebuttals. "Oh, you would never do it with two guys," Gwen Jane said. "You're right, I wouldn't." When Chloe said she wanted to do missionary in a bed with a man she loves, there was momentary silence before Jane spit her drink across the room from laughing. "Hey, it's crazy for me," Chloe defended. "We all can't be Anna with her filthy sex life over there." And the attention was back on me. Even in my drunk state, I couldn't have ignored the way Jane watched me with keen eyes. I didn't know what she saw on my face, mostly because I couldn't feel my face, but she didn't seem happy with my confession. "Oh well, says the girl who has sex in a playground tunnel," I answered. Chloe shrugged. "You're right, we can't all have crazy sex lives like mine either." More confessions followed, but I'd done enough sharing for the night. I sat back and enjoyed the stories, feeling tired from all the alcohol. Even as I closed my eyes, just to give them a break, I listened to their ideas and ticked off the ones I'd already done with Kevin and the ones I wanted to remember to do with him later. Just like always, he was the last thing on my mind before falling asleep. No different than how it'd been for the last 2 years. Chapter 23. Kevin. Spring break had finally arrived, and I couldn't have been happier for the week Anna and I would basically have alone. We'd been sneaking around for the past few months, and between soccer practice and our parents, we didn't have much alone time. However, when we did, we took advantage of it. And I was always careful to make sure we never got caught, even if the illusion of it remained. Having someone catch us and possibly take a photo of the senator's son would be the end of everything. But all that mattered was that she trusted me. Her trust in me allowed her the freedom to bask in the excitement and pleasure. Every small part of her giving into me fueled my need, made me feel like king of the world. So, having so much time over spring break filled my chest to almost bursting. I tapped my fingers on my desk, knowing Anna would be there any minute, since I'd watched her leave her room. Before she arrived, I rushed to open my laptop and brought up the video I'd been watching earlier. That was how Anna and I worked. We would sit together and search sites for videos and get ideas for the things we wanted to try. Watching porn had always been a quiet moment in the dark, my heart racing, hoping no one would find out. But with Anna, it was a whole new world, and it turned me on to watch her react to the depraved things we found to watch. In our Google searches, we'd stumbled upon endless websites dedicated to others who enjoyed some of the things that we did. Reading the forums released a vice that had been around my chest since I'd had my first fantasy. And I wasn't alone. I knew I wasn't alone because I had Anna, but there was a whole community before me that told me I wasn't alone and that it wasn't something to feel so disgusted about. Some sites were more extreme than others, but in our searches, Anna and I learned so much. We found key words to help us understand each other and ourselves better. However, my relief only stretched so far. When we discovered the words to describe our interests, the definition for sadism sparked a fear in me. Sadism, the tendency to derive pleasure, especially sexual satisfaction, from inflicting pain, suffering, or humiliation on others. I'd stared at the words until they blurred. One simple definition to explain me, yet I wanted to look at it and scream no, that wasn't me. I would never hurt anyone. But then I looked over at Anna to see the red mark left behind on her chest from my teeth and felt the twitch of my dick in my pants at the memory of her cry, and I knew it was true. The vice that had been released slapped back on tighter than before, and if it hadn't been for Anna there calming me, I would have had a panic attack right then and there. She'd repeated her usual words, reminding me of who I was as a human and that all of me wasn't defined by my pleasure. She threw the fact that she was a masochist back at me and said that if anyone tried to hurt her outside of her consent, she would fucking murder them. The fire in her eyes had made me laugh and eased my conscience, if only a little. Anna's approaching footsteps drew me back to the screen before me. I knew she was at my door, but I didn't turn to greet her or say anything, just sat there and watched the scene playing out. "Is that what you want?" she asked quietly. But it was in the quiet that I heard the excitement, the hope that it was. Not answering, I opened my arm and beckoned her to sit on my lap. Once she'd settled, I leaned in and dragged my nose up her neck to bite at her jaw, then sat back to watch with her. The screen showed a woman, naked and on her knees, with a belt around her neck. The man used it as a leash to hold on to as he fucked her from behind. "You missed the part where she sucked him off as she prodded his asshole," I whispered in her ear, watching goosebumps spread down her neck. She didn't answer, just swallowed hard and kept her eyes glued to the couple.
Loving the way she struggled to control her breathing with long, deep inhales and exhales, I decided to see if I could break her fight for control. I slipped my hand under her skirt and trailed the calluses of my fingers up her firm thigh. She didn't change her breathing, but she did tighten her legs together, and I had to fight a chuckle at her efforts. Digging my pointer finger into the soft tissue, I heard her first break in regulating her breaths and pried her legs apart, continuing my journey. When I reached the wet heat soaking through her panties, I flicked my finger across her clit, making her jerk on my lap. I rubbed harder and harder as the woman's cries filled the room and Anna's breaths sawed in and out of her parted lips. She was close to coming, but I wasn't ready for her to finish. "Get up," I ordered. She stood before me with her hands clenched in front of her, and I took in her beauty. The beauty of her trust in me, the beauty that she would stand before me and give me everything I'd ever wanted. She humbled me, allowed me a freedom I didn't think existed. It was in those moments I questioned myself, if I was doing the right thing, if I was going too far. But looking up into her eyes filled with a heated fire begging me to release, I knew I could trust her in return. "Strip." Anna bit her lip and moved to take off her yellow t-shirt to reveal the white lace bra beneath that hinted at her pale nipples. Next, she stripped her skirt off, and I groaned at the simple white cotton panties with a wet spot I'd helped put there. She tossed them aside and quickly removed her bra and underwear with a hesitance I was almost embarrassed to admit turned me on. "All of that glorious, soft skin is my property." She nodded quickly but didn't say anything. Swallowing, I started the scenario we had decided on, hoping it was everything we wanted.
Bend over and touch your toes. I want to take a good look at what I own. Her chest shook on her nervous inhale, but she did as I said, and I was greeted with the most amazing view of Anna's wet pink pussy sitting below her tight rosette. I want to collar you, I growled out. The words were still so new, and sometimes felt like a script I didn't fully understand. But they felt right, and I said them with a confidence I didn't always feel. Looking at her bared to me, so open, I couldn't control myself. I stood behind her, dragging a finger from her clit, through the wetness at her opening, and up to her tight hole. Her cheeks clenched when I rimmed her with my fingertip. Not yet, for this, but someday, I promised. Stand up. Anna stood, and her back connected with my front, where she remained as I undid my belt. The clink of my buckle exploded in the quiet room, mixing with our heavy breathing. We knew what the sound meant. Anna knew what I was about to do, and the excitement was almost deafening. Turn around. I barely got the words out around the lump in my throat from nerves. Kneel, I said once she faced me. Now undo my pants, and then I'll put this leash around my property. Wouldn't want you running away. Her lips quirked up at that before she got to work on freeing my dick that was straining against the denim. When my pants fell to my feet, I stepped out of them and gripped her chin, lifting and exposing her neck. I dragged the leather along the soft skin of her neck and slowly slipped the material into the buckle, taking my time to tighten it. When it was just loose enough to get 2 fingers between it and her neck, I latched it closed. Now, suck me. Holding tight to the end of the belt, I didn't take my eyes off her as she leaned in and wrapped her lips around my dick, sinking down as far as she could go. My arm began pulling the belt, guiding her head with it, wrapped around her neck as she dug her nails into my thigh while I thrust in and out of her mouth. When I was close, I pulled it taut and stepped back. I need to fuck you, I breathed out. Please, please, Kev. Her cheeks were flushed and her nipples peaked, begging for my attention. I reached to give them a hard pinch before moving to grab a condom. When I turned, Anna had already fallen to her hands and knees, waiting for me to give her what she wanted. I grabbed hold of the end of the belt again and wrapped it taut around my fist and fell to my knees behind her. Making sure she was wet enough, I dragged my fingers through her slit to find her plenty ready for me. I grabbed my dick and lined it up with her pussy, shoving in until my balls rested against her, relishing the way her cries mixed with my groan. Please, Kevin, she begged me. I couldn't deny her anything. Without any finesse, I began fucking her with abandon, shoving in and out, listening to the slop of our bodies colliding with the force of my thrusts. My eyes closed, and I zoned in on the feeling of my dick being gripped by her pussy, the way she cried out every time I bottomed out inside of her. Harder and harder, I became lost in the moment. So lost, I almost missed the slaps to my legs and the thudding on the floor. So lost, it took me slipping out of Anna's tight heat to open my eyes to find her clutching at her throat, looking up at me with panicked eyes and a wide mouth making choked sounds. My world tilted on its axis, and a sharp, painful jolt of adrenaline shot through my body, spurring me into action. My fingers shook impossibly hard as I struggled to loosen the belt. Somehow, the latch had slipped to a tighter loop, and now I was faced with pinched skin. Gently, I tried to pull it tighter to get it back far enough, but Anna jerked every time. Time moved so quick and yet dragged out in my worst nightmare. It felt like hours as I fumbled and failed to find a way to loosen the belt. Anna's legs kicked out, hitting the bed frame and my legs in her panic. Flicking my eyes to her wide blue ones that begged me to hurry as I took in her red face and tears that slipped down her temples. Fuck all of this. My eyes burned and I tried to breathe, to think as fast as I could. I could feel time slipping away, and each second pounded on my chest harder, making it impossible to breathe. There was no other way. Knowing it was going to hurt her, I reached for the belt buckle and pulled it tighter, blocking out the way her chest vibrated with a pained groan. The silver latch pulled a little further, and I watched, waiting for it to slip free. Blood dripped from where it pinched her skin. Finally, it released, and I loosened the belt, pulling it completely off and tossing it aside. Anna collapsed to the floor, clutching at her throat and taking in as many deep breaths as she could. Hunching over her, I wrapped her in my arms, holding her to me, letting my hands roam her body to remind myself she was okay. I held her so tightly, I could feel the beat of her heart against my chest. This was why I had never wanted to be the way I was. This was my worst nightmare playing out before my eyes. And if I ever thought I'd felt shame and self-loathing before, it was nothing compared to the flood of grief that filled me then. I buried my head into her shoulder and sobbed like a baby, like I was the one that had been suffocating a moment ago. But I might as well have been. Anna was my life, and I hated myself for what had happened. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Anna. Over and over again I said the words until the feel of her hand rubbing up and down my back and moving through my hair registered. Until I finally heard the quiet shh, shh coming from my best friend. Until I realized she was rocking me, holding me in her arms rather than me comforting her. Shh, shh. It's okay, Kevin. It was an accident. It's okay. I'm okay. For every apology that spilled from my lips, she told me it was okay. It felt anything from okay, as I sat there in the middle of my room, naked and crying in the arms of the girl I'd truly hurt. I'm sorry, Anna, I said again as I pulled myself together.
She shifted back and held my cheeks in her hands, wiping away the tears with her thumbs. She placed gentle kisses all over my face, calming me incrementally with each tender touch. Stop apologizing. I'm okay. It was an accident. We're learning, and accidents will happen. We'll grow from them. Pulling back, I scanned her neck and cringed at the red marks and cuts where her skin had been pinched and the blood that had trickled onto her collarbone. You're not okay. I am, she said fiercely, staring me down, demanding I believe her. I am okay. It was only a few seconds, and while I admit it was scary, I always had faith in you helping me. I trust you, Kevin. Maybe you shouldn't. I pulled out of her hold, but she was not to be put off. She moved until she straddled my lap and could hold me in place again. I will always trust you because I know you. Don't let this ruin today. She shifted, lining her core up against my soft penis. Anna, maybe we shouldn't do this. It hurt to say it, but I'd lost any desire I'd had earlier. Whatever power that had urged me on had vanished, and I was left tired and weak. She ignored me and pressed her lips to mine, sliding herself up and down my shaft, pressing her breasts into my chest. Despite the horrible actions that had just played out, I could feel my blood pumping back into my groin. I pulled back, trying to resist, but Anna just tilted her head and leaned in to nip at my mouth with her teeth. She was challenging me, and I never turned down a challenge from Anna. With a growl, I gripped her ass and stood us both up. Instead of tossing her down on the bed like I usually would, I placed a knee on my mattress and slowly laid her out, gently. She may not have needed to go slow, but I did. I needed to coddle her and show her I could be soft and take care of her. I needed to show myself. So I set to work, starting at dragging my hands down her thighs and spreading her open to me. My mouth kissed and nibbled its way to her core, where I leisurely swirled my tongue through her slit. Watching her squirm got me just as hard as if I'd had her fighting me off. I was still in control of her pleasure. I could have dragged it out or made her explode at any moment. With one last flick of my tongue to her clit, I moved myself up her body to the bottom curve of her breast, where I sucked hard, intending to leave a mark as my fingers pinched her light pink nipples to a ruby red. Pulling back, I admired my work and assumed that mark would be there for the rest of the week. No one would know but us. Every time she took off her clothes, she would have a reminder of how I'd had my mouth all over her. By the time I dragged my kisses up her neck, she was panting.
I had to swallow a lump when I reached the redness around her neck, had to stop and get the harsh tightness in my lungs under control as I stared at the trail of blood that had trickled and dried. "Kevin," she whispered desperately, "I'm fine, but I won't be if you don't stop torturing me." I leaned down, trailing my tongue over the dried blood, wondering if it freaked her out, but all I felt was the puffs of her heavy breathing along my forehead. Biting her bottom lip, I stared in her eyes and lined myself up with her opening. I dragged the head through her wetness, teasing both of us with what was to come. "Please," she begged against my lips. Taking in the comfort pouring from her blue eyes, I eased in, an agonizing inch at a time, savoring the way her wet heat enveloped me, welcomed me inside her. Easing in and out of her, I set a slow pace, watching her face always for any pain. I was scared, and it was impossible to hide. Anna grew impatient at my pace and dug her nails into my shoulders, using the heels of her feet to urge me on. "Kevin," she growled in my neck, "you won't hurt me." I wanted to believe her, I truly did, but every time I closed my eyes, I saw her frantic eyes and I hesitated. "Please, Kev, you know I need it. We both did." As amazing as it felt to be inside her, for us, it wasn't enough. We needed that extra bite, that extra dose of unusual to get there. Compromising, I kept my pace slow, but I moved harder. I thrust in roughly, only to drag out to the very tip and repeat the process, watching her breasts bounce and hearing her whimper on each entry. I used my thumbs and dug them into the soft tissue at the hollows of her hips and watched her writhe in pleasure from the pain. My heart felt like it was going to beat out of my chest, like it would explode. This sex was different than any other sex we'd shared. The other times were harsh and full of a fast-paced energy that screamed at us to fuck. This, my body sliding in and out of hers as her cries rang out into the room, was different. This, I realized, was the closest I'd come to making love, and I couldn't have imagined such an intimate moment with anyone other than Anna. This was us conquering the fear and accepting each other despite the mistake, despite the wrong. This was us basking in our uniqueness and giving it back to each other. I shifted my hand and rubbed my calloused thumb around her clit before flicking it back and forth. "Play with your nipples, Anna. Show me how you like it." Her eyes remained glued to mine as her fingers pinched and tugged. I picked up my pace, pushing a little bit harder, and shifted her hips up so I penetrated her deeper. I knew I was hurting her, but I knew she liked it. Her lips parted on a wordless cry, and her head pushed back into the pillow as her pussy gripped me in a vice, pulling my own orgasm from me. Letting it take over, I fell to her chest and groaned out my pleasure as I continued to push into her deeper and deeper, trying to reach a new place inside her. My body was limp, and she held me to her chest, her fingers running through my hair, soothing me, bringing me back from the edge. Once the ringing stopped, her words finally registered between cool kisses to my sweaty forehead. "Thank you." Kiss. "Thank you so much." Kiss. "It's everything I always wanted, and I want it with you." Kiss. "Don't let anything change us." Kiss. "Please." Slipping out of her, I pressed a kiss to her chest and then wordlessly got up to dispose of the condom before crawling back in bed to hold her close to me. It wasn't long before our heavy breathing lulled us to sleep. The beeping of my alarm woke us. I'd set it so we had plenty of warning before my parents returned home. I shut it off and rolled over to cradle Anna in my arms again. "I don't want to leave your arms," she grumbled into my neck before placing kisses up to my ear. "I don't want you to leave either." She lifted herself up and hovered over me with a smirk. "One more time before we have to get dressed." She was insatiable, and I loved it. "Fuck, Anna, you're going to kill me." "Maybe, but what a way to go." Chapter 24. Anna. Kev was still guarded a month later. We'd been nervous with every new thing we'd tried when we'd first started, and then the incident with the belt set us back to the beginning. As we would begin a scene, he'd stutter over his words when he would give me a command. His hands trembled when he reached out to touch me. I hated it and pushed him to move forward and let the memory of it go. The scar that remained on my neck made it harder to forget. But once we made it over that hump of fear and lust took over our bodies, we fell into what we both craved. The sex became desperate, rough, crude, amazing. We hadn't had as much time as we'd wanted because of finals and preparing for graduation. Kevin's parents made him visit the other colleges despite him having already accepted the University of Cincinnati. The excitement we both felt when we'd locked in our future together sent tingles down my spine. Knowing I was going to dive into the crazy life of college with my best friend by my side eased some of the fear. He'd asked me if I ever turned down Vanderbilt or let my dad know. I told him I continued to ignore my dad's phone calls and anything to do with Tennessee.
My future was in Cincinnati, and that was my focus. But we did it. We'd gone to prom together like we should have done every year since we'd met. Kevin had survived the brief meeting he'd had with my dad when my father had actually made the full drive to Cincinnati. We survived everything the year handed us, and were rewarded with an end-of-the-year party held at Isaac's as usual. His laid-back parents and central location made it the perfect place. Walking into the party felt so much the same as it had the first time, and yet so different. We all looked older, more mature, and yet we were the same carefree kids enjoying the last moments before college. Maybe I could fuck you in the bathroom a little later. Kevin leaned in behind me and whispered in my ear. That was a brave offering he made, considering the opportunities to get caught, but the danger was also tempting. That he was willing to do it for me, despite his fears, warmed the center of my chest. We stood in the kitchen grabbing drinks, watching the crowd of people mingle with each other. Some sat at the table, laughing at memories and stories. One couple made out in the corner as another couple looked to be on the brink of arguing. And me? I had the best guy in the room behind me, whispering all the dirty words I wanted to hear. I spun and looked up in his eyes with a smile on my face. Maybe, I hedged, but first you have to dance with me. Holding his gaze, I downed the rest of my beer and tossed the cup aside. He did the same and then followed me as I backed into the living room, bumping people along the way. Seeing Gwen, Isaac, Chloe, Sean, and Josh dancing in the middle of the room, I moved toward them and joined in. I danced, jumped, grinded, and swayed to every song that came on. We danced with everyone and no one. We danced until our sides stitched from the exertion, panting and sweating from all the bodies rubbing together, creating more heat than the house could possibly cool. There was a feeling of finality as I looked around, smiling and knowing it might be the last time I would see some of these people. Chloe was heading to New York. Isaac decided to follow Gwen to Chicago. Only a few would remain, and even then, it would be different. Life was changing, and we were changing with it. When we finally wore ourselves out, Kevin and I stumbled to the kitchen and followed our water up with more beer. It wasn't long before the party began to die down, and our group was one of the few that remained. Since the house had felt so warm, we made our way outside to take in the fresh air on the back patio. "Let's play Never Have I Ever," Gwen suggested excitedly. "I'm down," Isaac agreed. He would have agreed even if Gwen had suggested we all jumped off a bridge. Everyone else decided to play along too, so we started our game. "I'll go first," Josh jumped in. "Let's do one so everyone has to drink on the first round. Start the game off right." He pinched his lips and looked up at the stars sparkling in the night sky. "Okay, never have I ever dated someone sitting here." We all grumbled, but brought our cups to our lips. "Never have I ever done drugs," Isaac shouted out. Chloe shrugged and drank from her cup before mumbling, "Prudes." "Never have I ever streaked," Sean said. All the guys laughed and drank. "What are you all laughing at?" I asked, nudging Kevin. He shook his head. "Hell of a year at soccer camp." The guys raised their cups again in salute before taking another drink. The girls rolled our eyes and moved on. Gwen smirked and pointedly looked at Jane and Chloe. "Never have I ever kissed a girl." All the guys drank, but almost choked on their sip when Chloe and Jane also drank. "What? Hell yes, we need details." They all spoke at once, but Chloe just mimed zipping her lips.
Never have I ever fantasized about someone sitting here. Josh took his turn. When Jane didn't lift her cup, Gwen joked, "Jane, make sure you drink." She laughed, nodding her head pointedly toward Kevin and nudged my shoulder. I was falling headfirst into being drunk and couldn't help myself from snorting. Jane glared at me as she drank from her cup. Apparently, she didn't find it as funny. The shift of her pinched lips to a mean smirk should have warned me that something bad was about to happen, yet I was still thrown when she spoke, staring straight at me. Never have I ever fantasized or taken part in being forced into sex and being spanked. She paused, letting the silence settle around us. Sounds kind of like rape, doesn't it? No one drank. Shouldn't you be drinking, Anna? I mean, that's what you confessed at girls' night, that you like it rough, right? You even said you wanted to be attacked. She elaborated to make sure everyone got it. It was like a bucket of cold water had been dumped on me, which sobered me up fast. My skin felt too tight, like it was squeezing me, waiting for me to burst. My heart pounded so hard, it was the only thing I could hear, especially since no one else was talking. I didn't say that. At girls' night, you went on and on about how you like it rough, wanted to be pinned down by a stranger and fucked like a whore. I hadn't said that. I'd been drunk, but I never, ever would have said that. Jane, what happens at girls' night stays at girls' night. It's girl code, Gwen said, warning her. You're exaggerating, I spoke over Gwen, defending myself, but embarrassed tears filled my eyes. Maybe she was talking about someone here, Josh said, slurring. I did see her stumble out of the theaters backstage with our boy Kevin once, Isaac chimed in, obviously thinking it was all a big joke. What? No, Kevin denied vehemently, chiming in for the first time. What? My head jerked to his, shocked at his complete denial. We'd never told anyone we were together, but we'd never outright denied it either. I knew he didn't want people to know about what he and I did, but to what extent? I never thought he would react so strongly to someone figuring it out. What the hell was going on? My breaths stuttered out of my chest, feeling the first pangs of abandonment. But he wouldn't. Kevin was my best friend. He wouldn't abandon me. Oh man, Sean laughed. You into forcing girls? I know it's gotta be hard for your ugly mug to get laid, but damn. They all thought it was a joke and began chiming in. The moment began to snowball and pick up speed until it crashed like an avalanche on top of me. No, I would never, Kevin denied again, getting angry. Next thing you know, he'll be caught having a threesome like Prince, and his dad will shit a brick and lose his job or something, Isaac joked, nudging Sean. Hey, Jane could join in. She'd probably do anything to get a shot at Kevin, Isaac said. Chloe, you ever had a threesome? He turned to her and waggled his eyebrows. Fuck off, Jane growled. I'm not some freak like Anna. No wonder Kevin didn't want to sleep with me, she said, sneering. Shut up. Kevin's anger drew everyone's attention back to him. I'm not into that. Anna and I are friends, and I would never be into anything like that. I'm not some freak. His words hit me like a blow to the chest from a sledgehammer. But he wasn't done. That's disgusting. 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 It played in my head like a hammer hitting a nail, rattling the cruel words through my body. Everything in me shut down. I felt numb and hollow, yet in so much pain at the same time. I watched his profile as he stared down into his cup, like it could save him. My best friend had called me disgusting. The person who stood by me for almost 3 years through thick and thin, the person I was going to take off on a new adventure with, refused to meet my eyes, refused to stand up for me, stand up for us. I knew he was scared of something getting out because of how they would see him and what it could do to his father. But he was mean and cruel and cutting with his denial. And I was done. Done with it all. I couldn't sit there anymore and even bother to defend myself.
Who cared? I just lost the most important person because he denied me in front of everyone. He was wrong. We weren't just friends. We were nothing. Damn, Kev.
Chill. Fine. Sean lifted his hands, placating Kevin. But he wasn't done with the joke. It's just Anna who's into the weird shit. I stood, not wanting to hear any more. Hey, Anna, he shouted to my retreating back. Is that why you never let me fuck you? I could do it now, right here. Would that turn you on, to have everyone watch? Josh and Isaac laughed and cheered. Kevin still sat in silence. Shut up, Sean, Gwen growled, rising to my defense. But it was too late. The damage was done. Somehow, I managed to walk to the front door, but as soon as my feet touched the pavement, I ran. I ran the whole way home, gasping for breath as tears streamed down my cheeks and my heart did its best to explode out of my chest. I crashed into the house, falling against the door in sobs. My mom rose from her spot on the couch and ran to me, holding me in her arms as I fell to the floor. On her knees, she held me, and I clung to her as the only thing keeping me together when all I wanted to do was sink into the floor and never come out. Baby, shh. She tried to soothe me as she stroked my hair. Baby, please, please stop. Shh. I could hear the tears clogging her throat. That was my mom. She felt everything with me, and I knew it was hurting her that I was hurt. Not wanting her to fall apart with me, I gathered up the last of my reserves and took deep breaths to slow the tears. Please, Anna, please talk to me. My head shook in denial. I can't, Mom. I can't. Please don't make me tonight. I will someday, just not tonight. It came out on another sob I couldn't hold back. She held me through the storm until I could calm myself. With her hand stroking up and down my back, I made a decision. It was rash, but it was what I needed to do. I changed my mind. I lifted my head from her shoulder. I want to go to Vanderbilt. Things have been hard this past year, and tonight just made me see I need a fresh start. I'm sorry, Mom. I don't want to leave you. But, hush. She halted my stuttering words and wiped the tears from my cheeks with her thumbs. I'll call your father and let him know. Her firm voice grounded me, letting me know she would take care of it. Of course she would. She was my mom. You taking care of yourself is the most important thing, and you know I support you no matter what. I'll be fine. I licked the salt from my lips and nodded. I want to leave tomorrow. First thing. Okay, baby. Her eyes widened in surprise, but she didn't question me. She remained solid and supportive of what I needed. I should go pack. I'll just pack the essentials so I can leave tomorrow and then get the rest of it later. I stood on shaky legs with her help and made my way to the stairs. At the first step, I turned. If anyone comes, don't let them in. I hated seeing the worry lines in her furrowed brows. But Kev, especially Kevin. Chapter 25. Kevin. Fuck. The patio swam in front of me. My stomach churned, mixing with the acrid words I'd spewed. Fuck. I'd panicked. You're all drunk and I'm done with this shit, I growled and got up from my spot. Grasping the door jamb into the house, I had to steady my feet. Apparently, I'd had more drinks than I thought. Maybe that was the reason my brain was acting so slow, and the reason the only words that had fallen out of my mouth were panic-induced, lacking all rational thought. But I knew. It was all just an excuse, and I put myself first like a dick. I put my family first, but Anna was my family, and I'd left her to the wolves, turned my back on my best friend. Fuck. I stumbled out of the house. It felt like it took forever to get home as I focused on keeping the pavement in front of me and not collapsing in the grass. The cool night air began sobering me up, and once I reached the house, I stopped and looked up at Anna's room. I wanted to run over there and tear down her door, demand she listen and forgive me. But the world still swayed beneath my feet, and the words that had come so quick earlier in the night began to blur, and I wasn't even sure what was said anymore. I couldn't let her mom see me like this. Our parents were understanding, but if I drunkenly stumbled to her door past midnight, demanding to see Anna, her mom would drag me by my ear over to my house and shove me off for my parents to punish me. And I deserved it. Maybe I should have let it happen anyway. My eyes scrunched up, and I tried to remember exactly how it had all fallen apart. My mind had shut down, going into survival mode. How fucked up was it that survival mode didn't include saving the best person in my life? What the fuck had I done? All I knew was that I needed to apologize. Looking around the yard, I searched for a way to get to Anna, since going through the front door was off limits. I spotted the pebbles below her window in the side garden, and I picked up a few up before tossing them at the window. I was an 80s movie come to life. 15 rocks in, and there wasn't a single bit of movement from her window. My shoulders fell, and my heart dropped further, knowing I wasn't getting to her until tomorrow. I dragged my feet up to my room, stumbling on the last step, dropping my phone in front of me. Of course, my phone. When I walked into my room, my eyes shot to her window to see if anything had changed, but it remained dark. So I pulled out my phone and hoped she would at least read my messages. Me. Please talk, Omi. The letters blurred, but I persisted. Me. I'm sorry. I panicked. Me. Please, Anna. You're my best friend. I got nothing and eventually fell into bed wondering how the night had gone so wrong. Because you're a fucking idiot. Would it really have hurt your father's career? Was it anyone's business? No. It rang through my head an hour too late. Josh and Prince fucked up many times before the video incident. Murmurs about me and gossip wouldn't have made a difference. Hindsight was 20/20, and it was giving me a swift kick in the balls for being an idiot. Spinning around alternative responses I could have said, I eventually fell asleep trying to decide if the nausea wreaking havoc on my stomach was because of the alcohol, or if my body knew I'd already lost before my mind was ready to give in to the inevitable. The next time I opened my eyes, bright light spilled in from my window, trying to crack my skull open. My head pounded as I lay there against my pillow, trying to put the pieces back from last night. Anna. I shot up and regretted the fast movement when the thudding increased tenfold. The clock said 12:17, and I couldn't remember the last time I'd slept so late. Hoping I'd be able to talk to Anna, I stumbled from my bed and looked out the window. Maybe she was waiting for me. When I walked over, I froze at seeing her blinds pulled closed. Anna rarely closed her blinds, and I couldn't help but think it meant more than some privacy. My heart thundered in my chest as all the implications of what it could mean. Maybe she was changing. Maybe she was blocking out the day because she was just as hungover as me. My lungs worked to catch up with my body, moving faster than it should. I thundered down the stairs and ignored my parents calling to me from the living room. I flung the door open and didn't look back to see if it closed before I jogged across the lawn and began banging on Anna's door. Mrs. Montgomery opened the door and leveled me with a glare that felt like it was going to set me on fire. "What?" she asked sharply. Not a hello, or how are you, or let me get Anna. Just what? "Is Anna home?" I choked out. She stared at me, taking in the way I leaned against the siding for support as I sagged out of breath, wearing clothes from yesterday. "I took her to the airport this morning. She left for Nashville, where she will be attending Vanderbilt in the fall." She delivered the words with a hollow voice like she wasn't shattering my world.
What? It was all I could get out. It was the only thing crashing through my head. What? 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 Over and over until no took over. The vehement denial doing nothing to change the fact. No, 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 no. She took in my shaking head and her eyes glossed over. Not in sympathy. No. Her pinched lips let me know how displeased she was with me, and I wondered how much Anna had told her. She knew Anna left because of me, and she was hurt that she had lost her daughter because of the scum in front of her. "I don't know what you did to her," she spat out beneath her breath, "but you better hope she's okay, that she can recover from the way I saw her last night." And with that, she slammed the door in my face. My jaw became unhinged as it hung open in shock. Fire burned the backs of my eyes and pooled. I tried to blink the moisture away, but a couple of tears leaked out. Jesus! I stood on Anna's porch, having chased her away in a moment of complete and utter panicked idiocy,
and cried. My hand slipped, and just as I turned to go, the door flew open again. Anna's mom thrust a white envelope at me as she wiped tears from her face. Here, she left you this. As soon as it touched my fingers, she let go and slammed the door again. I stood looking at the soft cursive font that spelled out my name, listening to the deadbolt click. The sun shined and birds chirped in the trees, mocking me. Swallowing, I gripped the letter in my hand and made my way back to my house. My parents sat in the living room in wide-eyed shock, not saying anything. I dropped my eyes, feeling too disappointed in myself to look at them or try and explain what a horrible shit I was. Instead, I went up to my room and crawled onto my bed to open Anna's letter. The envelope tearing seemed to echo with a horrid finality, the slip of paper feeling like the last thing I would have from her. My heart pounded and my fingers shook as part of me chanted to open it, open it, open it, and the other part begged me to leave it, knowing whatever was written would be the final blow. I opened it. Just leave me be. 4 words. 4 simple words. When said alone, they were harmless. Nothing. Could mean anything. But put together like that was like a guillotine cutting off the most important part of me. The reality of how bad I'd fucked up stared at me in those 4 words. There were no excuses or corners to hide behind. I'd fucked up, and I'd hurt her more than I ever could have imagined. I hated myself more than I ever could have imagined. I picked up my phone and pulled up her name. 1 text message. Just 1, and I would give her the peace she was asking for. I just needed her to know. Me. I love you, and I'm so sorry. Part 2, Chapter 26, Kevin. 4 years ago, man. I swear I never thought I would get here, I said to my friends. After your first year, I wasn't sure you were going to get here either, my friend Jason muttered into his beer. Speak for yourselves, assholes, Will grumbled. Hey, not all of us are overachievers searching for a med degree, I shot back. Will just shrugged it off and took a long pull from his drink. We were only a couple of days into the new year and had decided to go bar hopping with some friends before school picked back up. Gotta admit, drinking in a bar feels a hell of a lot better than when we got shit-faced and passed out on the lawn of whatever frat house we were at, Jason said. Cheers to that, Will said. We responded by clinking our glasses. The bar was more of a pub with the wood interior and Journey playing in the background. We sure as hell had come a long way from the frat parties and then later the clubs and more raucous bars trying to pick up chicks. I mean, we still did that, but tonight was more about hanging out with friends. Will and Jason had been my roommates since sophomore year. We'd met in the dorms as freshmen, clicked, and never looked back. They were the friends that watched over me when I lost my mind a little that first year. Going to UC was a constant reminder that I was there without Anna, that I was living my life without her. I had lost a part of me, and it took a lot of alcohol and self-hate to get used to missing her. Over the past 3 years, I'd tried to look her up on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, or any of the other 1,000 social media platforms everyone was on, but I never found her. It was for the best. Her letter haunted me, and I wasn't sure I would have been able to abide by her request if I'd found a link to her. So I'd moved on and struggled through my first year, slowly making friends and accepting what had happened. After freshman year, I switched from undecided to a marketing major that focused on sports. I never did go back to playing soccer, which frustrated my parents to no end, but they eventually accepted it. Especially after my dad completed his final term as senator. He decided to take a break and took my mom traveling around the world. I tried to get home whenever they were there too, hoping I'd see Anna if she ever came back to visit. But even after all that time, I'd never run into her. In the first year, her mom hesitantly let me know she was okay. Sometimes it was little more than a nod across the lawn. If I was lucky, she'd actually speak to me. When she told me Anna was doing better, my heart expanded in relief and pinched in pain, knowing what she must have been going through. Knowing she was getting better was the biggest deterrent from hunting her down in Nashville. I didn't want to cause her any more pain than I already had. It didn't mean I didn't lay in bed at night and think about what I'd say to her given the chance. Mostly, I imagined myself on my knees apologizing, begging for forgiveness. As soon as the thoughts started, it became a chain reaction. It led me to remember our intimate moments. On particularly rough nights, I would convince myself that it was all my fault, that I'd dragged her into it all, into the sadism and rough sex. Sometimes, the more rational part of my mind would tell me I was wrong, but the poison festered despite trying to put it out. "Hey, stud," a soft voice whispered in my ear as arms slipped around my waist. "You taking me home tonight?" I looked down into Caitlin's large gray eyes. She pressed her body into mine, and I took in her pixie face and full lips, trying to decide if I wanted to. Caitlin and I met a couple of years ago and didn't really date as much as slept with each other when it was convenient. She didn't mind the rougher sex, so I never felt the need to turn her down. She didn't know the full extent of my desires to hurt while fucking, since I'd decided to keep it to myself. Instead, I'd close my eyes and imagine everything I wanted to do. Most of the time, it was easier to simply abstain than try to determine if a girl could take it harder and still like it. Caitlin did, so it worked for us. She could be a little clingy, but I'd made myself clear on what we were and what we weren't. I wanted to believe she accepted it, but as graduation came closer, she seems to be getting more attached. "Hey, Caitlin." I leaned down and dropped a kiss on her forehead. She stood almost a foot shorter than me, and I couldn't deny that she felt nice tucked up on my side. I wrapped an arm around her and leaned down to her ear. "Maybe, if you're a good girl. And if I'm not," she taunted before biting her lip, her eyes glowing in excitement. We played this game often. I didn't respond, but instead slapped my hand hard against her ass. She yelped, but her slanted lips let me know she liked it. Standing on her tiptoes, she placed a soft kiss to my neck, whispering, "I'm going to get a drink," and walked away. We stayed in the pub until Will got a call from another friend asking us to meet him at another bar that had a band playing that night. We downed our drinks and headed out. "Let's do another round of shots on me," Jason shouted an hour later. I'd lost count of how many we'd done by that point. But the night was still young, and I dutifully picked up my glass and downed the amber liquid. Looking up above the bar, the clock blurred, but I managed to see it was a little after midnight. I needed to slow down on the shots if I wanted to make it home, so I ordered a beer and water. "Pussy," Jason shouted, pointing at my water. "Takes one to know one." He flipped me off and turned back to the girl on the other side of him. Our group formed a large crowd in the corner around the bar top. I leaned my elbows back and took it all in. Some played darts, and others laughed at stories of Christmas break. It was good. I was good. It took me a long time to get there, but I was good. Finally. I turned away from our group, gazing out at the rest of the patrons. I lifted the beer to my lips and froze. The glass nearly slipped from my fingers when I saw her back by the pool tables. Anna. Holy fuck. Anna. 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 Her name echoed in my head. She held her drink to her chest as a guy twirled her around in a circle. She stepped back and swiveled her hips, dancing away from him. My whole body froze as I held my breath, watching her. When she tipped her head back and laughed, exposing her long neck, it was as though an electric shock jolted through my body and kick-started my heart. I had spent hours kissing, sucking, and biting that neck. My heart hammered in my chest, trying to keep up with my lungs, which were doing their best to fight off the hyperventilation my panic was inducing. I stood stock still, not moving, as my whole body burned with the need to run to her and wrap her in my arms. Nothing but a ringing sounded in my ears, the whole bar fading away until a loud cheer from behind me erupted, piercing my bubble. Everyone in the bar turned to look at whatever caused the noise. Everyone, including Anna. In slow motion, her laughing face turned toward me, and as if I had a pull on her, her eyes landed directly on mine. Her smile slipped away. She squeezed her eyes shut and shook her head. When she opened them, I was still there. Her arms fell to her sides, and she just stood there, staring at me as I stared at her. It was as though we were the only people in the bar. Despite the distance, I recognized the gray-blue eyes that haunted my dreams. Even from a distance, I could still read them. My heart skipped a beat when her shoulders lifted with a heavy sigh and one side of her lips tipped up. I smiled back, just as someone slammed into me, pulling me from our moment. My arms immediately wrapped around the tiny force that almost took both of us down and collided with Caitlin's glazed eyes. "Hey, handsome," she slurred. Not answering, I looked up and saw Anna still watching with a furrowed brow. Before the guy that twirled her earlier got her attention. He said something and Anna nodded. She set her drink down and they began making their way to the door, which was behind me. My world began to tilt, and I didn't know if it was from the alcohol or from the fact that I'd stopped breathing as I watched her approach. When they got close enough, Caitlin spoke, making me jump, having forgotten she was still hanging on me. "Hey, Andrew, long time no see." The guy with his hand on Anna's lower back stopped and acknowledged Caitlin. "Oh, hey, Katie, fancy seeing you here." He came over to us. Caitlin responded, but I didn't hear it. My eyes, my entire focus, remained solely on Anna. I watched her throat work up and down with a swallow before her lips parted. "Hi," she whispered. The word wrapped around me and sank inside me with the comfort only Anna could bring. This was my best friend, the person I'd shared everything with, the person I missed more than anything. I thought I was good, but with just that one word, she made me feel better than I'd felt in 3 years. "Hey, Anna." Caitlin and Andrew talked animatedly next to us while we stood frozen, taking each other in. She was more gorgeous than I remembered. She was a girl in my memories, but before me stood a woman. Her eyes held more experiences than when she'd left me, and I felt desperate to hear all of them. Her eyes were almost level with mine as she wore a pair of heels, bringing her 5'7" body closer to 6 feet. She wore thick tights and a white dress that hugged her and displayed her breasts. I couldn't look away. But then the scent of vanilla hit me, purely Anna. I breathed it in, and it sunk into my brain, evoking memories that began to crash over me. Her naked body beneath me, entwined with mine. The way her soft, delicate skin felt beneath my fingers. The way it gave under my teeth. Her smile as she lay next to me on the lounger, sharing the details of her day, her pinky locked with mine. All of it was too much and not enough. "Hey, Kevin, this is Andrew." Caitlin's voice interrupted my thoughts and brought me back to the present. I didn't want to look away from Anna, but social skills ingrained by my mother forced me to turn and give Andrew my attention. He offered his hand, and I begrudgingly took it. "We've had some classes together, survived English 2 years ago, brutal." They both laughed, and I wondered how well Andrew and Caitlin knew each other. She still had her arm wrapped around me, but showed a familiarity with Andrew like she did with me. Like she knew how he fucked. "Hey, Kevin, nice to meet you. This is Anna," I cut in. We didn't need introductions. I didn't know how long he'd known her, but he couldn't know her like I did. He didn't know how she tasted, how she laughed, or how she looked when she fought off tears because she was trying to be too strong to cry. He didn't know her like I did. "You two know each other?" "We went to high school together," Anna explained. Such a simple explanation. Too simple for what we were. Anna was the greatest and worst part of who I was, and she stood before me, reminding me of it all. I couldn't help but wonder what she saw when she looked at me. Could she see the difference from the boy and the man? Or did she only see the past and how I'd hurt her? It was too much to take in, given the state of my alcohol-infused brain. Between the excited shock of seeing Anna and the alcohol burning through my veins, I struggled to find the words to say. I wanted to say anything to keep her there, but my tongue felt thick and my brain slow. Let me buy you a drink." "Actually, we were just getting ready to head out," Andrew said, declining for her. Fuck, Andrew. My brain scrambled to come up with a different plan, but it stumbled over itself, unable to function past staring at Anna. "Bummer," Caitlin said. "Maybe we can get together sometime." "Definitely." Andrew tucked his arm around Anna's waist, and I stood and stared. I knew what that waist felt like between my palms, how my thumbs rested right outside her belly button as I held her above me, thrusting up in her. I knew what it tasted like. I stood helplessly, in too much shock to do anything but stare. The alcohol muddled my brain, and she lifted her hand to say goodbye. She didn't intend for me to see the way it trembled, but I did. "See you around, Kev." Her eyes didn't leave mine as she walked past me, only letting go when she got too far. But even then, she glanced back before walking out the door. Watching her disappear through the door slammed me with memories. The one where I sat on Isaac's patio and watched her disappear into the house, not knowing it would be the last time I saw her. Her note asking me to leave her alone. All of it hit me with an icy blast, freezing me to the spot. She's gone. My stomach clenched, the past tying it up in knots. I didn't know how long I stared at the door, but when my name was called, Caitlin was gone, and the beer I brought up to my lips was warm. Earth to Kev. Will waved his hand in front of my face, and I blinked to bring him into focus. "Dude, you okay? You look like you've seen a ghost." I had. The ghost of my past. It haunted me.
Why was she there? Visiting? I'd never seen her before when she came home. How long would she stay? Where was she staying? Why hadn't I asked any of those questions? Why hadn't I apologized? What if I didn't get another chance to beg for forgiveness, like I'd been thinking of doing for 3 years? My glass hit the bar with a thunk, and my legs were moving before I realized what I was doing. Bobbing and weaving, I made my way through the crowd as quickly as possible, hoping she was still outside. My legs felt numb and loose, the ground swaying in front of me. The cold air hit me as I burst through the door, but didn't slow me down. Glancing side to side, I didn't see her. I couldn't find her blonde hair or white dress. On a split-second decision, I turned left and began jogging down the street, hoping to catch her. One streetlight after another, scanning every side street until my toe clipped the uneven pavement, causing me to stumble. Reaching out to the lamppost, I steadied myself. My breath sawed in and out of my chest, large puffs of air releasing into the cold night. Turning in a full circle, I dug my fingers into my hair, scanning every bench, looking as far as the light would let me. People stared at the crazy man who was stumbling through the streets past midnight with wide, panicked eyes. I didn't care. I needed all my attention to focus my blurry gaze and find her. I had to see her. I had to see her. I had to apologize. She needed to know how sorry I was, how much I regretted every mistake of that night more than 3 years ago. A shiver racked my body, and the cold finally began to penetrate my focus. Rubbing my arms, I looked around again and realized I'd managed to make it 5 blocks from the bar. "Fuck," I shouted, digging my hands into my hair again and pulling. Fuck. People were giving me wide berth in case I was some psycho. I felt like one. Dragging my hand down from my head, I ran it across my mouth and admitted defeat. What if I'd missed her? What if I missed my one chance to make it right, to get my friend back? My body sagged, the alcohol making me tired. Somehow, I managed to make my way back to the bar. I didn't look at anyone as I stumbled in and snagged my jacket. Thankfully, no one noticed me or stopped me to ask what the hell was wrong. I called a cab and got myself home, only to fall into my bed and replay the night over and over again, beating myself up for all the things I could have done differently. Her whispered hi played on repeat until, finally, my body gave out and I fell asleep. Chapter 27, Anna. Have you had any issues finding your way around campus? Did I do a good job giving you a tour? Andrew asked as he walked me to class. I'm doing okay, probably because I had the best tour guide the university had to offer. He flipped his imaginary hair dramatically. What can I say? Maybe I'm missing my calling as a tour guide to become a lawyer. What will the world do without you? I teased. Get lost. He laughed and placed his hand on my back as we approached the building where my class was. I'll make time for you, though. We'd stopped at the stairs and faced each other. I watched his hand come toward my face and brush my hair back behind my ear. We'd met when he'd given me the welcoming tour and then asked me to lunch. Andrew made me laugh, and I enjoyed his company.
I could feel the attraction between us, but he'd been too much of a gentleman to push for more. Until that moment, apparently. He leaned down, and I licked my lips before his connected with mine. He was soft and sweet, brushing my cheek with his thumb. His lips were thin and gentle, but a memory of full lips devouring mine made me pull back and end the kiss. I didn't want to keep kissing Andrew when my mind was comparing him to Kevin. Ever since I'd run into him 2 weeks ago, he'd been on my mind despite my best efforts to not think about him. He'd haunted me a lot that first year of college, and slowly, life became easier. I'd wondered if he'd gone to UC like he'd planned, or if he'd changed his mind after I left and became a soccer star. I didn't have to guess anymore. "I'll see you later?" Andrew's breath brushed across my lips, and I nodded. He placed another soft kiss to my lips and walked away, leaving me to relive our first kiss. It was nice. Not filled with passion, but we were in the middle of campus, and it was nice. Shaking it off, I continued to class. I glanced around the room and made my way to the back, securing a corner seat, pulling out my books, and keeping my head down. I was rewriting some notes when the inevitable happened. "Hey, Anna." His deep voice wrapped around me like it always did. It was no longer the voice of the boy who had been my best friend, but the voice of a man who still sent tingles down my spine. Classes had started earlier in the week, and my heart had lodged in my throat when I saw him stroll into my calculus class. Thankfully, I had been in the back and he hadn't seen me. Not that I didn't want him to see me, I think. I just needed time to process having him so close. My head thumped, and my brain went crazy with a mix of memories and possibilities that sent tingles through my limbs, making me a bumbling fool. Time to process being around him hadn't helped. I was just as nervous and shaky as I was the first time I saw him walk into class. "Hey, Kev." Looking up, I took in his jean-clad legs and long-sleeve Henley. Somehow, he managed to be bigger than I remembered, broader and taller. Wasn't he supposed to have stopped growing? When I reached his face, I glimpsed his throat moving over a heavy swallow, hinting that maybe he was just as nervous as I was. "Didn't think I'd see you again after running into you at the bar. Yet here you are, hiding in the back." We stared at each other, and I watched his eyes scan my body, taking me in. I didn't think I'd changed much. Maybe my face had thinned out, but I wondered what he saw when he looked at me. Neither of us spoke, letting the silence stretch, not rushing to fill it. The class became louder as more and more people filed in, and he gestured to the seat next to me. "Seat taken?" I shook my head. "Go ahead." "How long have you been here?" he asked once he settled into the seat that seemed way too small for him. "A couple of minutes." I was being purposefully obtuse, avoiding the topic. "Haha, I meant home. How long have you been home?" "Home?" I still wanted to say a few minutes. Despite how everything had ended between us, being by his side, in his presence, still felt like home. I didn't say that, though. "Since before Christmas." He furrowed his brow, thinking over the timeline. "You transferred during senior year?" My mom has... My voice cracked over the word, and I had to clear my throat and try again. "My mom has cancer." I wanted to be closer to her. "Anna." He whispered my name, and it comforted me in a way I hadn't been expecting. "I'm so sorry." My eyes burned and I blinked rapidly. Kevin had always made me comfortable enough to express my emotions, and it was the same even after all our time apart. But right before class wasn't the time to break down. "Thank you." "Are you staying at home?" "No, I share an apartment close to campus with a girl who is almost always gone. I originally wanted to stay with my mom, but she wanted me to have the full college experience." I hooked my fingers in quotes. In the end, we agreed that she would accept a nurse aide coming to check on her. He nodded, but the teacher walked in to start class and halted his response. I did my best to take notes and listen to what the teacher was saying, but having Kevin next to me was too big to ignore. I was surprised I didn't pass out because I was barely able to regulate my breathing the whole class. When the professor finally released us, I wasted no time packing up my bag while trying to avoid looking over at Kevin. Tossing my backpack over my shoulder, I stood, ready to bolt. "See ya, Kev. Have lunch with me," he blurted to my retreating back. "Please."
It took me a moment to consider all the options, but it was hard to find a negative when my whole body screamed at me to say yes. I only turned enough to glance over my shoulder at him. Okay. His smile lit me up and made my chest feel like it was going to explode and collapse all at once. I have class, but maybe in 2 hours. The coffee shop at the university center? Okay. The word was barely out of my mouth before I was wondering what the hell I was thinking. Opening the door to the university center, I kept my head down and muttered a pep talk to myself about how it would all be okay. People gave me a wide berth since I looked like a lunatic, but I didn't have time to worry about others. Calming my racing heart and trembling fingers took priority over social acceptance. Taking one last deep breath, I shook out my hands and looked up, lifting my chin high and unafraid before entering the coffee shop. My eyes immediately sought out Kevin and his still perfect chocolate hair. God, I was jealous of how effortlessly he ran his hands through his hair and it just stayed there, perfectly, waiting for me to do the same. Focus, Anna. Putting a smile on my face, I took a step toward the back and froze. The girl that clung to his side at the bar came from the back hall and landed on his lap. My jaw clenched, and iciness settled in my chest at seeing his easy smile and the way his hands held her waist. I hated her. The thought shocked me with how easy it formed. What was wrong with me? Where had that come from? I knew the feeling well from high school, jealousy. But why now? I had no reason to be jealous of who Kevin spent his time with. We'd spoken to each other all of 10 minutes in the past 3 years, and how it had ended didn't scream wait for me. No matter the rationality of it, the feeling still settled around me, and it hurt. Looking away, I chickened out and decided to wait until she left. By the time I had ordered a drink, she was leaving. Kevin kissed her cheek, but didn't let his eyes linger as she walked away. He started to look down in his book, but stopped, instead, lifting his head to scan the crowd as though he was looking for someone, as though he knew I was already there. "Black coffee, ma'am?" The barista pulled my attention back to the counter. "Yes, thank you." I grabbed my coffee and looked back over to find Kevin staring at me, his lips barely tipped up. I saw the smile in his eyes and the familiarity hit me in the chest. How many times had I found his eyes shining with the same happiness that I felt inside just by seeing him? Tears burned the backs of my eyes, and I looked down until I got them under control. This was too much. Coming home, I knew my chances of seeing Kevin increased, but I figured I could avoid him, avoid my emotions about how we'd ended things. Mostly my mind was consumed with my mom and being there for her. The transfer took up so much of my time, I hadn't had too much of it to dwell on the possibilities. When I let myself, I'd thought I'd be angry and shun him. Faced with reality, I realized I just wanted to be in his presence again. I never took into consideration that the old feelings would be more prominent than the pain. The full force of my Kevin-centered emotions made it impossible to process anything with him staring at me. Either way, I shoved them down and made my way to him. Ever the gentleman, he stood and pulled out my chair. I ignored the way he tugged it around the table until I was practically next to him rather than across. I sat and fiddled with my coffee cup, turning it in circles, waiting for him to talk. Not gonna lie, I'm not sure where the hell to start. His honesty allowed the muscles in my shoulders to relax, knowing I wasn't alone with my nerves. He was always so good at portraying calm, I didn't know what to think. In the past, I saw beyond it, but a lot had changed. It was stupid to assume I could still read him. Honestly, all I can think to say to you is how sorry I am. My heart stopped. No, no, no. I didn't want to face this yet. I've wanted to say it. He stopped when he noticed my shaking head. What? It's okay. We don't have to do this. Really. Let's just what? I didn't know. I inhaled as deeply as I could, exhaling the pressure building there, and collected my thoughts. Let's just not right now. Kevin nodded his head slowly, his brows pinched. Okay. I swallowed the lump in my throat, calming my racing heart. How about we start simple? How are you?
Simple. Nervous, nauseous, scared, overwhelmed, happy. They were all accurate. Instead, I settled on, I'm good. How are you? His eyes scanned my face, and his smile grew wider. I'm great, Anna. Better than I've been in a while. Good. Seeing the sparkle in his eyes made my cheeks heat. Turned out it didn't matter how long we'd spent apart. I could still read the look in his eyes and knew he was happy to see me. I would have known that look had we been separated 100 years. Well, that didn't last long. He chuckled. How was Vanderbilt? For the most part, stuck up. He laughed again, and the sound settled into my bones, making me feel weightless. I used to love making him laugh. It was like I'd won a reward for being me. Not everyone. I made some good friends, but I didn't always quite fit in. You know how I feel about country music. Oh yeah, living in the country music capital must have been awesome for you. It's about 75% of all radio stations down there. I had to invest in Pandora. You poor thing, he gasped, pulling his hand to his chest. I nodded. Just horrible. Did you stick with teaching like you'd originally planned? I did. I already did my student teaching in Tennessee, so I only have a few things to finish up here. What about you? What's your major? Much to my parents' dismay, I gave up soccer and eventually settled on marketing with a focus in sports marketing. That fits you. A long pause fell over our table. The sparkle from his eyes faded into sadness while he stared at my face. I looked away as I took a drink of my coffee. My hands trembled and a knot formed in my throat. I could do this. I could keep it light. It was okay. I could do this. The repeated words did nothing to stop the ache from spreading through my chest. I needed to get the conversation going again, something to divert the attention away from how we were both so obviously remembering the past. My mind scrambled for a rope to grab onto. How are your parents? I finally asked. They're good. Dad retired around my sophomore year, so they've been traveling a lot. I smiled, remembering all the times his mom talked about what they would do once she convinced his dad to retire. I'm glad she's finally getting what she wanted. Yeah, she's enjoying herself. He swallowed hard before asking a question of his own. How was living with your dad? Or better yet, his girlfriend? Oh, you mean his wife? I nodded as his eyebrows raised in question. Yep, had a small ceremony last year. Said she didn't need many people or a big wedding as long as Jesus was there. Interesting. It sure was. But you know what? Taking a deep breath, I admitted something that took me a while to accept. I held on to blaming her for taking my mom's spot, but it faded. She wasn't that bad. She was easy to make fun of for all her weirdness and Jesus talk, but she was also hard to dislike because of how nice she was, especially after we had the talk about how I wasn't going to church with her anymore. Oh yeah? How did she take that? It was okay. She said she would say prayers for me and would hopefully meet me for brunch afterward. I decided that was an acceptable halfway point for us. It was nice since my dad wasn't really around, too busy with work. So she was a decent companion while I was there. I'm sorry your dad wasn't around more. I know how you missed him. I'm sure you hoped being there would allow you to get closer. Of course he did. Just another thing that drove home how well he knew me.
We sat across from each other and pretended like we were old friends, just catching up. But the reality was that we were best friends who fell apart in the worst way. This man had known me better than I'd known myself, and even after 3 years, he probably still did. We'd shared our lives together, and while we could put that aside for a little bit, it was bound to come up again. I wasn't ready for that day, so I brushed it off. Yeah, it was okay. Same old, same old. Shrugging, I prepared to make my exit. Well, I better get going. I need to get some homework done and swing by to see my mom. How is she, by the way? He asked with concern, watching me sling my backpack over my shoulder as I stood. She's... How did I explain it? Just trying caused a pinch in my chest. She's okay. It's still treatable, and we're going to begin chemo and radiation soon. I'm sorry, Anna. He stood too and rested a hand on my shoulder. It was the first time we touched, and it sent a blazing spark through my whole body. I couldn't get my tongue to form words. Instead, I managed a tight-lipped smile and a quick nod.
Listen, I enjoyed seeing you. Really enjoyed it. His throat bobbed when he swallowed. Can I give you my number? We can keep in touch. You know, if you need any help with calculus, or I do, he laughed. I nodded and pulled my phone out of my purse with shaking hands. This was more than a meet-up to chat. He was asking to rekindle our friendship. I took a moment to assess the feelings rushing over me, trying to differentiate them. There was doubt and pain, but there was also hope and want. I wanted this. He gave me his number and I sent him a message. There, now you have mine too. He smiled and saved my contact into his phone. Let's do this again soon. It wasn't a question, and the command held my eyes to his, allowing more than a suggestion to pass between us. It took all my willpower to divert my eyes and push back the memories of all the other commands he'd given me in the past. Yet, my throat caught on the word, and I cleared it, trying again. Yeah, that sounds good. I'll see you around. I bolted and didn't look back, but I didn't need to. I could feel his eyes on me until I exited. It seemed all that time away hadn't broken the connection we'd formed before, and it both excited and terrified me. Chapter 28. Kevin. Anna. I'm never going to make it through calculus. It's a stupid course and I hate it. Me. Well, maybe if you stop staring at me during class and start listening, it wouldn't be so bad. Ha ha. Me. I don't blame you. I'm gorgeous. Anna. You're something. Me. What am I, Anna? Stroke my ego. You're a riot. Me. I'm here for you. Me. We still on for dinner tomorrow night? Wouldn't miss it for the world. 2 weeks. It took us 2 weeks before we fell back into our routine from high school. The only difference was that we didn't live right next door to each other anymore. It started as text messages the weekend after the coffee shop. Simple messages talking about our day. Then it switched to phone calls, where we would watch shows or movies together, laughing until she couldn't stay awake any longer. Part of me wanted to ask her to stay on the phone and lay it on the pillow next to her. I missed the sound of her next to me. But I didn't want to freak her out. Hell, I was a little weirded out by that desire. It bordered along the lines of being a creeper. Most days we met for lunch, except for the ones she spent with Andrew. I hated the thought of them together, but we didn't talk about it. Anna acted aloof about it and avoided the topic, so I followed her lead. I tried to subtly ask Caitlin about Andrew since she knew him, but she only had nice things to say, which annoyed me more. Why couldn't he be a dick and I could justifiably dislike him, aside from being jealous of his time with Anna? I had to stop asking questions because Caitlin thought I was jealous and began hinting at having slept with him and asked if it would have bothered me. My negative answer disappointed her, and I knew it was time to officially break off any romantic connection we had. I didn't want to lead her on, and the closer we got to the end of the year, the more and more attention she sought from me. It was only fair to her. With Caitlin, there was no jealousy, but with Anna, it burned brightly, even though I had to push it into a corner. I struggled on the nights she told me she couldn't meet for dinner, or the nights she called later than usual because she'd just gotten home. But no matter what, hearing her voice and her laugh soothed any issues I had. I was getting my friend back, and that trumped all. We agreed to go out the next night, and I could barely wait to pick her up for dinner. She looked stunning in simple skinny jeans and a black thermal. I couldn't hold back the smile when I spotted her familiar black chucks. Do you have a specific school you're hoping to teach at? I asked as we shared a pizza at one of my favorite restaurants. I'd love to be outside of Cincinnati, more in the suburbs. They just have better funding and academics. She took a bite of her pizza and held up her finger, wanting to continue. She didn't wait to finish chewing before she mumbled out, "And a better crime rate. I'd hate to get shot or mugged in my first year. That would definitely be a downer. What about you?" she asked, lifting a glass of wine to her lips. It took me a second to answer because the way her lips wrapped around the glass distracted me. Kev? Shaking my head, I refocused on the conversation. I'm not sure. I want to stay close to home, hopefully in Cincinnati. I love it here. Yeah, it definitely feels good to be home. She finished her slice of pizza before speaking again. Do you keep in touch with any old friends? Not really. What about you? Gwen and I email. She gets on me for not having any social media, but I figure if I'm going to be a teacher, it's better to not even have them. I noticed that, I admitted. She raised her eyebrow at that, but didn't say anything. Do you still talk to Sean? No. Lifting my beer, I took a long drink, giving myself time to think about my answer. But then I put my glass down and looked over at Anna. My Anna. I didn't have to think through my words. We didn't keep in touch, and honestly, I took the opportunity to leave it behind. I had no one around expecting me to behave a certain way, like they did in high school. It was like a fresh start for me. I know that's what you always wanted. She downed the rest of her wine in one gulp. Besides, I'm sure it's nice not having their accusations hanging over your head. It took me a moment to understand what she was alluding to, but seeing the way she avoided my eyes and ran her thumb up and down the condensation on her glass, I knew she meant everything that was said the night of the party. Anna. I paused, not knowing what to say next, not knowing how to formulate a big enough apology for what I did. It's nothing. I'm sorry I brought it up. You have nothing to be sorry for. I'm the one who's sorry. I thought about saying more, but a redness tinged her cheeks, and I didn't want to make her any more uncomfortable than she was. Instead, I pulled out my wallet and counted off enough money to pay the bill and for the tip. Come on, I want to show you something. I held out my hand to help her from the booth, but she didn't take it. I swallowed back the disappointment and followed behind her to the door. We walked a few blocks in silence, enjoying the crisp air and clear night. When someone walked too close to me, I had to crush into her space to avoid getting plowed over, but she pulled back again as soon as the sidewalk cleared. Just the brief contact, even through a thick jacket, was enough to set my blood on fire. Despite all the time we'd spent together over the past few weeks, we hadn't touched. She'd avoided every chance of contact and gave me wide berth, just like she did tonight. I hated it, yet understood it at the same time. I tried not to push it, but shamelessly took advantage of every chance to walk close to her the rest of the way. We stopped outside of a 5-story brick building. This is my place. Anna turned to me with wide eyes, the gray shining like silver under the lamppost. Kev, I don't know if that's a good idea. We don't have to go in. Just trust me. After a pause, she gave a slight nod, licking her lips. The building didn't have an elevator, and we walked up the flights of stairs, passing my door on the 4th floor. When we reached the top, I swung open the metal door leading to the rooftop. She took in the benches, picnic tables, and loungers laying out on the gravel. It's no rooftop terrace, but everyone in the building is pretty cool about sharing the space. It's amazing. I led her to 2 pool chairs similar to the ones in my old backyard that we'd laid out on so often. I let Anna get settled first before I dragged mine next to hers. We didn't talk, just stared up at the night sky and twinkling stars. If I closed my eyes, I almost could have been back 4 years ago. God, I've missed this, Anna whispered. I missed you, I confessed, the memories of the moment too much to hide my emotions behind. I'd missed her so much, and I needed her to know. I hoped she could hear the regret in my words. When she didn't respond, I turned to look at her and saw her eyes pinched closed. Her chest rose on a deep breath before she spoke. Let's not talk about that tonight. Let's just enjoy each other. I wanted to pin her to the seat and make her listen to me, hear my apologies and see my sorrow, make her forgive me. But I didn't want to push her. I didn't want the night to end. Okay. I almost swallowed my tongue when she spoke again, asking a question laced with more danger than the apology I wanted to force on her. Have you found anyone else? Anyone like us? Her whispered words sucked the air from my lungs, and I struggled to formulate a response. I knew exactly what she was asking, and maybe she felt brave in the dark of night. Maybe she felt brave to ask the question in the familiarity of the situation. I didn't know, but I wouldn't turn down the opportunity to get closer to her. I wanted to share my secrets again, so maybe she'd share hers. No, not really. I thought over the past 3 years, especially the one after my dad retired from politics, relieving the pressure of being found out and causing a scandal. I laughed thinking of that year. What's so funny? Nothing, just thinking of the year after my dad retired. I felt a freedom I hadn't before and really looked into, that part of myself. How so? I found a sex club. A what? She jerked up in her seat and gaped at me. I laughed. Calm down. It was an interesting experience, and one I found was not for me. It was actually more enlightening than any internet research I could have done. How so? She asked, laying back down. Well, I'm not into whips and all the tools that come along with typical BDSM. I'm pretty sure I was a deer in headlights most of my visits, watching the people use the equipment. I laughed again at how naive I felt walking through the club. It was a cool place, and I met some interesting people, but not my scene. I'm more into privacy. I'm not into tying someone to a cross and whipping them as much as controlling someone. And I cut off, feeling that old shame creep back into my chest. Looking over, I took Anna in and was again reminded that this was Anna, my Anna. I could tell her anything. And degradation. I liked to see how far someone was willing to please me. That was my kink, as well as some others here and there, but not enough to need to join a club. I didn't have to look at her to know my words affected her. I could hear her short, choppy breathing, and it went straight to my dick. I subtly rearranged my hand over my lap, hoping she wouldn't notice the boner stretching my jeans. But it left me afloat again, back to square one, trying to find someone who I wouldn't scare away. I guess I just became less ashamed of who I was and ways to work around it. I expected her to have a comment about everything I just confessed, but she remained mute, staring up at the sky. I hated to ask it, but I needed to know. What about you, Anna? You ever find anyone? She was quiet so long, I didn't expect her to answer. When she spoke, it was quiet, in a painful way, and I knew I wasn't going to like what she was about to say. I met a guy my sophomore year. He was a senior, really nice guy. We dated for about a year, and I almost moved in with him when he graduated. She paused, and I didn't comment, instead focusing on relaxing my clenched jaw, preparing for the rest of the story. I waited a long time to have sex with him. He pushed, but I was scared. What if I didn't like it? What if it ruined us? Her sniff punched me in the gut. It wasn't great when we had sex. He noticed, and I blamed myself. He seemed so concerned, so eager to make it better. I had to look away from her when I noticed a tear slip down her temple. Fuck. I should have stopped her from talking. I didn't think I could listen to it. I trusted him. So one night, I made him a nice dinner and tried to make it a romantic evening, preparing to tell him. He wanted to please me, so even though I was nervous, I believed him. It didn't go so well. Anna, you don't have to tell me. Maybe it was me being a coward, trying to give her an out, but I should have known better. My Anna was strong and didn't back down. No, it's okay. It's you, and I've always been able to talk to you. I've always felt safe with you. She swallowed and continued. He was appalled when I told him I wanted to be spanked or held down and forced. I was too nervous to look up at his face when I told him that when I heard silence, I just kept going, laying it all out there in front of him. When I looked up, I knew I'd made a mistake. He looked me up and down and asked, "You want to be raped?" I was shocked because I hadn't expected him to assume that. I didn't know what to say, and he just kept going. He said I wasn't the lady he thought I was, and that I was disgusting. I tried to cut in and correct him, but he just got angry, and he choked on the last words, and I had to bite back the growl in my throat. I wanted to figure out his name and go to Nashville and ruin his life, fucking end him. I wanted to pull her into me and hold her and beg her to stop, but while she sat there brave, I felt weak and unable to listen to more. I wanted to go back 3 years and change everything about how we got to this point. He got so worked up, she continued. He ended up saying he'd give me what I wanted. By that point, I didn't want to do anything. I wanted to get out. And when he came at me, I fought him off. He just laughed and said it was what I wanted. Kevin, she choked out my name and it shattered my heart. It wasn't what I wanted. I said no, and I meant it. Anna began sobbing, and I was fucking done with distance. I moved my chair right next to hers and pulled her into my chest, letting her get it out. Had anyone known? Was this the first time she'd talked about it? Did you tell anyone? She shook her head against my chest. No. What would I have said? I admitted I liked rough and forceful sex, and my boyfriend gave it to me. They would have looked at me the same way he had and said I deserved it. And, in a way, I guess I did. Shut the fuck up, I growled, pulling her head back from my chest and making her look at me. Don't you ever say that. There is a difference between consensually agreeing to those things and being forced into them. What he did was wrong, and I don't ever want to hear you say you deserve that again. She nodded, and I shook her shoulders. No, say it. Say you understand. I understand. I wiped her tears, and she looked at me the same way she did when we danced in her bedroom after what Sean did to her at prom, like I was her hero. She gave me a tight-lipped smile and turned her head to kiss my palm that was cradling her cheek.
I laid her back out on her chair right next to me, but didn't let go. I linked my pinky through hers and let her get herself together. At the same time, I had to get myself together. Hearing her say she deserved it wrecked me, and my eyes were on fire with the effort to hold back tears. Needless to say, I haven't tried with anyone else since, not even a date. She breathed out a laugh that held no humor. After a while, I decided I wanted a normal life. I didn't want to want that anymore. I refused to acknowledge that side of myself. I thought, I'm going to be a teacher, and God forbid anyone find out about that. I wanted normal, a normal man I could be happy with. Each of her words hit me like knives in my chest. My Anna, my person who I'd always shared this with, was telling me she wanted normal, and I didn't know what to do with that. It hurt and felt like I was losing something important. But then my mom was diagnosed, and I made the decision to move back here. I didn't get a chance to even try normal. But being here, I want to focus on her and not take anything too seriously. I wasn't sure if she was just talking or if she was warning me that she was different and not to get attached or expect too much from her. I didn't ask. I let her fall into a silence and kept my pinky linked in hers, squeezing to let her know I heard her and supported her, even if I didn't understand it. Time passed in a blur, and I didn't know how long we lay there, staring up at the stars, but eventually she sat up, stretching her long limbs. It's getting late, and I should head home. Can I drive you home? No, I'll get an Uber. Okay, you want to get together again next Friday? She diverted her eyes to the gravel beneath our feet. I can't. I have other plans. Andrew? I knew what she meant, and I didn't question her on it. I didn't want to hear it. I walked her down and made sure she got in the car okay. Watching her drive away, I couldn't help but wonder if Andrew was the normal she was looking for. If so, where did that leave me? It'd been a long time since I'd felt a strong dislike for my desires. But knowing it wasn't what Anna wanted anymore, or at least said what she didn't want, I felt it then. Chapter 29. Anna. I stumbled into my beautifully empty apartment and collapsed on the couch, not even bothering to turn on the lights. As tired as I was, even waving to my roommate would have been too much socializing. It was Friday, and I should have been looking forward to a free weekend, but instead I would be touring cancer clinics with my mom. I'd spent all week researching our options and trying to find the best nurse aide to help her out, like the doctor had recommended earlier this week. Stage 2 ovarian cancer.
4 simple words that tore my world apart. It hadn't helped when the doctor said it was in the earlier stage and they would be aggressive with treatment. We'd found out her diagnosis over the summer, and I'd come home to help take care of her when they removed every female organ in her body. The doctors seemed hopeful since she had such a positive outlook on life and took good care of herself. They made jokes that she was one of the only patients who put on mascara and lipstick just to sit in a hospital room alone. But that was my mom, the perfect Stepford wife with a heart of gold. They'd tried medication after her surgery, but when they'd discovered another mass just before Christmas, they'd said it was time for chemotherapy and radiation. Mom had smiled and patted my hand. Thank goodness I have my Annabelle to take care of me. And I had. I always had, but now more than ever. I had to laugh when I thought picking paint colors and planning meals for the week was exhausting. How I wish I could have gone back to that instead of choosing the best hospital and doctors to keep my mom alive and comfortable. This was her future, resting in my trembling hands. It was heavy, and I was tired. Being an adult was exhausting. My phone rang, and I barely wiggled it out of my back pocket, unwilling to stand or roll over to get it out. "Hello?" I answered on a sigh. "Anna." "Hey. Hey, Andrew. I'm sorry I had to cancel tonight." "That's the thing. Come over. I know you're tired and had a rough day dealing with the cancer stuff, but sitting around won't accomplish anything. Come over and let me take your mind off it." I heaved a sigh, not liking the idea of getting off the couch. "Come on, Anna Banana." His nickname made me chuckle. I agreed because I felt a little crazy, and Andrew was stable and made me laugh. I could use some laughter in my life. I grabbed my keys and headed to Andrew's. Walking up to his 2-story condo, I already felt better. The time we spent together was easy, and I could use a little of that as well. He opened the door before I even had a chance to knock and pulled me in for a hug. He was a lanky kind of muscular, but a lot taller than me. It was soothing that I fit perfectly beneath his chin. "You feel good in my arms," he murmured against my hair before releasing me. He leaned down and pressed a lingering kiss to my lips, but didn't push for more, and I appreciated it since I was so exhausted. I didn't feel a passion for Andrew. He was attractive, with almost black curly hair and brilliant blue eyes, but he didn't evoke a fire inside me. So far, we hadn't gone any further than a few makeout sessions, and they always stopped before they got too heated. He helped me from my jacket, always the gentleman, and hung it up on his coat rack. "I'm glad you came." "Me too. I always feel better after I hug you. It should be my new job, be an expert cuddler." "Hey, there's a market for that. I'll keep it in mind in case the whole lawyer thing doesn't work out." He laughed. "Don't forget about me. You can be my manager and #1 client." "Sold." "So, what do you want to eat?" he asked from behind his kitchen counter where he was pulling out menus. Seeing the 5 or 6 options laid out before him, I tensed up. I hated making decisions, and I felt like that was all I did lately. The snippet of relaxation I had felt being in his arms evaporated, and in its place, I was filled with irrational irritation. "Whatever you want," I muttered. "Tell me, Anna." He didn't pick up on my irritation and began waving menus around like fans, continuing the banter from moments before. I was being a bitch, but I couldn't help it. "I don't care," I snapped. His smile faded, and he dropped the menus on the counter. "I'm sorry," I tried to backpedal. "It's just been a long day. How about sushi?" He gave me a pitying look to accompany his smile. "Okay, what kind of sushi do you recommend?" Thankfully, he was looking at the menu and didn't see my eye roll. After I had picked out both our meals, he flipped through the channels, letting me decide what we would watch. I also picked the wine we would drink with our sushi. God, I was so tired of choosing. Surprisingly, by the time we were done eating, I had begun feeling calmer. We sat side by side on the couch, laughing at reruns of The Office. Another check in Andrew's column was how much we had in common. We had a similar sense of humor, watched the same shows, enjoyed the same movies. At lunch, we would compete against each other to see who could go the longest talking only in movie or television quotes. One time, we only did it with friends' quotes. He was a good, normal guy. Maybe the kind of normal I had talked to Kevin about last week. I watched Andrew clean up from our dinner and tried to imagine letting things go further between us. Imagined feeling more than a mild tingle when we kissed. I wondered if Kevin's kisses would still light me on fire. I blinked, pulling myself back from that train of thought. Kevin and I had quickly progressed back into a friendship, one I cherished and couldn't fathom ruining because of our physical attraction. No, I wanted normal. Someone like Andrew. He sat back down on the couch, this time pulling my feet into his lap.
He wrapped his long fingers around my feet, pressing his thumbs into my instep. He continued the process with each foot as we watched more episodes, except I couldn't help but notice the way his eyes kept landing on me and not the television, like he had something to say. I tried to ignore it, not wanting to ruin the amazing foot rub he was giving me, but it was inevitable when the credits rolled and he finally let me know what he was thinking. "I like you, Anna." My whole body froze, and I made myself turn to look at him. There were commercials on the screen, and there was no doubt he'd said it loud enough for me to hear. I had no choice but to acknowledge his words. "I like you too," I confessed, slowly. But he sensed there was more. Biting my lips, I chose my words carefully, not wanting to hurt his feelings. "But I have a lot going on right now. I just moved here and I'm just trying to finish out my final year. Any extra attention I have is going to my mom. And Kevin," my mind added. "I understand." He nodded, his brow furrowed while he processed what I'd said. "Thank you. How about this? How about you hang out with me and let me take you on dates occasionally? We can take it slow, with no pressure for more." "Andrew, I can't make any commitments to you." "No commitments," he agreed. "If you want to date other people, then so be it. We don't have to be exclusive. Let's just enjoy each other when we can." It sounded so simple and hard to resist, and I didn't want to. I already enjoyed his company. "That sounds good." Good. An infomercial popped on the screen, and I took the break in between episodes to learn more about him. "Have you dated a lot?" I thought back to the girl at the bar hanging on Kevin. She seemed overly friendly with him. Not that I minded, just an observation. Some. More when I was younger and just starting college. His hand had stopped rubbing my feet and rested on the bare skin of my calf under the opening of my jeans. It was nice, nothing more, just nice. "What about you? You date a lot back at Vanderbilt?" "Not so much. There was one guy, but it ended." I swallowed back the bad memories and turned the conversation back to him. "So, what are you looking for in a girl?" He smirked in my direction. "Someone about 5'7", with blonde hair and grayish-blue eyes who likes Friends reruns." I shoved in with my foot and laughed. "Other than me, goof. Like, what kind of person do you see yourself with? What kind of future?" "I don't know. I've always seen myself getting married and having a normal life. You know, kids, white picket fence. Normal." There was that word again. Grabbing my glass, I took a long pull of my wine and cradled it in my lap, getting more brave and curious with my questions. What did his normal look like? What's your dream wife like, other than me, of course? "I don't know. You're a hard one to top." He winked. "But if I had to choose, other than you, I guess the word I'd use is a lady, an example for my kids, someone who loved me." My chest pinched when he said a lady. I couldn't help but remember my previous boyfriend and how he told me how much of a lady I wasn't. My family does a lot with charity, brunches at our club, that sort of thing. So typical of rich people, I guess. Given the way he rolled his eyes, I knew he was joking. But someone who could be part of that, be active in that role.
What he described sounded easy and simple, but it was hard to imagine myself there. Taking charge of something didn't make me think of myself. I remembered my mom's calendar filled with social events and all she had to focus on while being the perfect Stepford wife. I'd never pictured myself in that role. However, listening to him describe that woman, that life, made me want to. I should have wanted that. What about you? How do you see your future? My mind jumped to Kevin, and I remembered the way his hand cracked against my ass, the way his words vibrated through my body, controlling me. I wanted someone to make decisions for me, someone to own me and set my body on fire with passion. I barely contained a giggle trying to bubble out from between my lips, imagining saying that out loud. I'd done that once, and I sure as hell would never do it again. I settled on someone who loves me. Andrew nodded, seeming impressed with my answer. Done with the conversation for the night, I emptied my glass and moved off the couch. I should get going, it's late. He walked me to the door and helped me into my jacket. That time, when he wrapped his arms around me, it was to prepare me for his kiss. I saw it coming as his hands rested on my hips, and he lowered his head slow enough for me to pull away. I didn't. I let his lips brush against mine, let him take his time increasing the pressure. When his tongue brushed against my lips, I allowed him entry. Our tongues touched and his moan vibrated against me. A small spark ignited, and I tried to focus on it, but it faded too quickly for me to hold on to. Instead, there was just contentment, and I didn't care whether I stayed or went. Andrew was a good guy. Why couldn't I feel more for him? He pulled back with one last peck and walked me out. I'll see you soon. A short time later, when I walked up the stoop of my apartment, I noticed a bag sitting in front of my door. Excited and confused about what it could be, I took it inside and tore open the note. My Anna, I know today was hard, and you won't do this for yourself. I left a bottle of wine, Moscato because it's your favorite, and vanilla bath salts because I love that smell on your skin. Take care of yourself. Pour yourself a glass of wine and take a long hot bath. Kevin. Biting my bottom lip, I couldn't hold back my smile. He knew me so well. Just seeing the physical proof of that sent a riot of butterflies through my chest. Not wanting to wait a second, I uncorked my wine and grabbed a glass, heading to the bathroom. Once I settled into the warm water, I took my first sip of wine just as my phone vibrated on the stool next to me. Kevin, send pics so I know you followed my orders. Kevin, nudity optional. I laughed and heat crept into my cheeks at his last comment. What would Kevin do if I sent him a picture of my breasts? Probably come kick down my door. The thought thrilled me, and my heart stuttered in excitement just imagining it. Tempting, but I wasn't ready for that. Still, I decided to push his buttons. Holding the camera up, I snapped a pic of my lips and top curves of my breasts, the rest hidden under the cloudy water. Kevin, growls. Kevin, tease. Laughing, I squeezed my eyes shut and shook my head. I'd spent a whole evening with Andrew, and yet a small note and a couple of exchanged texts made me feel happier and lighter than I had all week. It terrified me. Kevin represented the things I shouldn't want, not if what I was seeking normal. Chapter 30. Kevin. Instead of focusing on my calculus homework spread out over the table in front of me, I couldn't stop looking at Anna. Her blonde hair, which usually hung past her shoulders, was bunched into a messy knot on her head. Combined with the dark circles under her eyes, I knew she wasn't getting much sleep. Taking care of her mom was stressing her out. I knew she hated making decisions, and now she was making all the big ones alone. I wanted to help her, take the weight of the world off her shoulders. But my Anna was strong-willed, and despite her desire to let someone care for her, she didn't pass her burdens off to anyone else. She blew out a heavy breath through pursed lips and scrubbed a hand over her face. She needed a break, and I wanted to get her to talk to me. "How's your mom?" She looked up, flopping back in her seat, and my heart broke taking in how dull her eyes looked. Her tongue slicked across her lips as she looked down, thinking of her words. She's okay. We chose a nurse aide, but my mom didn't like her, so we had to find a new one.
It seems to be going okay, but I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop and to get a phone call from the aide telling me she's been locked out again. I wince, imagining how that went. My parents won't be traveling again until after the summer. They'll be right next door. You know they still love you and would be happy to help when needed. You can always give them a call, or have me call. Just that small suggestion made her wilt in relief. My chest swelled with pride, knowing I put that smile on her face, no matter how small. Thank you, Kevin, really. Needing to be closer, I moved my seat until I was beside her. I lifted my hand, rubbing my thumb under the bruises below her eyes. How are you? She stared at me, and her brow furrowed as her eyes glazed over. She sniffed and nodded her head, not able to get any words out. I let her have her moment, wiping the tears away when they managed to escape, despite her effort to hold them back. When they stopped, I dropped my hand next to hers on the table and linked our pinkies. She stared at our hands and then lifted her eyes to mine. I wanted to kiss her. I wanted to touch her with more than just my pinky. I wanted to dig my hands into her hair and pull her into me so I could bite at her full cupid's bow. Kevin. Caitlin's voice broke me out of my daze, and I swiveled my head, watching her approach from across the library. Andrew by her side. My jaw clenched when Anna's hand slipped out from mine. My molars ground together harder when she turned to Andrew with a genuine smile. Andrew pressed a kiss to the top of her head and pulled out the seat next to her, watching me to see my reaction to his display of affection. I fought to keep a neutral face when his hand snaked behind her chair and began massaging her neck. Caitlin sat next to me and rested her chin on her hand, staring at me with a lazy smile. Hey, handsome. Hey, Caitlin. How've you been? Missing you, she practically purred. Yeah, I've been pretty busy. She scrunched her nose, but changed the direction of the conversation. What are you guys working on? Calculus, Anna said. We were actually finishing up. Maybe it was wishful thinking, but Anna's stare seemed harder and not as friendly as I knew her to be when looking at Caitlin. Was she jealous? I had to fight from puffing my chest, thinking that Anna would be jealous of a girl interested in me. Can I take you to lunch when you're done here? Andrew asked Anna. Her eyes flicked to mine as she brushed loose strands behind her ear. Sure. That sounds good. Yeah, we got a lot done, but if you have any questions, you can call me, or even swing by my place and we can work on it. It was a low blow, letting Andrew know that she knew where I lived, that we talked on the phone, that she was comfortable enough to come over whenever. But it felt good to get the jab in. Thanks, I really appreciate your help. With everything, she added, looking me dead in the eyes. She was thanking me for being there, and that felt better than my earlier jab at Andrew. Anytime. Ooh, Caitlin said, looking at her phone. I just saw on Facebook that there's a new bar and grill opening next week, called Mulligan's. I heard about that. It's supposed to be really good, Andrew said, moving his hand to her shoulder with light circles. Dick, we should all go together, Caitlin said. My head swiveled to Anna to see how she reacted to the idea. I thought it sounded like a mess waiting to happen. Would you want to do that? Andrew asked Anna. Or we can do something else, whatever sounds good to you. Anna's lips pinched and turned to me. As much as I wasn't a fan of this pseudo-double date, any time I could interrupt his time with her, I wanted to take it. So I agreed, knowing she'd go along with my decision and not have to decide for herself. I'm in. Anna nodded. Sure, sounds like fun. Awesome! I'm so excited, Caitlin exclaimed, standing to wrap her arms around my waist. Anna's lip looked like it curled in a silent growl, and there was no way I could hold back the smile. Yeah, she was jealous, and I loved it. Chapter 31, Anna.
There was a knock at the door, and I really, really wanted to ignore it. The day had sucked. I'd had a call from my mom's nurse aide reporting that she seemed more tired than usual. I'd asked her to call me with any changes, but a part of me wished I'd just left myself in the dark. That way, I didn't have to face the reality of what my mom was going through. Each message chipped away at my strength and the hope that she'd be able to beat the cancer. Each message reminded me of the possibility of losing her, and it scared the shit out of me. I didn't want to deal with anything at that moment, but when the knocking grew more persistent, I gave in, peeled myself off the couch, and yanked open the door. Not even Kevin's smiling face could make me feel better. "Kevin, I'm tired." "Nope." He held up his hand. "Have you eaten?" "I'm not hungry." "Yes, you are." He knocked my arm down from where it held the door and strolled past me, swinging the door closed behind him. "And I'm going to feed you," he announced, looking around my apartment. "Kevin," I sighed, too tired to put up more of an argument. "I know it sucks, Anna, and I know you're tired, but I'm going to take care of you and feed you." The serious look on his face and softly spoken words irritated me. How dare he barge in and cause a flutter in my chest because he'd come to take care of me? I shouldn't feel any excitement about his high-handedness. Didn't I want a normal man, one who listened when I said I was tired and not hungry? I shouldn't want a man who disregarded my words and acted like he knew me better than I knew myself, knew what I needed. But Kevin did know me. I ignored the voice in my head and dug deeper for my irritation. "I'm ordering Italian and wine, a red," he announced, pulling menus from our junk drawer. "What if I don't want Italian? What if I want white wine or beer?" He lifted his eyes from the menus and cocked an eyebrow, calling me on my lie with just a look. "You love Italian. It's your favorite comfort food. And you love red wine with Italian." His eyes scanned the menu. "So hush and let me feed you." I did love Italian food, and listening to him order my favorite dishes made my eyes burn. He knew me, and letting that knowledge sink in made me feel more cherished than I had in a while. I felt like a dick when I compared the way Kevin barging into my house and ordered my favorites without any decision-making from me to the way Andrew tried to help, but had left the night and all the decisions at my already exhausted feet. I shouldn't be comparing the two like I was trying to pick the better man. They were both great in their own ways. Kevin and I were just friends, and Andrew and I were just hanging out, dating, waiting for me to want more. It was too heavy to think about. Instead, I went back to where I was trying to become one with my couch and waited for Kevin to feed me. At the mention of fettuccine, my stomach had changed its mind about being hungry and growled loudly. "Asshole. Sweet, caring asshole." Kevin sat beside me after turning on HGTV because he knew I loved it on as background noise, even though I never really watched it. He answered the door when the food came and set it all up before me. He sat in silence next to me as we ate and stared at the screen because he knew that in my state of mind, I needed to eat without interruption. He knew everything about me. Once I set my empty plate on the coffee table, he nonchalantly asked, without taking his eyes off the television, "So, Andrew?" I wondered how long he'd been sitting on that question. "Andrew and I are just casual." He nodded and turned to look at me. His chocolate eyes seemed to be digging deep inside and searching for more behind my words. Casual? Casual sex? If I'd been eating, I'd have choked. The direct question shocked me, and I struggled to fumble through a response. "No, not that it's any of your business."
"Am your best friend? Of course, it's my business." The words were light, but the serious look in his eyes told a different story. They held an edge that let me know he didn't like me hedging about my relationship with Andrew. They screamed that he didn't like the idea of me with another man. "Are you, the Kevin Harding, jealous?" I taunted, trying to lighten the mood. He didn't smile and didn't even pause before answering. "Yes." The word constricted my lungs, and I didn't know what to do with it. My mind scrambled for a response, taking stock of my body, trying to control my lungs and the rapid beating of my heart. What was my face doing?
Did it show how shocked I was or how much I was struggling to process his response? I latched on to the first thought in my head and spit it out. What about Caitlin? Shit. His smirk let me know I picked the wrong thing to say. He probably thought I was jealous since I brought her up right after he admitted to being jealous of Andrew. I've known Caitlin for a couple of years. He shifted his position on the couch, turning to face me. Nothing serious. We just have sex casually and infrequently. Yup, I was jealous. Hearing him admit to having sex with Caitlin churned my stomach, and I fought to not curl my lip. I hated the bitch for having seen my Kevin naked. I hated her for having experienced him. No, not my Kevin. God, I was a mess and didn't know how to rid myself of the reaction. Didn't know how to speak words anymore. Instead, I nodded and looked down at my hands. Jealous? I didn't want to answer. Kevin was my friend, and we were tipping into territory we shouldn't. No, I didn't answer. I went one better and ended up spewing more questions that might as well have screamed that, fuck yes, I was a raging, jealous woman. Have you had the casual sex recently? Damn, my stutter. No, we have not had the casual sex recently, he said with a smile. Don't make fun of me. I lifted my chin and glowered at him. Since when do you stutter over the word sex? His eyes sparkled and his lips pursed like he was fighting another smile. Asshole was laughing at me. I don't? Oh yeah? Prove it. I never backed down from a challenge from Kevin. We always battled, mostly in games, but I had a point to prove. Sex, 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 I shouted at the end. He laughed and the sound wrapped around me. Wiping his eyes, he got his laughter under control. Such a dirty girl. You know it, I said. His eyes heated, rolling over my body, leaving a burn each place they touched. We'd fallen into a dangerous place. I wanted to spread myself out and let him stroke me with more than just his gaze. And we needed to get the fuck away from the situation. Let's go get ice cream, I announced, standing up, ready to go. He didn't call me on my random suggestion, just rose and got our coats. We got ice cream at a local shop and then drove to the nearby Riverwalk. He parked the car and opened the windows, leaving it on so we could listen to music as we sat on a bench and ate our dessert. We watched the glow of the moon in the water and listened to the sounds of the night. No one else had the bright idea to eat ice cream outside at the end of winter, so we were alone. How's your mom? He asked once we finished eating. She's okay. You can talk to me, Anna. I know. It's just hard to talk about. Okay, let's try something easier. How's your dad dealing with it? I laughed. Dad is dad, avoiding it and gruff about it. I know it upsets him, but he doesn't really show much emotion. I never expected him to. But he's supportive in his own way, offering to help with any medical bills. Shayla has been annoyingly supportive, offering to come visit and bake casseroles. Of course, she says prayers every night. We both laughed at the image. That would be weird as hell having your stepmom taking care of your mom. I almost want to see it happen. God, no, I chuckled. The nurse aide helps do all that anyway. I paused, wanting to lean on Kevin, but needing a moment to gather my thoughts. The aide called today and said Mom was having a bad day, really weak. Apparently, she rolled her ankle. She'd been feeling dizzy and stumbled. I asked for updates, but I hate them. I hate them, Kevin. I started crying, and he wrapped an arm around my shoulder, pulling me into his chest. I just wish I could get a phone call with good news that doesn't chip away at my hope. He held me close, and we sat, listening to the music. When secondhand serenade came on, he wiped my tears and pulled me up. Dance with me. I stepped into his arms. I was transported back to the night of prom when we danced to the same song. He'd always been able to put me back together, and I knew he always would. My head fell to his chest, and I let the beat of his heart against my cheek soothe me. His lips pressed into my hair, and he breathed me in. God, I've missed you, he whispered. I didn't want to say anything to ruin the moment. I didn't want to talk about why he'd missed me. I couldn't. I was too lost in the emotions swarming through me. The hurt from how I left, the betrayal I'd felt when he wouldn't defend who we were, the lust we'd shared. The desire I still felt coursing through my veins, heating my blood. The friendship, the love, Kevin. He pulled back, and I lifted my head, looking up at him, getting lost in his eyes. "Missed you so much," he said again, his thumb brushing against my cheek. I swallowed and slicked my tongue across my lips as he lowered his head. When his lips gently landed on mine, I didn't pull away. I let myself get lost in the memories and feel the warmth in the familiarity of his mouth on mine. The kiss started gently, but when his hand dug into my hair, he held me in place and took control, pressing harder, pulling back just enough to nip at my lips. Each bite sent a jolt straight to my core. His tongue didn't brush against my lips. It pressed at the seam, demanding entrance, not leaving any room for denial. But I fought anyways. I pressed them tighter together and only gave in when he growled and yanked my hair. His tongue invaded my mouth, brushing against mine, pulling a moan from deep inside my chest. He walked me backward until I felt the rough bark of a tree against my back. His lips trailed to my ear, where he bit my earlobe hard enough that I wondered if he drew blood. "Anna?" His breath brushed against my ear. "Is this okay?" What? My mind fumbled. Kevin never asked permission. It wasn't what we did. He pulled back to look at me, still pushing me against the bark. His serious eyes pinned me in place. "Is this okay?" I... He paused and swallowed. "I don't want to hurt you or bring back any bad memories." I turned my face, shame swallowing me, anger burning in me that he even had to ask. Kevin's hand lifted my chin to face him. "Don't look away from me," he commanded, his tone deep and hard. It went straight to my pussy. "We're older now. We know more now. We've each experienced things that changed us. Have you heard of safe words?" I nodded. Of course I had. In my time away, I may not have had much in the way of experiences, but I sure as hell Googled. "Give me a safe word, so I know when to stop." "Kevin, I've always trusted you. I'm glad, but just for me, please, give me a safe word so I can feel better about everything." I hated that we needed one because of me, but I understood. "Summer." It popped into my head, reminding me of summer break when everything had started. "Good girl." He gripped my hair, pulling me back, causing me to hit my head on the tree and make my eyes water. He saw them water and smiled before leaning down and devouring my lips, owning them. His hips thrust into me, and my hands roamed his back, dropping to his ass and pulling him into me. Our hands turned frantic, and I stopped thinking. His free hand dropped to my leggings and started tugging them down. The cold air touched my bare skin, but I was too far gone to care about the temperature. My hand moved to the button on his jeans and fumbled to unfasten them, lowering the zipper. He only managed to get one of my legs free from my leggings before his dick sprung from his pants, slapping my bare thigh. I stroked him and swallowed the growl he let loose. His hand disappeared, long enough to reach for a condom in his wallet, and slipped it on. Fingers pushed against my wetness, and I spread my legs, whimpering when his nails scraped my clit. It hurt, and he knew it. Adding to the sharp scrape he left behind, he pinched it between his fingers, making me squirm before giving me relief and releasing me. He hoisted my leg up over the bend in his elbow and lifted it more than was comfortable before lining up with my opening and shoving in. It was too much and hurt and burned and was beautifully painful as he drove into me until his balls rested against my ass. Before I could get adjusted, he pulled out and pushed in again, harder than the first time. Tears sprung to my eyes at the burn in my thigh when he lifted it higher, stretching me to my limit. He pounded into me, frantic to get closer, as I held on, feeling every thrust. The force pushed me harder into the bark, scraping my back, adding to the complete sensation overload. All of it consuming my body and circling back to meet at my cunt where he owned me. We didn't say a word, only speaking in grunts and whimpers and bites and scratches. His teeth latched onto my shoulder as he thrust 2 more times before biting down and growling out a release that sparked my own. My cries fell into the night air, echoing in the empty park. He thrust again as I came down from my climax, waiting for the regret to consume me. But it didn't. Instead, I was met with relief. I was met with coming home. No thoughts of how wrong it all was waited for me. The only thought thumping through my mind was again, again, again. I wanted more, and I wanted it with Kevin. I hadn't let myself feel that way in so long, not since we'd last been together, and having him give it to me felt like a great gift I wanted to open over and over again. He pulled back, assessing my reaction. I hoped he could see the relief I felt, like a knot had been loosened in my chest. In case he couldn't, I leaned up and nipped his chin. He pulled out and released my leg, just to hold my shoulders and shove me to my knees. He removed the condom and gave his order. Clean me. I didn't hesitate. My hands landed on his hips as I let the tip of my tongue touch the crown of his dick. The salty tang of his release exploded in my mouth as I leaned in to wrap my lips and suck his softening cock. I relished the feel of the mulch digging into my knees and my calves cramping as I cleaned him from every drop of his release. It didn't take long before his hands thrust into my hair, and his dick was hard again. Fully erect, he gripped my hair in 2 sections and pulled them to either side of the tree, pinning me between the rough bark and his thrusting dick. As he fucked my face, he bumped the back of my throat and I gagged, only causing him to moan and thrust harder. Then he pulled back, lifting me to stand, flipping me around to face the tree. With another condom in place, he pushed into me and fucked me from behind. His hips slapped into my ass and mixed with my moans. More. I barely got the word out, but he heard me. More? You want more than what I've already given you? More than how I just shoved my dick down your throat? More than the way I made you clean my cum off my dick until I was ready to fuck your tight pussy again? More than that? My head bobbed, unable to choke out the words. Such a slut. His words were different than when we were teenagers discovering the dark side of ourselves. They stroked my skin with a confidence he hadn't had before. This wasn't a boy behind me, stumbling through doubts and desire anymore, but a man who knew how to use my body, and I loved it. It had been too long since I'd let myself have it. I heard the slap before I felt the stinging burn against my ass. One hand dug into my hips, holding me in place as he used me, probably leaving bruises. The other rained down slaps along the top of my ass, to the side and bottom. Some hard, some soft, and the uncertainty made the sting all the more pleasurable. With my ass burning, he leaned over my back, letting his shirt roughly move against the abused skin. That enough for you? Or you want more? More, please. Always more, I whimpered, feeling shame for never having enough. It only heightened the sensations flooding me. Such a slut. Tell me you're my slut, and maybe I'll let you come on my dick, he whispered in my ear, biting the lobe. Yes, say it, Annabelle. I'm a slut. I'm your slut. A fire bloomed in my chest and flooded my cheeks in embarrassment at admitting it. I didn't care. His hand skimmed up my shirt, under my bra as he humped me, barely pulling out far enough before shoving back in. I'm gonna come, slut. I want you to come with me. I nodded, agreeing to anything he wanted. His fingers circled my nipple before latching on and pinching hard, twisting and twisting. It shot straight to my pussy, and I cried out at the burning pain. Come, come, Annabelle. My orgasm ripped through me, and I bit my arm, trying to hold back the screams that were fighting to escape my throat. His moans vibrated against my back, and his fingers held tight to my nipple as he fucked us through our release. Finally, our cries got under control, his hips slowed before pulling back, and his dick slipped out of me. I couldn't stand up yet. I remained bent over, supporting myself against the tree, one pant leg off and the other bunched up around my ankle. "That's a beautiful fucking sight," he said. I could only imagine what he saw. My ass red with his handprints, my cunt on full display, swollen from being used so thoroughly. I liked it. I hoped that's what he saw, because I felt beautiful under his gaze. His fingers stroked my back, and he gripped my shoulders, helping me stand. He kissed my forehead and dropped to his knees, helping me back into my pants. Before standing, he kissed the apex of my thighs over the material. "Come on, let me take you home." We drove in silence. I didn't know what to say. I was still processing the past hour and didn't want to leave the haze of pleasure he'd put me in. I wasn't ready to face reality yet. But when he pulled up to my apartment and walked me to my door, I knew I needed to say something. As much as I'd enjoyed the night, I couldn't do it again. I couldn't commit to repeating this with him. I couldn't commit to anything but my mom, and I didn't want to lead him on thinking regular dates would be the norm from there on out. No matter how good, I needed to be realistic about my future. "Kevin, shh." He brushed my hair behind my ear, and I looked up into his eyes, getting lost in the comfort they offered. "It's okay. I know you have a lot going on. Just go inside and relax. Enjoy the feelings right now and don't stress," he commanded. "It's just me, Anna." It was just Kevin, and that was what scared me. There was no just about him. Chapter 32. Kevin Caitlin. "I've already grabbed us a table. Can't wait to see you." Just looking at the text made me want to back out of this outing. Caitlin was convinced it was a double date, and I just wanted an excuse to spend more time with Anna and cockblock Andrew. Closing out of the app as I approached the restaurant, I bumped into someone. I stopped when Anna's eyes met mine. "Hey," is all I got out as she sucked me into her stare. The past week had been great. It hadn't held any of the awkwardness that I was expecting to linger around us after our night in the park. We'd hung out, but hadn't had any alone time to let it go as far as having sex. Although I did manage to finger her under the table at the library, whispering dirty words in her ear. But we didn't talk about it. I didn't push it either, willing to let it ride and enjoy my Anna. "Hey," she whispered, her lips tilting up in a grin. "Is this going to be weird?" I asked, gesturing inside the restaurant.
"No," she answered, and then said it again like she was trying to convince herself as much as me. "No, it's just some friends going out to eat." I choked out a laugh and cocked my brow at her, letting her know she hadn't convinced me. She laughed and let her head dip forward before looking back at me through the hair that had fallen in her face. I reached out and brushed it behind her ear, letting my hand linger against her cheek. "You look beautiful." She stepped closer. "Thank you." "Hey guys," Andrew called out, approaching the restaurant. I dropped my hand and Anna stepped back. When he reached us, he kissed Anna's forehead, and I had to grind my jaw to stop from demanding he step away. But it wasn't my place. That wasn't what Anna and I were, and I didn't want to give her an excuse to pull back further, no matter how much I wanted to push her for more. "Caitlin has a table inside. We should head in," I announced, opening the door. When we got to the table, Caitlin flung her arms around my shoulders, holding on longer than necessary. When she leaned in to kiss my lips, I moved in just enough time to have it land on my cheek. We settled in and ordered our drinks, falling into small talk, mostly carried by Caitlin and Andrew. I was too aware of all the awkwardness to chime in, and could see Anna was as well. The place was fun, and the food was good. About halfway through the night, after the plates were cleared, an indie rock band took the stage. The music was great, and I knew Anna loved it when I looked over and saw her bobbing her head to the beat. "You like this kind of music?" I asked. "It's not bad," he shrugged. "I'm more a fan of classical music or country." I barely choked back a laugh knowing how much Anna hated country music. I was saved from a response when Caitlin spoke. "Kevin loves this music. He drags us to Warped Tour every summer." She turned to me and added, "Remember the last year we all went?
Man, we got so drunk. Kevin and Will ruled most of the mosh pits. He said he was making up for all the ones he had to pass up in high school when he couldn't get injured because of soccer. Those were some good times, I said. Warped Tour is definitely an experience I would hate to miss. Yeah, then you almost got into a fight when that guy tried to cop a feel. She slapped her hand on my shoulder and leaned in. My hero saved me, and I let him cop a feel later, she winked at Anna. I wanted to put my hand over her mouth and tell her to shut up. The festival sounds like an interesting place, Andrew said. My family wasn't much into anything outside of classical and Broadway. However, we are donors to the Cincinnati Arts Association and get a lot of benefits with the Aronoff Center. My mom believes in supporting the classical arts. You'll have to come to a Broadway show, he said, turning to Anna. That sounds pretty fancy. It was a dick comment that hinted at him being snooty, but whatever. Nothing too fancy, he laughed, waving it away. My mom believes in running charities and getting the benefits from it. She calls it multitasking. She's good at that, running her charities and the household. Makes my dad's life easy. She sounds amazing, Anna said. She is. She would love you. Anna smiled and looked away, blushing from Andrew's praise. Although, what mom wouldn't love Anna? Anna's pretty easy to love, I interrupted the side conversation and the love stare he was sending her way. He turned to me with pinched lips, but was too polite to call me out on it. How long have you guys known each other? Andrew asked me. She moved in next door when she was 16, became my best friend almost instantly. I didn't take my eyes off Anna as I answered. So what happened to separate you two for so long? Caitlin asked. I watched Anna flinch, and it felt like a slap in the face, knowing she was remembering that horrible night. Life, answered. I moved away and just life. It's the worst, Caitlin responded, rolling her eyes. I lost touch with my best friend when I moved to college. Except she tried to steal my boyfriend. I'm sorry to hear that, Anna said. Yeah, it was a bummer. We used to sneak into movies when we were younger. You know, buy a ticket to one movie and then stay all day, hopping from theater to theater. We were such shits. As Caitlin continued talking about her loss of friendship, I snuck my foot across the space between Anna and me under the table and drug it up the inside of her calf. Her eyes shot to mine, and I smirked as I kicked her knee out so I could reach her inner thigh. My smirk lifted to a full smile when a blush worked its way up her neck and into her cheeks. Have you guys seen any of the movies out? Andrew asked. Anna and I were talking about going to see The Gangster Squad. I know how she loves Ryan Gosling, and she's been talking about it all week. I dropped my foot and clenched my jaw. I hated the idea of them in a dark theater together. No, I don't get to the movies too often. Oh my gosh, Anna, Caitlin exclaimed, pulling Anna's attention away. Have you seen Safe Haven? Anna cleared her throat before answering. No, I haven't really had time. Oh, you have to. It's so sexy. I swear I'd do anything for Josh Duhamel. I would even let him spank me. I had to hold back the laugh watching Anna's eyes widen in panic. I just leaned back and let the conversation go. All right, truth time. Who would be into spanking? Caitlin turned to me. I sipped my beer and settled on a non-committal shrug. Caitlin shoved her shoulder into my side. She knew I would enjoy it. While I'd never bent her over my knee and spanked her, I had delivered some blows in the heat of the moment. When I didn't answer, she winked at me. Well, maybe later we can give it a try. I answered, not wanting to come off rude, but not wanting to encourage her either. When Caitlin turned her attention to Anna waiting for an answer, Anna stuttered, "Oh, well, I don't know," and lifted her wine glass, finishing it. "Come on, Andrew, how about you?" He rested his arm back on Anna's chair before answering. "I don't think so. I treat women with respect. I don't have some archaic need to punish a woman like a child." I clenched my jaw to hold back a retort that he shouldn't be such a judgmental prick. I hated watching Anna shrink in her chair, letting her shoulders fall forward. Caitlin offered a rebuttal, calling Andrew a snooze fest, and Anna muttered out a quick, "Excuse me," before running to the bathroom. Pulling out my phone, I decided to message her to make sure she was okay, but had to think about what to say. I stared at the blank screen before looking at Andrew. I didn't want her going home with that prick. Me. Come over tonight. I put away my phone, just as Anna returned. She sat and then pulled her phone out of her pocket. I knew what she would find. She looked at the screen and then glanced up at me. I held her stare, wanting to demand she follow my direction. "Well, everyone," Andrew started, "it's been a fun night, but it's getting late. Are we ready to head home?" he asked Anna. "I think I might stay if anyone wants to join me," Caitlin said, turning pointedly to me. "Sorry, Caitlin, I think I'm too tired to stay out any later," I responded. "I think I'm ready to go too," Anna added, standing to collect her jacket. We made our way out after saying goodbye to Caitlin. Once outside, Andrew turned to Anna. "You want to come back to my place?" I froze, awaiting her response. She paused and looked at the black screen of her phone, knowing my offer was on there. No, but thank you. It's been a long day and I could use some sleep." I almost believed her if she hadn't flicked her eyes nervously at me. I'd won, and the victory was going to taste sweet. "Can I make sure you get home? Maybe give you a massage to help relax. I know you had a long week." Andrew tried one more time. "That's okay. It's really sweet of you to offer, but I'm in the opposite direction. I'm just going to crash as soon as I get home." I didn't want to stand and linger, so I waved my goodbye as I turned to walk away.
I still wasn't 100% sure if Anna would show up, but I hoped. Once I reached my car, my phone vibrated with a message. "Anna. Okay, Chapter 33. Anna." Up until that night, I hadn't chosen Kevin over Andrew, but pulling up to his apartment had me questioning the step I was taking. I wanted normal, I reminded myself. I wanted to want Andrew, to feel an inferno instead of a spark when he kissed me, to be happy enough with his sweet gesture to follow me home and give me a massage, which he knew I loved so much, to look at him and not feel the weight of a secret that could make him look at me in disgust. I wanted that with anyone in my future. Yet, I didn't have to hide anything from Kevin. He knew me and accepted me anyway without judgment. That weight wasn't there. But then I remembered how Kevin had abandoned me when someone questioned our desires. What if it happened again? Would he stand by me? I wanted to be a teacher, and if there was even a whisper about my preferences, I'd never find a job. I imagined the gossip. She likes to be controlled, spanked, and bruised. A woman who is influencing our children is promoting abuse. A chill ran down my spine, and I almost turned around until I saw Kevin standing outside and my eyes met his. I felt his gravitational pull, and it was impossible to resist. Shoving all thoughts aside, I climbed out and walked toward him. He didn't say a word as he opened the door and led me up the stairs. When we reached the door, he shoved me against the wall and crashed his mouth on mine. His hands gripped my ass and lifted me up, bringing my legs around his waist. My groan turned into a whimper when his teeth clamped down on my collarbone. I thrust my hands in his hair and yanked his head back, staring him in his eyes with all the fire he had evoked in me. Without saying anything, I demanded he take me inside. He nipped at my forearm before turning and entering his apartment, kicking the door shut behind us. A low light came from somewhere down the hall inside his apartment, but I didn't get a chance to see where it led before I was up against another wall. I began pulling up his shirt as he moved us again, slamming my back against exposed brick and resting my ass on an entryway table. In my lust-filled haze, I wondered if maybe the back of my dress had torn, and it sent a thrill through me to have a mark from the night. My hands shook as they got his buckle undone and the button and zipper open. I was barely able to focus on the task, with his hands fumbling with the tiny buttons on the front of my dress. When he got enough opened to see my chest, he tugged it down the rest of the way and latched onto my nipple, biting painfully hard through the lace of my bra. His fingers wasted no time in finding my panties and shoving them to the side. All the pressure that had built up during our quick strip released when he pushed into me, groaning into my cleavage. He pounded into me over and over again, rocking the table into the wall with loud thumps. I gripped the edge with one hand while the other dug into the skin at the top of his ass, digging underneath the denim of his pants we'd been too frantic to remove.
Sucking kisses rained all over my chest, mixed with sharp bites to my nipples, only to be soothed by his tongue swirling around the tender tip, each swipe dragging me closer and closer to my release. His hand lifted to wrap around my throat and squeezed just enough to let me know he was in control. His long fingers would pulse between long squeezes that had me questioning how far he would go to releasing and letting me gasp for precious air. I wanted to relish the feel of his body wrapped around mine, holding me close, but I was in a losing battle to hold off my orgasm. When his thumb landed on my clit, I exploded and bit my lips, trying to hold back my groans of pleasure. My pussy contracted and my nails dragged up his back, trying to find purchase as chills broke out across my skin. He groaned in pain and began thrusting harder and shorter, panting in my ear and finally latching on to the soft lobe as he came, holding himself inside me. We remained still and caught our breath for less than a minute before he pulled back and gently brushed his lips against mine, pulling his softening cock out of me. Balancing on the table, I watched as he stripped out of his pants and walked into a room off the entryway. He reappeared again with a wet washcloth, and it wasn't until he had it pressed between my legs that I realized he was cleaning me because we hadn't used a condom. Shit. I'm clean, Anna. I'm not sleeping with anyone but you. His low, deep voice rolled over my skin, turning me on all over again as his eyes stayed glued between my legs. Me neither. I'm not sleeping with anyone but you. I'm on birth control, and I've never not used a condom. His eyes flicked to mine in surprise, but quickly returned to the task of cleaning me. I love seeing you filled with my cum, he growled. Animal. I laughed. Kevin leaned in and snapped at me. I yelped, and we both laughed. It was amazing how quickly we could go from deep and sexy right back to a friendship filled with laughter. It was everything I wanted and everything I was scared to have. The next morning, light assaulted my eyes as I stretched, realizing I wasn't in my own bed. It took only a moment for the night to come rushing back. My breath caught in my throat and a shiver racked my body. With a smile, I rolled over to find the space next to me empty. The smell of coffee hit me before I saw Kevin appear in the doorway of the bedroom, naked as the day he was born. God, he was sexy, all long, lean limbs. He may have stopped playing soccer, but he obviously still worked on his body. If anything, he seemed bigger. I thought he looked like a man at 18, but at 22, he was proving me wrong. I wondered what he would look like in 5 more years. Would I be around to see it? He hopped on the bed, causing me to bounce and laugh. An immature giggle slipped free at watching his soft cock bounce against his thigh. You should know better than to laugh at a man's junk. Sorry, I couldn't help it. He growled and yanked the thick white comforter off, leaving me covered in a thin blue sheet. I'll make you pay for it later, with lots of licks and kisses. For now, here is your phone to read or play games. We are staying in bed for coffee. And this, he said, swatting my ass, is my table. He rested his cup on the cheek of my ass and leaned back against the pillows, propping him against the wall, snapping open a newspaper. What? I squeaked. What about your nightstand? I like this one better. He cocked his eyebrow at me before returning to reading. I suggest you don't move. The coffee is hot and would probably burn the soft skin of your ass. I glowered, but had to turn my head to hide the smile. Something about being used as a piece of furniture heating me more than the mug resting on my backside. I muttered, sadist, but he didn't respond, and I didn't want to give him the satisfaction of knowing he was turning me on. It was useless, because when I glanced at him again, he was smirking. I unlocked my phone and opened the Kindle app, reading and enjoying the lazy morning in bed. Occasionally, he would lift his cup to take a sip and let me take a drink of my own, but then immediately returned his coffee back to its spot. It was sadistic, domesticated bliss, and I loved it. But I was confused by it too. The last time he lifted his mug, he didn't return it to my butt. I heard it thud against his nightstand and felt the bed shift before a lone finger dragged down my back, pulling the sheet with it until I was bared to the dimples at the base of my spine. The finger traveled back up, sending goosebumps spreading outward, back and forth, while my mind spun with questions.
What are we doing? I asked the question that had been at the forefront of my mind since we first fucked in the park.
He told me to relax and just enjoy it. But the comfort of lying in bed with him, like we were living some kind of normal life, spurred me to ask what the hell was going on. What do you mean? We're enjoying a lazy Sunday in my bed. I'm dragging my finger up your delicious back and imagining mounting you from behind so I can stare at it while I fuck you. Kevin, Anna, don't turn this sexual. What are we doing? I repeated. He stopped his finger and adjusted himself to lie next to me, propping his head up on his hand. Whatever you want us to be doing. Like I said, I know you have a lot going on, and I want to be here for you. You're my best friend. You just also happen to be the only woman who accepts me and lets me fuck the way I need to. But the friendship comes first. He paused and searched my face. What do you want to be doing, Anna? My head flopped forward and I buried it in the pillow, letting it muffle my words. I don't know. I didn't know. My body and mind were in a tug of war, and I wasn't sure which one I wanted to win. So many factors played a role in my decisions, but it didn't seem like I could get any of them to line up and make sense. I wanted Andrew because he made me laugh, relax, and he had the promise of a normal life. I wanted Kevin because he was my friend. He came without secrets and lit me up with a desire only he understood. I feel like a cheater, I confessed, turning my head just enough to look at him. Why? His brows furrowed at my statement. Because of Andrew? I nodded into the pillow. Have you promised to be exclusive with him? Has he asked you to? No buts about it. He shoved my shoulder, moving me to my back and laying on top of me. You are not a cheater. You are one of the kindest people I know. You don't owe anyone anything, not even me. Right now, you are taking care of yourself and taking things that feel good to you. You shouldn't feel guilty about it. He leaned in and kissed me softly, soothing me with his lips before trailing down my neck and moving across my chest. Does this feel good? Yes. I gasped when his teeth bit my nipple too hard. Then that's all that matters. His body lifted and he used his legs to spread mine. If I were a better man, maybe I would step aside. His kisses moved lower across my stomach, but I'm not. My core clenched when his tongue dipped into my belly button, a hint as to where he was heading. I'm a man who knows what you need and would move heaven and earth to give it to you. I wasn't sure I believed that I wasn't a cheater or that I should focus on myself. But with his tongue inside me and the painful, bruising grip he had on my hips, I really didn't care. Chapter 34. Anna. You like it when I fuck you from behind, like the slut you are? Kevin growled. His tongue flicked my ear before biting down on the soft lobe. The sharp sting, paired with his degrading words, had my orgasm crashing over me again and again. My fingers dug into the soft comforter on my bed as I tried to support myself on shaking arms. Say it. Say you're my slut. Yes, I breathed the word in, trying desperately to get oxygen into my lungs. Yes, I said again, louder. Mine. Mine. His arm wrapped around me, slithering up between my breasts and gripping my throat, pulling me upright into his chest. Holding me in place, his hips pushed harder and harder inside me as his mouth latched onto my shoulder and sucked, leaving a mark. My hand gripped his thrusting hip while he pushed in one last time, moaning his release into my skin. We fell to the bed and he rolled off me, pulling me to the side so I could stay in his arms. We lay there for a moment and I closed my eyes, focusing on the tickling feel of his finger skimming across my shoulder. You'll need to change your dress to cover my mark. It was impossible to miss the possessive pleasure in his tone at seeing the dark hickey standing out on my skin. I huffed out a breath and rose from the bed. Damn it, Kevin, I like this dress. I had a date with Andrew to meet his parents. The dress was perfect for the warm spring weather. Since you can't wear it, can I rip it off you? I rolled my eyes at him over my shoulder, taking him in. His golden skin gleamed in the sunlight, pouring in from my window. It trailed over his hard stomach and seemed to spotlight his softened dick lying atop his lowered jeans, still coated and shining from our mixed release. It shouldn't have turned me on, but it did. No, you already ripped my panties off me. You can't have my dress, too, I grumbled, pulling my dress over my head and entered my walk-in closet to hang it back up. I flicked through my clothes, searching for another dress that would cover his mark. Glancing in the full-length mirror on the back of my closet door reminded me of more reasons I wanted a normal life. I didn't like constantly worrying if I'd have things in my wardrobe to cover the bruises. And if I didn't cover them, then someone might possibly get the wrong idea. "Wear the yellow one," Kevin said from the bedroom. "It has short sleeves and it makes your breasts look fantastic." I popped my head out of the closet. "You do realize where I'm going, right?" "Yeah." He smiled a cocky smile. "But I know the whole time you're wearing it, you'll be thinking about how I made you wear the dress and how I'm thinking of your perfect tits. Maybe I'll take a picture so I can jack off to it later. I won't be thinking about you at all today." I went for bold and hard, but my voice came out breathy. My body made a liar of me when his eyes dropped to my thighs and he smirked at how I'd been squeezing them together. "Maybe I'll tie you to this bed and spank your ass red before you leave. That way, every time you sit, you'll have no choice but think of me." I licked my lips and swallowed hard. My mind scrambled for a flippant reply, but all I could imagine was his hand stinging against my bare ass. I had nothing, so I shrugged my shoulders and went back into the closet to grab the stupid yellow dress. "You have to leave," I said, walking out of the closet. He'd known I had plans that afternoon, but stopped by anyway. Me, being the weak woman I was, not only let him come in, but allowed him to defile me before my date with another man. Fuck, I was the shittiest human being. But then I remembered Kevin's words. I made no promises to anyone but myself, and if Andrew asked, I wouldn't lie to him, and he'd be able to make his own decision. He knew we weren't exclusive. Kevin stood and grumbled, but still pulled up his pants and put on a shirt. I walked him to the door once he had his shoes on, and he leaned down and gave me a bruising kiss. Once he was done, I knew my lips would look red and swollen. Asshole. Sexy asshole. "I'll see you later." One more kiss, and he was gone. Seeing I had more than an hour before Andrew arrived, I decided to shower. Kevin may have done his best to mark me, but I didn't want to be so insulting to have his scent on me for my date with Andrew and his family. I hadn't planned on lunch with his family. He'd invited me out on what I'd assumed was a date, but then a few days later announced that his parents would be there too. Rubbing a hand through my hair, I blew out a sigh. It felt like I was living two different lives. The one I wanted, where I dated a guy slowly, and he treated me with respect. We'd been dating for a few months, and now I was meeting his parents. It was the type of relationship parents wanted for their little girl. Then there was Kevin, the guy I'd known forever, my best friend, and the one I let fuck me and degrade me and use me any way he wanted. The relationship that looked like abuse from the outside, but to me felt like the most caring kind of love. He was the one most people would think was a wrong choice. I was a mess. The knock at the door saved me from any further analyzing. I opened it to find Andrew smiling down on me.
His blue eyes shining with excitement and heat as he looked me over before leaning down to kiss me. His lips lingered and pushed for more. When he pulled back and nipped at my lips, a shock vibrated my body, and for the first time, more than a spark lit inside me. Andrew wasn't usually so forward, but I couldn't say I didn't like the extra desire that made his eyes darken. Something was different today, and my heart skipped a beat as I thought about what the day held for us. He looked handsome in a light blue polo with gray slacks encasing his long legs. Andrew was tall and a little gangly, but muscular enough for his chest to stretch his shirt. "You look amazing," he said softly, capturing my hand in his. I let the comfort sink into my skin and spread up my arms.
I waited for another shot of heat, chasing the thrill from earlier, but it never came. Just comfort. Maybe the desire would come again later. I had to hope. "Thank you. You look pretty good yourself." He opened my door when we got to the car, and again when we got to the country club. The white building intimidated me with its size and prestige. The warm wood and dark red accents screamed elite. I held on to Andrew a little bit tighter, needing him to guide me. He pulled me to him, and before we entered, let his hand drop lower than my waist, his fingertips grazing the top of my bottom. My eyes wide, I caught a glimpse of his smile. I liked this side of Andrew, playful and more forward. He lifted his hand to my waist when we walked through a doorway that led to a large, bright room lined with glass patio doors leading out to a terrace overlooking the golf course below. The rolling hills captured my attention until Andrew spoke. "Anna, this is my mother, Clara, and my father, Lincoln. Mom, Dad. This is Annabelle." A tall, thin woman wearing a white maxi skirt and silk top extended her hand. Gold bracelets clinked as we shook hands. She stood tall and proud. Her confidence was so much that I felt a residual amount seep into me just being in her presence. "Annabelle, hello. It's so nice to finally meet you." She smiled, and I saw the resemblance between mother and son. He had her sharp nose, dimples, and brilliant blue eyes. Andrew's height and black hair came from his father, but his dad was even taller. He stood with his arm around his mom, wearing a light gray suit and a coral tie that matched his wife's blouse. "Andrew has told us many good things about you." A nervous laugh escaped, and I looked down to hide my blush. I'm sure he was too kind. "And please, call me Anna." As formal as the setting was, the conversation flowed easily. His parents were just as funny as Andrew, and it warmed my heart to see the love between them. They'd been married 30 years and still looked at each other like it had only been 30 days. I wanted that. I wanted to reach out and touch it, to feel the love that consumed them. Andrew took my hand, and I looked at the way it wrapped around mine. I focused on the smoothness of his fingers as they stroked my thumb, and I felt a soft, lukewarm desire. Where was the heat from earlier? "Anna, Andrew told us you're going to be a teacher. What do you want to teach?" Lincoln asked. Slipping my hand from Andrew's, I took a quick sip of my water before answering. "Chemistry." "Woof, she's a smart one, Andrew," Clara said. "Don't I know it?" he agreed. I waved away their easy compliments and turned the conversation away from myself and focused on his mother. Andrew told me he was following in his dad's footsteps to become a lawyer. "But what do you do, Clara?" "Oh, I'm just a stay-at-home mom." His dad guffawed. "Just a stay-at-home mom? I don't think so." He wrapped his arm around her, tugging her close. "This woman runs the household and keeps everything under control. Once Andrew got older and more independent, she began doing charity work. Takes charge of whatever she sets her mind to. Mom's always been a strong leader," said Andrew. "Independent and doesn't need us men to take care of her." "I sure as hell don't," Clara said. Andrew and his father broke out in laughter. "Always a spitfire," Lincoln commented. Andrew needs a woman in his life to do the same. Being a lawyer takes a lot of time, and I know my boy needs a strong woman by his side. "I can see that fire in you, Anna. He's lucky to have you." Was he? I didn't really feel like the woman he described, but I wanted to be for Andrew. The conversation seemed much deeper than I had anticipated, and I hid behind my water glass, almost choking when Andrew leaned into my ear and whispered, "I would especially love a woman who can take control in the bedroom." I blinked, trying to get my face under control as he pressed his lips to my temple. Andrew had never been so forward, and while I would have usually enjoyed such public dirty talk, the words weren't the ones I wanted to hear. When I felt like I could hold a smile for enough time, I turned to look at him, and he winked, like he was giving me a prize of a lifetime. Because what woman wouldn't want to feel in control of her sex life and of her man? What woman wouldn't want to exhibit the kind of independence and confidence that radiated from his mom? Me, that's who. I was that woman. I struggled to finish my meal, pushing the food around my plate until it was time to leave. Andrew had rarely pushed anything sexual between us, and I assumed it was because he respected my need for distance. But I should have seen the change in him with the comment he'd made during lunch. When he walked me to my door and leaned in to kiss me, pulling me into his chest, closer than before, I let him. I wanted to explore the possibility of any real desire between us. I opened my lips and moaned as his tongue brushed mine. I shoved my chest into his and dug my fingers in his hair. I gasped when his hand dragged up my ribs and settled on my breast. I pushed myself towards a desire I couldn't reach when his thumb lightly brushed my nipple. But his light touch wasn't enough. I was pushing too hard, and he wasn't pushing enough. His kisses softened, and disappointment in myself sank deep in my bones. I didn't have the energy to wonder if my smile was convincing enough before I closed the door and said goodbye. My body had failed me, not feeling anything when an amazing man touched me. It hadn't been hard enough, painful enough for me to experience the fire I so desperately needed. My head hit the pillow as the tears began to fall. Chapter 35. Kevin. I answered my phone with a smile. That's what usually happened when I saw her name on the screen of an incoming call. It faded, however, as soon as I registered the choked breaths and tearful stutters on the other end. Anna, what's wrong? What's going on? Kev, that was all she got out before her voice broke. Are you okay? Where are you? The hospital. It's my mom. Shit, which one? I'm on my way. I grabbed my keys and bolted, breaking every traffic law around the books to get to her faster. I hadn't even asked what had happened. I'd just heard her shattered voice and knew she needed me. My tires squealed around the last turn before I pulled into a parking space and ran in. "Hey," I shouted at the receptionist. I hadn't meant to, but I was out of breath and the panic made my words louder than I intended. She looked up with an irritated scowl, and I forced myself to take a breath and find my manners. "I'm sorry. What? Friend? Family? Fuck it. My girlfriend's mom was brought in a little while ago, and I was wondering if you could direct me how to get there?" Her lips were still pinched. "Please. Name? Natasha Montgomery." Her scrolling search took forever, but eventually she found her. "She's on the 4th floor in the oncology unit. Visiting ends in an hour," she shouted at my retreating back. The elevator moved at a snail's pace, and I regretted not taking the stairs. Once it finally opened at the 4th floor, I bolted through the doors only to come to a stop at finding my parents sitting in the waiting room. "Mom? Dad?" My mom stood and came to me with outstretched arms. "Hey, baby." She hugged me and pulled back, looking me over with a furrowed brow. "Did you run here?" "I came as soon as Anna called. What the hell are you doing here?" "Language, Kevin." My dad issued a warning as he pulled me in for a backslapping hug. "Sorry, I just didn't expect you guys to be here. What's going on?" "Natasha had a spill," my mom answered. "I guess she cut herself before she landed and hit her head on the tiles. The nurse aide was worried that it took her a moment to wake up and called an ambulance. We were just coming home when it pulled up and decided to follow her here so she wasn't alone. I wasn't sure how long it would take for Anna to get here." Okay, I repeated, trying to process the information. My hand rubbed over my face and dug into my hair as I looked around, trying to think of what to do. Did I call Anna? Did she need me? How did I get to her? I was saved from answering when the doors to the rooms opened and Anna came walking out. When her gray eyes locked on mine, she picked up her pace, slamming into me, holding on tight with her head buried in my chest. My arms circled her shaking body, and I rubbed my hand up and down her back. "Shh, it's okay, Anna. I got you. It's okay." I didn't know if she heard me, but I rested my head on hers and pulled her into me as tightly as possible, as if I could shield her from her problems. Once she stopped shaking, I loosened my hold and leaned back to try and look at her. She lifted her head, and I hurt for her, seeing her red, swollen eyes. She looked tired and scared, and I wanted nothing more than to take it all away. Thank you for coming. Of course I came. I brushed the hair back from her wet cheeks and kissed her forehead. Whenever you need me, I'm there. Now, tell me what's going on. My parents directed us over to the blue-cushioned chairs in the empty waiting room. I made sure to sit next to Anna and keep her hand in mine, linking our pinkies. My parents didn't say anything about how we acted exactly like we did in high school, even after 3 years. My mom had stopped asking about Anna by the time college picked up, but I don't think she ever gave up hope we'd find each other again. Apparently, Mom was cooking and had a dizzy spell. Her chemo has been pretty aggressive, and the doctor said that was probably the reason for her fall. It wouldn't have been so bad except she managed to cut her arm on the knife she was using and hit her head hard enough to knock her out. She needed a few stitches on her arm, and they said she had a minor concussion. They want to keep her for observation just to make sure it isn't anything else. I'm so sorry, sweetheart, my mom said, reaching out to squeeze Anna's knee. If there's anything we can do, just let us know. Thank you. When I told my mom you all came, she said she wouldn't mind visitors before visiting hours ended. If you don't mind staying a little longer, I know she'd love to see you. You know how she is, always the social butterfly. Anna managed to squeak out a laugh. It was good to hear, even a small one, after watching her break down a few moments earlier. I hadn't seen Natasha since last summer when I was home for a visit, and I struggled to control my face at seeing her when I walked into her room. Anna's mom had always been thin, but her face was gaunt and pale under the hospital lights. She had a brightly colored scarf tied around her head, which brought out the same blue eyes as Anna's. Despite the eye makeup she was wearing, I could see dark circles under her eyes, and as usual, a bold red lipstick highlighted her smiling lips. "Oh, good," she said as cheerfully as her tired voice would allow. I expected her to zero in on me with narrowed eyes. Anna's mom had manners in spades and would never go so far as to be rude, but the blame she laid at my feet for Anna leaving had never been a secret. But instead, she turned to me with a smile, her eyes taking in my hand at Anna's back. "I'm so glad to see you all. I figured I could use some company before I'm left all alone in this room for the night. Although, I think I can talk the nurse out there into playing cards with me," she said with a wink. Turning to Anna, who had moved to sit beside her, she gave her a nudge and whispered, "He's younger than me, but I think I can convince him." "Mom!" Anna gasped, her jaw dropping, but she laughed, and there was noticeable relief in Natasha's eyes having her daughter smile. "Ignore her. I mean, if he's going to stay, maybe you'd need a third for cards tonight," my mom chimed in. "Hey now," my dad interjected. I just groaned and dropped into an empty chair close to Anna. "We'd love to have you, Allison. You can always come too, Annabelle." "I'm good, Mom," Anna said with a laugh. "Thanks for the offer. Even though you know I'll stay all night if you need me to. No, you have school tomorrow, and I don't want you to miss it." She waved away Anna's offer and changed the subject. "Now, how is everyone? Kevin, I haven't seen you in so long, and I feel like you've grown. Again." "I'm good, Mrs. Montgomery. Just trying to make it through my final semester of college." Thankfully, Anna came back just in time to help me in calculus. Anna scoffed. "Oh, please, you're doing just fine without any help from me. It's a heck of a lot better than his first year. We weren't sure he was going to make it through the year, let alone graduate," my dad muttered. "What?" Anna asked, shocked. "Kevin was always so great in school." She turned to me. "What happened? Intro to music too hard for you?" I tried to laugh at her joke, but remembering how depressed I was after losing her made it impossible. It ended up coming out more as a grimace, and when she saw me struggling, her laughter faded and we just stared at each other. I didn't want her to feel any guilt, thinking it was her fault I'd been so depressed. It was all me and my mistakes, but watching her lips pinch, I knew she was piecing the puzzle together and laying blame at her feet. I hope not. We came to the conclusion that he just missed his mother so much he couldn't focus, Mom teased. I did always keep him on schedule, and going off to college allows a lot of freedom. "You babied him," Dad complained. "Well, he's my baby. It's allowed." "I concur, Allison. I love to baby my baby too, Natasha chimed in. Anna cleared her throat and stuttered through a joke trying to break our intense stare down. That's cute that Kevin is such a little mama's boy. Damn right I am. She's going to regret it when I ask her to pack my lunches every day when I go to work. Dad groaned and we all laughed. Oh, Anna, how we missed the way you give him crap all the time, Mom said. We're glad to see you again, despite the circumstances. I've missed my second family too, and I'll always be here to put Kevin in his place. How's retirement, Liam? Anna's mom asked Dad. I feel like you guys are always gone since you finally stopped working. Good, good. Allison is still dragging me all around. Said she devoted so much of her life to supporting me that I need to take her on dates and adventures now. Good. She deserves the best. I do. I made him buy me a house in Florida, right on the beach. We're actually going there for spring break this year with Kevin before he starts working. Natasha sighed. A beach sounds amazing right about now. Why don't you come? It's big enough for all of us, and maybe it would do you good to get some fresh, salty air for a couple of days. We won't stay long enough to keep you away from anything important, Mom said. Oh, I don't want to intrude on your last family vacation, and I don't know if Anna had any plans for us. Well, you both come, my dad answered. I looked up and saw Anna's hesitancy. I don't know. It seems like a long distance away from your doctors and everything. She bit her lip, looking at her mom. You should come, Anna. It would be fun, I said, already imagining her in a bikini. I don't know, she said, hedging. Knock, knock.
A doctor stood in the doorway. I need to do a quick exam on Mrs. Montgomery. You can all come back in a minute. Can I stay? Anna asked. As long as it's okay with your mom. Anna's mom nodded, and my parents and I went to wait outside in the hall. You have to convince her to come, Kevin. It would be so much fun, and I think it would be great for Natasha, my mom pleaded, holding my hands between us. I'll do what I can, Mom, but I can't exactly kidnap her. Sure you can, she joked. After a short wait, the door opened and we walked back into a smiling Natasha. We're going to Florida, she announced. Anna's pinched lips couldn't hide her smile. Whether it was because we were going to Florida or seeing her mom so excited talking plans with my mom, I didn't know, but it was good to see her smile after today. Chapter 36. Anna, Kevin. Kevin drove me home once visiting hours were over because I'd been with my roommate Jessica at the library when I got the call. We'd carpooled that morning, so she offered to take me rather than waste time getting my car. My body sagged against the seat, drained from the bursts of emotions, fear, relief, doubt, more relief, and more fear. They weighed heavy in my muscles, making them fatigued despite not having worked them. Staring out the window, I watched the stars in the sky, feeling as though I could float away if not for my link with Kevin. We'd gotten in the car, and he'd immediately linked his pinky with mine, anchoring me, always there to hold me in place. I knew I could have handled today on my own, but I was glad I didn't have to. My best friend, always there when I needed him. When we pulled up to my apartment and parked, I saw Andrew sitting on my stoop, a bouquet of flowers lying on the pavement next to him. Shit, 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 shit. What's wrong? Kevin asked. I completely forgot about my date with Andrew tonight. Shit. Even from the corner of my eye, I saw Kevin's face pinch and his pinky flinched in mine. Do you need me to stay? I took a deep breath. I needed him to leave so I could face my mistake. No. I turned to him because I wanted him to see how grateful I was for his help and squeezed his pinky. Thank you for everything today, Kevin. I'd have fallen apart without you. He laughed. No, you wouldn't have. You're a strong woman, Annabelle. You would have been fine without me, but I'm glad I was there so you didn't have to be strong alone. Forcing a smile, I climbed out of the car and walked toward Andrew. Thankfully, Kevin didn't linger and drove away. As I approached Andrew, I took in his pinched lips and clenched fists. I didn't blame him for being mad, especially since I'd shown up with Kevin. It had to be a blow to his ego. Rather than explaining on my stoop, I told him to come in. I was worried about you. You didn't pick up and I called, and your car was outside, so I decided to wait for you, he said in a hardened voice as soon as we walked through the door. I'm so sorry, Andrew.
I dropped my jacket on the back of the couch before turning to look at him. My mom fell earlier today and had to be taken to the hospital. I was at the library and got a ride to the hospital. That's why my car was still here. Anna. His tone softened and he started to walk toward me. I'm sorry. Just as he was about to reach me, he came to a halt and cocked his head to the side, as though just now putting together the pieces of me being at the library to showing up tonight in Kevin's car. Was Kevin with you when you found out? This wasn't going to go over well. One question would lead to another, and eventually he would figure out how Kevin ended up with me instead of him. Taking in his furrowed brow, I knew he wasn't going to like the answers to his questions. With my heart sinking into my stomach, I answered, No. Was he with your mom? I know your families are friends. Was he around her when she fell? Cheating. I felt like a cheater. I could hear in his voice that he hoped he was wrong, and I was about to ruin the hope. I couldn't answer, so I shook my head. Then how was he there with you? Andrew asked. The answer was unnecessary. He just wanted me to say it. He knew I'd called Kevin instead of him, and the hurt in his voice was like a slap to the face. I called him. My eyes dropped to the floor in front of his feet because I was a coward. The longer the silence stretched, the tighter my chest constricted. Finally, he whispered, Did you even think to call me? I'm so sorry, Andrew, I repeated. He's my best friend, and I acted on instinct. He moved toward the door, and I was sure he was going to leave. It was what I deserved. I'd hurt him and didn't blame him for walking away. Despite being for the best, thinking of him leaving and never returning still hurt. I liked Andrew. But then he came back, closer than before, and leaned into me. Annabelle, I really like you, and you know I'm ready. He lifted my chin until I looked him in the eyes. Let me take care of you, he pleaded, dropping a kiss to my lips. I'm ready to make this exclusive. His words ricocheted through me and kicked at my heart. He offered to take care of me, but he had no idea what that entailed. I was a fool to continue stringing him along in the hopes he would continue to wait until I was ready to focus solely on him. I had my mom to take care of. I wasn't ready to give him my all. Stepping back out of his grip, I shook my head. I can't, Andrew. I have too much going on. I can't. His eyes pinched, hiding the blue from me. It's him, isn't it? It's not him, I said quickly. At least I didn't think it was him. I didn't want it to be because of Kevin. Kevin was only my friend, and even though I slept with him, I didn't want a future with him. Drawing in a deep breath, I gathered my thoughts, trying to explain them. I like you, Andrew. You make me smile, you make me laugh. You're the kind of caring man that I picture myself being with. Before I could finish my words, his head shook, not wanting to hear them. I just don't want to make promises to anyone right now. His tongue slicked across his lips and his jaw clenched. I said nothing and let him gather his thoughts. His eyes scanned the room. He paced a small circle, digging his finger through the curls on his head. Then he stopped, took a deep breath, and turned to me with a neutral face. How's your mom? He asked, shocking me with the subject change. I guess he didn't want to discuss all the reasons I was or wasn't holding back from committing to him. And even though it was cowardly, neither did I. I wanted to ignore it and pretend the last 30 minutes hadn't happened and we could continue like we had before I fucked up. My shoulders sagged in relief and I moved to the couch before answering. She's okay. She had to get stitches and had a minor concussion. They're keeping her overnight for observation to make sure it was just a weakness that caused her to fall and not anything more serious. Andrew sat beside me and rubbed my back, comforting me. Are you going back tomorrow? I laughed, remembering my mom's parting warning to not skip class, young lady. I will, but after my morning class. She said she'd ground me if she found out I wasn't going to my classes. She sounds like an awesome mom. He laughed. She's the best. He leaned in and pressed a soft kiss to my temple. Let me get you something to drink. My eyes remained glued to my fiddling fingers as I listened to him move around my kitchen. He came back and placed a warm mug of tea in front of me. I hated tea. It wasn't even mine. Jessica was the tea lover. Not wanting to hurt his feelings, I took a small sip, trying to hide my cringe, while I set the cup on the table. Let me take you somewhere for spring break, Andrew suggested. My shoulders tensed up to my ears, just when I thought we'd made it out of any dangerous topics. Swallowing my nerves, I tried to avoid the argument I knew was coming. When? Whenever? Why? I looked up at him, biting my lip. His eyes told me he knew there had to be a reason, but I still tried to dance around it.
I have plans the first weekend. Doing what? His tone hardened, and I heard an accusation he wasn't willing to toss at me yet. I didn't answer, just stared at him, hoping he could see my apology for hurting him. I didn't mean to. His jaw clenched as he realized whatever my plans were, they involved Kevin. Damn it, Annabelle. I'm sorry, it's a family vacation, and I wanted to take my mom to the beach for a rest. Our families are close, and they invited us along. He shook his head at my reasoning. It sounded hollow to me, too. Anna, I want you. I'm willing to wait for you and take what you're able to give. But I feel like I'm losing a battle I'm not even being allowed to fight. Was I not giving him a fair chance? I wanted to want him. I wanted normal. But was I really trying? Was I wasting his time by lying to myself? Damn it. I needed to let him go. The truth clawed at me. He deserved someone who could be with him now, not someone who dragged him along because she couldn't commit. He deserved someone normal, someone not getting off on her perverted desires with her friend who had once abandoned her. I had this amazing man before me, and he was too good for me. Too good for me. The words hurt to even think. He was everything I wanted to have, but I needed to let him go. Swallowing my tears, I pushed to get the words out. Andrew, I choked and tried again. Andrew, maybe this is a mistake. Maybe I'm a mistake. You deserve so much more than me, more than someone who can't commit. Maybe we should stop. No! His shout cut me off, making me jump. Andrew, I sighed, too tired to try and convince him whatever we had wouldn't work. No, he said again, quieter this time, but just as fierce. I'll say when I'm done, and though I may be behind in winning you over, I want a fair chance to pull ahead. Give me the second weekend of spring break. Just give me a chance. His blue eyes locked on mine as he moved closer, grasping onto my hands. They felt good, safe. Despite knowing that he deserved more, I couldn't refuse him. That he was safe was what won me over, reminded me that I wanted what he represented. I just needed to commit to him. Eventually, I would commit, when I could think more and focus more. Too much rattled my mind to devote myself to anyone but my mom. Until then, I needed to give him a fair shot. A trip away with just the two of us would be the effort I'd been holding back on. Andrew pressed a soft kiss to my forehead and lingered there. Please, he whispered. Okay. He pulled back with the first smile I'd seen on him that night. Awesome. It'll be a great weekend. I already know where I want to take you. Where? His excitement spread to me, and I smiled. It's a surprise. He kissed my forehead once more before getting up. When I went to stand with him, he waved his hands. No, you sit. Enjoy your tea. I'll see myself out. And please call me if you need anything. A ride, someone to talk to, anything. I nodded. Thank you. He blew me a kiss and closed the door behind him. My smile faded as I stared down at the cup of cold tea, which I didn't even like. Chapter 37. Kevin. Are you even trying, Kev? Do you need me to hit it right at you for a decent fight? Anna taunted me from the other side of the volleyball net. I couldn't help that I was more distracted by her bouncing tits barely contained in her bathing suit top. I'm just being a gentleman and trying not to hurt your feelings. Mom, Dad, and Anna's mom laughed from their beach chairs on the sidelines. I turned with my hands on my hips, looking affronted. Are you laughing at your own flesh and blood? I accused before turning to my mom. Your baby boy, Mom. Don't go whining to your mom, son. At least be a man about a girl kicking your ass, Dad said, laughing. Thanks, Dad, I muttered, turning back to prepare for Anna's serve.
12-2, Anna shouted, before tossing the ball up and stretching her luscious body to raise her arm and hit the ball. I fell to my knees just in time to return it across the net. We had a few volleys back and forth until Anna dove for a ball, causing me to almost swallow my tongue when I saw her top shift. Needless to say, I missed the ball. "Distracted, Kevin?" she asked with a smirk. I narrowed my eyes at her, realizing her game. She did it all on purpose. "Tease," I mouthed at her. She just shrugged and moved back to serve. Oh, she was going to get it. We'd been at the beach for 3 days and were heading home the next day. Being there with Anna had been both heaven and hell. Heaven because I had constant access to her and we laid out on the deck every night just like when we were kids. It settled a piece in my chest I hadn't even known was missing. However, it was hell because our parents were around every corner, and like now, I wanted to toss her on the sand and spank her ass for teasing me, but I couldn't with our audience. Having Anna's mom there settled something in Anna too. She seemed lighter than I'd seen her since we'd met up again. Both women had a tan but agreed with them, and smiles that never stopped. Every time I heard Anna's laugh, I wanted to drop everything so we could stay at the house in Florida forever. Anything to make her as happy as she was. I was hoping, ever since she'd agreed to come, that I'd be able to find time to talk to her. She'd be more relaxed and hopefully open to hearing me talk about our past. She'd resisted every time I brought it up, and I let her because I stuck to keeping things light, with no pressure. But as the year rounded to a close and graduation loomed, I wanted to expand on our relationship and take it further. To do that, I needed to truly and deeply apologize, and she needed to let me. I guess letting her kick my ass in volleyball was a good place to start to put her in a good mood. She enjoyed every point with a little too much excitement. Such a tease. 21, final point. She winked at me before bouncing on the balls of her feet, making her breasts bounce. I bit back a growl and watched the alluring globes jiggle. Anna broke me out of my trance with a volleyball to the head. Fuck. Shit, Kev. I thought you'd at least try to block it. She didn't sound the least bit apologetic, laughing as I rubbed my forehead. "Language, children," Mom said, reprimanding us. "Sorry, Kev." Anna blew a kiss. "Do you want to go to your mom and have her kiss it better?" That was it. I casually walked to the sidelines by our parents, but just to make it on the other side of the net where she was walking toward us. She didn't see it coming when I quickly shifted. Only a loud screech escaped as I threw her over my shoulder and ran toward the blue waves crashing against the sand. "Put me down, Kevin Harding!" Each shout was punctuated with her small fists against my back. With our parents behind us, I reached up and finally delivered the smack to her round ass she'd been begging for. "Hold your breath, Annabelle." "Kevin, no! I have my shorts on Her words were cut off as I took us both underwater. I may have copped a feel or pinched a nipple while we were covered by water. She got away and splashed my face. "Dick, I can give you some later." "As if I'd want that," she scoffed with an eye roll. Just as I was preparing to tackle her again, my mom shouted from the beach, "That's enough, Kevin Harding. You be nice to that young lady." "Yeah, Kev, be nice to me." I let her walk past me before I reached out and tugged her bottoms down and ran past her laughing. Anna screamed but managed to hold them up so only a part of her ass showed. It was delicious looking, and I couldn't wait to take a bite out of it later. I'd been lying on my bed for an hour, fairly certain that our parents had fallen asleep. We'd gone to dinner and come home to play games, staying up until past midnight. But everyone was asleep now, and I wanted to see Anna. I snuck out of my room, tiptoeing down the hall, making sure not to make any noise.
Stepping into her room, I found it empty, but when I looked out the window at the beach, I saw her sitting by herself on the sand. Worried about her, I grabbed a blanket from her bed and made my way to the beach. She looked so tired at dinner, her smile slipping for the first time since arriving, as she talked about all the plans she'd made for her mom. I knew she felt the weight of all the decisions on her shoulders. It was ironic that Anna felt weak because she wanted someone to take care of her.
She was so strong, and just because she wanted to submit didn't mean she wasn't able to kick ass on her own. I laid the blanket out on the sand, and she stared straight ahead at the water, blonde hair blowing over her face. When she still didn't acknowledge me, I pulled her onto the blanket. "What if I wanted to be alone?" she asked, still staring at the waves. "I know you don't. Now come here." With a huff, she laid down next to me and without hesitation reached her hand across the small space and linked her pinky with mine. The night sky sparkled with stars. We lay there, comforted by the crash of the waves against the shore. "Annabelle," I whispered, wondering if she'd fallen asleep. "Yeah?" One word. Whispered across the small distance between us, and I wanted her. I always wanted her. "Come here." "I am here." "Come to me," I commanded. She moved until she was pressed to my side. I shifted to my side and looked down on her. The way her eyes sparked under the moonlight lit something inside me. I hadn't gone out there to take her, but I couldn't resist a taste. Pressing my lips to hers, I snaked my tongue out across her lips. They parted and allowed me entrance. Keeping the kiss slow, I brushed my tongue against hers, swallowing her soft moan. I wanted to eat every part of her and make it my own. My lips skimmed down her throat, bit across her chest, nipping the hard points pressing against her t-shirt. I dragged my tongue down the center of her abdomen as my finger worked to undo the snap and zipper on her jean shorts. Tugging, I brought both her shorts and panties down her legs and off, tossing them to the side. My hands skimmed up the inside of her calves, past her knees, and pressing her toned thighs apart. My heart pounded a rapid beat against my ribs as I breathed in, trying to grasp any part of her scent. I dragged my finger through her pussy, bringing the gleaming digit to my lips and tasting her. "Kevin," she gasped my name, begging me to give her what I knew she needed. I lowered my shoulders between her thighs and bit the tender flesh on her inner thigh. Her pained yelp fueled me and pumped the blood harder through my body. I needed more. I slipped my finger into her opening and pressed more and more bites up her thigh until I reached her core. Her juices coated my 2 fingers, pumping in and out of her, and her cries mixed with whimpers. As I latched my lips around her clit, I used my free hand to press my thumb into the soft tissue of her groin, and her hips jolted. Her hands moved to shove my hand away, immediately trying to remove the source of pain. But I knew the pain she craved, and the gush of cum coating my fingers let me know how much she enjoyed it. "Kevin, Kevin," she chanted as my tongue flicked across her bundle of nerves. Her nails dug into my wrist, still trying to remove the grip I had on her, and also holding on as she ground her pussy against my lips. "More," she begged. I pulled my fingers out of her opening with a pop and moved my tongue all around her, trying to gather as much of her cum as possible. I slowly released my grip on her hip and soothed out the spot with soft rubbing circles. "You want more, Anna?" "Yes," she whimpered. "You know I do." "Anything?" I asked, dipping my tongue down to brush against the rosette below her pussy. "Anything." With one hand pressed on her abdomen to hold her down, I pushed 2 fingers in her cunt, lubing them up before latching on her to clit again. I pulled my slick fingers out of her pussy and dragged them down to her ass. Without any preparation, I pushed both fingers into her tight hole. Her heels dug into the blanket as she fought the intrusion. Her teeth latched onto her lip and held back the cries of pain. More cum dripped onto my chin as I ate at her cunt and worked my fingers into her virgin S. I only pushed to the second knuckle, not wanting to go further and actually hurt her. I wanted her to feel the burn and stretch, but not tear. "Yes," she moaned. "Yes, please." I pointed my tongue and rapidly flicked it across her clit, wriggling my fingers in and out of her, bringing her to edge. Once she was there, I nipped her and pulled my fingers out of her ass, shoving them into her pussy, thrusting in and out hard as she rode out her orgasm, her cries lost along the sound of the waves. After one last drag of my tongue, I pulled back and crawled up her panting body, pressing my lips to hers. She flicked her tongue out to taste herself on my lips. That alone made me almost pull my dick out to fuck her, but I wanted to give her this and let her enjoy it. Ow, I pulled back when she bit my lip hard. That fucking hurt, Kevin, she said, glowering at me. Behind it, I saw the glimmer of pleasure, the truth that she enjoyed it. And you fucking loved it. She didn't respond, but lifted her head and pressed her lips to mine again, soothing the bite before laying back down. I stared at her, lying out on the blanket for my pleasure, and I needed her to know how much I'd missed her, how much I regretted my actions. She deserved it, even if she didn't want to hear it. We'd been dancing around it for months, and I tried to respect her wishes not to talk about it, but I had to make her listen. I wanted our relationship to continue and to grow, and to do that, I needed to give her more than a simple apology. I know you don't want to hear it, but I've missed you. Kevin, she started, trying to roll out from under me, but I held firm. No, don't. It weighs on me every day what I did, how it ended. I'm sorry, Annabelle. I know, she said, looking off to the side. No, you don't. I lost my best friend that day, and I deserved to, but it didn't make it any easier. I wanted to find you every day and tried to obey your wishes to leave you alone, but I looked anyway. I always knew I needed you in my life, but I don't think I really knew how much until you were gone. Apparently, you didn't realize a lot of things until I left, she muttered, reaching for her shorts to put them on. What? She shoved my shoulder and sat up. Your last text, Kevin. How could you? I love you. I'd told her I loved her because I wanted her to know. I never knew if she saw it or what she thought about it, and I'd been too scared to ask. Apparently, I was about to find out. 3 years, and you say I love you as a goodbye when I'm walking away, when you've already crushed me? That was the time? Did you even mean it, or were you trying to hurt me more? She ran her hands through her hair before throwing them out to her sides. I heard your apology, Kevin. We were kids and you were drunk and dumb. I forgave you. But the message, that's what hurt the most. That was the hardest part to move past. That was the argument I was trying to avoid, because that message was sent when you were completely sober and somehow you still thought it was the right thing to do. Really hammer the nail in the coffin. Her words knocked the wind out of my chest. I had no idea. I just wanted her to know how much she meant to me. I had no idea that that was how she took it. Fuck, I'd fucked up. I never thought she would think I didn't mean it. Hell, I still meant it. Anna, of course no. She swiped her hand through the air and moved to stand. Just no. I have the weight of the world on my shoulders, and I don't need this too. I'm tired, she cried, and I can't take on any more. I stood and reached my arms out to her as she backed away, pleading with her. Let me help you. Let me take care of you.
Don't you get it? She dug both hands in her hair and tugged. I shouldn't want someone to take care of me. I'm an independent woman. I shouldn't need someone to take care of me and make decisions for me. It's not right. Of course you're an independent woman, and you don't need anyone to take care of you. You're fine all on your own. But it's okay to want it. Is it okay to feel such pleasure when a man picks out my clothes? She asked mockingly. Will I be the best example to my students if I tell them how I let a man pick my food, my clothes, my drinks? Anna, you don't owe anyone an explanation for your pleasure. No, but I have to live with the fact that I'm a weak doormat. You are not a doormat. When I take a step back from myself and look on, that's what I see. The defeated look on her face broke me. I knew that look. I saw it every day in the mirror in high school. I still saw it every once in a while. Shame. She felt shame for who she was, and I wanted to scream at her at how wrong she was. Annabelle, there is nothing wrong with you. She shook her head and stared at her feet. It's not who I want to be, not who I should be.
Seeing her slouched shoulders, I stepped forward to comfort her, to help her and hold her together, but she held up her hand and looked at me with tired eyes. "Stop. I don't want to talk about it anymore. I'm tired, Kevin. Good night." My feet remained planted in the sand as she turned and walked away into the night. My heart urged me to run and chase her down, to make her see that she could be whoever she wanted to be. But my brain knew she needed space. I was just worried about how much space she would take. Chapter 38. Anna. The drive home was long and filled with mostly silence. My mom rode with Kevin's parents, and I rode with Kevin. We tried to talk and make jokes, talk about how the last few weeks of school would go, but the words were short and felt forced. We ended up settling on silence for the most part. When we got to my place, he helped me carry my bags to my door and placed a soft kiss on my lips. He pulled back and pressed his forehead to mine, linking our pinkies together. "I'm sorry," he whispered before walking away. I turned and opened my door so he couldn't see the tears sliding down my cheeks. I went in and took a bath before indulging in a full pint of Talenti, letting the past swallow me whole. The last few days had been so amazing, watching my mom relax, smile, and get color on her too pale cheeks. It had me forgetting why giving in to Kevin was wrong. Our argument had reminded me. I hadn't even known what I was saying as the words flew from my lips. I knew I'd hurt him, but I didn't know how to take it back, or if I wanted to. I trusted Kevin, but his past actions still lingered and mixed with my feelings about him. We didn't talk for the rest of the week, or at least I didn't. He'd tried by calling and texting me, trying to invite me out for lunches or dinners, but I was too much of a chicken shit to agree. I didn't want to struggle through the conversations and find that we couldn't make our way back. I didn't want to face the crumbling of our friendship. So I avoided it. I didn't want to deal with the guilt of not telling him that I was going to a bed and breakfast with Andrew. He'd be mad, and I didn't want to hurt him. This was a different kind of guilt, much bigger than anything I felt when I had to tell Andrew about my weekend with Kevin and his family. I brushed the feeling aside, knowing I needed to give Andrew a chance. I packed my bags with a clean slate and remembered Kevin's words that I owed nothing to anyone but myself. I'd made promises to no one. I greeted Andrew with a smile and tried to feel the excitement I knew I should have felt. He was playful and kept dropping hints about where we were going or what we were doing. I loved surprises, and it warmed me that he was giving me one. He knew me. Maybe not as much as Kevin, but we could learn more about each other. It could be a great relationship, a normal relationship. But would he know everything about you? Would he learn about all the ways you needed to be pleased? No, because I didn't want to need those, and they would pass, eventually. He wouldn't need to know that. No one would. We pulled up to a wooded area late at night, making it hard to see everything. When we rounded a corner, a large, modern log cabin came into view. The street lamps placed throughout the property gave glimpses of smaller cabins off to the side of a multi-level log cabin hotel. Andrew was smiling at me when I was able to pry my face from the car window. "You're like an excited kid," he said, laughing. "I am excited. This place looks amazing. Let me get us checked in and they'll assign us a cabin." "A cabin?" I squealed. He laughed and leaned in to press his lips to mine before we got out to check in. We had dinner at the main villa, where we talked so late that we shut the restaurant down. Once back to our cabin, I grabbed my pajamas and changed in the luxurious bathroom. I came out to find Andrew lying in bed, the covers pulled to his waist, leaving his chest bare to my view. I had to fight back a laugh as I stood there taking in his sculpted chest, realizing that we'd been seeing each other for 4 months, yet I'd never seen him in anything but regular clothes, and here I was about to sleep next to him. "I can sleep on the couch if you want," he said when he saw me hesitate. No, I said. "It's okay." "I have sleep pants on, if that helps," he said teasingly. I laughed and climbed in beside him. "I guess I just realized how big a jump this trip is. Is that a problem?" He didn't sound upset, just curious. "No, I want this. I wouldn't be here if I didn't." "Good." He lifted his arm, indicating I should curl up with him, and kissed my head once I was settled. His skin warmed my cheek, and his arm made me feel safe, comfortable. I waited for a spark, a desire for more, but it never came. In fact, sleep claimed me before anything else could. "I have a surprise when we get back to the room." Andrew smiled at me across the breakfast table in the main cabin overlooking the lake. The place truly was gorgeous. "Oh yeah? Will I love it? If you start out depressed, everything is a pleasant surprise," he quoted John Cusack from Say Anything. I laughed. Well, then I will lower my expectations now. We finished our breakfast and mimosas, then walked back to our cabin hand in hand. It was nice. When I shivered from the chill in the morning air, he wrapped his arm around me and held me close. Entering the cabin, he turned to me and said, "Change into your workout clothes." I tipped my head to the side. "Okay." I changed like he'd said and came out to find Andrew wearing basketball shorts and no shirt. "You going to tell me what's going on yet?" He took in my outfit, scanning from my bare toes up my leggings, and rested longer on the cropped workout tank that bared my stomach. I liked it. For the first time since we'd arrived, I felt a hitch in my chest at having him look at me with a heated stare. "Like what you see?" I teased with a twirl. "Hell yes, I do. You're beautiful. I can't wait to see you get all bendy," he said, walking toward me. I raised my eyebrows, and he finally explained. "The resort has a couples yoga instructor who'll come to our suite. I thought it would be fun to do." I knew myself well enough to know my face didn't hide my emotions well, and watching his face scrunch up as he took in my wide eyes and forced smile, I knew I was fooling no one when I forced out a paltry, "Yay." "You don't like yoga, do you?" he asked, crestfallen. I hated that I was bursting his bubble, and I gave lying another shot. It's okay." My voice came out a little manic and high-pitched. "Shit. Don't worry. It'll be okay. Just don't laugh at me." "I would never laugh at you." He leaned in to peck my forehead. "Would it make it better to know I've never done yoga? We can ride the struggle bus together." "Oh boy, that does make it better," I giggled.
See, already laughing at me. I pinched my lips between my teeth and pretended I was zipping them up. When there was a knock at the door, he looked at me with serious eyes. "Let's do this." "That had to be the worst experience of my life," Andrew announced, still lying on the floor from where he'd fallen a few minutes ago, out of a pose the instructor called the crane. I sat next to him and brushed his hair out of his face. I have to say, it might have been one of the best of mine. I don't think I've ever laughed so hard. "Yeah, you really failed at holding back your laughter." "So did you." I laughed at how sassy you were with the instructor, trying to tell him you were going to remain in corpse pose for the rest of the session when we were only 5 minutes in. "I just wanted to stick with what I was good at," I said, defending myself. "I don't think he found you funny." "Well, as long as you did, I'm good." "I thought you were the best part of the hour," he said, brushing the hair back from my brow. "How about we shower and do a wine tasting?" Squealing, I clapped my hands like a little girl. Now wine is a surprise I can get behind. After peeling ourselves off the floor, we each took a shower and went on a wine tour. We may or may not have snuck some extra samples when we could, and had 2 more bottles at dinner afterward. Needless to say, by the time we reached the door of our cabin, the world was spinning for both of us. He let me in first, and the click of the door behind me seemed too loud in the silence of the room. I turned and met his eyes, glowing in the low light from the lamp on the entryway table. For a split second, I compared them to how Kevin's chocolate ones looked black in such dim light, unlike Andrew's blue, which shined. Shaking my head, I pushed Kevin from my thoughts, reminding myself I took this trip to give my relationship with Andrew a fair chance. Licking my lips, I backed away, watching him follow until I felt the bed hit the back of my thighs. When he reached me, he slipped his hands around my waist and pressed himself against me. My heart pounded. This was the moment that would change everything. I wondered if he could feel my heart against his chest. He pressed his lips to my neck first. I closed my eyes, trying to fan the flame of any feelings inside me. Where was the heat, the desire to lie back and let him take me?
Where was the spark of passion between my legs? My breath panted from between my lips, and my chest squeezed tighter with each kiss trailing down my neck, but it felt wrong. The room spun when I opened my eyes, but not from the wine. I tried to focus, but saw Kevin's face flash before my eyes. I squeezed them shut and gripped Andrew's cheeks in my hands, pulling him up to kiss me. I attacked his mouth and swallowed his moan. I was never the aggressor, but something inside me chanted, "Go, go, go," like it was outrunning the truth trailing behind it. Wrapping my arms around his neck, I fell back on the mattress, taking him with me, spreading my legs, thrusting my hips to rub against him. He took some initiative and skimmed his hand under my shirt, cupping my breast, lightly circling my nipple under the lacy bra. I cried out. It wasn't in pleasure, but in panic. Fighting it back, I pushed myself to want this, to want the man lying on top of me, cherishing me, and treating me like a lady. I tried to find the desire for the man who made me laugh and promised a bright, normal future. I wanted to want this night that wouldn't end in bruises and red marks that would need to be explained. I liked Andrew, and I wanted to want him, but when his hand started pushing under my leggings, my body screamed at me to stop. "Wait, wait," I gasped, pushing his hand away. "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I can't do this." To my utter embarrassment, tears burned the backs of my eyes, trailing down my temples. "Anna, shh," he said, trying to soothe me. "It's okay, we don't have to do this if you're not ready. I'm fine with taking our time." He moved to lift a bite of eggs to his mouth, but then stopped and put his fork down, looking at me. "Are you a virgin?" If I had been drinking, I would have spit it out all over his face. I barely held back the shocked laughter at the question. I couldn't keep the smile from my mouth when I shook my head. No." He laughed, which had me laughing. "Okay, just checking." With that conversation out of the way, we finished breakfast and got on the road. He made me laugh the whole way home, getting me to play road trip games that I'd never heard of. When I suggested slug bug, his soft fist taps to my shoulder cracked me up. Not that I planned on him really slugging me, but he was too much of a gentleman to do more than a light graze. My sides hurt by the time we pulled up to my apartment, and I kind of hated to get out of the car. Maybe Andrew didn't spark a fire inside me, but he made me laugh and made me feel safe. He described a future I wanted to be a part of, and with the weekend away, he'd let me see another side of him, a side I wasn't ready to give up just yet. Chapter 39. "Kevin, come get coffee with me," I said to Anna as she packed up her calculus book. She kept her head down and didn't give me her usual smile and nod when I asked to hang out with her after class.
I knew our argument weighed on her, but I didn't expect her to start avoiding me, so I pushed it. It wasn't a question, Anna. That got her attention. She finally lifted her head to glower at me with pinched lips. Lips I still wanted to bite even when they were mad at me. Fine, but only for a bit. We didn't talk during our walk to the University Center coffee shop, and she stood too far away from me to grab her hand. When we ordered, I paid, ignoring her arguments that she could buy it herself. I knew she could, but I liked treating her. I grabbed a table in the back, wanting as much privacy with her as possible. She'd been giving me the cold shoulder since we'd gotten back from Florida, and it didn't sit well in my stomach. Every short response to one of my text messages or phone calls that she ignored caused my panic to rise. Was she trying to distance herself from me, or did she just need space to process our argument? Well, I'd given her spring break, and that was about all I was capable of. She would talk to me, even if I had to come across like a stalker. Annabelle was my friend, and I wouldn't let her slip through my fingers again. Shaking off my worry, I started with a simple question to break the tension. How was the rest of your break? At least I thought it was an easy question, but I noticed a pink tinge to her cheeks before she looked down at her thumb sliding across the lid of her coffee. Good. She cleared her throat and then looked back up, the blush gone. I didn't do much, but get caught up on schoolwork and spend time with my mom. How's she doing? She seemed to really enjoy Florida. She did. Please thank your parents again for letting us come. Oh, come on, Anna. You're family.
Hell, you can go there even when we aren't. You know my parents love you. Maybe I will. Mom looked more carefree there than I'd seen her in a while. Your mom has to be the most put-together sick person I've ever encountered. She could be in the middle of an apocalypse and would still find some makeup. Anna laughed, and it eased the tightness in my chest. She didn't teach me too much, but she did always tell me that a woman can be a mess, but hold it together with a good lipstick and mascara. Her smile dimmed, and I hated the sadness that lingered around her eyes. Have dinner with me, I asked on impulse. I wanted, no, needed to take care of her. I knew she was going to blow me off when she wouldn't meet my eyes anymore. I don't know, Kaz. I have a lot to do, and my roommate may be home, and I figured we'd hang out. Okay, I answered with a calm I didn't feel at her rejection. If you change your mind, we can always order pizza. Did someone say pizza? Will interrupted. I'm down to crash anyone's night. Hey, Will, Anna waved. Apparently, you're in luck. Kevin will be ordering pizza tonight, and since you live so close to him, he could use your help eating it. Anything to help a friend out, Will nodded at me. Thanks, Teddy Brosvelt. Anytime, Marco Brolo. Appreciate it, Fidel Caspro. I'm here for you, Pablo Picaspro. Oh my God, that's enough, Anna interrupted, laughing. What are you two going to do without each other after graduation? Well, Kevin will probably take that Zumba class he's always wanted to try, but I've been too manly to let him. You're just jealous you can't pull off the sweet dance moves I have. Yeah, super jealous of your two-step. Will rolled his eyes, laughing as he turned to Anna. What are you doing once school is out? I actually have 3 interviews set up at different schools. I've been offered a position at a school I've already interviewed at, but I want to keep my options open. All the boys are going to be dying to take chemistry to be with the hot teacher. Watch it, I warned, shoving Will's shoulder. That's my friend you're talking about. He put his hands up, but still blew a kiss to a laughing Anna. I tried not to punch him for even play flirting with Anna. I didn't think his surfer boy looks appealed to her, but the past week had me feeling like I didn't know Anna at all. What about you, Will? What's on the calendar for you after graduation? Anna asked. More school. I'll be going to med school right here, so I won't have to worry about moving, and I can stay close to my mom and have her home cooking. Closing his eyes, he rubbed his flat stomach and hummed. There's a way to get the ladies, I joked. You want to come over for a home-cooked meal by my mommy? Hey, moms are awesome, Anna defended. Yours is great, and I'd come over for her cooking anytime. Yeah, Will agreed. Have you decided to leave yours yet, mama's boy? What? Anna asked, her head jerking to face me. I leaned back in my seat, stretching my legs out, trying to bump against Anna's, but missing. I've got 2 job interviews, both in sports advertising, one here and one in Colorado. Colorado? Anna asked in a high-pitched voice, probably louder than she intended since she immediately lowered it. Which one are you leaning toward? Why Colorado? With each question, she leaned further and further into the table, and I had to hide my smile at her obvious distress. I'm not sure yet. I've talked about it with my parents, and of course, they want me to stay here, but understand if I want to explore. She nodded with a stoic look on her face before blurting, I have to use the restroom. Will and I bullshitted until she came back. Anna tugged off her jacket, and her upper back were left bare. Whoa, Anna, what happened to your back? Will asked when she shifted and turned to rest her jacket on the back of her chair. She brushed her fingers along her skin, and I saw the red scrapes in between her shoulder blades surrounded by faded yellow bruises. They were from spring break, when I'd taken her on the side of the condo, pushing her hard into the wood siding. A deep red crept into her cheeks as her eyes widened, and she started stuttering. I tripped in my bedroom carrying my suitcase and fell back against the edge of the door. Her hands swung in front of her, waving away the incident, but I knew she was panicking, and the redness only burned brighter on her cheeks. My stomach sank, and I felt like a dick. Guilt ate away at me for putting her in that situation. The one situation she said she was always so scared of, and there we were, explaining away an pleasure. I hated knowing that she felt ashamed of having it there. She was beautiful in every way, and it made me a bigger dick because it turned me on knowing it was there because of me. Really? It looks like a pretty big bruise. Will furrowed his brows and scanned Anna's flushed cheeks. Did anything happen over spring break? I know you're dating that guy. His eyes flicked to mine, checking my reaction. I struggled to shrug my shoulders and come off like I didn't know anything. No, Anna held up her hands and shook her head. Nothing like that. Really, it was just my fault. Her voice wavered, and each dip hit me harder than the last. You know you could always talk to us, Will spoke slowly. I know I'm just Kev's friend, but I'm always open to help a lady. Anna's mouth opened and closed like a fish out of water, and I stepped in to help. Anna is pretty clumsy, I laughed before leveling a serious stare at her. But she would never let a man hurt her. She's too badass for that. Anna's too badass for what? Andrew magically appeared behind us, and I watched Anna's face cringe before smoothing out. Nothing, she laughed it off. Hey, Andrew. Anna's got a bruise, and I wanted to make sure she really got it from a door. Kevin was reminding us how badass Anna is and that she wouldn't let anyone hurt her. Will delivered his recap with a serious tone, warning Andrew. You got hurt? You have a bruise? He leaned down and began scanning her body, searching for the mark. Where? It's nothing, seriously. I could hear the exasperation in Anna's voice. She fell against the door and I'm fine. Now drop it. Okay, Andrew and Will said in unison.
Like I said, badass, I said, trying to support her, even though I was the asshole who put her in that position. Andrew let his eyes narrow a bit at me before turning his attention back to Anna, who stood to hug him. Asshole, what are you doing here? Anna asked. Just coming to get a coffee. Duh. Anna laughed and smacked her head with the palm of her hand. Well, I won't keep you, Andrew said, still scanning her in concern. I have a meeting I have to get to. I was wondering if you wanted to get together tonight. I ground my teeth together and clenched my fists under the table as I watched him touch her bare arm and shift her to the side to ask her his question. I sat quietly, waiting for her answer. I couldn't have been held responsible for my actions if she agreed to meet him after turning me down. I'm sorry, but I don't think so. I'm pretty busy. Maybe another night? Definitely, Andrew answered and flicked his eyes over at me. He leaned down to press a kiss to her cheek, too close to her lips for comfort, and stepped back to walk away. Hey, I just wanted to let you know that I had a good time this weekend. We should do it again. I know a great B&B in Indiana. He disappeared through the door and my whole body tingled. Rage bubbled below the surface as I processed that Shed spent the weekend with another guy. Shock that Shed lied to me froze me, making it hard to feel the extent of my anger. Well, guys, it was good to see you, but I have to head to the library to study. Anna began excusing herself, not meeting my eyes. I'll see you later. She slipped her jacket back on and grabbed her bag. I stared, slack-jawed, as she made her exit. The chime of the bell with the opening door zapped me out of my haze, and my muscles had me moving before I'd made a decision to go after her. I caught up to her just around the corner of the building, and I grabbed her wrist. Anna yelped when I jerked her to a stop and stared at me with wide, shocked eyes. What the hell, Kevin? Did you sleep with him? I growled. Her lower jaw snapped shut, and she narrowed her eyes at me. I didn't care. My shock faded and only left the boiling rage that heated my skin at the thought of him touching her, fucking her. That's none of your business. I knew that. It didn't matter because I needed to know or I would lose my shit. Did you sleep with him? She stared me down, her nostrils flaring around her irritated breaths, and I began to fear her answer. She made me wait so long. No, she ground the word out through her clenched jaw. Relief like I'd never known before swamped my body, and I loosened my grip on her wrist. She took advantage and twisted her arm free. I let her storm off, knowing I was acting like a dick of epic proportions. Uncontrollable jealousy raged through me. The more time I spent with Anna as we struggled through our desires together, I felt like I lost a little more control. For someone who prided himself on his control, for someone who desired to always have it, it scared the living shit out of me to be losing it. Chapter 40. Anna. We finished calculus. Let's celebrate.
Kevin, standing in my doorway with yellow roses and a lemon cupcake, made my heart skip a beat, followed by a heaviness I couldn't hide from much longer. I rubbed at my forehead, fighting off the headache from finals week. I'm not in the mood, Kevin. I have 3 more exams this week and a paper. A heat spread between my legs at the thought of celebrating with Kevin, negating my lie of not being in the mood. I was stressed and I was tired, but Kevin always made me feel lighter. I missed being with him. We hadn't been sexual with each other since spring break, almost a month ago. My weekend with Andrew had left me more confused than ever, and I knew I couldn't keep putting him off. It was as though the last 3 weeks of school were a countdown, and time closed in on me, forcing me to make a decision about where I wanted my future to go. The hard truth was that I didn't trust myself around Kevin. I'd needed to give myself space without the feel of his hands and lips all over my body coaxing me to submit. "What's going on, Anna? You've been avoiding me since spring break. The sparse lunches and short messages back and forth aren't enough. I miss you." Kevin stepped into my apartment and wrapped his arms around my waist, leaning down to bite my neck. I shamefully leaned back to give him access. His tongue flicked out to soothe the pinch of his teeth, and I forced myself to step back out of his arms. The door clicked shut, and I kept my eyes glued to my feet. My heart raced 1,000 miles a minute. I needed to come clean. I needed to end this. I needed to make my decision. It all hammered down on me. My racing heart pounded in my chest, and I struggled to breathe. I can't do this anymore, Kevin." The words barely escaped my lips before tears burned the backs of my eyes. "Can't do what?" "Us," I admitted, my hands waving between us. "The sex. I don't know how to stop being with you, so I took the chicken way out, avoidance." His head cocked to the side. "What do you mean?" Closing my eyes, a tear leaked down my cheek. "I want to be normal, Kevin. I don't want to explain away bruises and scrapes. I've been saying it all semester, and now I want to do it. I can't keep giving in. I need to give normal a chance." "Andrew," Kevin growled, his jaw clenching. "I have to try," I whispered. He paced back to the door. A piece in my chest broke off, wondering how long it would be until I saw him again, if he walked out that door. Before I could crumble, he turned and came back, his hand rubbing down his face. He stopped only a foot away, and his chest heaved as though he had just sprinted a mile. "I'll be your normal." My eyes widened. Let's try something else. Dates. Normal, sweet, gentle sex. No control, no sadism. I'll be your normal. He punctuated his words by thumping his chest. "Kevin." I shook my head. "You can't, and I wouldn't ask you to give up something that is so much a part of you. You're a part of me, Anna." "Kev, what about you?" He changed tactics when he saw I wasn't going to respond the way he'd hoped. "What about how this is a part of you? I see how you crumble under the weight of hiding it and making decisions you just want someone else to make. You need someone to take care of you. I can take care of you." "No, Kevin, I can't be with you." Biting my lip, I fought for the next words to say, knowing I asked a lot after turning him away. I was hoping we could just be friends. I need your friendship. His laugh answered my suggestion. "Seriously? Just friends? You're my best friend, Kev. I can't lose that," I begged. He stepped closer and pointed at me. "We are more than friends. I can't just be your friend and watch you be with someone else. Can you honestly say that you could watch me be with another woman?" He stepped into me, leaning down to whisper in my ear, "Knowing I'm giving her what you want?" His lips grazed his cheek, moving to brush against the corner of my mouth. "Knowing I'm giving her what you need?" He pulled back and answered for me. "No, because we love each other. I love you, Annabelle." As though a bomb went off between us, exploding from my chest, I stumbled back from him. I shook my head, fighting off the words trying to seep into me. The shock of hearing the words for the first time hit me in my chest and dropped to my stomach. They vibrated through my body, and the more I tried to process them, the angrier I got. How dare he? No, no, Kevin, you don't get to drop that on me every time I walk away. It's not fair. Clenching my fists, I fought to control the shaking, fought to get hold of the situation and storm raging through me. I stood tall with my chin high, even though my voice still trembled. "You're my best friend. That's it. Please don't take that from me." I watched his shoulders sag. He'd known me long enough to know what it looked like when I put my foot down. He knew defeat when he saw the conviction on my face. "I'm sorry, Anna. I can't."
I can't. I can't. I can't. It was the only thing I heard, and it took my strength and broke it in half. I held my spine straight, but it meant nothing as my face crumbled and I let the tears fall. My chest shook with the effort to hold back the sobs, trying to break free. "I want to be with you." His voice shook like he was holding back his own tears. "I love you, and I want you, but it's all or nothing. You need to pick one." "Kevin, you know I love you. You're my best friend, but I can't." He held up his hand. "Don't answer now. Think about it and come to me when you're ready to decide." Not giving me a chance to respond, he stepped against me again and pressed a hard kiss to my lips, doing his best to press his will into me. I stood and accepted it, trying to remember the way the softness of his lips felt against mine, trying to remember the way his bottom lip fit perfectly between my own, trying to remember every last bit and cherish the finality of it. He pulled back just enough to whisper his final plea, letting it brush against my mouth. "Pick me, Anna." Then he turned and left. The door clicked shut and the sound hit me like a bullet in the back. I fell to my knees and watched as tears fell into my open palms. I wanted to call him back and tell him how much I loved him, but it wasn't fair because I couldn't give him what he needed. Telling him to leave was the right choice. I knew that logically. But in that moment, as I heard the click of the door over and over, it felt like everything was wrong. A knock at the door brought my head up, and I climbed to my feet, pulling myself up using the back of the couch, stumbling across the room. Had he come back? Had he realized it was a mistake to turn away from our friendship? What was I going to do when I saw him on the other side of the door? Fling myself at him in relief that he'd come back? With a shaking hand, I twisted the knob and came up short at finding Andrew on the other side. His smile slipped when he looked at my face, probably seeing red eyes and streaked mascara. I tried to pull myself together and wiped at my cheeks, but he stepped in, wrapping his arms around me and kicking the door shut. "What did he do?" Andrew asked into my hair. His arms felt as safe as always, and I let myself sink into the comfort. I'd never heard his voice so hard before, and that edge made me answer. "Nothing. We just had an argument." "Did he hurt you?" "Physically?" he added, clarifying since I was obviously crushed emotionally. I pulled back so he could see my face. "No, he would never hurt me like that." Andrew unwrapped his arms from around me and began to pace the small space in my apartment as I dropped onto the couch. I let him think, knowing he would come to me once he'd found his calm. When he finally did, he knelt on the carpet at my feet. "Listen, Anna, I've been avoiding this mainly because I was worried I would lose in the competition." He breathed out a laugh that held no humor. "So I didn't cush. But seeing you crying because of him, it kills me, so I'm laying it out there now." He licked his lips and rested his hands on my knees. "I want to be with you, and I want you to be with me. Just me." His bright blue eyes begged me to not make a fool out of him. They begged me to pick him, just as Kevin had pleaded the same moments earlier. I stared, my breathing echoing around me. "Andrew, I would never hurt you, and I would never make you cry. I respect you, and we could be happy together. Hell, we are happy together. We laugh and have so much in common. I want to make this something great, Anna. Please." My eyes scanned his face, trying to find my future in it somewhere. He was what I wanted. My normal was right in front of me,
coming to me on a blue-eyed, black-haired, sweet, caring platter. All I had to do was give my best smile and say yes. Say yes, I wanted to be a part of his something great. But if this was what I wanted, why did it feel like I would be cutting out my heart to be with him? Chapter 41. Kevin. I ran through the rain and burst through the back doors of the gymnasium. Heads blocked my view in an endless sea of black graduation caps. We're just about to start. What's your last name? A lady holding a clipboard and headpiece asked me. Harding. Oh, good, she sagged. You're close to the front. The name tags are up on the wall. She pointed to the white papers with names printed on them, taped to the cream cement blocks. Find your name and stand there. We'll be walking out in about a minute, so hurry. I shouldered my way through the people and made it to my spot just as the first few people walked through the door. I searched over my shoulder in hopes that I would find Anna and give her a wave or something, but I saw nothing but the flat black tops of graduation caps. Damn rain had caused a traffic accident and made me late. I'd wanted to talk to her, hug her. I missed her. I hadn't talked to her all week, and I couldn't deny how nervous it had made me, but I wanted to give her space to think. I'd told her to come to me. However, it didn't stop me from sending the occasional message. Unfortunately, it resulted in short responses and maybe an emoticon. While Anna and I could get into a GIF war like no other, she rarely used emoticons. She said they lacked any ingenuity and emotion. I tried not to think too much about it. We sat in metal chairs and listened to the keynote speaker drone on about our futures. My mind focused on finding the subtlest way to turn around and see if I could find her. Was she looking at me? Would she meet my eyes and smile, share the excitement of graduation, and roll her eyes at how boring this speech was? Before I could concoct a plan, it was my turn to stand and walk down the aisle. Lining up at the side of the stage, waiting for my name, I scanned the crowd to catch her eye. Was she watching me? Wishing me the best? Finally, my name was called, and I zeroed all my focus into not falling as I shook the university president's hand and walked down the steps to the other side. Holding the tube that contained my diploma felt final, like my life was about to get started. Everything before that moment was practice. I prayed that Anna would be by my side. I'd turned down the Denver job to stay close for her. I had that much faith that she would pick me. She had to. Just as I sat back in my seat, I watched her make her way down the aisle a few rows back. My chest inflated with hope and happiness, like it was going to explode. She turned in time to catch my smile. I hadn't seen her in so long, and when I met her blue eyes, the fire exploded inside me, and I fought to sit still and not run to her. She gave me a tired smile just as she walked past my row. I hated that I probably had something to do with the dark circles under her eyes. It seemed so obvious that she would pick me. We were Annabelle and Kevin. She was my Anna, always had been, and she always would be. When the announcer called her name, I made sure I cheered the loudest, letting my love and pride in her outshine the rest. She was my Anna. We were meant for each other. After finally seeing her, my body shook with excitement and anticipation of the ceremony ending. We tossed our caps in the air and were announced as free. With the bare minimum of civility, I moved through people to where I saw her sit. She stood, bent over her chair, gathering her belongings, and had just turned when I reached her. Wrapping my arms around her waist, I lifted her up and hugged her, holding her as close to me as possible. We did it, I whispered in her ear, her hair falling to tickle at my lips. I wanted to push it back and kiss her, devour her, and then drag her off to celebrate in a bathroom. I pulled back to meet her smiling eyes. They sparkled with the same excitement coursing through me. We did, she replied. Setting her feet back on the ground, I stared at her genuine smile. So much different from the hesitant one she gave me earlier. It reached her eyes and warmed my soul. Seeing it, I knew she would pick me. She just needed the right place to tell me I loved her, and I knew she loved me. More than friends. I refused to believe anything else. Her eyes shifted over my shoulder, and she pulled out of my grasp. Hey, babe, congratulations. Andrew moved past me to Anna and leaned in to kiss her on her lips. My eyes blinked rapidly, as though the sight of his lips on hers would change. My heart clenched, pulling in, trying to protect itself from the pain hammering away at it. I fought a wave of nausea as my stomach bottomed out. He'd never kissed her in front of me before, and Anna had never let him. "Hey, Kevin, congratulations. It's finally over," Andrew said, smiling as he threw his arm around Anna's shoulders. His words held more meaning than the graduation ceremony we just finished. Anna had picked him. She had picked his normal, and his waiting in the wings was finally over, because she was his, not mine. "Yeah, I guess it is finally over," I responded, keeping my eyes glued to Anna's downcast face. She refused to meet my eyes, no matter how much I willed it. I couldn't stand there anymore. I needed to get the fuck out of there. I should go find my family. I'd turned and made it 3 steps when a small hand wrapped around my wrist. Turning, I met her glistening eyes, pleading with me to forgive her. I didn't know if I ever could. My heart hammered so hard in my chest, it pumped through my veins, and the whoosh was the only sound in my head, making everything else a blur. Her soft skin skimmed down my hand and linked her pinky with mine, sending a shard of pain into me, a nail in the coffin of what we'd never have. "We're going out to eat later," her voice wavered, "to celebrate graduation. My mom and everyone. I'd love for you to come." Taking a deep breath, I scanned her face, her blonde wavy hair pouring out of her cap and flowing over her shoulders, her dark eyebrows over her gray-blue eyes, her long nose resting over her perfect Cupid's bow, the perfect match for her overly full bottom lip. It trembled when I said nothing. With a final squeeze, I pulled my hand out from hers, unlatching our final connection. "I don't think so. I'm probably going to hang out with Will and my parents." The sheen that covered her eyes grew until it spilled over, running down her cheeks. Kev, this was goodbye. I couldn't stand by, being her friend, and watch the woman I love be with someone else. She couldn't move past the shame she felt about her desires, even though she never denied it with me. We were at a crossroads, and we'd chosen different paths. I wanted to pull her to me and wipe her tears away. My eyes flicked to Andrew, and I remembered it was no longer my place to comfort her. Swallowing past the lump in my throat, I managed to croak out a response. "It's okay, Anna." Then I turned and walked away. Part 3, Chapter 42. Anna, present day. I stood at the front of the line, shaking people's hands, giving a polite thank you when they offered their condolences. I felt hollow, almost as though I was standing off to the side, watching the shell of who I used to be, trying to function. "I'm so sorry for your loss, Annabelle. Natasha was a wonderful woman." "Thank you." She was. Was. I hated past tense. I hated was. What a shitty word. My mother is an amazing woman. Whether her soul resided in her body or not, she is amazing. My chest shook looking over at the casket, but I choked back the sob rattling its hollow cage, trying to break free, and turned to the next person. "I'm so sorry, Annabelle." On and on it went, one person after the next. I didn't even look up at the faces anymore, instead staring somewhere below their chins. They were a blur, and I didn't care. Until one voice broke through, one I hadn't heard in 4 years. "Annabelle." Just my name. My eyes jerked up and found his eyes. God, I'd missed them, didn't realize how much I needed them until I stared up at them. The same eyes that I'd looked for in my best and worst moments since I was 16. They were exactly the same, just a little older and wiser. 2 strong hands wrapped around my cold, shaky ones and held before shifting to link his pinkies with mine. He said nothing, but he didn't need to. His eyes held all the comfort I'd been missing from every other person in the room. We stopped the line as I held tight to the lifeline he'd given me. Not caring about anyone else, I took my time to look him over. Kevin looked the same. His hair was a little shorter, but when I scanned all of him, it was all the same. Comfort, safety, home. And within the grasp of my haven, I crumbled. The sob I'd been holding back broke free, and my face fell from the pain that had been clinging to me. Not wanting to be sobbing as I shook everyone's hand, I bolted. My dad could take the head of the line for a bit. I didn't look back, see if Kevin followed me, and walked as fast as I could on wobbly legs to the bathroom, locking myself inside. Plopping on the toilet seat, I wrapped my arms around myself and rocked, trying to pull all the pieces back together. I squeezed my eyes shut and tried to feel my mom, tried to find her presence around me, but could only remember her words in the last few moments with her. "You're so strong, Anna. You make me so proud, seeing how strong and independent you are. But baby, there is no harm in needing someone else. No harm in leaning on others. Promise me you won't take on the world alone. The only person I need is you, Mom, and I'll always be with you. I love you. I love you too." Finally standing, I moved to the sink and splashed water on my face, trying to soothe the redness around my eyes. I looked in the mirror and tried to find her within me. I felt nothing. "Just a minute," I called out when someone knocked on the door. That was enough hiding, and I needed to get out of there. It wasn't long before they announced it was time to head to the cemetery, where they would bury her. Kevin hadn't approached me again, but it didn't mean I didn't feel his eyes on me the whole time. I wished he would have sat in the front with me and linked his hands in mine as I watched her casket being lowered to the ground. I wished everyone would stop staring at me as though they were waiting for me to crack. I wished I was as alone as I felt. As soon as it ended, I had the hired car take me back to the house to let the guests in for the party. I'd wanted to end the whole thing after the burial, but my mom made sure to request a party in her honor. I'd laughed, picturing her smile as she wrote it in her will. She'd loved a good party. Shayla had been kind enough to help me plan it, even after I'd snapped after drinking a couple bottles of wine and had told her that she would never replace my mother. She'd whispered a simple, "never," and continued making dinner for me. Because as much as I'd tried to hate Shayla for stepping into my father's life after he left us, I couldn't. She'd been nice, and my mom actually would have loved having her as a friend. So, despite my outburst, I'd been grateful for her every step of the way. Everyone mingled about in their black garb and talked over the soft music playing in the background. They munched on the appetizers, and somehow, some even managed to laugh. I lurked in the corners and back rooms, only coming out when someone needed me. I was peopled out. I was so exhausted from standing tall when all I wanted was lay on the floor and cry until my mom came back. Through it all, though, my eyes kept finding Kevin in the crowd, until he ended up before me with his parents. "How you holding up, Anna?" Mr. Harding asked, as Kevin's mom wrapped me in her arms. It took all I had not to crumble into her motherly embrace. Swallowing hard, I pulled back. "I'm managing." My eyes shot to Kevin's and held there. He looked worried, but didn't say anything. "Well, if you need anything, you just let us know. We're always right next door." I pried my eyes from Kevin and gave the best impression of a smile at Mrs. Harding.
Harding, her eyes teared up and she grabbed my hand. "Your mom was always so proud of the beautiful young woman you are. She'd tell me all the time. I'm sure going to miss her." "Thank you," I answered. I didn't know what to say. A tear fell down her cheek and Kevin's dad pulled her into his arms. I couldn't watch her break down, otherwise I would join her, and I wasn't sure I'd stop when I started. "I should go check on the food, make sure there's plenty out." I muttered my excuse and bolted, refusing to let my eyes look at Kevin again. Seeing his concern would have been too much right then. Kevin didn't let me run far, though, because eventually he caught up to me in my hiding spot, where I kept washing already clean dishes. He stepped through the doorway just as I was sipping from a glass of wine I'd stashed under the sink. "I'm sorry about earlier," he said, on the other side of the island, as though he feared coming too close and causing another breakdown. Don't be. How are you? Pretty shitty, I answered honestly, lifting my glass and draining it. Anna, where can I put this casserole? One of the many guests asked behind me. I cringed, so tired of that question. It appeared everyone in attendance brought a damn casserole, and I hated the thought of opening them later and thinking about why they were there. The fridge in the garage is fine. I turned with a quick, polite smile before turning back to Kevin. Is anyone here to help you? He asked, looking down at my ring finger. No, just me. My dad and Shayla have been helping, but otherwise, just me. He gave a slow nod to my response. What about you? I asked. What about me? Come on, Kev. You know what you were really asking. If I had a boyfriend or husband. So, what about you? No boyfriend or husband for me either, he said, joking. A laugh bubbled up my throat. It felt so foreign after the past month, I thought I was going to choke on it. He smiled, pleased by my reaction. No, it's just me. No girlfriend or wife, he finally admitted. Nodding my head, I tried to process what that meant and why a band in my chest loosened at the thought. He finally moved across the kitchen into my space. Each step he took felt like he was loosening the reins I had on my control. I tried to fortify my walls, prepare myself for the feel of his arms around me. If I'd snapped earlier just from him saying my name and holding my hands, I couldn't imagine the havoc he would create if he wrapped me in the safe cocoon of his arms. He pulled the glass from my hands, and the tink of it being set on the granite counter sounded like the first crack in my barrier. Watching his hands move toward me and imagining the feel of them resting on my shoulders made the crack grow. It started low in my belly, working its way up my chest, choking its way past my throat. When his skin finally made contact with mine, the sob broke free. He slid his hands down my arms and back up to wrap around my shoulders. There would be no running to the bathroom to gather myself. He held me to him and let me crumble in his arms, doing what he always did best, letting me break in the safety of his hold. I managed to keep the sobs quiet as I clutched his suit jacket and pressed my face in his dark shirt. He brushed his hand through my hair and down my back, over and over. I've got you, Anna. I've got you. Anna, where do you want this casserole? Another freaking guest asked. My hands squeezed tighter on Kevin's jacket as I tried to control my emotions. Just as I was about to turn and growl out my response to her, Kevin locked me into his chest. Fridge, he answered for me. I heard the refrigerator door open and close. There's no room. The freezer outside then, he commanded in a clipped tone. Having him answer instead of me lifted a small weight off my shoulders, and I sighed. It was good to have that help, if only for a second. While he'd been dealing with the guests, I'd managed to pull myself together again, a little lighter than before, having been able to loosen the pressure in my chest. He brushed the hair back from my face, tucking it behind her ears, and using his thumbs to dry any leftover tears. Come on, this has been going on long enough. Let's kick these people out and clean up. Chapter 43. Kevin. I stayed with my parents and helped Anna clean up before finally heading out. When she gave me a hug goodbye, I held on a little longer than polite, but then she pressed her breasts against my chest and, like a dick, I got hard. I did my best to fight it, but knowing what was hidden beneath the black dress she wore, feeling her pressed into me after so long and so many nights thinking about her, I couldn't fight it. She felt it and pulled back, looking at me with wide eyes filled with something other than the sadness I'd seen all night. Pushing my luck, I leaned down and pressed a friendly kiss to her cheek, but ensured my lips touched the corner of her mouth too. I wanted to swallow the gasp she let slip out. When I pulled back, she fought to control her reaction and straightened her back. You should go, she muttered, but we both knew I'd be back. Which was how I ended up in the weird position of being a 26-year-old man climbing out his window in the middle of the night. No matter how odd it was, the motions of reaching my foot for the railing as I held on to the roof felt familiar,
and reminded me of all the times I'd done it before in high school. I'd missed it. For the past 7 years, Anna hadn't been next door. And every time I lay in my childhood bed, I thought about her. For the first 3 years we spent apart, it was her choice. She'd done a damn good job of avoiding me. But the 4 that followed was on me. I'd avoided my home like the plague, in fear I'd see her walking up to her house in the arms of another man. Scared at some point I'd see her married or pregnant. I'd shut down all information about her as a safety measure, but I'd been left with my memories, and those had kept me plenty of company. When my parents told me that her mom had passed away, it was a punch to the gut. I'd been lit with a rage that they'd kept it from me. I could have been there for her, and they'd prevented me from it. I'd lashed out at them, and they'd let me, knowing I needed the outlet. They'd let me burn the fire until it faded, and disgust took over. Disgust for myself. I'd been so adamant to stay away that I'd let her suffer alone. I tried to make myself feel better, thinking that she probably had a husband to help her through this. But it was a hollow lie that was smashed to pieces when I saw her standing at the front of the line alone with no ring on her finger. But I'd be there for her tonight. I'd be whatever she needed me to be when she opened that door. She swung the front door open, holding onto it for support, and stared silently. My eyes dropped to her bare feet and back up, taking in the half-empty bottle of wine firmly in her grasp. "How many of those have you had?" "Not nearly enough," she answered as she lifted it to her lips and took a long pull. "Straight from the bottle?" I commented, raising my eyebrows. "No, Dad," she rolled her eyes, but then they sparked with something other than sorrow. They hardened, like she was preparing for a challenge. I'd take it. I'd take anything other than the broken defeat I'd seen earlier. Taking my cue, I scoffed and brushed past her, walking into the house. Anna and I always bickered, always challenged each other. Maybe she needed the familiar. "I don't need you coming here and judging me, Kevin." She knocked the door closed with her hip and slammed the bottle down on the entryway table, turning to square her shoulders and glare at me. "I don't need you or anyone," she spat out between her clenched jaw. She was still adorable when she got mad, and I couldn't help but smile. Maybe I was a little condescending to add fuel to the fire. "Yes, you do. We both know you need me." "You need to go. I don't need you here," she yelled. She stepped toward me, put her hands on my chest, and shoved, barely moving me. "There is no fighting me, Annabelle," I whispered in response to her shout. Another gauntlet thrown down in the face of her anger. Another shove. "You think you can just waltz in here?" Another shove. "And take whatever you want?" Another shove. After all these years? For all the distance she moved me, I stalked right back at her, backing her up further into the door. Yeah, one word, and if Anna were capable of throwing fire from her eyes, I'd be burning alive where I stood. She had so many emotions, and I was there to give her an outlet for something other than depression. Maybe it sparked because I turned her on and reminded her of things she didn't want. Maybe she just needed to rage. But seeing the blush rising from her chest into her cheeks, I knew she would be wet. I knew my Anna. My Anna was turned on. She lifted her finger and dug it into my chest with each word. "Fuck you, Kevin Harding." "Oh, I intend to." I reached out to her, but she slapped my hand away. Fuck, that was hot. It stung, and the burn shot through my veins, straight to my cock, making it rock hard. It was wrong to be the kind of guy who got turned on by a girl fighting me off, but it'd been 10 long years. I'd accepted those things and relished them rather than hiding in shame. I said no, she growled, shoving me again. "And you know how that turns me on. Remember, Anna? Summer?" I reminded her of the safe word we created in college but never used. I didn't think we'd need it now either, but I always wanted her to know she was safe. I shot my arms out and locked my hands onto her biceps, yanking her to me. She fought, slapping at my chest, trying to knock my hands away, stepping on my feet despite me having shoes on and her being barefoot. No, she shouted as I reached a hand between us to reach under her dress. Kevin, no! Oh God, yeah, Anna. I love to hear you whimper for me. Haven't even reached your pussy yet? Fuck you. She squirmed, trying to close my hand between her thighs. Oh, there it is. So fucking wet. You can scream no all you want, but your cunt is begging me to fuck you. Gripping her panties in my fist, I ripped them off her and brought them to my face. I closed my eyes and welcomed the scent of her, having missed it for so long. The slaps to the face came out of nowhere, but I should have expected it after letting my guard down. Letting the fabric fall to the floor, I dodged the blows and tried to get control of her hands, but ended up losing her altogether. She bolted, and while Anna was tall, I was taller and had to take only a few steps to catch up to her. My arm racked around her waist at the stairs, and she tumbled forward, catching herself halfway up. Taking advantage of the situation, I pinned her with my weight and pressed her head onto the step, trapping her legs between mine. With her bent over, I used my free hand to work it under her dress and in between her legs. I slipped 2 fingers right in, she was so wet. Her seconds of submissiveness and panting let me know how much she enjoyed the game we played. With the silence, I decided to taunt her. Listen to you. I twisted my fingers and pulled them out before shoving back in, repeating the process. She was so wet, you could hear it every time my fingers moved. So fucking needy. Her whimpers sunk deep into me as I hooked my fingers deep inside her, rubbing against her wall. You say no, but the way your cunt squeezes me every time I pull out lets me know you're just a slut who wants to be fucked. Asshole, Anna breathed out. She panted so hard that she could barely talk. Laughing, I leaned on her harder and used my other hand to free my dick from my slacks. I needed to see her face once I entered her again, so I rolled her over, spreading her legs wide, and pushed in. Her eyes shined a deep silver and closed once my balls rested against her ass. Taking advantage of her lying there docile and lost in the haze of coming together, I leaned down to kiss her. I almost forgot the purpose of what I was doing once my lips touched hers. The soft, full bottom lip fit perfectly between mine, the same way it had all our lives, and the pinching in my chest eased for the first time in 4 years. I held myself inside her as we made out, tasting each other, remembering each other. But then she nipped at my lips hard, and I began fucking her. The sweet moment over, I hammered in and out of her, knowing the stairs had to hurt against her back, but knowing she loved every dig. I palmed her breast and tried to nip at her neck, but she bit my ear and slapped my face. The shock knocked me off balance, and she pushed enough to get me out of her and ran. I took off after her and almost fell on my face with my pants around my ankles. Grumbling, I shoved them off and made it to the door, just before she slammed it closed. Slapping my hand to the door, it flung open, and I stalked toward her, stripping my shirt off on the way. Naked, hard, and a little pissed at being outwitted, I shoved her back on the bed, falling on top of her. I managed to get her dress over her head, but she was back to slapping me. Fuck you, Kevin. You think I want you to fuck me? I don't. I don't need you. I don't need your stupid dick. Fuck you. I was impressed she could keep up the commentary as she rained down blows, but I was ready to fuck her and enjoy the wet heat around my dick. I was ready to hear her scream as she came. I pinched her nipple hard before gripping her wrists, using my other hand to slip it around her throat, squeezing just enough to let her know I had the control. Her eyes widened but ignited, and I felt the heavy swallow beneath my hand. Spread your legs, I ordered. Fuck you. I tightened my grip on her throat. Spread your fucking legs, slut. Finally, she opened them, and I loosened my hold on her tender throat, but not much because I knew she enjoyed the lack of control. It only took a moment for me to work my hips between her creamy thighs, enter her. Holding her stare, I pushed just the tip in and teased her with it, over and over again. Only when she whispered a simple please did I give in and thrust all the way into her. On that first thrust, she began coming. Her lips parted, and she jerked beneath me, squeezing my dick tighter than a fist. She screamed my name, a sound filled with pleasure and relief. Her cum coated my balls as I held myself in her and ground on her clit, prolonging the high. When she came back down, I took my own pleasure and rode her like a rutting beast. I focused on her tits bouncing beneath my hand, still grasping her throat. The pretty pink nipples coaxing the tingling pleasure down my spine. The orgasm came barreling through me, and I couldn't take my eyes off the perfect globes. I needed to mark them. At the last moment, I pulled out and jerked myself all over her pale skin, shooting white ropes of cum across her stomach and up to her neck. I collapsed and barely managed to roll to my side to keep from crushing her. Pulling her head toward me, I kissed her. I kissed her the way we both needed, sweetly, lovingly, filled with all the longing we'd had for each other. It was the sweetness that broke her, because not long after we started, she began sobbing. Each cry wretched from her body broke me like a lash to my back. I pulled her into my chest, blocking out everything but what was inside her. She needed a safe place to fall apart, and I would be that for her. She clung to me, sometimes digging her nails into my side, but I didn't whisper a single complaint. The love of my life needed me, so I held her and soothed her. "I'm here. I've got you," over and over again until she wore herself out and finally fell asleep. The smell of coffee greeted me when I first woke. Stretching, my feet moved past the edge of the bed and my hands hit the wall. My eyes jerked open and I was met with posters of bands and blue walls.
They settled on the door to find Anna leaning against the jamb, holding 2 cups completely nude. My dick jerked beneath the sheets at seeing her perfect tits and trim waist that flared into hips that were perfect for me to hold onto when fucking. She hadn't noticed me staring because she was too busy staring back at me. When she looked up and met my eyes, she jerked and, as carefully and fast as possible, set the coffee down and hopped in bed. For someone getting coffee nude, you're acting awfully shy. I set the timer last night and thought I could grab 2 cups before you woke up. Well, I appreciate the presentation. She settled back against the pillow with her cup and the sheet tucked under her arms. Taking a drink, I continued staring. She was still the same girl who I'd always known. No, a woman. Her face more angled, her curves a little more relaxed, like she'd finally settled into her body and felt comfortable with it. However, I still recognized the aura of insecurity about who she was. In the moment, she acted on instinct, but the aftermath left her unsure, and I saw it in her scrunched shoulders and the way she bit her lips. But I knew, even after 4 years, that she was still my Anna. I didn't think any amount of time would have changed that. "What?" she asked when she noticed my stare. "Do you want me to roll over so you can use my ass as a coffee table?" she said deadpan, referring to the last time we had coffee in bed. She was joking, but I knew she would have done as I asked if I wanted it. "No, I preferred this view for now," I said, reaching out to pinch her nipple through the sheet. She gasped, jerking back as I smirked at the blush spreading up her chest. "How are you still single after all this time?" "I could ask you the same thing." Chuckling, I turned to set my coffee cup down on her nightstand. "See, I have this particular taste and haven't found a woman willing to fit and accept it." We both knew it was a dig at how she had left me, unwilling to accept what we both knew we wanted. So what? I was still a little bitter. She glared over the rim of the coffee cup while she took one last sip. "I guess I've been a little busy over the past year," Anna answered my original question. "And before then? Andrew?" She slid down the bed until she lay flat on her back, staring up at the fan moving in slow circles. I turned to my side to face her, waiting her out. She'd always needed a moment to process her words before talking. It was harder than I thought being normal, and I've had a hard time accepting that. I haven't been ready to try again. I figured it would have happened, having tried to ignore that part of myself before, but Anna had needed to figure it out on her own. It looked like she still struggled with it. What happened with Andrew?
I almost regretted asking when she let out a heavy sigh that sounded both tired and sad. We both tried. He worked so hard to make me happy. And I was, sort of, she added, turning to meet my eyes. He was a good man, but I wasn't ever fulfilled, complete, and he deserved a woman who didn't keep a part of herself hidden from him. You deserve a man you don't have to hide from, I clarified. I only received a sad smile in return. She had no idea how much she deserved. I have to start going through the house. She changed the subject. What do you plan on doing with it? Selling it, she choked out, tears forming in her eyes. Shit, I knew what this house meant to her. It held the memories of her mom for the last 10 years. Hell, it held a lot of memories for me over the past 10 years. What would happen when it sold? Would she come back? Would I have a reason to see her anymore? I couldn't ask those questions yet. The possibility hurt too much. Are you staying here to do it? Yeah, about 6 months ago, my lease was up, and I decided to move back home to help with Mom. I moved a lot of stuff to storage and brought the rest here with me. And you're staying here all alone? Yeah, I could hear how much she was dreading it in the low, pain-filled whisper. My dad and Shayla got a hotel and offered to let me stay with them, but that was a hard no. I've honestly thought about getting a hotel myself, just so I'm not sitting here alone in my misery. What if I stayed with you? The idea came out of my mouth as soon as it formed. Her wide eyes shot to mine, and she let out a small laugh. You don't need to do that, and honestly, I've been struggling to sleep and wouldn't mind being away from here a bit. It will be hard enough to go through everything all day and then sit amongst it all night. I could use some distance. Another idea formed in my head, and I let it roll around this time. I wanted to think of all the possible outs for her and plan a counterattack. The idea was a crazy one, but I figured I had nothing to lose and everything to win. Stay with me. Her eyebrows rose to her hairline, and I pushed on before she could object. I live downtown, so still close. I'll come with you every day after I get off work and help you go through everything. But stay with me so you're not alone and I can help to get it done faster, I said in a rush. Kev, she laughed, clearly thinking I was joking. As a friend, don't lock yourself in here by yourself, and don't waste money on a hotel when you have a place to stay. You can stay with me as a friend. We'll play games and trash talk, just like old times. A friend? She lifted an eyebrow. Anything you want, or don't want. I don't know. She bit her lip and stared back up at the ceiling, as though the ceiling fan had all the answers to life. Kev, we've been through so much, and I'm a mess right now. I mean, I just buried my mom. I'm in no state to do more. Her voice trembled over the words. And after what just happened, I can't ask you to just be my friend. I mean, the way we ended things before all this, you need a friend right now, and that's what I want to be for you. I would have agreed to anything to keep her close. I wanted her. I always would. But her mom had just died, and I couldn't expect her to be ready for me. I'd give her time. I just needed to be close as I did it. Come on, Anna, just let me help. I mean, Shayla will probably offer to stay and help if you're here alone, and you won't have an excuse to turn her away. Then you'll be stuck here, praying over everything, I said, trying to make her laugh. I was banking on how alone she probably felt, and I didn't care. I wanted an excuse to be around her. Ugh, you win. Anything but the praying, she laughed, but just as friends. She pointed at me with a serious look tinged with worry if it would be okay between us. Okay, but can you remind me of that when your tits aren't in my face and your cum isn't still on my dick? I couldn't resist teasing her. Kevin! She rewarded me with slaps to the chest. I rolled away, blocking her. Okay, fine. Just friends. However, she wasn't done with her punishment because she stood, unashamed of her nudity this time, and walked to the bathroom. Her struggle to fight off the smile let me know she enjoyed the groan I couldn't have held back. But feel free to walk around nude. Actually, I'm making it a policy. My house is now a nudist colony. She flipped me off, but turned to smile before disappearing behind the door. Chapter 44. Anna. Just friends. Just friends. Just friends. Over and over, I repeated the words as I stared at a topless Kevin sweating and moving boxes, his arms bulging with every movement and his abs contracting with every exerted breath. Fuck, he was hot. Literally, too, with the way the sweat glistened down his chest, past the rippling abs, and lost to the treasure land below his belt. Thankfully, he saved me from the hormones overtaking my body when he turned the corner to carry the box downstairs out of my room. The midsummer heat seemed more appropriate for the equator than the Midwest. We'd even missed the worst of the heat by coming in the evening after he got off work.
He'd been taking off early most days to get to the house because he didn't trust me to not come by myself. I'd snuck over the first day while he was at work. He'd found me crying on the living room couch and demanded I stayed put until he could help me. I hadn't argued because I hadn't wanted to. Just having his presence eased the weight of clearing out the house alone. The jokes and sexy view helped too. 4 years apart, and it was like no time away at all. We picked up right where we'd left off, just like we had in college, minus the sex. Other than the first night, God, it'd been amazing. I loved it and hated it. However, Kev had known I'd needed it. The outlet, the loss of control, the responsibility off my shoulders. It was like being on a diet of no sweets for years, and you'd convinced yourself that a sweet potato was dessert, but then you have cake and knew that you were a dirty liar, because hot damn, that cake was better than you remembered. You knew it was wrong and shouldn't have it because it was bad for you, but it was just too good to deny. I hadn't let myself try to find anyone after Andrew. We'd been together for 2 years, and he was so patient with me when I couldn't orgasm. I'd faked it and tried endlessly after so many failed attempts, but he knew. When he'd finally sat me down and asked me what I'd needed, pleaded with me to tell him what it was, I'd choked back the truth and knew our relationship had reached its end. I couldn't have kept lying to him, and he didn't deserve a woman who couldn't be truthful. I'd almost moved to Louisville to be with him and was glad when I'd followed my gut and held off. It would have been a waste of our time, and my mom had taken a turn for the worse only a year later. I would have had to move back anyway. When our relationship ended, a part of me wanted to contact Kevin, and I kept my eyes glued to his house any time I went home, but I never saw him, and I feared seeing him with a woman or a family of his own. Then I would remind myself of all the reasons I'd walked away in the first place. I taught at a high school and was happy at my job, well respected there. I didn't want to jeopardize that or make anyone question my character. Jesus, did you keep every band t-shirt you ever owned? Kevin asked, going through the 3 bottom drawers of my dresser. Just my favorites. So, all of them. I laughed. He knew me so well. Knew how much I'd loved collecting band t-shirts. He'd even added to the collection when he could for birthdays and holidays. Oh, I remember this one, he said, holding up my threadbare Coheed and Cambria shirt. Fuck, you didn't wear a bra with this shirt, and I jacked off to that image for months. Kevin, I shouted, shocked. What? You were hot. That was back when I first moved next door. I had no idea you thought of me like that then. He cocked an eyebrow at me and pinched his lips, looking at me like I was an idiot to not have known. I'd had no clue. I was always into you. Oh, I just thought it was because we were... I paused to think on my words. We were into the same things. Anna. His serious tone called me to stop looking at the floor and up to him. I'd always liked you. You were hot, funny, gave me shit, and you were my best friend. Oh, were you into Sean too, since he was funny, gave you shit, and was your best friend? Haha, did he know just the right way to please you? I taunted him more, making a blowjob motion with my hand and mouth. His eyes heated, and he let out a low growl. The ringing doorbell saved me from seeing where our conversation was heading. I ran down the stairs and opened the door to the sexy blonde-haired girl I hadn't seen since I got back from Tennessee so long ago. Gwen, I exclaimed, pulling her into a hug. Hey girl, hey. She air-kissed my cheeks and stepped into the house carrying 2 pizza boxes. Hey Kevin, long time no see.
Hey, Gwen. He gave her a side hug and took the pizzas from her hands. She pulled me back into a hug and whispered, I'm sorry I couldn't make the funeral. It's okay. It's good to see you now. Yeah, I saw your car in the driveway on my way out and decided to take a chance to bring pizza and crash your party. Didn't know I would get to see both you and Kevin. She winked at him. Looking good, Kevin. Grinning, he gave her a simple thanks, and I had to fight the urge to growl at her to back off. Gwen had no reason to flirt with Kevin other than to mess with him. She had married a guy she'd met in college and been happy ever since. We didn't keep in touch too much other than Facebook, which I broke down and got at her urging. What would you have done if we weren't here? I asked. Then I'd eat this whole damn pizza by myself, shamelessly. God, I missed you, Gwen, I laughed. Come on, we can take a break and eat. We walked to the kitchen and gathered paper plates, since I'd already packed up the dishes. Kevin ran upstairs to grab his shirt. So, what have you been up to all week? She asked, with a mouthful of food. Kevin has been helping me pack up. I need to get the house on the market. I'm sorry, Anna. I know that must be hard. Are you staying here? She's staying with me, Kevin interjected, having come back from collecting his shirt. Thank God. Oh, really? Gwen turned to me with a raised eyebrow. So, are you guys together? My laugh came out a little forced. No, he's just helping me out so I'm not here alone. You always were so devoted to her, Kev. What can I say? She's my best friend. I took a bite of pizza to hide the smile I couldn't hold back. We'd been around each other for only a week after a long time apart, and I loved that he still thought of me that way. So, what's happening with you, Gwen? Kevin asked. Not much, doing the whole married life. Traveling while I can for my job, dragging the husband with me when he's around. Gwen's a freelance visual merchandiser. She travels to various places to help stores look amazing. You always did love clothes. I'm not surprised by that. What can I say? I'm a hot commodity. Gwen shrugged. How did you and Oz stay in touch for so long? Facebook, Gwen answered. What? Kevin looked at me accusingly. When the hell did you get Facebook? Oh my God, Gwen threw her hands up. It took me years to convince her to make my life easier and just get Facebook so I could stalk her life. Before, we did a lot of emails and messages. She was such a pain in the ass. Well, I'll have to look her up now. Kevin smirked at me. That way, I can stalk her too. I rolled my eyes. These are the reasons I didn't have Facebook. Yeah, but she doesn't use it much, so don't get your hopes up. As long as she'll send me nudies every once in a while through Messenger, I'm good. Gross, Kev. I reached over and slapped his chest, but he caught my hand and held it. Come on, Anna. I'll show you mine if you show me yours. Look, we can start now. He moved his free hand below the table, while Gwen and I covered our eyes, squealing. Well, that'll dent a guy's ego. We both fell apart laughing. Once Gwen got herself together, she gave Kevin and I a more serious look. Are you sure you guys aren't together? Yeah, we actually just met up again at the funeral. It's been a few years since we talked, I said. I kind of always thought you would be together. She pointed her finger at me. I was going to be mad if you hadn't told me the dirty deets. Yeah, Kevin started, stretching and rubbing his chest. She keeps trying, but I have to keep turning her down. Gwen had just taken a drink when he spoke and proceeded to spit it out on a choked laugh. I couldn't help but join in too. What? Kevin asked. I have a feeling it's the other way around. My girl Anna is too good for you. Kevin looked at me and licked his lips in a way that heated me from the inside out. Thankfully, Gwen had turned to look at a text and couldn't see the blush spreading on my cheeks. That she is, Kevin agreed. Way too good for me. Later that night, we got home and settled into a routine we'd formed over the week.
Kevin let me get ready in the bathroom first, and then he followed, changing into his pajamas, coming out presentable. Except this time he came strolling out of the bathroom in nothing but his boxer briefs, and I almost swallowed my tongue as I skidded to a halt on his hardwood floors. What? He asked, eyebrow cocked. Nothing, I stuttered like an idiot. Was my mouth closed? Was I drooling? God, his abs were so hard, and if I looked hard enough, I could have seen the outline of the head of his dick through the black cotton clinging to it. Like what you see, Anna? I lifted my eyes and scowled at his smirk.
The asshole knew what he was doing, and enjoying it. "I've seen better," I shrugged. "Careful with those words. The last time you said that, I had you pinned to my bed and my tongue down your throat." A zing shot through my core and sparked my heart into a fast tempo as I recalled all those years ago when we'd shared our first kiss. I took a deep breath and forced out a laugh. "You wish." I tossed the words over my shoulder as I walked to the bedroom. Kevin let me sleep in the bed and he took the couch, staying true to his word that I was staying at his apartment as just a friend. But later that night, when I snuck out to get a drink of water from the kitchen, I regretted letting him talk me into the arrangement. The flash of the television illuminated his long body on the couch, with his feet and half of his calves hanging off the arm. He shifted no less than 5 times in just a few seconds. I couldn't let him continue sleeping on the couch, but knowing Kevin, he wouldn't allow me to sleep there. Fuck it. We were adults and had laid out the boundaries between us. Grabbing my water glass, I made my way over to him and stared at his features in the glow of the television. "Come to the bedroom, Kev." His head jerked up. He dragged out, trying to process my words. "Not like that," I laughed. "You look miserable out here, and I feel like a bitch taking your bed. I know you won't let me sleep on the couch, and it's a king-sized bed. We'll be fine sharing it." "You sure?" he asked, even though he was already standing and grabbing his pillow. "Yeah," but I still gulped when I looked at him in just his underwear walking into the bedroom. "Can't you wear some pants?" A laugh burst from deep in his chest and seemed to reach across the mattress and stroke between my legs. "You're lucky I'm not sleeping naked like I usually do." "Why?" he asked, turning to look at me as we stood across from each other on either side of the bed. "You don't think you'll be able to resist this?" He swiveled his hips, and as much as I wanted to stare at the way they moved, I forced myself to roll my eyes. When he laughed, I took my chance and threw a pillow at him. I scoffed, "You're so full of yourself." We settled onto our sides of the bed, and he whispered a quiet, "Good night, Annabelle." "Night, Kev." It took forever to fall asleep. I kept waiting for him to make a move or roll over, but it seemed his breathing evened out before mine. At least, I thought so. Sometime before sleep claimed me, we'd managed to drift closer. His arm made it around my waist and his chest pressed to my back. I said nothing and pretended to be asleep despite the way my heart hammered against my chest. I figured maybe he was asleep and I didn't want to wake him. But the reality was that I didn't want to take responsibility for how close we were or how much I liked it. I had a chance to pull away and say no, but I didn't. And when he buried his nose in my hair and kissed my neck, I didn't move. I didn't say anything when he asked me in a whisper if holding me was okay. I faked sleep and let it happen. Because I knew if I opened my mouth, I'd have to admit I was awake and pull away. I wasn't ready to admit how much I thought about being with Kevin. I wasn't ready to admit how tired I'd been of trying to be someone else and fight my true feelings, my desires. I wasn't ready, and I was a coward for being relieved that he hadn't brought it up or pushed the subject. I fought every day to not fall into the possibilities of what we could be. Was I ready to be with him? Did it even matter if I was? No matter what I wanted or desired, I needed to remember the possible fallout of having marks on me that I couldn't explain. But wrapped in his arms, I didn't want to be anywhere else. If I spoke, I never would have been able to admit it. So, in silence, I cuddled closer. I denied the truth rattling in my head and let sleep claim me. Chapter 45. Anna. 2 weeks later, I knew it was time for me to leave. Kevin and I had packed up all my mom's belongings and moved them to storage. He'd even helped me find a realtor and get the house on the market. He knew how hard it was on me to sell the house and had stepped in when he could. I'd taken the time he was at work to view apartments for myself. None of them felt right. I compared them all to Kevin's, and they were all missing that one thing I was looking for: Kevin. I hated the idea of leaving and being alone again. I was happier at Kevin's. We'd stuck to the just friends rule and had as much fun as when we were teens. He'd even gone out and gotten the new Twisted Metal game for his PS4 so we could play at night. I'd still kicked his ass and shit-talked him the whole time I did it. Some nights he'd order dinner, but then there were nights when we worked together in the kitchen. We'd have wine and make fun of the way the other cooked. I'd turned on music and danced around him as he struggled to not get burned by splattering bacon grease one morning. Sometimes we'd spend the evening watching movies. Through it all, he'd found ways to touch me, holding my waist as he moved me aside in the kitchen, shoving my shoulder when I won a game, rubbing my feet as we watched television, brushing against me as we walked past each other in the hall. Each time it sent a tingle through my body, heating my skin. And at night, he'd managed to pull me into his arms. Despite our efforts of falling asleep on opposite sides, we'd always end up entangled by morning. We both seemed to make it a point to ignore the morning wood that pressed against my ass when we woke. If he wasn't going to point it out, then neither was I. I didn't want to leave, and as I put my toothpaste into my toiletry bag, his voice seemed to echo my thoughts. "Stay," Kevin said from behind me. I looked up into the mirror to find him leaning against the door jamb with his arms folded across his chest. "What?" I breathed out on a laugh. "Stay with me. Stop looking for apartments." He uncrossed his arms and took a step forward. He turned me to face me, leaving his strong hands on my shoulders and staring down at me with his pleading eyes. "You don't have to be alone. I like having you here. I've missed you, and having you around has made me happier than I've been in 4 years. Kevin, I can't stay." I broke eye contact and shook my head, trying to come up with all the reasons his idea was ludicrous. "I have a life I need to get back to." He brushed my hair off my shoulders and lifted my chin. "Don't leave, Anna. Stay with me. Let me take care of you. Let me give you what you need." We danced around our attraction all month. He crowded me now, pushing harder, and I was ready to cave. His thumb drifted up and down my neck. My head lolled to the side, inviting him to bring his mouth to my skin. His lips against my fragile skin were tender, even though I knew how rough they could be. Maybe I could give us a try. I'd been alone so long, and there he was trailing soft, sucking kisses up my neck, wanting to take care of me in a way no one but he knew how to do. "Be with me, Anna," he whispered in my ear before nipping at my lobe, the pain shooting through me straight to my core. "I know you're scared, and I haven't pushed you. I wanted you to be ready, and I think we both are. Stop running from us. Be with me. Give us a chance." There were reasons I'd run. There were things I needed to remember.
I knew I was blocking them out, but I'd wanted him so much for so long. With his lips trailing down the V of my shirt, with each nip at my tender skin, I forgot what those reasons were. I lost my will to his. When his fingers pressed into the soft hollows of my hips, the pain almost folding me in half, I submitted my will to his freely. My body sank into his embrace, a moan tripping past my lips, and he knew I'd caved. He knew he had me where he wanted me, where we both wanted to be. With one last nip at my bottom lip, he pulled back and stood to his full height. "Strip," he commanded. I didn't waste time. I held his stare, and with trembling hands, I pulled my shirt over my head and shoved my pants down my legs, kicking them aside. I never had to wonder if my body satisfied him, because even after all these years and the changes I'd grown into, he still looked at me like he could barely hold himself back from devouring me whole. A surge of power washed over me, giving me the confidence I needed to unclasp my bra and slip off my panties. He gripped my pinkies in his and led me into the bedroom. "Climb on the bed and let me look at you." I climbed on and leaned back on my hands, but he flipped me over to my stomach and held my head down as he pulled my hips up, situating my knees beneath me. I was completely exposed to whatever he wanted to do. I waited in excitement and fear of what would come next. I tried to watch him, but he went behind me, and I heard the squeak of the chair when he sat in it. In the silence that followed, I fought to not squirm, to squeeze my legs tight to ease the ache, and possibly hide some of myself.
When I heard the rasp of his zipper, I turned my head the smallest amount to see what he was doing. His hand firmly grasped his erect cock. It slowly stroked up and down the skin, his thumb brushing the head at the top. I couldn't fight the clench of my pussy, and I knew he saw it by how intently he stared at me. "Like what you see, Anna?" "Yes," I barely whispered the word. "Good. Now face forward and let me enjoy the view." I turned and pressed my forehead to the cool comforter. My face heated with embarrassment at being used so carelessly. Embarrassed for liking it. "Are you embarrassed?" he asked, reading my mind. "Yes," I whimpered. "Good," he growled. His breathing became more labored, and the slaps of his fist making contact with his skin grew faster, then they would slow. Eventually he spoke to me, telling me dirty things, rarely needing a response. "Such a perfect little slut, letting me use your body for my own pleasure, and liking it. I don't even have to touch you, and I can see your sweet cream building in your cunt. Even if you didn't want this, I could force you. I would. I would tie you down and take what I wanted. I don't need your permission." His words taunted me, not needing a response. Maybe I should invite some friends over. Let them enjoy the view? I jerked at that comment, not liking the idea of being seen by anyone but Kevin. But his words continued to arouse me more and more, no matter how much the thought of it disturbed me. Because it disturbed me. "You don't like that? Well, that's too bad. I own that cunt, and you would do as I said whether you liked it or not, because you're a good little slut and want to please me, right?" I didn't want to answer, but when he asked again, I begrudgingly whispered, "Yes. Good girl." The chair squeaked again, and soft footsteps on the carpet let me know Kevin was coming closer. He moved right in front of me with his dick in hand and pointed it at my lips. "Suck me." And I did. After hearing him touch himself for the previous 10 minutes, I greedily opened my mouth and took him in as far as I could go. He thrust into my mouth over and over, pushing so far that my gag reflex kicked in. Through it all, he distracted me by leaning over my body and landing hard blows to each cheek and down the backs of my thighs, even taking time to slap at my exposed pussy, ensuring to hit my clit. Over and over, he rained down random blows. I never knew where they would hit. As his hips picked up pace, I tried to focus on sucking harder and using my tongue to twist around his head. He thrust faster and leaned back, dragging his short nails up my back, digging in hard as he pushed all the way to the back of my throat and came, groaning my name. He may have shot his seed inside me and used me like a toy, but hearing his pleasure empowered me. I was a beautiful woman who could please such a strong, dominant man, and that made me feel the most powerful in my submission. Swallowing the last of his release, I focused on the stinging pain along my back, squeezing my cunt tight, so close to the edge. "Stop," commanded in a deep voice. "You will come when I give you pleasure, not on your own. Is that understood?" "Yes," I answered, embarrassed that he caught me. "Good." He lifted me to my knees and then lay back on the bed, resting his head on the pillows. "Now come sit on my face." What? My eyes widened. I'd never done that before, and while I wanted Kevin's tongue on me, I didn't want to have so much control over it. I said, "Sit on my face. Put each of those delicious thighs on each side of my head and ride my mouth." "Kevin?" He cocked an eyebrow, but didn't respond. Swallowing my nerves, I crawled up to his head, held on to the headboard, and lifted my leg. He caught it mid-air with one hand and held me in place. "Such a perfect pussy. And all mine," he added, dragging a finger from my clit to my opening. He shifted me, letting my leg fall to the mattress, and I sat there with my eyes closed, unsure of what to do next. I didn't have to worry. He dug his fingers into the tops of my thighs and pulled me down to his awaiting mouth. Unintelligible moans poured from my lips when his tongue thrust up inside my opening. He pushed in and out, taking time to shift his head and bite at my thighs, suck on the skin there as he pushed 3 thick fingers inside me. It was too much, the painful pinch testing my strength to remain upright. Then he zeroed in on my bundle of nerves and swirled his tongue around it before flicking at it hard and fast. He switched repeatedly, sometimes pumping his fingers into me roughly and then leaving them still. It lasted forever and not long enough. I became lost in the pleasure because even with me on top of him, shamefully rubbing my cunt all over his mouth, he had complete control of me and I loved it. When he kept up his pace, it became too much. Fire shot through my body and my pussy spasmed so hard I fought to push his fingers from my opening. My thighs shook on either side of his head, trembling with the pleasure and pain of how big the orgasm was that racked my body. My head fell back and I groaned my release to the ceiling, unable to hold in any cries. Once my body had begun to come back down, I blinked and Kevin pushed my hips back until I sat on his chest. I let go of the headboard and my fingers ached from holding on so tight. God damn, woman, that was one of the hottest fucking things I'd ever seen. Kevin smirked up at me and then tossed me to my back, rolling on top of me. Now give me another one, because I'm hard again after watching that fireworks show. He thrust into me hard, gliding his hands up my rib cage, past my breasts, and pinning my hands above my head. He fucked me hard, like a savage rutting in a mating ritual. He had no care for my pleasure, just used me, and all of it turned me on more. The fact that I lay beneath him and became a useless vessel, only used for his desires, sparked a heat inside me that I'd missed with anyone but him. He didn't look at me as he dragged his hands back down my arms and pressed his thumbs in the soft spots along my side and ribs, coaxing shouts and cries of pain from my lips, letting them join with the slapping of flesh that filled the room.
Kevin growled as he bit the sides of my breasts, methodically moving along the outside before moving in and sucking my nipples into his mouth. Tears streamed down my temples, a mixture of pleasure, pain, and relief at being set free, flying on the high of a release I'd missed for so long. It was too much and not enough. He leaned back on his haunches and pressed my thighs to my chest, gripping too tightly and not stopping his assault. My cunt, all fucking mine, Kevin growled, staring at his cock disappearing inside me. I can do whatever I want to you because you're mine. Tell me you're mine. Please, please, I whimpered out, so close to breaking apart beneath him, needing him to push me harder, crush me, just to put me back together. Anything for him. Say it, Annabelle. Tell me you're mine, that I can do anything I want because you are mine. I forced my eyes open and stared up into his, feeling his will pressed onto me. Yes, Kevin, I'm yours. He released a leg and pinched my nipple, holding tight as he rode me. I arched back, desperate for the storm brewing inside me. It felt bigger than me, and I wanted to become lost in it. He twisted harder and then released the tip. The stinging pain shot to my core, and I gripped his cock tight as I shattered. My vision blurred, but through it I saw his head fall back, the tendons in his neck strained. His cries held on to me as I became swallowed up whole. After feeling like I'd been tossed in a chaotic sea, I came to, my breaths panting out of my chest, barely able to move with the weight of a mountain on top of me. Kevin groaned and kissed my neck before lifting himself up, our bodies making a sucking sound from all the sweat. He paused and looked in my eyes, the soft gaze of my friend, lover, staring down at me. He smiled and pressed a gentle kiss to my lips. "Let me get a washcloth to clean up," he said, standing and striding, nude, to the bathroom. I let my head fall back on the sheets and inhaled the smell of sex. The smell of submission and domination.
The smell of Kevin, the smell of me, the smell of us. God, I'd missed it. The bed dipped and fingers pushed my knees out before a warm washcloth wiped between my legs. Soft lips pressed to the hollow of my hips. You look beautiful with my marks on you. His words reached into my brain and pulled a string I'd buried when he'd cornered me in the bathroom. What? I asked, dazed, afraid what I'd see when my eyes opened, afraid it would yank on the string and pull the rug out from under us. Evidence of my ownership. I opened my eyes and looked down my body. Kevin held the washcloth to my core and gazed adoringly down on my body. Angry red bite marks covered my breasts. Bruises, covered with more red marks that would soon become more bruises, covered me from my hips all around my thighs. I shifted and felt the scrapes down my back from where he'd marked me when I'd sucked him off. My heart kicked at my ribs faster and faster as I took it all in, remembering all the reasons it was a bad idea to be with him, why I'd denied myself for years, why I'd walked away from him. Fuck. My eyes stung and I clenched them shut, trying to hold back the panic pulling me down. Fuck. What would I tell people if they saw me? What would they assume? I pulled back and curled up by the headboard, yanking the covers with me. I could feel myself overreacting, losing rational thought, but it was unstoppable. Each beat of my heart got harder, louder, blocking any logic from reaching me. What, Anna? What's going on? Talk to me. Baby, what's going on? You're scaring me. Kevin's panicked voice pleaded with me, but I clutched my head and tried to think while I simultaneously beat myself up for being so weak. Anna, he lowered his voice, trying to reach me. I can't, I said between clenched teeth. I didn't want to do this again, but I didn't have a choice. I was so stupid for shoving my reasons to the back of my mind when he touched me. I can't have these marks on me, Kevin. What if people see? What am I going to say? He crawled to his knees, lifting his hands as though approaching a wild animal. Anna, calm down. Breathe. Calm down. Look at me, I shouted, ripping the sheet away, baring my marred body to him. What am I going to tell people at work when they see these marks? It's summer, he answered, too rational. How could he sit there so calm while my chest caved in on the reality of what a mistake giving in was? It doesn't matter. What about later? Who's going to see marks on your hips and breasts at work? And you don't owe anyone an explanation. His calm tone began pissing me off. I knew it wasn't rational. I knew I was letting the panic swallow me, claim me, transform me into an angry banshee. But I was so tired of explaining, and he should have known. He, of all people, should have known how much I struggled with this. He, of all people, shouldn't look at me and ask me over and over again to explain such a painful thing. I shouldn't have been with him, and having to say it again and again hurt, and that hurt was changing, warping to anger. Horrible, misplaced, irrational anger. Yeah, I scoffed. I'll just let them jump to conclusions like I'm abused. That would go over well. And it starts with my breasts and hips, but what happens when I have bruises on my wrists, legs, shoulders, or neck when you want to choke me again? And I let you because I'm some freaky slut who likes it? Don't you dare call yourself that. Kevin's eyes darkened to almost black, and even in the middle of him commanding me, I'd never heard him use such a dark voice. And, do you really think I'm so careless about your needs? He asked. He dragged a hand through his hair, pulling at the ends. Higher and higher I climbed in my panic, refusing to take responsibility for what I'd just done. I didn't stop to think, too lost in my mind, and I let words tumble from my lips. It's all about you, Kevin, and what you want. You know I would submit to anything. You know better than that, Annabelle? Do I? I whispered. If you know so well, then what about the scrape on my back in college, the bruises on my arms in high school, the time you left me to the wolves after graduation so you could save yourself? What about then? Were my best interests on your mind then? jaw clenched, his face paled at my assault. The words were unfair, the memories ours, decisions we'd made together, decisions that were made when we were kids and didn't know any better. I was 18 and the son of a politician, drunk. I was scared and wasn't thinking. I've apologized over and over. Color rose in his cheeks, and I watched Kevin lose his calm patience before my eyes. He was no longer aloof, go with the flow, always love Anna Kevin. He was mad, and I deserved it. I've begged you to be with me time and time again, and yet you just simply choose to walk away. For what? To try and be normal? Do you think if you fucked enough normal guys often enough, they'd be able to pound some of that normal into you? Did you really think that would work? His chest heaved after his outburst, and I looked away, unable to meet his rage. Jesus, Anna, take some responsibility. This is the girl who promised me she would kick a guy's ass if she did something she didn't like, including me. And now you're going to sit there and act like you didn't know what we were doing? You were right there with me and knew damn well that I would have stopped if you wanted me to. We aren't kids anymore. We aren't new to this. You don't get to play shocked and naive. His hands shook when he reached up to his face. His voice vibrated through me, knocking loose the wall I'd been building. My reasons began to crumble and I was crashing. But he wasn't done yet. What the fuck are we doing here if you don't trust me? What have we been doing our whole fucking lives if you just never fucking trusted me, huh? He shouted.
Why the hell have I been wasting my life trying to prove to you how much you mean to me? I've done nothing but make it damn clear that you mean everything to me, and I would never do something you didn't want. He stood from the bed and began shoving his legs into a pair of pants before collecting the rest of his clothes. He was leaving, and my chest squeezed, my heart begging me to fall to my knees and apologize as my head locked my lips together and let him go. Finally, I know you, Anna. You're not normal, so just stop fucking trying to be. My whole body jerked with the slam of the door as he exited. I'd succeeded. I'd finally made him accept my decisions, and I hated myself, feeling more ashamed huddled on the bed than ever before since discovering how different I was. Bringing my knees to my chest, my forehead fell to rest against them, the tears soaking through the sheet. I wanted to scream out the rage filling me. I wanted to smash things and release the pain the slam of the door released. All the frustration I directed at him shifted. Take responsibility, he'd said. He was right. I was a coward and blamed him for decisions I'd made right beside him. I curled my fists into the sheets and pinched my eyes, letting the tears fall. I let everything happen and turned a blind eye to the fallout, exactly what I'd done in college, constantly burying my head in the sand and avoiding conversations that scared me. Each realization chipped away at all my excuses, each one poking through the crumbled wall like a ray of light, shining on a wreckage that was too late to save. Our relationship had been built and grown on open conversations, and somewhere along the way, I'd dismissed it. And it wasn't just the conversations I avoided. I'd spent so long pretending this part of myself didn't exist, and what had it gotten me? Hurt. Over and over again, I'd been hurt. When the entire time Kevin stood before me, always there for me, I'd wasted it, never being completely honest about how I felt. How often had my heart melted when he'd helped me, sacrificed for me? Had I ever told him how much he meant to me? Never, not once. I wiped my eyes, trying to control the sobs shaking my chest. I couldn't blame him for storming out on me. I'd finally pushed too far. But now that I'd fallen from my panicked high, fear that I'd ruined everything kicked at me. His calm, rational words that hadn't been able to penetrate earlier sat before me, so glaringly obvious. The belief that I'd clung to, thinking my desires would only ruin me, was such an obvious lie now that I could breathe. Because with Kevin, those desires make me who I am. He was right. We could have figured it out and made it work for us.
He was right. He never would have risked hurting me or my job. He was right about everything. And I was wrong. Chapter 46. Kevin. Do you want another man? The hippie bartender asked. I stared at the beers sitting in front of me, leaving wet rings on the scarred wood, and shook my head. I downed one as soon as I walked in, and then nursed this one for over an hour. I'd needed time to think, and I'd walked half a mile, settled on this bar, and entered with the intention to get shit-faced. Fuck, Anna. Fuck my whole life revolving around her. I'd made so many decisions for her for nothing, except that I loved her. I'd loved her every moment of the past 10 years, even when we were apart, even when it wasn't the spend the rest of our lives together love, it'd been the she's my best friend love. And I knew she loved me too, but hearing her lack of trust in me had been painful. I hadn't seen that sucker punch coming, and I'd lashed out. We were built on trust, and she'd yanked it out from under me. For what? Fear? I wanted to understand. I wanted to think back to when I was a kid, scared of discovery, but the thing was that I was a kid. We weren't kids anymore. We knew better. She had to know better. I tipped the rest of my beer back and sat it on the counter with a thud. Man, when she'd given in when I'd asked her to stay, I was sure that was it. I'd laid it out there, and for the first time, she wanted it too. We were doing it. It would be the start of our future. No more running. And I'd been euphoric, finally patching what I'd felt like I'd been chasing forever. Anna was mine. Until she wasn't. She'd expressed her fears when we'd graduated college, but it was so long ago, so soon coming off from the horrible incident she'd endured in Nashville. But now, it'd been years of discovery. She'd even told me that she'd realized she wasn't normal. I thought we were finally going to be together. I'd been so ill-prepared for the fears that still haunted her. And sitting at that bar, I dug for strength, because we'd been scared and angry and not rational. I'd been unprepared for the argument and let my anger push me to quit. 10 years and piles of fear we'd lugged around with us was not going to hold us back. I wouldn't let it hold us back. I gathered my thoughts on the walk back to the apartment. I thought about the ways to make it work, because I couldn't lose her again, and I'd never settle for friends. I needed to convince her we could work, not using sex and satisfaction to coax her. We needed to talk. I knew she wouldn't be at the apartment, but I almost ran back anyways, eager to put my plan in action, preparing my words. Hopefully, time would calm her like it had me, because I needed to apologize. Opening the door, I muttered my words over and over, practicing them to perfection. I tossed my keys and turned, almost stumbling over my feet at seeing her sitting on my couch. Anna, I whispered her name, and she turned to me with tear-streaked cheeks and red-rimmed eyes. I'm sorry. So sorry, Kevin. I panicked and didn't think. I do trust you, and I know you would never hurt me. I'm sorry, she choked out, ending on a hiccup. She opened her lips to say more, but I held up my hand. Stop. Digging my hands into my hair, I tried to catch my breath. Staring at her, I wanted to run and pull her into my arms, kiss her fears and pain away. But I reminded myself that I wanted to talk to her without sex and seduction. Instead, I walked to the kitchen, getting myself under control with my back to her. Okay. Her soft voice reached across the space separating us. I should go. I'm sorry I stayed. What? I jerked around. She thought I wanted her to go. No. Jesus, Anna. Rounding the island, I approached her with my hands out. Stop running from me. Please, just stop. When I reached her, I carefully grabbed her hands and linked my pinkies with hers. Let's sit down. We moved back to the couch where she took her seat and I sat on the coffee table. I licked my lips and waited for her to lift her eyes to mine. When she did, I wanted to break my promise and hold her. Instead, I held tight to her pinkies and started talking. You have fears, and I get that. This is not a normal life, but it's ours, and I intend to finish it the same way we started. Her brows pinched, waiting for me to explain. With you. I won't do this without you. She bit her lip when it trembled, and I pushed on. We always knew communication was key, and we missed that this past month. So you need to talk to me, because Anna, I'm not giving up on you this time. I can't. I've let you walk away too many times, and I won't do it again. Tears began streaming down her cheeks, but I held strong, not reaching out. If she turned me down, I wasn't sure what I'd do. Wasn't sure I could have been held responsible for my actions. But in that moment, I fought to remain still. I won't, Anna choked out, shaking her head. You won't? I asked, not sure I'd heard correctly or just imagined what I needed to hear. No, Kev, I won't run. I was a bitch, and I'm sorry. I panicked and I didn't talk to you. But you've always been my rock, and I threw it away to my fears. I don't want to be scared anymore. Anna, you don't have to be. You don't want marks? Then no marks. No scratches, pinches, smacks, bites, or bruises.
I would have promised my soul away if it kept her in front of me. If compromise is what is needed to keep you, then you've got it. We can discover our needs around that. We can figure this out just like we did before. I wasn't too proud to beg. Just don't give up on me. Please, I can be what you need. She fell off the couch to her knees, resting our joined hands on my thighs as she looked up at me with wet, pleading eyes. Kevin, shh, I love you. I always have. Just you. She pulled her pinkies out and reached up to grasp my cheeks, pulling me down to her lips. I kissed her desperately, with all the promises I would make for her. Her perfect Cupid's bow top lip fitting perfectly between mine. Such a relief after thinking I'd never feel it again. She loved me. It roared like a flame through me. Anna, I started, but she pressed her lips to mine again. Shut up, she said again, pulling back to rest her forehead to mine. Just let me finish. I'm scared, but I want you, she admitted, before laughing softly against my lips. I feel like we've switched roles. You started off scared and gained confidence. Meanwhile, I have had things happen that have made me scared of this side of myself. My best friend once told me that there was nothing to be ashamed of, that there was nothing wrong with me. I wiped the tears from her cheeks and made sure she looked at me and heard me. There is nothing wrong with you, Anna. This best friend sounds smart, the smartest. Not able to resist, I pressed another kiss to her lips, just a peck, soft, tender, quick. I know things have happened, and I hate that, I growled, remembering the horror she faced and hating that I wasn't there to save her. But I can protect you and make you happy. We can make this work, because I love you too, so damn much. I wanted to say it over and over and repeat it until I lost my voice. I wanted her to say it back to me. What if people find out? It doesn't matter. What we do is our own business, and there is nothing wrong with it, no shame in it. I'll always take care of you. You need to know I'll always put your needs above my own, in everything. I trust you, Kev. I love you. I felt like more of a man than any time I dominated her when she spoke those words, when she admitted her trust. I knew she was hurt by what she'd said earlier, and I needed to let her know she hadn't damaged us with her anger. You submit so beautifully because you know I would always put you first. I know you trust me. Anna moved to the couch and pulled me next to her before climbing over me and straddling my legs, smiling. Then let's do this. We'll have conversations and we'll do this the way it began, together. We'll learn together. I'm tired of being alone and fighting to be someone I'm not. You shouldn't be anyone but you, because you're perfect. Anna smirked, and despite trying to fight off the seduction, my dick jumped in my pants. Okay, but I'm not willing to compromise on pinching, bites, and slaps. I need those, just in hidden areas. I dropped my head back on the couch. Thank fuck, because I love my handprint on your ass. Epilogue. Kevin, are you ready for me to take it out? I waited for her response, but was instead met with a glare. Taking a bite of my banana, I sat in the chair in my bedroom and looked over Anna's body under the early morning light. Don't be like that, Anna.
Her jaw clenched and she squirmed on the bed. She was a little testy this morning since I woke her up with my mouth on her pussy, teasing her. She also wasn't thrilled with having her hands cuffed to the headboard, unable to push me away when I gave her 3 explosive orgasms in less than 30 minutes. To add salt to the wound, I'd eased a medium-sized butt plug into her tight ass and then walked away to grab some breakfast. A man needed to refuel. "Are you ready to take it out, Annabelle?" My firm tone let her know her silence was no longer an option. "Are you going to finally fuck me once you do?" I tisked. So sassy first thing in the morning. You know better than to make demands of me. You also know I would never fuck your ass for the first time as a quickie. We both have to get ready for work this morning. She rolled her eyes along with her hips, releasing a pained moan. I stood from the chair and stalked to the bed, leaning over to give her the last bite of the banana. "I'll fuck you when I'm ready." Her sharp cry echoed around the silent room, mixing with the sound of my hand cracking against the side of her bottom. "Kevin," she gasped, "please." Crawling on the bed, I pushed her legs apart and worked my way between them, sitting back on my heels. So beautiful and all mine. I grabbed onto the base of the plug and eased it out inch by inch, but not removing it. I'm going to love fucking you here, owning all of you, but you need a bigger plug before we do that. I don't want to hurt you. You know I love when you hurt me. Her voice was breathy and desperate as her heels dug into the mattress, lifting her hips closer to me. Yes, but I don't want to damage you. Speaking of which, how are your wrists? She looked up at her bound hands, wrapped in layers of silk and chained to the bed with a pair of thick, fur-lined buckle cuffs. I'd ordered them off an interesting site along with some other goodies I couldn't wait to try with her. Good. It doesn't feel like any chafing, even when I pull as hard as I can to get to you. Good. I shoved the plug back in hard, leaning in to swallow up her cry of pain. Because while I won't fuck your ass, I will enjoy how tight the plug makes your pussy as I fuck you hard and fast. She couldn't respond. Her mouth fell open on a cry as I slammed into her. I didn't slow down. We both knew we needed to get ready for the day and didn't have time to be slow. This is for me. This tight fucking pussy is for me. I don't care if it feels good to you. As long as I can get off, then that's all that matters. I bit her nipple, her shout zipping down my spine and tightening my balls. So, if you want to get off, you better hurry, because I'm about to fill you with my cum. I leaned back on my heels, continuing the bruising pace, and gripped her thighs, staring at myself pounding in and out of her. I stared at the way her tits bounced with each thrust, the way her head arched back onto the pillow, and how her teeth bit into her lip. She was close. Letting go of one leg, I reached between us and grazed my thumb across her clit, feeling her pussy tighten. It was too much, too tight. She was so wet, and with the thick plug in her ass, it made her that much tighter. I pinched her clit between my fingers and twisted, pinching harder, pushing her to her limit. And she came. With her lips parted and no sound escaping, she came, pulling me right along with her. Falling over, I buried my head in her neck and moaned out my release, filling her with my seed until I had nothing left to give. Once the wave had passed, I pulled out of her and gently kissed her lips. "Good morning." She smiled. "Good morning." "Are you ready for me to pull it out yet?" "I guess." I removed the plug and uncuffed her hands, making sure to look them over for any marks. Nothing. The silk and fur had worked, and I couldn't wait to use them again. Living with Anna allowed for a lot of time to be creative, but we always talked about it, and she always knew her safe word if things felt like too much. If she felt like something was leaving a mark where it shouldn't, she let me know and we stopped. We were making it work for us. We were making us work. Finally. I watched my Anna get up and walk naked into the bathroom, my handprint still sharp on her ass from earlier. God, I loved her. I went to prepare coffee as she got ready and brought a bagel and mug to her after she'd showered. I almost swallowed my tongue when I walked in to see her applying mascara in the mirror with nothing but panties and a bra on. Like what you see? You know I do. Thank you, she said when I set her breakfast down. Your dress is laying on the bed.
I figured I'd be nice today and let you pick out your shoes. Oh, how kind of you. She rolled her eyes but smiled. She loved when I found little ways to take care of her. She was a completely independent woman, but she was still Anna, and I was still me. The same kid who wanted to take care of her when I first met her. Just now I finally could. So I did it every chance I got. By the time I got out of the shower, she was packing up her bag to leave for work. I wrapped a towel around my waist and followed her to the door. As she was about to open it, I pulled her back and pinned her to the wall. Make sure you take those panties off before you walk in this apartment tonight. And if I don't, she taunted with a raised eyebrow. Anna submitted beautifully, but she fought back whenever she could. It only made it that much sweeter when I had her begging and agreeing to everything beneath me later. Then I'll cut up every single pair of panties you own, and you will have to teach students with no underwear on. She took a deep breath as a flush worked its way across her cheeks. Fine. Reaching to my right, I pulled out a small box from the entryway table. Her eyes widened when I placed it in her hands. It's not that. I would never do that with 2 seconds before you leave. She cracked it open and her brows furrowed. Nipple clamps, I explained. For later. I figured we could try something new. I had to remind myself she didn't have time for more sex when the flush spread down her neck. What are you going to do with me? Her voice trembled. I breathed a laugh. Oh, Anna. As soon as you walk in that door, I'm going to fuck you with a bigger plug using your pussy juices to slip it into your ass. Then I'm going to make you dinner. You will sit at the kitchen island while I cook, and you can have a glass of wine. If I find a moment, I will sit you up on the counter and eat your pussy for an early dessert. Maybe. Her breasts heaved under the scoop neck of her dress, and I had to hold back from biting them. Watching her get turned on kept me going. Then we will sit at the table and you will let me feed you. Once we're done there, I'm going to take you to the bedroom, put these nipple clamps on you, lay you face down on the sheets, and spank your ass red. When you're on the edge of coming, I'm going to leave you there while I clean up dinner. Maybe even have a glass of wine. I couldn't hold back from touching her. I dragged my finger from her lips, over her collarbone, to her nipple, where I gripped it cruelly between my fingers and pinched, kissing her gasp of pain. Then, Anna, only when I'm ready will I remove the plug and fill you with my cock, owning the last virginity you have to give. I let go of her nipple and placed a sweet, gentle kiss to her parted lips. Kevin, she breathed. Have a great first day of school, babe. I slapped her ass and pulled back, fully expecting her to fall to the floor. Instead, she stiffened her spine, closed her eyes, and took a fortifying breath. When she finally opened them and looked at me, they shot fire. Fucking sadist. I love you. I smiled at her glare. Fucking masochist. She tried to keep the angry look, but her lips twitched before stretching into a full smile. I love you too. She grabbed her bag that had fallen to the floor and fixed her dress before opening the door. Better hurry to work so I can get home sooner. Home. Anna and I had always been each other's homes, but hearing her call the place we finally lived together home made all the years, all the shame worth it. The end. Acknowledgements. Acknowledgements. First and foremost, as always, thank you to my amazing family. My husband boosts me up when I'm down and helps me through whatever I need. He makes a mean grilled cheese on nights I just can't get to dinner. And to my 2 sweet girls. Because of you, I am stronger than I have any right to be. I love you. Thank you to Carlita, who was there to help me when I struggled with my plot and who tore this book apart in the best way possible. You were there anytime I voice messaged you with questions, and I would still be crying in a corner without your help. Becca, my champion, my donut queen, traveler extraordinaire. I never, ever could make it as far as I am without you spreading word about this book like glitter. Thank you for championing me. Thank you for all your belief and support. You blessed me with your friendship, and I can't tell you how thankful I am for getting to know you.
P.S. We make beautiful book covers. Haha. Thank you to my betas. Whitney Belissel, my comma queen. I learn a little bit more about my complete and utter ignorance of commas with you, but you teach me and I appreciate every little one. Stephanie Rose, you give it to me straight, and I loved having the tables turn and you beta read for me this time. Whitney Barbetti, thank you for being there when I fell apart and sending me memes galore. Your comic relief distracted me perfectly when I needed it. Thank you for always being my best friend. To my CrossFit sisters, you ladies cheered me on when I was broken and pushed me to finish. You gave me an outlet when I was stressed, and I love each and every one of you. I say it all the time, you could put me in jazzercise, and as long as you were all there, I'd be there too. To my gymnastics wine club moms, you ladies always listen to me bitch and moan and tell me to get my shit together as you pass me the alcohol. We may be poor in money, thanks to our girls, but I feel rich in friendships. Especially Tony. You are more giving than I could ever ask for. I'm so happy we stumbled upon each other in our moment of competition anxiety. Thank you for all your advice and helping me format this bad boy. Thank you to my editors. Christina Harris, I hope you'll still be able to fit me in your schedule when you become big and famous. You always teach me with each grammatical mistake I make, and I love it. Go Seahawks. Karen Sims, whew, girl, you edited my book to high heaven, and I have 1,000 times more confidence in it than I ever thought possible. Thank you for being so thorough and so amazing. Thank you to Alexis Durbin for always doing such an amazing job of proofreading for me. I wouldn't trust anyone else with my books. Finally, to my tribe. You ladies lift me up, give me confidence, and give me hope in this community. I look up to all of you and thank you for every single ounce of emotional support. But most of all, thank you to all the bloggers and readers. Bloggers, you are the foundation of all of this, and I thank you for every share, every tag, every like. You lift me up. My readers, new and old, I see you and hear you. Your comments and reviews rock my soul by how much they mean to me. Every single one means more to me than you will ever know. Thank you. If you loved, hated, or felt mediocre about Shame Me Not, please leave a review. They are so valuable, and I cherish every single one, big or small. Thank you so much. About Fiona Cole. Fiona Cole is a military wife and a stay-at-home mom with degrees in biology and chemistry. As much as she loved science, she decided to postpone her career to stay at home with her 2 little girls and immersed herself in the world of books until finally deciding to write her own. Fiona loves hearing from her readers, so be sure to follow her on social media. Facebook, www.facebook.com/author Fiona Cole. Instagram, Pinterest, Twitter, author Fiona Cole. Email, authorfiona@gmail.com. Newsletter, http://epurl.com/BEVHTL. Reader group, Books, Wine, and Music with Fiona Cole. http://facebook.com/groups/254-919-614-7995. Amazon, http://amazon.2/2SYSSG. Other books by Fiona Cole. Where you can find me, http://amazon.2/2RZ8IO. Free in Kindle Unlimited. Deny Me, http://amazon.2/2SYSK. Free in Kindle Unlimited. Imagine Me, http://mybook.2imagineme. Free in Kindle Unlimited.